In that year, Chao Mengda languished in illness, yet imprisoned and tortured the divine physician to death. In that year, Zhao Zilong wielded his spear, slaying his enemies at Changban Slope with remarkable prowess. In that year, Lu Xuanda endured hardship in Xinya, biding his time. In that year, the flames of Chibi soared high into the heavens. The old storyteller raised an eyebrow, his fan unfurling like a blossoming flower, and with a leisurely flick, he spoke, after the Battle of Chibi, although the Sun Lu coalition emerged victorious, Liu Bei could not find joy. Do you know why? I sat there, entranced, my cup of tea long since gone cold, and instinctively echoed why. The storyteller cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Cao Cao had previously captured Guan Yu, treating him with utmost respect. Later, Guan Yu took Liu Bai's wife to Chao's camp, and astonishingly, Cao Cao allowed him to leave with her. The audience murmured in astonishment, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the tale. Suddenly, the old man smirked with a mischievous glint in his eye and spoke ambiguously. When Zhao Zilong rescued a doe at Changban Slope, Cao Cao forbade his men from shooting ROWs. Subsequently, upon seeing a doe, Liu Bei even contemplated throwing him to his demise. Can you discern the underlying significance? The listeners, feeling disenchanted, dispersed in a flurry, leaving the tavern to return to its tranquil state. I pushed aside the curtain and stepped outside, momentarily blinded by the sunlight, my mind in a daze, as if I had just emerged from an all-night internet ceph, my thoughts muddled and heavy. Having arrived in this era for 16 years, moments of reverie often conjure scenes from a previous life before my eyes that my name is Chung Feng. Prior to my existence in this world, I toiled nightly within the confines of the XX Alliance. It was at the pinnacle of my conquest, after 7 consecutive days and nights of relentless battles, that I ascended to the rank of the mightiest king, only to be abruptly felled. Foaming at the mouth and succumbed upon my keyboard, in this lifetime, I dwell as a pearl diver in a coastal town in the year 208 AD. The craft of pearl diving is not one I have independently mastered, it is an ancestral legacy. My forebears were esteemed pearl divers, having once presented luminous pearls to the emperor during the reign of the martial emperor. Now, we find ourselves in the twilight years of the Eastern Han dynasty, with the impending division into the 3 kingdoms merely 12 years away. I take solace in the fact that I have thoroughly studied the historical narratives of the 3 kingdoms and retained the majority of its significant events. However, upon discovering that my home, Sihai City, lies exceedingly distant from the Central Plain so far that even the swiftest sail would require 10 days and nights to traverse, I am engulfed by a profound sense of frustration. If expectations hold true, the grand tides of the realm shall bear no relevance to my fate. Yet, I find no need to concern myself with the affairs of the world, for in this life, I am not merely a pearl diver, I am the esteemed scion of the Chung family in Sihai City. My great-grandfather served as a high official under Cao Cao, and the Chung family commands considerable influence locally. Should I desire, I could brazenly roam with fierce hounds and unscrupulous servants, engaging in acts of tyranny and oppression. What are you thinking? As a person whose intellect transcends a millennium, steeped in the enlightenment of an advanced civilization, how could I ever stoop to such actions? As I was lost in my thoughts, an unkempt beggar, shrouded in tattered black cloth, suddenly collided with me, her frantic demeanor suggesting she was fleeing from something unknown. The force of our encounter knocked me to the ground. Who the hell? I began to curse, only to realize, to my astonishment, that this beggar was a girl. I caught a glimpse of the terror reflected in her eyes. They were strikingly clear, and even in her fear, there was an element of vulnerability that made my anger dissipate. She paused for a moment, casting a glance in my direction before continuing her hurried escape. Shouts erupted around me, as pursuers closed in on the beggar. The leader was a notorious thug from the eastern part of town. Even he, upon seeing me, felt compelled to acknowledge my presence before pressing on with his cohorts, oblivious to what the beggar had allegedly stolen from him. I rose to continue on my way, only to discover something peculiar nestled in my arms. I retrieved it, holding it in my hand, feeling an inexplicable strangeness about it. It was a black orb, roughly the size of a pearl, an object I had never encountered before, yet it struck a familiar chord within me. Upon returning home, I presented this item to my father, who was instantly taken aback, as if burdened by a multitude of unspoken worries. My heart ached at the sight. My father had always been exceptionally kind to me, even more so than my mother. A few years prior, we had welcomed a little sister into our family, but due to health issues, she had been sent to our great-uncle for the care of a skilled physician. Since then, my father's spirits had been notably dampened, and his health had begun to decline as he let out a heavy sigh, but revealed nothing to me, merely stating, "Come to my study this evening." The mere thought of the study sent a wave of discomfort through me. Our home contained nothing but books, rendering it a place where I found it increasingly difficult to linger. The characters were far too perplexing, with even the ancient seal script posing a daunting challenge. In my youth, I had been compelled to learn clerical script at the academy, but since then, I had not delved into any further study of written language. Reflecting on it now, I found myself increasingly appreciative of the simplicity and utility of simplified Chinese characters. That I stepped outside, intending to seek out my foolishly loyal friend, yet noticed an unsettling change in the sky. The heavens gradually shifted in hue, the sun became less glaring, and a shadow emerged at its edge, steadily expanding. A solar eclipse. My immediate thought was an eclipse, yet this one was extraordinarily peculiar. The darkness lingered directly at the center of the sun, rendering it half obscure, and half radiant. The once bustling city of Sihai was eerily silent, as if all life had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a voice resonated beside me. You are aware of the oath of brotherhood sworn in the Peach Garden, yet you remain oblivious to the profound bond forged under the recruitment. Bannered by Liu, Guan, and Zhang. You comprehend the Yellow Turban Army's grasp on the hearts of the populace, yet fail to fathom why, after years of preparation, they faced an instantaneous collapse. I swiftly turned my head, only to discover that the voice belonged to the old storyteller. He had been dwelling in Sihai City for several days, spending his time either spinning tales or drowning his sorrows in the tavern. What had brought him to this place now? He smiled at me and continued. You wonder how Guan Yu, once a mere fugitive, transformed into the unparalleled warrior who rode alone across 1,000 miles. I remained silent, for these matters were never chronicled in history, and thus future generations would remain oblivious. The old man suddenly revealed a lewd grin, yet at that moment, the expression was chilling, as terrifying as a demon. Do you understand why Zhuge Liang, that mere mortal, took it up on himself to handle every affair, even leading military expeditions that ultimately led to the downfall of the entire Shu kingdom? A jolt of fear coursed through me, and cold sweat began to pour forth. Who on earth was this person, possessing knowledge of events decades hence? Are the things you are familiar with truly real? Chapter 2. The Red Pearl. I found myself speechless, unable to voice my inquiries as the moment I wished to ask. He had vanished into thin air before my very eyes. The sun resumed its usual position in the sky. I stood there, frozen in silence, pondering whether this was still the familiar three kingdoms I once knew, or perhaps, was this still the world I recognized? My gaze inadvertently drifted to the horizon, and I was taken aback to realize that dusk had fallen, with the sun nearly dipping below the sea's surface. I offered a casual greeting and took my place to the side. The last time my grandfather set sail, he was in his prime, while my father was merely a young lad. It was an era when Emperor Ling reigned, amidst the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion that plagued the Central Plains. Coincidentally, a fleet from the south arrived, seeking the elusive Red Pearl from the depths of the ocean to cure their emperor's ailment, offering a staggering reward. My grandfather, accompanied by the robust Zhang Ganzi, boarded their vessel. The flagship of that fleet was grandiose, towering as high as 3 or 5-decked ships, with an absurdly deep draft, seemingly constructed for long voyages across the seas. It was aptly named the Red Pearl. My grandfather initially believed they were merely in search of the mythical Red Pearl, unaware that the journey ahead would be fraught with unforeseen trials. The ship's captain, named Dai Min, was a striking figure with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. When my grandfather suggested a maritime tribute, Dai Min, wishing to adhere to local customs, agreed. Thus, after completing the necessary rituals and appeasing the wandering souls, the fleet set sail. As they departed, Zhang Ganzi wore a look of discomfort that my grandfather failed to notice. The morning's departure swiftly turned to evening. Seizing a moment of solitude, Zhang Ganzi hesitantly confided in my grandfather, Uncle Yang, it seems the Taiping phone cracked a bit during this morning's tribute. At that moment, my grandfather's scalp erupted with anxiety. During the sea burial, a coffin board was placed at the bow of the boat, referred to as the peace plank. For fishermen, being buried at sea is a grave taboo, starkly contrasting with the customs of being laid to rest in the earth. Thus, the placement of a coffin board serves as a plea for tranquility. If one must die, it is imperative to do so at home to ensure a peaceful burial. Should the coffin board indeed crack, it portends dire misfortune, a superstition held dearly by those residing by the sea. Why on earth didn't you mention this sooner? My grandfather lamented, tears unspilled. We had already collected substantial deposits from them. The dates were set, and we must venture out to sea. With resignation, my grandfather remarked that the foreign crew was devoid of sentiment. Failing to sail on the agreed date would undoubtedly lead to complications, and the deposits might have to be refunded. One cannot simply spit out the meat already bitten. At that moment, Zhang Ganzi was all smiles. Fortunately, both of them were bold and skilled, deciding to seek the red pearls before deliberating further. It was mealtime, and the foreign sailors enjoyed gathering around a long table, laden with fish and meat, accompanied by the local brew. This beverage, bitter and spicy, was described by Zhang Gunzi as akin to the repugnant taste of horse urine. Though one might wonder how he possessed such knowledge. My grandfather had no fondness for their liquor, yet he relished the vibrant atmosphere of the meal, sailors feasting heartily at the long tables, consuming copious amounts of meat and drink, and when intoxicated, belting out off-key songs. Though the songs were indeed discordant, they possessed a certain infectious quality that compelled one to join in. What were those 4 words again? Ah, blood boiling it was. Later, I heard Damon translate the song for my grandfather. On the wedding night, by the joyous bed, a robust captain appeared, exclaiming, "Rise, rise, my bride, come with me tonight, to the vast ocean, in search of endless treasures. Buried along the petal-laden shore lies my beloved gem, and in the sea where flowers are interred, I shall offer the world's most precious pearl with both hands. My bride, come with me tonight." My grandfather, upon hearing this, said nothing, yet felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. After all, it was merely a tale of a pirate chief stealing another's bride. What was there to sing about so fervently? That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, the sea tranquil, yet an inexplicable thick fog arose, obscuring the nearby vessels. When my grandfather reached the deck, a sudden gust of wind dispersed the fog, and the moonlight shone down, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Upon returning to the cabin, Zhang Gunzi seemed to be rummaging for something, his movements restless, prompting my grandfather to join in his search. Moments later, the two of them stood before a concealed pipe in the floor, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and intrigue. This pipe resembled bamboo, hollow within, intended for eavesdropping on the ship's passengers. The craftsmanship was exquisite, covered with a layer of sand that matched the color of the floor, making it nearly indistinguishable to the casual observer. On a typical cargo ship, should there be unfamiliar faces aboard, it is prudent to install 1 or 2 eavesdropping devices. After all, the human heart is a labyrinth, and the most daunting fear on the open seas is the potential for internal discord. In recent years, pirates have employed a notorious tactic of infiltrating ship crews with 1 or 2 spies, who, when the crew is unawares, would scuttle the vessel. To appease the populace, the authorities have taken to dispatching patrol fleets periodically, which has somewhat curtailed the audacity of these marauders. Zhang Gunzi tore some fabric from his clothing, fashioned it into a makeshift plug, and secured the pipe's opening, dousing it with water for good measure before feeling comfortable to speak. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, "Uncle Yang, I fear we have boarded a pirate ship. Just as I was finishing my meal, I witnessed that sailor flaunting a gold snake coin." His grandfather remained silent for a considerable time. The gold snake coin is the currency of the pirates, crafted from black gold and immensely valuable, yet undeniably tainted. The sailor's audacity in allowing Zhang Gunzi to see it was a clear indication of his fearlessness. The ship was teeming with their ilk, and now, adrift in unknown waters. Escape was inconceivable. They could only adapt to the unfolding circumstances. His grandfather advised him to retire early, to gather strength for whatever trials might arise. However, Zhang Gunzi disregarded his grandfather's counsel, spending the night in restless wakefulness. The cabin was chillingly cold, and despite being wrapped in thick blankets, warmth eluded him. Occasionally, he could hear snippets of heated arguments, but the exchanges were conducted in a foreign tongue. Even with his familiarity with various dialects from the docks, Zhang Gunzi could not decipher the meaning behind the discord. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, and the deck was teeming with people. My grandfather, who typically rose early, was joined by Zhang Gunzi, who had not slept a wink the previous night. Yet, to their surprise, the sailors had risen even earlier, leaving my grandfather and Zhang Gunzi as the last to ascend to the deck. There, they beheld a chilling sight. Hanging from the tallest mast was a man, unmistakably the sailor who had toyed with the golden snake coin the day before. His visage was grotesque, devoid of eyes and nose, drenched in blood, as if he had endured unspeakable torment before meeting his grim fate. Diamond stood upon a platform, delivering a few words to disperse the sailors before approaching my grandfather. "I sincerely apologize, dear friends. You have been startled by a minor incident involving my crew, but rest assured, it will be resolved shortly." His demeanor and gestures retained an air of elegance, reminiscent of many noblemen from foreign lands. In the ensuing days, a semblance of tranquility prevailed, until that fateful day. On the 5th day of their voyage, the sailors were utterly exhausted. Diamond had scarcely allowed them any respite, relentlessly pushing them onward day and night. fearful that a moment's delay might prevent them from locating the coveted red pearl and curing the king's ailment. One could not discern the nature of the relationship between Daimon and the foreign king, yet it was evident that the latter's well-being weighed heavily on Daimon. However, the sailors were not made of iron. 5 days of toil had taken their toll. Fortuitously, the weather was fair that day, with gentle winds, prompting Daimon to declare a day of rest and recuperation. The foreign sailors, wild and carefree, took advantage of the situation. Without a second thought, they leaped into the sea from a height of 20 to 30 meters, indifferent to the lurking presence of sharks, and commenced their frolic in the water. The first mate and the helmsman stood leisurely by the ship's rail, engaged in light conversation, exuding an air of tranquility. My grandfather approached to greet them, secretly yearning to sample the exotic tobacco of the foreign lands. While everyone else basked in the leisure of the holiday, Jean Gunzi was not afforded such luxury. He had endured 5 sleepless nights, plagued by an unrelenting chill and the faint echoes of quarrels that seeped through his tightly clasped ears, tormenting his mind and causing involuntary shudders. Gazing at the resplendent sunshine beyond the porthole, he felt compelled to step outside for a breath of fresh air. He pushed open the door and, instead of heading left towards the deck, inexplicably turned right into the shadowy corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity. As he traversed the mid-level sailors' quarters, he descended into the dimly lit workshop below, which was equally cold and devoid of light, illuminated only by the flickering glow of a whale oil lamp that cast a feeble light. The atmosphere was damp, with the briny scent of the sea permeating through the ship, coalescing into a pungent odor. Strangely, the oars appeared to be seldom used, coated with a layer of dust. Though Jean Gunzi felt like a sickly old tiger, his agility remained intact. He held his breath and crouched low, preparing to ascend the staircase. "Are you leaving?" A voice suddenly resonated, reverberating through the stillness of the space, as thunderous as a clap of lightning in Jean Gunzi's ears. At this moment, Jean Gunzi truly experienced the sensation of his hair standing on end. He suddenly lunged forward, his foot poised to step onto the staircase, only to hear a resounding bang as the staircase vanished, replaced by an impenetrable barrier of unknown thickness. Dizziness enveloped him, and his mind was flooded with tales of maritime supernatural occurrences he had heard over the years, such as the ghostly fleet of rotting corpses, the blood-red dragon, the blood pooled in the deck's compartments, the young girl behind the cabin door, and the monstrous creatures lurking in the abyss. Jean Gunzi's heart was in turmoil. Yet, the voice continued, indifferent to his inner turmoil. "Could you do me a favor?" Before him, within a cage the size of a chest, knelt a girl with golden hair and pale blue eyes, her limbs bound by iron chains. Strangely, her gaze did not focus on Jean Gunzi. This girl seemed unable to see. Jean Gunzi was momentarily taken aback by her exquisite beauty, so captivating that it momentarily eclipsed his previous despair. Struggling with his limited vocabulary, he found himself at a loss for words to describe her allure. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the compartment above. Upon hearing the noise, the girl panicked and quickly pointed to the whale oil lamp on Jean Gunzi's left. Turning to look, he noticed an obscure alcove had appeared beneath the lamp, just spacious enough for an adult to sit with arms and legs drawn in. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped inside and shut the alcove's door. Although concealed within the shadows, Jean Gunzi could still glimpse the world outside through the narrow gap of the door. Soon, Damon appeared in the cabin, bowing to the young girl, who remained unmoved, uttering not a single word. As he began to speak, a vivid flush spread across his pale face, and his voice grew increasingly urgent, reminiscent of a young prince professing his affection to the princess he adores. Yet, the girl remained silent. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Damon suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, his words strikingly different from the usual. Yet his posture unmistakably indicated that he was not uttering kind words. He brandished a black whip and lashed it violently against the iron cage, clearly frightening the girl, who collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Jean, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of compassion, wishing he could flay Damon alive. However, he realized that if he rushed out now to eliminate that scoundrel, his grandfather would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, Damon abruptly ceased his assault on the cage, turned with an ominous smile towards the whale oil lamp, and strode forward. In that moment, Zhang's resolve hardened. He thought, at worst, he would fight to the death. Having been a bachelor for 20 years, he feared no one. Just as he prepared to charge out, the hidden compartment suddenly shifted, revealing that the panel behind him was a revolving door, which turned him around. Upon turning, a sloping passageway came into view, with a faint light seeping in from its end. Zhang exerted himself to climb upward, and upon reaching the top, he pushed open the dark door at the passage's end, where the fresh scent of the sea enveloped him and sunlight flooded in, rendering him momentarily blinded. At that moment, with pursuers close behind, he could afford no further hesitation. He swiftly leapt into the vast expanse of the ocean. Before long, he mingled seamlessly with the raucous sailors, and no one suspected his origins when he boarded the ship once more. Meanwhile, his grandfather engaged in a lengthy conversation with the first mate on the deck, gradually unveiling the details of their voyage. The red pearl, an anomaly of nature, was notoriously elusive. Ordinary white pearls formed from the congealed blood of clams intermingled with sand. In contrast, the red pearl was born from the blood of a myriad of extraordinary marine creatures, supplemented by the essence of red coral, making its formation a matter of considerable fortune. As his grandfather remarked, such a creation, amalgamated from the blood of diverse beings, likely harbored an ominous nature. Should it truly come into existence, it would spell doom for countless fish, unleashing a considerable malevolent aura. As for red coral, it was certainly not found in nearby waters. They would need to journey southeast, navigating past the tumultuous deep waves and the Great Barrier Reef, and then sailing east for 3 days to reach an archipelago known as the Sea of Flowers, where red coral thrived and red pearls were likely abundant. The sailors cast their nets, and soon, the deck was cluttered with an assortment of fish. Amidst the noise on the deck, a group of sailors strained to haul something upward. When that object was finally brought to the surface, a sudden uproar erupted among the sailors, who scattered in surprise. His grandfather focused intently. The creature pulled from the net bore the upper body of a sailor, yet its lower half transformed into a shimmering fish tail, exuding a distinct aroma of seaweed. Chapter 4. The Fishman. The fishman has long been regarded as an ominous creature by seafarers. Unlike the enchanting mermaids of legend, whose beauty is often depicted as alluring, the grotesque being before them could only be identified as a fishman. Someone immediately recognized the upper half of the sailor. It was little Charlie. As the crowd focused their gaze, the fishman's head, shrouded in dense brown hair, gradually revealed its face. To their astonishment, it was indeed one of their own. A stir emerged among the onlookers as a sailor, strikingly resembling little Charlie, emerged from the throng and knelt before the creature, sobbing. This individual was known as Big Charlie, the elder brother of little Charlie. Only then did the crowd muster the courage to approach. One sailor, brandishing a fishing rod, prodded the fishman, and to their surprise, the fish tail was easily pushed aside. They soon discerned that the tail belonged to a complete sea fish, albeit an extraordinarily peculiar one, its head resembling a truncated cone. It was that very conical head that had been lodged within little Charlie's upper body. Once freed from little Charlie, the sea fish seemed to come alive, suddenly convulsing before violently thrashing its tail. It appeared poised to drag little Charlie's upper half into the depths of the ocean along with the fishing net. In a desperate bid, Big Charlie lunged forward, tightening the net's line. However, the sea fish possessed an immense strength, abruptly breaking free from his grasp and plunging into the vast sea with little Charlie's upper body. Apart from the splashes of water, there was no trace of them left. At this moment, with Damon absent, the first mate took command, ordering the crew to clean the deck. The pungent aroma of seaweed lingered long after, continuing to waft over the deck of the Red Pearl. On this day of respite, the sailors continually reeled in peculiar items: briny seaweed, half-eaten raw fish, and bloodied lobsters. However, the moment one of them caught a blood-soaked hand, none dared to fish from the boat any longer. Grandfather secured the door, leaving a narrow crack in the window to allow a sliver of sunlight to seep through. He then fumbled in his sleeve, retrieving an ancient sheepskin scroll, which he had stealthily extracted from the belly of a fish he had caught earlier, slipping it into his garment unnoticed by others. At this moment, as he gazed at the scroll, a tumult of emotions surged within him, for the parchment vividly depicted swathes of red coral. Amongst the coral lay a colossal clam, within which a crimson pearl shimmered with an enchanting radiance, dazzling to behold. The artistry of the scroll was so lifelike that the clam seemed on the verge of springing to life. One could hardly fathom the skill of the artist capable of crafting such an astonishing piece. Indeed, the artwork itself was a priceless treasure. Yet, Grandfather did not intend to present this painting to Diamond, for inscribed in the lower right corner were 2 lines of red script, penned by a hand that appeared unaccustomed to such writing. The jagged letters implored him with a haunting caution: "Beware, Diamond. Save me." Grandfather pondered for a moment. When he had acquired the scroll, it coincided with the moment everyone had discovered young Charlie. At that time, all eyes had been captivated by the fishman. Yet he alone had somehow noticed the sheepskin scroll within the fish's mouth. Could this be mere coincidence? Grandfather could not ascertain. The mysteries of the sea have always been profound. What the Sea Dragon King allows you to see, you shall see. What he conceals, no matter how intently you gaze, will remain forever hidden from your sight. Grandfather has always been cautious around Diamond, yet he finds himself perplexed by the mere utterance of the word "save me." Choosing to wait until Zhang Gunzi awakens to deliberate further, he gazes out the arched window, observing the ocean gradually transforming into a deep shade of blue, signaling their proximity to the treacherous depths of the deep wave sea. This maritime expanse is seldom traversed by vessels, and smaller boats dare not approach, for beneath the surface, colossal waves occasionally rise unexpectedly, invisible until they crash down, leaving little time for escape. The Red Pearl's draft is notably deep, seemingly designed for the challenges posed by these formidable waters. The ship continues its voyage until dusk. Upon Zhang Gunzi's awakening, Grandfather presents him with the sheepskin scroll. Upon reading its contents, Zhang Gunzi becomes intensely excited, convinced that the scroll belongs to the young woman residing in the lower deck of the cabin. He stutters as he recounts to Grandfather the events of the day. Grandfather, intrigued by his grandson's unusual experience, agrees that they can no longer remain passive. They must seek an opportunity to approach the young woman and uncover the true purpose of their voyage. That night's arrival seems to come earlier than the previous day. As the sun descends, Diamond leads the crew in a memorial service for little Charlie. His expression is sorrowful yet resolute, his voice imbued with a mournful gravitas, akin to a natural leader expressing his grief for a fallen subordinate. Zhang Gunzi watches Diamond recite the eulogy, a chill coursing through him as he recalls Damon's unsettling behavior towards the young woman, as well as the malevolent grin that crept across his face as he approached the flickering whale oil lamp. He yearns to see the young woman, uncertain of her current state. Will Damon strike her this evening? As he was lost in thoughts of the young maiden, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from behind the crowd, followed by a blinding blaze. The unbounded flames obscured everyone's vision, rendering them unable to discern the events unfolding behind them, only feeling a wave of heat that scorched their eyes. The fire arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. What lay beneath the flames soon became apparent to all. The grandfather gazed at the remnants of the supply ship, now reduced to half, and sighed inwardly. Among the fleet, apart from the flagship, there were 3 warships and 3 supply vessels, yet now the 3 warships had vanished without a trace. Only 2 supply ships remained. The surviving crew members from the supply ships continuously leaped into the sea, but this act could not alter their fate. They soon sank beneath the waves, their blood staining the inky waters of the night, the crimson swiftly dissipating with the relentless swells. Observant eyes could discern that something lurked beneath the surface, yet its nature remained a mystery. It seemed as though the ocean was in collusion against the sailors. At that moment, the waves surged ominously high. The Red Pearl, with its deep draft, could withstand the towering waves, unlike the other 2 supply ships. The waves rose relentlessly until a colossal surge struck, shattering the 2 supply vessels into fragments. The force of that wave was truly terrifying. In a moment of daze, the grandfather perceived what seemed to be a massive tentacle flashing through the monstrous wave. At that instant, it was unclear who unfurled the sails, but the Red Pearl was propelled by the furious winds, swiftly departing from the deep blue waters. Only then did the grandfather realize that Damon had never intended to engage in battle. His true plan was to flee. The Red Pearl is a colossal vessel, within which grains are cultivated and livestock are raised, ensuring a steady supply. At this moment, however, grandfather's concern does not lie with provisions, but rather with another pressing matter. Zhang Gunzi has vanished. Chapter 5. Return. In the moment when flames surged skyward, Zhang Gunzi realized that an opportunity had arisen. As he traversed the staircase of the mid-deck, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure at the corridor's end. The cabin was dimly lit, obscuring the identity of this shadowy presence. Being seen would undoubtedly spell trouble. Zhang Gunzi was acutely aware of this, so he tightened his grip on the dagger, lowered his stance, and prepared to retreat into the shadows where the light could not reach, contemplating a method to descend to the ship's lower levels. The mid-deck boasted 3 staircases leading to the depths of the vessel. Thus he felt no urgency. Remaining undetected was paramount. He lingered in the shadows for a moment, observing that no further figures emerged, and resolved to proceed. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, his gaze fixated on the corridor's end, disbelief etched across his face. It was that creature again, possessing a fish-like tail. As the merman appeared, the scent of seaweed once more pervaded the cabin. Yet Zhang Gunzi could no longer afford the luxury of discerning its aroma, for the merman was drawing ever closer. As he brandished his dagger, ready to confront the creature, a melody unexpectedly resonated, ethereal and haunting, piercing the heart. Zhang Gunzi recognized the tune. It was the very song the sailors had sung during dinner on the first night of their voyage. The merman, upon hearing this melody, stood upright, pausing to listen for a moment before swiftly vanishing into the depths of the corridor. At that moment, Zhang Gunzi's heart stirred with the realization that the melodic voice must have been that of the maiden, singing to attract the attention of the fishmen in a desperate bid to save him. Surely, the fishmen had come aboard the vessel in search of her. Gripping his knife firmly, he swiftly descended to the lower workshop. As his gaze swept across the room, a chilling dread enveloped him. The workshop was utterly barren, and the iron cage had vanished without a trace. Just then, a voice pierced the silence behind him. "What are you doing here?" Damon inquired with a grim countenance, his eyes fixated intently on the spot where the iron cage had once stood. Zhang Gunzi recounted the tale of the fishmen, but while Damon feigned belief, a deep-seated skepticism surely lingered within him. For during the subsequent days of their voyage, both Zhang Gunzi and his grandfather had been placed under house arrest, a situation that persisted until the day they neared the Sea of Flowers. After several days at sea, according to the markings etched by his grandfather on the wall, it had been 13 days since the Red Pearl had been isolated. Throughout this time, incessant quarrels erupted outside, suggesting a rift between Damon and the crew, who yearned to return home, yet Damon refused to permit it. Most troubling was the relentless advance of nightfall, which encroached upon their days. As they approached the Sea of Flowers, sunlight graced them for merely an hour each day, while the rest of the time, the sun seemed shrouded by an enigmatic fog, obscuring distant sights and casting everything around them in a deep gray hue. Yet the sea had regained its pale blue hue, signifying that they were soon to reach shallow waters and indicating the imminent encounter with the red corals. It was not until the day they neared the Sea of Flowers that the conflict between Damon's authority and that of the first mate erupted into a violent confrontation, transforming the deck into a river of blood. As the crimson liquid seeped through the gaps in the deck and into the ship's hold, Grandfather and Zhang Gunzi were relentlessly battering the door, oblivious to its formidable thickness. After a prolonged struggle with no sign of yielding, despair began to envelop them. Just then, the familiar scent of seaweed wafted through the air once more. Gradually, the door creaked open, and Zhang Gunzi, brandishing a knife, stepped outside only to find a serpentine trail of water stretching towards the staircase. From below, eerie roars resonated, reminiscent of a congregation of fishmen. They swiftly ascended to the deck, only to discover that the battle had already reached its grim conclusion. The chief mate dangled lifelessly from the mast, while Damon sat on the ground, his blood-stained long knife in hand, his countenance devoid of vitality, and his noble attire tattered beyond recognition. Upon noticing Grandfather, Damon rose, leaning on his bloodied weapon, and forced a grotesque semblance of a smile. "Esteemed Mr. Qingyang, it is a pleasure to continue our collaboration." At that moment, Grandfather regarded Damon with the wary eyes of one observing a tiger in the mountains, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Damon still bore semblance to a human, whereas the creatures lurking beneath the ship were unmistakably monsters. A wave of despair washed over Grandfather. Indeed, he could not surmount the obstacle of the Crimson Pearl. Should he fail to locate it, this mad employer would undoubtedly refuse to lead him to the Toothed Ship. With a heavy heart, he inquired, "What are those entities lurking below the vessel?" Upon hearing this, Damon regained his composure, seemingly reverting to his noble demeanor. A smirk graced his lips as he responded in an exceedingly nonchalant tone. "Did you not already know? I had anticipated that you would see her. I had thought she had chosen you." He suddenly became exceedingly unhinged. How could she have chosen such an unsightly object? Why not me? Why not me? At that moment, Zhang Gunzi silently prodded his grandfather's waist from behind. A horizontal mark appeared on the old man's back, and he understood it was the signal to act. In an instant, both he and Zhang Gunzi sprang into action, swiftly toppling Diamond and Big Charlie. The affairs of the sea have always been ruthless. Only strength and influence can resolve everything. And often this solution manifests as a bloodstained blade, leaving no mercy for the adversary. The two untied the small boat tethered to the side of the Red Pearl and quickly distanced themselves from that peculiar large vessel. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall. Zhang Gunzi glanced back and saw that the Red Pearl was nearly swallowed by the mist, its sails appearing as if they had lost a layer of color, yet remained indistinct. A gust of wind swept away some of the fog, allowing him to faintly discern that the sail had transformed into a black skull. A shudder coursed through Zhang Gunzi's body, and he yearned to escape that eerie ship, rowing with even greater fervor. At that moment, his grandfather spoke. "Sanzi, it seems our course is amiss." Zhang Gunzi thought to himself, how could it be amiss? The large ship was heading towards the Flower Sea Islands. Turning away from it was surely the way to leave. He lowered his head, and his expression darkened in an instant. Beneath their small boat lay an endless expanse of coral, the water crystal clear. He raised his gaze, and in the distance, the outline of the Flower Sea Islands began to emerge. The gray mist had finally dissipated. At this moment, his grandfather called out to him, and he felt that the tone of his grandfather's voice was profoundly deep. Turning his head, he beheld the long-unseen sheepskin scroll in his grandfather's hands, upon which were boldly inscribed 3 ancient, red characters. Red Pearl. Chapter 6. They have returned. The two had already been rendered speechless by a series of bizarre occurrences, pondering whether it was the Sea Dragon King who had summoned them to seek the Red Pearl. Who else, if not the Sea Dragon King, could have bestowed such enchantment upon the sheepskin scroll? Furthermore, they could not embark on this voyage without achieving their goal. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Resolutely, they decided to pursue the Red Pearl. Before long, a vivid expanse of red unfolded before them. This coral sea was not extensive, and under clear conditions, the crimson corals appeared extraordinarily vibrant. The pearl divers had passed down their skills through generations, and their grandfather was particularly adept, having perfected the art of diving. However, the coral in front of them was exceedingly dense. Ideally, they should have cleared the corals before proceeding. Yet, time was of the essence. At least half an hour had elapsed since leaving the Red Pearl ship, and the gray mist could descend at any moment, potentially revealing strange entities within. With no time to waste, the grandfather seized his tools and plunged into the water. Below the surface, it was eerily silent, devoid of any visible marine life. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, striving to avoid disturbing the corals, for some of them were toxic, and a mere touch could cost him his life. As he navigated around a larger patch of red coral, poised to delve deeper into his exploration, a massive, elongated shadow ominously glided past him. Fortunately, he was flanked by dense corals, which concealed him from the creature's gaze. Grandfather suddenly realized that this was the reason for the absence of visible sea fish. It was due to the presence of such a colossal being. He cautiously waited until the dark silhouette had completely vanished from his sight before slowly swimming out. At that moment, he was astonished to discover a gigantic clam in the lower right corner. Although the clam differed slightly from the one depicted on the parchment, it was highly probable that it harbored a red pearl, given its considerable size and the fact that the Flower Sea Islands were seldom visited, making the likelihood of previous harvesting quite low. He carefully navigated around the red coral and, using a chisel, created a small fissure in the clam's hinge before injecting it with the essence of Gastrodia elata. Within a few breaths, the clam opened its mouth. A crimson glow began to emanate from within, gradually intensifying until it became overwhelmingly rich, as if fresh blood had stained the surrounding waters. The area instantly transformed into an obscured realm, and the clam emitted a sharp sound, as if calling for help. Grandfather hastened his actions, for at the moment the red glow spread, he glimpsed that massive figure swimming towards him from the distance. He released the pearl-gathering net, and upon feeling the weight within, he rose to the surface. It was evident that Zhang Gunzi had also noticed the crimson waters, assuming that something had befallen grandfather, and he rowed the boat to this spot, preparing to leap in to rescue him. The instant grandfather surfaced, Zhang Gunzi was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Seizing the opportunity while the enormous figure had yet to catch up, the two of them rowed with all their might, eager to depart from this perilous location. A gray mist rose abruptly, shrouding the surroundings in a haze. In the midst of the fog, a series of piercing cries echoed once more. Grandfather and Zhang Gunzi were not in despair, for at that moment, the compass remained steadfast, still pointing towards the direction of home. However, the piercing cries grew ever closer, and the tumultuous sea roiled behind them, with the colossal sea beast threatening to close in. Suddenly, a great ship emerged from the mist, appearing dilapidated and on the verge of sinking. Upon closer inspection, grandfather recognized it to be the Red Pearl. A multitude of fishmen leapt from the vessel, akin to a swarm, charging towards the monstrous creature in the sea. It was then that grandfather discerned the true visage of the beast, sending shivers down his spine. The creature's body was as dark as ink, covered in barbs, capable of slicing a fishman in half with a mere turn. Yet, the sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming. They surged forward fearlessly, anchoring the creature in place and preventing its advance. Seizing this opportunity, Grandfather and Zhang Gunzi gradually distanced themselves. But what of the Red Pearl? As I listened to this tale, I felt my consciousness waver, as if the worldview I had nurtured for over a decade had been shaken. This was far more captivating than the stories told in tea houses. My father gestured towards the black bead on the table. Observing his expression, I reached for the bead, reassured by his lack of opposition. Cradling it in my hands, I examined it closely. Was that a hint of red? As I held it up to the light, I was astonished to find the entire bead transformed into a deep crimson hue, with tendrils of red swirling within, truly exquisite. It turned out that the bead's vibrant red was imperceptible under normal circumstances, appearing black due to the intensity of its color when viewed in ordinary light. The surface of the red pearl was remarkably smooth. As I touched the gem, it slipped from our hands and fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound that echoed in my mind, lingering long after. Words could scarcely express my dismay. I felt as though I had committed an unthinkable blunder, and my father would surely be furious. I simply closed my eyes, bracing myself for his wrath. At that moment, the voice of the monster pierced my ears. Dispelling the reverberation, "Fengzi, what are you thinking? Uncle, look, this kid has lost his mind." I opened my eyes to see the monster triumphantly holding the intact red pearl. A gleeful expression plastered on his face. A sigh of relief escaped me, and I felt the weight of my anxiety lift. The haunting memories of a childhood incident had left a profound psychological scar. You see, a few years ago, your grandfather had ventured back to the Central Plains. Though in his 60s, he remained remarkably vigorous, indulging in the pleasures of life and enjoying his twilight years, all in accordance with his spirited nature. At this point, my father paused, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he glanced at Zhang Gunzi, who nodded solemnly in response. The old man had departed, yet the parchment remained. My father retrieved an old, yellowed piece of parchment from beneath a dark shelf in his study, instantly captivating both the monsters and my attention. There, emblazoned in bold red letters, were 5 characters. Chapter 7, the parchment. Who were they? Even without my father's explanation, we could surmise, was it not about the treasures aboard the Red Pearl? I informed my father that regardless of what they may be, we would smash those items to smithereens. My father, exhibiting a look of disappointment, retorted, "You fool. If it were that simple, would we need to summon you?" As he spoke, he unfurled a piece of parchment. Following his gesture, I beheld the weathered parchment illuminated by candlelight, which rendered it especially ancient in appearance. In the areas touched by the flickering flame, faint patterns emerged, though they remained indistinct, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. What is this? A treasure map? Such items circulate in the black market of the harbor by the dozens, or even hundreds daily. Would my father truly believe in such nonsense? In my childhood, my companion and I held a fervent fascination for treasure maps and various pirate legends. However, after we spent months saving to acquire a map that led only to the backyard of Widow He, our interest in such matters waned entirely. He remained silent for a few moments before continuing in a measured tone. 3 days ago, a person from the Central Plains arrived. He was an old acquaintance of your grandfather and brought this with him. With a flourish, my father produced an identical piece of parchment. When the 2 maps were aligned, the patterns became somewhat clearer, yet remained elusive. The individual claimed he intends to set sail, my father added. Where to? I inquired, my gaze still fixated on the treasure map, asking out of instinct. To seek the Red Pearl. My eyelid twitched, and I struggled to comprehend the rationale. Was it merely for profit that one would venture into such perilous waters? My companion scoffed derisively. He says we go, so we go? Who does he think he is? Zhang Gunzi gazed at his young son, expressing his frustration. You foolish boy, can't you see? The harbor has been completely sealed off for days. Believe it or not, the villages and towns outside the port are swarming with soldiers. The hills are dotted with hidden sentinels. Not even a pigeon can escape. This is indeed a hard truth to accept. Perplexed, I asked my father, why isn't my great-uncle intervening? Didn't he ascend to a high position under Chao Laoda? My father replied, the person in charge of this situation is indeed under your great-uncle's command. I was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that venturing out to sea was now inevitable. My uncle's actions must be rooted in a rationale, for he was the most cunning individual I had ever known, always foreseeing the entire course of events and the conclusion from the outset. As for why he did not come to see us himself, or why he sent my father into such perilous circumstances. There must be a reason behind it. My father glanced at Jean Gunzi, then rummaged through his belongings for a while before producing two identical pieces of parchment. These parchments appeared indistinguishable from the previous two, both old and worn, bearing the same patterns and even the same subtle haze of gray. My father spoke. Your third uncle has devoted considerable effort to this matter over the years, and he has nearly gathered everything needed. This is originally a grudge of our generation, yet it has lingered for so long. These two sheets are replicas we painstakingly created. You must keep them safe, for they may prove useful in the future. The atmosphere grew tense, and no one could provide an answer, save for my father and Jean Gunzi, whose faces were marked by a palpable sense of foreboding. The following day, before dawn broke, the fleet set sail, and none anticipated their hasty departure. It became clear to me why my father chose to speak those words to us the previous night. Their departure was quite grand, with the official boats lined up in formation, seemingly impervious to the tumultuous waves. The sailors, though not clad in armor, emanated an aura reminiscent of battle-hardened veterans, recognizable to the discerning eye from miles away. The fleet of boats soon vanished from our sight. Accompanying the officials was a brash young man named Sima Zhao, exceedingly bothersome, a provincial lad who had never even laid eyes on the sea. My great-uncle had dispatched him, seemingly concerned for his safety yet reluctant to remain in his company, thus leaving him at the harbor. In the days that followed, our worries for my father's safety consumed our thoughts, alongside our dealings with Sima Zhao, who appeared well-versed in the affairs of the harbor. Even recounting my grandfather's voyage from years past, the harbor remained under lockdown, and the townsfolk sensed an unusual tension, yet none dared to voice their concerns. A stifling atmosphere pervaded every corner. On one occasion, a creature seized the opportunity to intoxicate him, hoping to extract useful information. This lad, already loose-lipped, was easily swayed, and after a couple of drinks, he divulged the truth in mere moments. Not long ago, old Master Chow had been in high spirits, fishing at Weishan Lake on a calm, windless night, under a sparse moonlit sky. Enough with the trivialities, let us focus on the matter at hand. The creature, troubled by concern for its father, found itself in a state of agitation, rendering it unable to absorb anything unrelated to urgent matters. Dear guest, guess what? Sima Zhao casually crossed his legs, adopting the demeanor of a storyteller, his inebriated head swaying rhythmically. You dare to. I hurriedly restrained the creature, which was on the verge of a tantrum, only to hear unbelievable news. A dense fog suddenly enveloped the surface of Weishan Lake. The roars of beasts within the mist surpassed even those of tigers and leopards in the mountains. Soon, a colossal entity emerged from the heavy fog before Lord Chow. Sima Zhao paused momentarily, deep in thought. The Chancellor's ship was instantly engulfed, leaving the 5 valiant generals utterly unresponsive. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. Was Chow Chow dead? How could that be? The creature and I exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's shock. Sima Zhao shifted his tone. Unexpectedly, mere moments later, the Chancellor returned in scathe, holding an object in hand, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Is that a piece of parchment? I inquired. Chapter 8. Lord Liang Ba. The creature and I increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The Red Pearl incident was an event that had transpired years ago involving my grandfather. How could it now be entangled with our generation? My father and Jean Gunzi were concealing certain matters from us, undoubtedly for our own good. But what exactly were they hiding? They must want us to uncover the truth. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted us with the parchment. But why not simply replace the genuine item with the counterfeit instead? One conceivable explanation is that my father and Jean Gunzi themselves are unaware of their true identities and have no knowledge of what lies at the location indicated by the parchment. However, they must be informed of these matters, for they pertain to aspects of great significance to their own lives. Yet, at present, they find themselves unable to extricate themselves from their commitments. Hence they hope that the two of us might offer some assistance. Maritime affairs have always defied conventional reasoning. The tales my father recounted to me were initially received as mere myths, yet who could have anticipated the eventual emergence of parchment and crimson pearls? I remarked that it was indeed plausible, though the notion of delivering parchment over 1,000 miles seemed utterly absurd. What purpose would it serve? To enable Chow Chow to acquire treasure? He is on the verge of conquering the entire realm. Would he truly concern himself with a trivial sum? The beast shared my skepticism regarding this explanation, but after finally proffering a suggestion, it was swiftly dismissed by me, leaving it feeling quite humiliated. In a fit of vexation, It retorted, "Who among us would disdain wealth? Perhaps the treasure is not merely coin. The world is replete with rare artifacts, many of which cannot be measured by monetary value." My spirits were lifted. It truly seemed plausible. I had hitherto confined my definition of treasure to mere currency, failing to consider other, more invaluable items. Could it be that legendary elixir of immortality? What the first emperor of Qin could not procure? How could the old man Shao expect to have presented to him on a silver platter? Impossible, impossible. The following morning, the dock was teeming with people. By the time the beast and I arrived on the scene, having heard the news, the merchants were already embroiled in a confrontation with the soldiers. In these times, severing one's means of livelihood is akin to taking away one's parents. Moreover, the port had been sealed for several days, completely cutting off trade routes. Some maritime merchants specializing in grain and vegetables engage in modest trades that can hardly withstand any turmoil. When goods rot in their ship's hold, desperation drives them to take drastic actions. Each merchant typically employs a few rough-and-tumble sailors, and the accumulation of such sailors forms a formidable force. The soldiers are not to be underestimated. During these tumultuous times of frequent warfare, they are inherently tough. Moreover, the simplicity of the Central Plains folk customs renders conflicts with soldiers nearly impossible, leading these troops to be utterly unprepared for such situations upon their arrival here. I suspect the soldiers were equally bewildered, which explains their prolonged inability to quell the chaos. Suddenly, uproar erupted in the crowd, scattering people in all directions. Upon closer inspection, I saw a man bleeding profusely, collapsed on the ground, utterly incapacitated. At that moment, someone bellowed, "The soldiers are killing people." The crowd surged forward, and this time, real weapons were employed, with the soldiers striking fiercely, causing the scene to spiral out of control. The chaos resembled a frenzied beast, and the monster looked on, as if invigorated by the pandemonium, occasionally letting out roars, eager to join the fray. I hastily pulled him back, and as we retreated to the alley's entrance, I turned a bit too abruptly and collided with a large man reeking of alcohol. After a brief exchange, he resumed his carefree demeanor and sauntered away. The entire day dragged on in a protracted agony of waiting. Seema summoned us several times, but we chose not to answer the door, partly out of annoyance and partly to shield him from becoming entangled in this affair. At last, the hour of the rat arrived. My companion and I, akin to shadows, ventured into the night. The moon was obscured and the winds howled, yet we felt no trepidation of being illuminated by lunar light. Having resided in this small town for over a decade, its every corner was familiar to us, and before long, we reached the tavern. The tavern, known as the Toothblade Tavern, lacked a true back entrance, for its rear was merely a privy. A simple climb over a wall would grant access within. Upon entering, I was momentarily taken aback by the scene before me. The various factions trapped in the harbor had nearly all gathered. Approximately 10 individuals occupied the tavern. We, two youths scarcely past our adolescence, stood there nearly invisible, overwhelmed by the weight of the presence around us. I forcefully suppressed the fear swelling within and, alongside my companion, sought refuge in a secluded corner. Master Liang, with a gentle smile directed at us, seemed to offer a semblance of reassurance before commencing his speech. "I have invited you all here today." Before he could continue, a particularly rotund middle-aged man interrupted. His eyes squinted into mere slits due to his obesity, emanating a sinister aura, his voice sharp and piercing like that of an owl in the night. "What do you mean by bringing 2 children here, old Liang?" Before Master Liang could respond, another voice interjected, laced with impatience. "I will take responsibility for these 2. When dammy, have you forgotten how Uncle Yang once supported you? Now you dare to bully his progeny." "1. We are gathered here for business," Master Liang asserted, raising his tone to cut through Wen's interruption. He glanced around, observing that all eyes were upon him, eagerly awaiting his next words. And a slight smile crept upon his face, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 9. Escape. He swiftly ceased his smile, replaced by a grave expression. The officials had sealed off the harbor, effectively cutting off the lifeblood of commerce for nearly half a month, with no signs of imminent relief. Continuing down this path, none could sustain themselves. Earlier that morning, chaos erupted at the docks. The soldiers had unleashed a brutal crackdown, leaving the guards of various merchant convoys severely battered. He paused briefly before continuing. Lu Million, who deals in textiles, approached the commanding officer a few days ago, hoping to bribe his way out of trouble, only to be met with a savage beating and unceremoniously cast out. He is now bedridden, with neither coercion nor persuasion proving effective. We have no choice but to rely on ourselves. After midnight, for half an hour, it is our turn to patrol. The number of guards at the harbor is scant. I will set sail, and everyone else will contribute personnel and goods. As long as we can escape this harbor, we shall divide the proceeds equally. At this juncture, the rotund man named one interjected, setting aside the dubious nature of your proposed division. How can you guarantee that we will successfully exit this port? To my astonishment, it was not long after I had last heard of such things that I encountered the real deal. The beast, too, was filled with curiosity about this entity, almost mythical in nature, straining its neck to observe closely. This revelation unsettled those present. Captain Shao of Cliff Bay was no ordinary pirate. He would not stoop to plundering common merchant vessels. Those he targeted were invariably unscrupulous merchants, whose misdeeds had not gone unnoticed by the populace, who privately commended his actions. However, the government was unyielding. During previous campaigns against piracy, they sought to eradicate Cliff Bay entirely. Yet, it appeared that Captain Shao possessed some unseen backing, consistently evading the clutches of the authorities with uncanny foresight. The gold snake coins of Master Shao differ slightly from the ordinary ones, featuring a small round hole the size of a mung bean in the center, making them easily identifiable. Coupled with the rumors of Master Liang Ba being expelled from the garrison, the majority present were swiftly convinced, leaving only a few timid souls still hesitant. Master Liang Ba, exhibiting a hint of impatience, spoke. Consider this, gentlemen. With Master Zhao's esteemed reputation built over the years, would he deign to accept your worthless goods? The hesitant individuals murmured in response. Who can say? After all, they are pirates. Once you arrive in this place, you have no choice but to comply. Master Liang Ba, now thoroughly exasperated, disregarded the indecisive few, merely commanding his men, prepare to load the goods for departure in half an hour. Should the timid remain, they shall meet their end. At this command, the faces of the frightened merchants turned ashen. Following this, discussions regarding the transportation of goods ensued. The number of patrons at the Yarn Tavern was already scant, and as negotiations concluded, the half hour swiftly approached. The beast and I, lacking cargo, accompanied several thugs directly to the ship. The thugs appeared well trained, and soon they subdued the few soldiers aboard. This vessel was not an ordinary merchant ship, but rather a warship used by the garrison. No wonder Master Liang Ba exuded such confidence. It turned out he had infiltrated the military ranks. Just as the last cargo was being loaded onto the ship, the lighthouse on the dock suddenly ignited with flames, illuminating the silhouettes of the loading sailors. This was soon followed by chaos, as shouts and curses erupted, and it became evident that their actions were on the verge of exposure. The sailors were in position, and the ship finally set sail. At that moment, several surrounding ships illuminated their lights. I thought to myself, if worst comes to worst, I could simply jump overboard. After all, treasure hunters fear not the vastness of the sea. The monster beside me seemed to share this sentiment, calmly seated and waiting for the vessel to depart the harbor. However, Liang Bei could no longer maintain his composure. Observing that our actions had been exposed, he ceased his attempts to conceal our intentions and loudly commanded the sailors to raise the sails and row the boat. The ship navigated out of the harbor with relative ease. Suddenly, a boy with yellow hair emerged from the cabin. I squinted, and to my astonishment, it was Sima Zhao. What was he doing here? Sima Zhao wore a triumphant expression, oblivious to the fact that a burly man behind him was poised to strike him down with a large blade. Liang Bei shouted fiercely, delivering a swift kick that knocked the weapon from the man's grasp. Only then did Sima Zhao realize the imminent danger, his face blanching as he stood frozen in place. Liang Bei, visibly enraged, exclaimed, "Whose guard is this? Not even a child is spared." A slender scholar stepped forward, delivering a couple of harsh kicks to the guard before apologizing to Liang Bei and leading the guard away. Sima Zhao hastily rushed over to seek refuge behind us. At this moment, there were approximately 12 or 13 individuals on the deck, all familiar faces from the tavern, who remained on deck instead of entering the cabin, seemingly unsure of their intentions. One of them spoke up, "Liang Bei, we followed you out here. It's time to fulfill the promise you made earlier, is it not?" A promise? Had they conspired about something before we arrived at the tavern? Master Liang is a decisive individual, never procrastinating in his endeavors. He turned to me and said, "Chung, you must seek out your father. The three of you alone cannot suffice. Allow our group to assist you in your search, shall we?" My thoughts raced. Realizing his intention, no wonder he so readily permitted us to board. I had mistakenly believed he was motivated by nostalgia and a desire to repay our family. Yet, impulsiveness cannot resolve issues. Even the most ferocious beasts understand this truth. They may be seething within, yet they restrain themselves, knowing that an outburst serves no purpose. For days, I have carried the parchment, hoping to find an opportunity to reach the Flower Sea Islands in search of my father. Now that the moment has arrived, I never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. I produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Master Liang, who, without so much as a glance, tossed it to the merchants. They cradled the parchment with overwhelming joy, as if possessed by madness, leaving me bewildered as to how they knew of its significance. At that moment, Liang faced us three while his back was turned to the merchants. He gestured with 2 fingers in front of his chest, signaling to, and winked at us before turning to engage with the merchants. My heart sank. How was it that everyone was aware of the 2 parchments? I turned to Sima Zhao, preparing to vent my frustration, only to find him winking at me, seemingly unfazed by the current predicament. You seem to know something, don't you? Chapter 10, Disappearance. I pulled Sima Zhao aside, and before I could inquire, he spoke first. I had long suspected they were planning to flee. He wore an expression of smugness. Yet the reason behind it was something I could not disclose. When I arrived at the port, my father instructed me to keep his identity secret. That foolish lad could never keep his lips sealed. The monster and I remained silent, anticipating further revelations. His discourse left us in a haze, and while we yearned for him to divulge more, he confessed his ignorance. The only certainty was that within the caravan, there existed an individual who could assist us. Yet who this person was remained a mystery even to Sima Zhao. Sima Zhao's father certainly enjoyed a flair for theatrics, dispatching a bodyguard for his son under an enigmatic veil. Once aboard the ship, the monster appeared hesitant, as if he were on the brink of utterance but refrained. Seizing the moment when we were alone, I inquired, and he finally spoke. Isn't there a rotund fellow at the Toothblade Tavern? I've been observing for quite some time, yet I have not encountered him on the ship. I replied, indeed, I have not seen him either. Why do you concern yourself with him? Throughout the night, no one sought rest. The atmosphere was charged with tension, fearful of an impending encounter with the officials. During breakfast, I subtly probed Liang Bei regarding the purpose of Wendami, questioning his audacity. However, Liang Bei countered, "Who is Wendami?" Perplexed, I noted that his reaction seemed genuine. Wasn't he deceiving me? Yet why was he unaware of this individual? Throughout the day, the 3 of us scrutinized every soul aboard the vessel. Yet Wendami remained elusive. Attempts to inquire discreetly yielded no insights. Did this person truly not exist? If he were a figment, why did both the monster and I retain memories of him? The individual in question bears the surname Shan, with the singular given name Fei. He is primarily engaged in the tea trade. Upon our arrival, we found him in a state of heavy slumber. Presently, none aboard the vessel dared to offend him, so we must patiently await his awakening. Upon rousing, we inquired about a certain Wendami. With his gaze fixed upon the ceiling and an expression of reluctance, he eventually divulged. In the early days of our ventures at sea, it was Uncle Yang who provided the initial funds for our first business endeavor. Your grandfather was quite noble. Whenever challenges arose, everyone would turn to him. However, everything changed with the arrival of the Red Pearl. At the mention of this, the beast stirred in agitation, prompting me to restrain him with a calming gesture. Shen Fei continued, stating that few individuals are ever truly content. Following that incident, loyalty waned, and everyone pursued their own enterprises, leading to diminished interactions among us. The following morning, as we ascended to the deck, we were met with a shocking revelation. Shen Fei had jumped overboard. Speculation arose that he had long struggled with melancholy, and that seeking an end to his life was perhaps a natural conclusion to his torment. Strangely, there was little compassion among the crew. I observed some individuals stifling laughter, likely contemplating how fewer competitors would mean a greater share of the spoils. The heart of humanity can often be quite sordid. At that moment, my thoughts were consumed by the matter of Wendami. With Shen Fei's demise, uncovering the truth before our vessel reached the shore seemed increasingly improbable. The beast remarked that it was inconsequential. After all, what does it matter if a mere portly man has perished? Our mission is to rescue lives, not to concern ourselves with the fate of one individual. While I pondered this, I could not shake the question, why did Shen Fei choose to leap into the sea? This thought weighed heavily on my mind, preventing any sense of ease. Shen Fei, much like the inexplicably vanished Wendami, has become another figure of mysterious disappearance. I harbor a faint suspicion that the circumstances are far more complex than they appear. Upon his inaugural venture onto the sea, Sima Zhao was initially exhilarated. Yet within a mere day, he succumbed to relentless seasickness, plagued by both vomiting and diarrhea. Thankfully, his symptoms gradually diminished, allowing us to breathe a sigh of relief. This suggests he was slowly acclimating to the tumultuous waves, with his affliction beginning to wane. Had the symptoms remained unyielding amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, we would have had no recourse but to resign ourselves to fate. Before we knew it, 8 days had elapsed on the open sea. If our bearings were accurate, we were nearing the location where the Red Pearl had encountered its misfortune. I shared this information with the Beast and Sima Zhao, who promptly labeled me a harbinger of doom. I'm used that stating a fact does not alter its essence. Little did we anticipate that calamity would indeed befall us that very day. Frustratingly, we were always the last to receive news. By the time we arrived at the sailors' quarters, the room was already overflowing with commotion. Master Liang and a maritime merchant named Xie Yin were embroiled in a fierce confrontation, ignited by the death of a sailor. The crew was formed from various families pooling their resources. As the most influential figure aboard, Xie, being the head of the ship, sought retribution for the loss of his subordinate. Otherwise, it would dampen the spirits of the others. Master Liang, I have long asserted that this ship is not free from malevolence. After all these days, you have chosen to remain oblivious. Now that a life has been lost, what do you have to say for yourself? The brothers stand by, watching. You must provide an explanation, lest you extinguish their morale. Having made my point, I refrained from further elaboration. You have until the end of today to offer me a satisfactory account. Xie Yan's voice resonated with authority, and with that, he prepared to depart. Chapter 11. Within the walls, Master Liang turned his back and ceased to regard him, his aura undiminished. Master Xie, take care. With Xie Yan's departure, the cabin immediately felt half empty. I contemplated that, should a conflict arise, Master Liang would assuredly toss someone overboard to feed the fish. With the cabin now half vacant, the vista became remarkably clear. A sailor lay sprawled on the ground, a gaping wound across his chest and abdomen, blood flowing incessantly. According to the sailors, they had all been in the crew quarters when this fellow suddenly collapsed in such a manner. I instantly comprehended the source of Xie Yan's ire. Such an occurrence, unless witnessed firsthand, would be met with disbelief by anyone. This revelation sparked a wave of trepidation among the onlookers. Their faces turned pale as one by one they retreated from the crew quarters, leaving only myself, the Beast, Master Liang, and a few of his subordinates. Master Liang, pressing his forehead as if besieged by a headache, addressed us. Did I bring you aboard merely to incite trouble? The Beast merely scoffed, saying nothing. While I could only shrug in helplessness, Master Liang instructed a few of his men to attend to the body and ascended the stairs, whispering as he passed us, "Be wary, there are ghosts." What was that? I thought I had misheard, glancing at the Beast, who wore a similar expression of confusion. A sudden thought struck me. Perhaps that bodyguard was the ghost. But if so, why would he commit murder, especially of someone inconsequential? I remarked. Then there's a good chance we can uncover the truth. The Beast inquired. And what of the remaining uncertainty? Sima Zhao was still retching, yet his symptoms had significantly abated, and he would soon be able to rise and walk. In the afternoon, fresh news arrived. Xie Yan's investigation yielded no results, as everyone possessed an alibi, thereby increasing the likelihood that the specter resided beyond the realm of the crowd. The most profound impact of today's events was not the fear instilled in the hearts of the people, but rather the fracturing of power aboard the vessel. Xie Yin and Master Liang had completely opposed each other, while Xie Yin remained oblivious to the substantial benefits he had granted to the scattered merchants. The lesser factions of maritime traders swiftly aligned themselves with him, and their numbers were now nearly equal to those of Master Liang. Meanwhile, the three of us had long been perceived as loyal to Master Liang, thus falling outside the scope of Xie Yan's attempts at recruitment. Speculation arose that Xie Yin himself was responsible for the death, reasoning that it provided him with a legitimate pretext to sever ties with Master Liang. I entertained this possibility as well, yet without evidence, it remained unproven. From that day forth, the three of us resolved to take turns keeping vigil at night, to guard against death in our slumber. It was also from that day that the atmosphere aboard the ship grew tense, with Xie Yan's and Master Liang's men eyeing each other warily, though the cause of their vigilance was unclear. I confided to the Beast, something must have transpired that we were unaware of, otherwise. Why would there have been such a reaction when Shun Fei was mentioned in the sailors' quarters? The seafarers are not afraid of death or men, but rather of those unseen and intangible forces. The Beast replied, "Cease your ramblings. Whatever it is, if it comes, we shall strike it down with a club. Why speak of such unsettling matters when it disturbs our sleep at night?" For several consecutive nights thereafter, I was tormented by a peculiar sound emanating from the walls and ceiling, and at times even from the very floor beneath me, reminiscent of mice scuttling through the darkness. I shared this unsettling discovery with the creature, who revealed that he too had heard it during his nocturnal vigils, albeit faintly, suggesting that perhaps there were indeed mice lurking about. As another dawn approached, I found myself deprived of sleep, the noises from the walls haunting me throughout the night. Just as I was on the verge of succumbing to slumber, I was jolted awake by Sima Zhao's exuberant shout, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. "This is the deep wave sea," he exclaimed. This fellow had completely shaken off his seasickness, bounding about with newfound vigor. I too felt a surge of curiosity about this maritime expanse. My father had once mentioned that this was where the tragedy of the Red Pearl had begun, and it crossed my mind that perhaps beneath the very waters we traversed lay the remnants of the ill-fated fleet. The weather, however, was less than favorable. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the sun, and the waves were growing increasingly formidable. Our vessel was a humble flatboat, lacking a deep draft. And in a region like the deep wave sea, where waves naturally surged high, a storm could easily send us tumbling into the depths to feed the fish. As fate would have it, raindrops began to descend slowly from the heavens. The scene on deck was on the brink of chaos. As everyone anxiously prepared to escape the deep wave sea, the sails billowed with the wind, propelling the flatboat forward. The main sail, catching the most gusts, bent at an alarming angle, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Almost at the moment of dawn, the smallest mast at the stern could no longer bear the strain, and with a sharp crack, it shattered. The sailor hoisting the sail had not yet managed to escape, and was swept into the air by the billowing canvas, vanishing in an instant. From within the ominous clouds, a distant rumble of thunder emerged, and the inky clouds descended ever lower, resembling dark flames that surged ominously towards us. A flash of lightning, akin to an arrow propelled at 100-fold speed, shot down from the stormy skies into the sea, its reflection morphing into a colossal serpent of electricity, showcasing a terrifying spectacle upon the waters. This scene unfolded in a mere heartbeat. By the time I comprehended the gravity of the moment, I found myself dragged below deck by the monstrous force. Most people were busily engaged on the deck, bracing themselves for the impending tempest, yet an unsettling premonition gripped me, as if calamity loomed on the horizon. "Listen," the voice from within the wall. Sima Zhao suddenly grasped my arm and that of the beast, speaking with earnest urgency. The howling wind and the clamor of thunder rendered our hearing almost ineffective, but as I paused to listen, I discerned a sound. It was no longer the slow cadence of before. Instead, it was alarmingly rapid and seemed to recede from us. In that moment, I realized this might be our sole opportunity to uncover the truth, and I dashed towards the direction from whence the sound emanated. Chapter 12. The proposal of Master Liang Ba. The howling wind and rumbling thunder masked our auditory senses and concealed our presence. The voice appeared oblivious to us, continuing its journey within the walls. We dared not pursue too closely, fearful of startling it away, and thus maintained a cautious distance, trailing behind. We pursued it swiftly to the door of the sailors' quarters. At that moment, the external weather was so gloomy that the interior of the cabin resembled a pitch-black night, rendering it impossible to discern what lay ahead. In an instant, a bolt of lightning illuminated everything, and we could scarcely believe our eyes. A shadowy figure, clad entirely in black and wielding a long knife, emerged from the wall, landing upon the floor of the sailors' quarters in the blink of an eye. Yet the scene vanished almost as quickly, leaving us unable to perceive it clearly. Just then, a fierce gust of wind slammed against the wooden door of the quarters, causing it to bang shut and obstructing my view. A chorus of anguished wails emanated from within. Yet the sound was entirely drowned out by the howling wind and the rumble of thunder. When the door swung open once more, the interior was awash in a river of blood, and the dark figure had vanished. A chill ran down my spine. That entity lurked right beside us. It was hidden within the walls. What was that thing? The creature, gripping a stick, warily surveyed its surroundings, fearful that it might re-emerge. As the storm momentarily subsided, the ship's swaying became less violent, and we dared not linger any longer. We dashed onto the deck to inform Master Liang. Upon hearing our account, Master Liang's expression darkened profoundly, yet he refrained from divulging this matter to Xie Yin. Instead, he dispatched his men to tend to the sailors' quarters. We could no longer bear to remain inside the cabin and chose instead to stay on deck, assisting in securing the sails. The relentless waves crashed against the hull, producing creaking sounds as if the ship might break apart at any moment. Fortunately, no further waves surged from the depths, for otherwise, the fragile vessel would surely have faltered before the dawn's light. Time passed, and at last, the storm began to abate. Xie Yin quickly became aware of the events that transpired within the sailors' quarters, and subsequently erupted in fury. What nonsense! You actually believe the words of 3 children? Who exactly is it that leaps out from the walls? Show yourself, if you dare. The harsh reality struck him hard, as Elder Liang, upon learning of the situation, had broken through the wall of the sailors' quarters, only to discover a hidden door concealed behind what appeared to be an ordinary wall. This secret door was crafted with remarkable precision, designed to be opened solely from the inside, perfectly blending with the wall, rendering it invisible from the outside. Beyond this door lay a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. Following this passage, they meticulously broke through adjacent walls, revealing an intricate network that permeated nearly every corner of the ship. Where had the perpetrator vanished to? Had they blended into the crowd? In an instant, anxiety gripped everyone, and trust among individuals plummeted to an all-time low. Xie Yan, now filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Liang Ba, are you toying with us? You were the one who found this ship. What do you have to say now? If I had orchestrated this scheme, I certainly would not be foolish enough to expose myself." Liang Ba, with an air of calmness, replied, "We have been outsmarted. Gather your belongings and prepare to return home." This declaration ignited a tempest among the crowd. Even Liang Ba's own subordinates hesitated in their resolve. As for Xie Yan's side, a torrent of profanities erupted. I too struggled to accept Liang Ba's decision. How could we depart without locating my father? Liang Ba, clearly anticipating their reaction, proclaimed loudly, "If you wish to continue this voyage, feel free. I will not take responsibility for this chaotic mess." When the decision was uttered, I observed the crowd's reactions, only to be engulfed by a profound sense of desolation. Not a single soul attempted to dissuade me. Even his few associates retreated behind the masses, remaining utterly silent. It became evident that Liang Bei was acutely aware of his solitary predicament. Outside, the tempest had subsided, yet the ominous clouds lingered, while within the confines of the cabin, the storm intensified. That evening, before retiring, Liang Bei forcefully kicked open our door, a radiant, albeit insidious smile gracing his face, and promptly fashioned a makeshift bed on the floor. Our room, already cramped to its limits with 3 occupants, was rendered utterly devoid of space with his arrival. We gazed at him in a state of bewilderment as he completed his actions. He seemed to sense the awkwardness of the moment and remarked, "If we are to speak of safety, there is no place on this vessel more secure than your room." Liang Bei was aware that Sima Zhao had a bodyguard, a fact that was somewhat palatable, considering he was privy to the matter of the 2 sheepskin scrolls. He turned to me and said, "In truth, we are kin. I once served the esteemed Lord Chao, and I was a colleague of your granduncle. If serving in the coastal garrison could be considered working for Cao Cao, then there must be countless individuals doing so. It was hardly a unique affiliation, with possibly hundreds of thousands sharing the same connection. Yet, at this juncture, our curiosity did not lie in that direction. I inquired, "What precisely did you mean regarding the specter you mentioned days ago? Another life has been lost. I merely wish to caution you against falling victim to his schemes." This rationale was tenuously acceptable, and I chose to place my trust in him momentarily, continuing, "Are you truly unaware of the individual known as Wendami? I seem to have a vague recollection of this individual. He ventured across the sea years ago and subsequently arrived in the Central Plains. Prior to boarding the ship, you had conversed with him at the Yarn Tavern." I spoke earnestly to him. Liang Bei regarded me in silence. "And what of Shen Fei? Why did he leap into the sea?" The beast inquired. "Thus, you are unaware of what resides within that wall, correct?" I remarked. Liang Bei awkwardly replied, "Indeed. The space here is rather limited. It is just sufficient for 3 individuals," Sima Zhao casually mentioned. Seeing that Liang Bei was on the verge of being ousted by us, he felt a loss of face and hastily interjected, "Let us discuss this amicably. According to your account, there exists an individual named Wendami. Yet he does not appear in my memory. Such phenomena do occur, albeit rarely. I encountered a similar instance earlier in Dengzhou." Chapter 13. The transformation of Shen Fei. At that time, my unit was stationed to guard Qingyang County in Dengzhou, merely 10 miles from the county seat. The Yellow Turban Army had not yet descended into chaos in Dengzhou, but there were already individuals inciting the populace under the banner of the Yellow Sky, prompting the authorities to dispatch 3 squads of soldiers to the county each night. Each squad eagerly anticipated their turn for night duty. As Dengzhou boasted convenient maritime and land transportation, and its citizens were relatively affluent, Qingyang town was particularly prosperous. The night duty was, in essence, an opportunity to indulge in the pleasures of the town during the night shift. That day, it happened to be our turn, and we arrived at Qingyang town at midnight. The perfect moment to visit the brothels. Fortuitously, the largest brothel in town, Drunken Gold and Enchantment, features as its star attraction a foreign princess today. This princess possesses an exquisite beauty, her golden hair cascading like the softest tassels, evoking an irresistible urge to caress it. Her visage is beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. As Master Liang was about to digress, I hastily interjected, Hey, you're veering off course. The foreign princess was playing a musical instrument that we had never encountered before. At the onset of her performance, I was beset by an upset stomach and discreetly slipped away to the restroom. You won't believe it. When I returned, the entire assembly in the hall lay silent upon the ground. Gazing at the sprawled figures, I felt a chill run down my spine, and in that fleeting moment, I yearned to flee. However, I quickly reconsidered. To do so would be tantamount to becoming a coward. Yet, the atmosphere within Drunken Gold and Enchantment was so unsettling that I dared not re-enter, choosing instead to observe from outside. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the curtain. It was the foreign princess. In her left hand, she held a black orb, while her right grasped a wine goblet. She proceeded to drop the orb into the goblet and methodically poured the liquid from the goblet into the mouths of those lying on the ground. Once she confirmed that everyone had partaken of the liquid, she began to inspect the belongings of each individual, yet found nothing amiss. Then, unexpectedly, she turned her gaze in my direction and strode purposefully toward me. I abruptly turned my head and fled, believing I had never run so swiftly in my life. Until I reached the mayor's residence and roused him from his slumber, I could not comprehend the source of my fear towards that young woman. That night, the mayor led a group to the establishment known as Drunken Splendor, only to discover it deserted, with the floor strewn with individuals unconscious. The following day, when they awoke, they had no recollection of the events that had transpired, only recalling their visit to the brothel and the night's slumber. I had always felt that the foreign princess was pursuing me, compelling me to avoid lingering in that place. With the remaining money I possessed, I bribed the captain, requesting a transfer from Dangzhou. In the ensuing years, I sporadically gathered information until I encountered your grandfather, who revealed that the black orb was, in fact, a red pearl. Confounded, I inquired, wasn't the red pearl originally used for healing? How could it have transformed into a potion of enchantment? Mr. Liang paused momentarily, lowering his voice to say, according to legend, the red pearl is not of this world. It hails from beneath the ninefold abyss, a treasure of the malevolent deity. To possess the red pearl signifies boundless potential. At this juncture, Sima Zhao interjected. My father spoke in a similar vein. I disregarded his comment and continued. Thus, someone must have administered a drug to you, causing you to forget about Wendami, while inadvertently sparing us both, correct? Suddenly, I contemplated the possibility that we too might not be susceptible to the memory-erasing effects of the red pearl. If such a possibility exists, it implies a connection between us and the red pearl, but where might that connection lie? As I pondered deeply, a chilling occurrence transpired. The voice from within the walls re-emerged. All four of us almost simultaneously perceived the sound, and the cramped cabin fell into an eerie silence, with only that voice growing increasingly louder, signifying that the entity was drawing nearer. In a sudden burst of action, Liang Bei unsheathed his dagger, flipping it deftly in his hand, and thrust it straight into the wall with such force that it nearly shattered the wooden barrier. Vivid crimson liquid streamed from the blade, and the creature concealed within the wall let out a thunderous roar, subsequently thrashing wildly. This bellowing immediately alerted the others outside, as a cacophony of sounds indicated that they were hastening toward us. Yet, Liang Bei did not falter. He seized the long pole from the creature's grasp and, aiming at the wall, thrust it with tremendous vigor. A muffled thud resonated, and the roar from within abruptly ceased. At that moment, Xie Yan finally arrived. Yet he hesitated to approach, instead instructing his subordinates to pry open the wall. Moments later, the scene inside was laid bare. There lay a cloaked figure, a dagger embedded in its abdomen, and a pole piercing through its chest, lifeless. Only then did Xie Yan step forward, unveiling the black cloth, which elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. To our shock, it was Shun Fei. Yet, this visage bore little resemblance to the Shun Fei we had encountered previously. His teeth were extraordinarily sharp, akin to those of a mountain tiger, and his eyes were alarmingly large. Nevertheless, in terms of facial features, it was indeed Shun Fei. Liang Bei remarked. Did not the sailors who witnessed Shun Fei leap into the sea only mention seeing his silhouette? The crowd finally comprehended that Shun Fei had not perished that day, but had instead been lurking aboard the ship all along. A chill coursed down my spine, and cold sweat broke out upon my brow. On the surface, it indeed appeared that way. At that moment, Shenfei had been pinned to the wall with no sign of escape, and Liang Bei had no justification to deliver that final blow, unless he intended to silence him forever. The two were embroiled in a heated argument, leaving the others in a state of confusion, as both seemed to have valid points yet were uncertain which side to trust. Suddenly, a faint scent of seaweed wafted through the air, distinct from the ocean's brine, tinged with a hint of blood. An anguished wail erupted from below deck, capturing everyone's attention. Xie Yin cast a resentful glance at Liang Bei before turning to rush towards the source of the cry. Chapter 14. Escape from the deep waves. By the time we arrived at the sailors' quarters, it was too late. The room lay in utter disarray. Blood splattered across the floor and walls in large pools, and the long oars used for rowing lay shattered. Since the previous incident, the sailors' quarters had been reinforced with dedicated enforcers to ensure the crew's safety, and patrols had been conducted daily. Yet, we had not anticipated an adversary so formidable that even the enforcers had been slain. The fate of the sailors was gruesome. It appeared that they had been torn apart by some ferocious beast, with one individual even crushed to death upon the floor. This indicated that the perpetrator was likely not a mere human. It was only at this moment that I comprehended the truth. The specters lurking in the shadows were not solitary. They had been mercilessly slaughtering the oarsmen, stealthily instigating panic among the masses, and ultimately severing the oars, all with the intent of hindering our advance. Their objective was to obstruct our approach to the Floral Sea Islands, thereby preventing me from locating my father. It became evident that he must have uncovered something they desperately wished to conceal, something that the parchment pointed towards. The Floral Sea Islands certainly harbored secrets unknown to the world. I now realized that the phantoms were indeed the very entities inscribed upon the parchment. The paramount concern was that as long as these specters remained concealed among the populace, our vessel could not progress unhindered, and their numbers could very well increase. At that moment, one of Xie Yan's crew members burst into the sailors' quarters, gasping for breath, exclaiming, "Shenfei! Shenfei has returned to life." Xie Yan appeared to be numbed by the succession of events, merely uttering a brief acknowledgement before methodically directing his subordinates to tidy the sailors' quarters. He plunged into the sea and vanished without a trace. Xie Yan bolstered the ship's defenses, instituting a complex patrol system, claiming that the patrol would cover every conceivable moment. 3 days passed without incident. Regrettably, the ominous gray mist finally descended. Despite the mental preparation shared with the beast, an uncontrollable fear welled up within me. On the day the gray mist enveloped us, the sun was truly obscured, allowing no sliver of light to penetrate. Everywhere was shrouded in a murky haze. And aside from the sound of the waves, silence reigned around the ship. Yi Liang, a perceptive individual, immediately sensed that my grandfather was concealing something. He inquired, "Xiaofengzi, what does the gray mist signify?" I refrained from divulging the truth, merely stating that the geographical environment surrounding the Flower Sea Islands was peculiar, causing the gray mist to accumulate incessantly. What might transpire within its depths remained a mystery, for my grandfather had never ventured there. Yi Liang, seemingly contemplative, ceased his inquiries. As we tracked the passage of time, we noted that daylight had indeed diminished by nearly an hour compared to usual. The floating vessel continued its steady progress, and no further strange occurrences transpired, apart from the gradual shortening of daylight. Then one day, we observed a fleet of small boats, crafted from oiled paper, drifting towards us. Xie Yin promptly ordered them to be retrieved, only to discover that each vessel bore a singular word: escape. Initially, I harbored concerns that these maritime merchants might flee, but upon witnessing their reactions, I realized my worries were unwarranted. I had underestimated their avarice. Rather than fleeing, the merchants, flushed with excitement, eagerly showcased their findings to Xie Yin. They proclaimed that they had made groundbreaking progress in deciphering the map inscribed on the sheepskin scroll. They could now discern the patterns on the map at specific times each day. The scroll transformed its design with each hour, and when these patterns were interwoven, they formed a complete nautical chart, albeit one that was evidently incomplete. As the gray mist descended, the clarity of the nautical chart on the sheepskin scroll became increasingly pronounced. They believed that the optimal moment for unraveling the map had arrived. Consequently, before the gray mist enveloped us once more, Xie Yin sought us out. After the last incident, we moved to a slightly larger room, and Master Liang continued to reside with us. When Xie Yin entered, he found a seat and began to speak. Disregarding Master Liang, "Cheng's young lad, I am aware that you possess another parchment. You may think that holding this parchment grants you leverage to negotiate with us, but it does not mean we cannot uncover the true treasure. Have you considered that although we all seek the treasure, without the complete parchment, how can we locate your father? To speak frankly, your father may already be trapped or could be in an even worse predicament. If we attempt a rescue, we might find ourselves ensnared as well. Rescuing them is not our obligation. Master Liang coldly interjected, do not give it to him. Xie Yin ignored Master Liang, choosing instead to gaze at me, awaiting my decision. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, I've heard some things. But we are not here to seek the red pearl. The treasure indicated on the parchment is our ultimate destination. I replied, if we proceed further, the gray mist will thicken, and the seas will grow increasingly perilous. The treasure lies there, as does the red pearl, and perhaps the curse as well. For a wealthy merchant like you, who has no concerns for food and clothing, why pursue treasures? We locked eyes for a fleeting 2 seconds before I retrieved another parchment and handed it to him. He clasped his fists in gratitude and exited our room. As soon as the door closed, Master Liang erupted in fury, exclaiming, what have you done? Now that he possesses the parchment, we are of no use. You insist on having us accompany you in feeding the fish, do you not? I regarded him with disdain. It suffices to perform adequately. Conserve your energy for the specters. Liang Baiyi, unperturbed by the exposure, merely smiled before settling down with an air of tranquility. Both Liang Baiyi and I surmised that if everything hinged upon Xie Yin being Sima Zhao's bodyguard, then many of Xie Yan's actions could be elucidated. Chapter 15. The Taoist after Xie Yan's departure, an unspoken understanding enveloped Liang Baiyi and me, leading to a profound silence. Sima Zhao gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly enlightened, while the creature, oblivious to the nuances, fidgeted anxiously by the side. Yet, there are matters that remain best unsaid. I gestured to the creature, signaling him to remain discreet, for there were ears lurking beyond the walls. I pondered. Xie Yan's remarks were evidently a cautionary note, suggesting that there were individuals aboard the vessel he regarded with trepidation. However, had he not already consolidated Liang Baiyi's influence? What else could he possibly fear, aside from the specters? While I had largely discerned Xie Yan's intentions, certainty eluded me. Continuing our voyage felt akin to placing our heads precariously on our waists. The ancients were indeed correct. Only through caution can one ensure the longevity of a ship's journey. After Xie Yan's exit, another night passed without incident. The following day, an increasing number of paper boats drifted upon the sea. Unlike the previous day's vessels, today's paper boats were bereft of notes inscribed with the word escape. Instead, they bore flickering white candles, which, though trembling in the wind, refused to extinguish. These candle-laden paper boats floated around the larger vessel, and upon counting, I found there were precisely 31, matching the number of souls remaining aboard. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew increasingly peculiar ever since those madmen discovered the means to decipher the parchment scrolls. Their leader cradled the scroll in his palm incessantly, as if in service to a deity. In the afternoon, the individual who had been so devotedly holding the scroll perished, his hands clutching it tightly. An expression of sheer astonishment etched upon his face, as though he had beheld the boundless treasure he had long sought. I inadvertently noticed that one of the 31 lamps had extinguished. That was the life lamp. Life constituted the oil, and humanity the wick. When the lamp extinguishes, a life is lost. One person rushed to the deck, calling out loudly, only to be promptly rendered unconscious by Xie Yan's men. Upon hearing this news, Xie Yan's countenance darkened like the depths of the ocean. I could empathize with his sentiments. The populace was deeply superstitious. The loss of life was inconsequential. But if the specter of the supernatural were invoked, chaos would likely ensue. If Xie Yan wished to maintain control over the situation, he would need to reassure the hearts of the people. Indeed, as dusk descended, Xie Yan summoned everyone to the deck and instructed the one who had cried out about the life lamp to stand among the crowd, seemingly to offer an explanation. As all stood in place, Xie Yan began, what transpired today regarding the life lamp is indeed true, yet it is not as you all presume. The crowd remained unresponsive. Their reverence for the supernatural was deeply ingrained, not easily swayed by mere words. Observing their reaction, Xie Yan appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated such a response, and continued with resolute clarity, let the one who first raised the matter of the life lamp elucidate the situation. A man, presumably in his 40s, emerged from the crowd, his tattered robe suggesting a disheveled demeanor. I pondered how such a person managed to board the ship. His spirit seemed rather low, dark circles under his eyes. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying a congregation of the deceased. Do you not realize that the path you tread does not lead to treasures? Upon uttering these words, the air thickened with shock, The quest for treasure was the very essence that sustained the hopes of most aboard. If the promise of treasure were but a mirage, many would surely descend into despair. Xiayan's countenance darkened with fury, poised to confront the man, clearly indicating that prior discussions had taken place between them, which this man had failed to honor. A harpoon suddenly surged from the crowd, prompting Xiayan to retreat hastily, narrowly avoiding a grievous fate. When had such formidable figures graced the ship, a wealthy merchant stepped forth from the throng, accompanied by a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. "Master Xia," the merchant drawled, "a paper cannot contain fire, if you have nothing to hide. Why fear the knocking of ghosts? Why then should you be troubled by the words of a mad priest?" Unsettled, Liang Bei furrowed his brow, recognizing these two as the conspirators who had attempted to assassinate Sima Zhao upon their boarding. Yet, the reason for their presence here eluded him. I whispered to him, "These two have remained in the cabin since their arrival, emerging only for the sake of nature. They must harbor some secret." Liang Bei's expression deepened with concern as he contemplated this revelation. He whispered to me in a hushed tone, "Those two were once in the coffin business. Did they bring any goods aboard this time?" I inquired softly. "Indeed, they did." Liang Bei paused, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the mad Taoist, having found refuge with the wealthy merchant, unabashedly expressed his thoughts. "The parchment is a forgery. You are not heading to a sea of flowers, but to the netherworld. The true parchment is a key. Only by possessing the key can one unlock the treasure." The merchant, filled with urgency, questioned, "Where is the genuine parchment?" The mad Taoist suddenly appeared sorrowful, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "But it has been away from home for far too long. No one there recognizes it anymore." The merchant was taken aback. "Who is it?" The mad Taoist ceased his weeping, his tone spiraling into madness. "It is the treasure. It is that strange ship. It is the spirit from the depths of the 9 underworlds. It is the red pearl." At that instant, he suddenly turned to me, his expression turning profoundly fearful, pointing at me as he exclaimed, "It is right there." In a heartbeat, a surge of dark blue flames erupted from beneath his feet, incinerating him to ashes in an instant. The ashes swiftly dispersed with the night breeze, as if he had never existed. The crowd was utterly terrified by the mad Taoist's words, rendering the deck silent for a moment. Yet, the pressing matter was not what the madman had proclaimed. Aware of my insignificance in this gathering, I resorted to gesturing frantically to Liang Bei. He smiled at me, made a gesture indicating for me to observe, and then approached Xiayan to disclose the discoveries we had just made. After listening, Xiayan shouted, "Previously, someone was playing tricks. Now, the situation has become even more perplexing. Follow me to the storage room. I shall prove everything to you all." The wealthy merchant's face stiffened, as if caught in a compromising situation, and his expression darkened instantly. He bellowed, "Xia, you cannot even clarify the matter at hand. What grounds do you have to accuse others of trickery? I perceive you are endangering everyone, attempting to lead us all to our doom at sea." Yet, the crowd, eager to witness Xiayan's proof, paid no heed to the merchant and hurried after him to the storage room, fearful of missing his demonstration. On the way to the storage room, an unsettling feeling washed over me. I turned to the beast and inquired, "What of the merchant? Did he and his thugs follow us?" Without a moment's hesitation, the beast and I dashed back to the deck, oblivious to the peril posed by the merchant and his henchmen. Chapter 16. Underwater, I led the way, with the beast trailing closely behind. Soon, we spotted the entrance from the cabin to the deck. Just as I was about to pass through that opening, a massive axe suddenly materialized in my line of sight. I swiftly crouched and rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping a fate of being cleaved in two. It turned out to be one of the merchant's thugs. This was not a moment for contemplation. Instinct took over as I quickly retreated, creating space for the beast to maneuver, then glanced around. Yet the merchant was nowhere to be seen. The deck offered only a single passage from the cabin. There was nowhere else to go. Had the merchant leapt into the sea? A chilling voice echoed, "Are you searching for me?" I suddenly realized that I had fallen into a cognitive rut. It was not solely the ship and the sea that could conceal one, but the sky could as well. I abruptly raised my gaze, only to witness a shadow descending from the heavens, brandishing a gleaming dagger. I exerted every ounce of strength to retreat, yet I still felt a sharp pain beneath my ribs, followed by a wave of dizziness that swept through my entire being. Then came an unending descent. The surroundings turned frigid, viscous, and overwhelmingly briny. I tightly closed my eyes, which brought a modicum of relief. Suddenly, a peculiar thought surged into my mind. Was what the mad priest spoke of regarding the red pearl truly factual? At that moment, my consciousness sharpened for an instant. Yet this clarity plummeted my heart into an abyss. The mad priest aboard the ship and the storyteller in the harbor bore the same visage. How had I not realized this earlier? I had certainly not forgotten. Rather, someone was intent on suppressing my recollection. With this revelation, I began to piece together the events. From the beggar girl in the city who gifted me the red pearl, to the storyteller who could foresee the future, and the series of inexplicable occurrences at sea, where I encountered a storyteller I could not recognize. Surely, something was guiding me towards the truth. But where, indeed, lay the truth? The fall continued unabated. I pondered, would it end like this? A voice echoed from the depths of the ocean, silent for eons. How utterly exasperating. My capacity for thought was waning, my mind filled solely with questions, devoid of any resolution. I remarked, "You, truly, are a source of vexation." The voice resonated once more, yet this time beside me, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity amidst the icy waters, a faint warmth enveloping me. "Remember, I am by your side. Should you encounter any zombies or malevolent spirits, do not falter. Face them head on." What? I am but a breath away from asphyxiation, my mind incessantly echoes. What are you? What did you say? What is it? Come on, Fengzi, you must survive. How has this voice suddenly transformed into that of a monster? Could it be that the beast has rescued me? I dare not open my eyes, fearing that I might behold the illusions that come before death. I ponder, if such visions before death are so exquisite, let me succumb to them in their company. Suddenly, a sharp slap strikes my face, jolting me awake. Can it be that people in this era are unaware of artificial respiration? I ascertain that I am alive. Yet I lack the strength to express my gratitude to the beast, so I merely manage a smile, fully aware that it must appear quite ungraceful at this moment. I gaze at my childhood companion, and for the first time, I feel a sense of brotherhood. Yet, his next words swiftly dispel that sentiment. "Whereunto you tossed into the sea? How did you suddenly reappear on the deck?" I touched the healed wound beneath my ribs, my heart brimming with confusion. At this juncture, the wealthy merchant and his henchmen have been apprehended by Xie Yan's men, bound and discarded on the deck. The contents of the cargo hold have been unearthed by Master Liang, and as we listen to his account, the myriad questions that had plagued my mind are finally beginning to unravel. Within the cargo hold, a corpulent corpse was discovered. As you have previously stated, this is indeed the elusive Wendami, a figure absent from the collective memory of the masses. His body, concealed amidst a chill of ice, had not emitted any foul odor for quite some time, ensuring that no one would uncover the grim secret. Master Liang articulated his observations with remarkable composure. Upon inspecting the interior of Wendami's garments, we uncovered a scant amount of powder, which, if I am not mistaken, is the powder of the famed red pearls. It was this individual who had drugged everyone at the time, yet the subsequent murder bore no connection to Wendami. This unfortunate soul was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. The perpetrator of Wendami's demise is none other than Shun Fei, Master Liang asserted with unwavering conviction. "And where is the evidence?" I inquired. With one foot resting upon the wealthy merchant, Master Liang gingerly untied the cloth binding the merchant's mouth. A glance sent shivers down my spine, for the merchant's mouth had morphed into something reminiscent of Shun Fei's on that fateful day, filled with razor-sharp teeth. Shun Fei was indeed an accomplice of the merchant. On that day, he murdered Wendami, but inadvertently caught the attention of an early rising sailor. Or perhaps it was by design that he allowed himself to be discovered. This way, he could deceive others into believing he had perished. Following this, Shun Fei concealed himself within the shadowy recesses of the ship, biding his time for the next opportunity to strike. Their repeated attempts to obstruct the fleet's progress were merely to prevent us from uncovering the secrets inscribed upon the parchment. They remained holed up in their cabin, nurturing their cursed, otherworldly forms within a coffin. They are the damned souls of the sea, condemned to wander, Master Liang proclaimed with fervor, akin to a prophet. Within the confines of the cabin, the onlookers bore witness to the grim reality. Their credence in the words of Master Liang bolstered by the peculiar appearances of the wealthy and their henchmen. Amidst the tension, a voice erupted, calling for their demise. "Burn them alive." The chant grew increasingly fervent, resonating through the air as the crowd united in their cries. "Burn them! Burn them!" Moments later, the affluent and their enforcers were laid upon a heat-resistant cloth, doused in oil. A fiery torch was hurled into the fray, igniting a plume of ominous black flames. The throng continued their fervent calls, seeking to alleviate their own inner trepidation. "Burn them! Burn them!" A gust of sea breeze swept through, causing the dark flames to leap higher, further fueling the crowd's exhilaration. "Burn them! Burn them!" I, along with the creature, retreated with Sima Zhao to the fringes of the crowd, unwilling to partake in this cathartic revelry of fear. Master Liang followed suit, joining us in our withdrawal. Chapter 17. Guili. According to the journey outlined in the parchment, even at our slowest pace, we should have reached the red coral reef where my grandfather had once arrived. Yet, despite the passage of time, our vessel remained adrift amidst the mists. The previous night's execution of those two beasts had significantly alleviated the tension aboard, yet thoughts of our unfulfilled destination weighed heavily on my mind, rendering any sense of ease elusive. Additionally, I pondered the nature of the entity that had rescued me yesterday. It must have recognized me. Yet I had never encountered such a bizarre being before. Today, an alarming event transpired. The compass malfunctioned. Fear spread like wildfire among the crew. After 20 days at sea, we found ourselves inexplicably lost in the vastness of the ocean. Master Liang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time, while Xie Yin remained indoors throughout the day. A rumor circulated among the crowd, suggesting that the parchment scroll was a ruse, a deceit orchestrated by the greedy specters of the underworld, luring individuals with the promise of treasure. Those aboard the ship were somewhat privy to the sordid details of the Red Pearl incident, which fueled their desperate quest for the elusive gem. However, repeated harrowing events had long since eroded their courage, leaving only fear in its wake. The individual who initially uncovered the secret of the parchment scroll, known as Guili, an oddly peculiar name, claimed to have deciphered its true mystery but required several individuals to validate his findings. Master Liang expressed his suspicion that this person harbored ulterior motives. I mused that the parchment scroll was inherently sinister, even if its secrets were unveiled. It might not lead to the fabled Flower Sea Islands. Yet, the unfolding events aboard the ship had clearly spiraled beyond Xie Yan's control. My earlier conjecture that Xie Yan was the enigmatic bodyguard of Sima Zhao now seemed uncertain as I observed his helpless demeanor. I turned to the creature beside me and declared my intention to verify the secret uncovered by Guili. Our knowledge dwindled, and those close to us had lost their influence. First Master Liang, then Xie Yan. A sense of malevolence loomed in the shadows, and I pondered, we cannot remain idle. Master Liang, still frowning, replied, I shall accompany you. It is well understood among us that we are a united front. If one must venture forth, it shall be alone. The creature is too foolish, Sima Zhao is too inexperienced, and you possess a strength that could be deemed overwhelming. If they were to send you, it would be akin to placing a blade above your head. While I have articulated much, it is merely an excuse. It may sound reasonable, yet it is fundamentally a reluctance to allow them to proceed. My misgivings have deepened with the unfolding events, and upon hearing of Guili's situation today, I sensed a turning point. Everything began with the parchment, and thus it is certain that the parchment conceals all answers. I have harbored certain speculations, though I am uncertain of their validity, and I do not wish for them to be accurate. Observing my resolute demeanor, they refrained from further opposition, merely advising me to exercise caution. Should they perceive any disarray within the room, they would promptly join Xie Yan in their intrusion. There is a palpable eagerness among the people to uncover the secrets of the parchment, and soon they gathered in numbers. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze upon me was not that of a man observing another, but rather that of an individual admiring a cherished object. An inexplicable sensation washed over me, as if beneath his calm exterior lay a tempest of suppressed madness. Brother Qingfeng, Guili spoke softly. The secrets hidden beneath the parchment are beyond ordinary comprehension. The process of verification may prove difficult to accept. Proceed with utmost caution. He was subtly urging me to withdraw, yet I discerned in his eyes an endless longing and anticipation. I shook my head, and, alongside the other three, entered the room. The furnishings within were exceedingly modest, bordering on austere, with the central table displaying the coveted parchment that all desired. A soft laugh echoed, reaching my ears, causing me to halt in my steps. A tumult of emotions surging within me. Among the three individuals ahead, two harbored ulterior motives, while the other was not human. It was the very sound I had heard when I plunged into the depths of the ocean. I quickly glanced around, yet aside from Guili and the three before me, there was no one else in sight. Whose voice was that? What assistance did it intend to offer? My thoughts raced. It had saved my life, and now it sought to help me. I forced myself to regain my composure. This was no moment for complacency. Guili was untrustworthy, and the identities and intentions of the three ahead remained a mystery. That voice had uttered but a single phrase and had since fallen silent. Once we entered the room, Gili closed the door and, turning around, discreetly locked it behind him. Though subtle, the action was not lost on me. I suspected the others had noticed as well. Yet with their own objectives unfulfilled, they had no choice but to abide by Gili's rules. The five of us settled around a round table, and Gili asked casually, "Do you believe that the end of the map on the sheepskin scroll leads to treasure?" Silence enveloped the room, each individual cautious in their demeanor. Gili chuckled heartily. "We are all people of standing. Surely, none of us would be foolish enough to believe in such tales of treasure." His inquiry seemed rather superfluous. He continued, "Today, I have invited you all not to engage in fanciful discussions about the secrets of the sheepskin scroll, but rather to have an open and sincere conversation about your perspectives on this voyage. In this moment, we find ourselves adrift upon the vast ocean. Having failed to uncover the elusive red pearl, not only have we not fulfilled the tasks set forth by our esteemed leaders, but our very lives may well hang in the balance. You are not Na'vi individuals if we do not unite now, once the fog envelopes us entirely. Even the deities may find it impossible to escape." One among us spoke languidly. "Whether we unite or not is not for us to decide. It ultimately rests upon the will of Chancellor Chao." Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance in my direction, as did Gui Li and two others. A flicker of understanding dawned upon me. The emergence of the Red Pearl's curse had thrown everyone into disarray, leading to a series of missteps. Those adrift at sea lacked the intricate strategies possessed by their land-bound counterparts, rendering them mere puppets in the hands of unseen manipulators. A sudden thought struck me. They were unaware that I was oblivious to my own identity. Thus, what could I accomplish with this very identity? Chapter 18. Influence. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to form in my mind. When the Chancellor procured the other scroll from the depths of Weishan Lake, he had proclaimed, "My destiny lies here." As I spoke these words and surveyed my surroundings, I noticed their rapt attention. They were evidently convinced. The Chancellor implied that should we assist in retrieving the necessary items, he would not neglect our contributions. In matters of such great significance, any desire for personal gain would not be met with the Chancellor's customary benevolence. I articulated my thoughts with deliberate calmness, though my heart raced with anxiety. I suspected that the factions aboard the vessel were interconnected like a web, which is why I chose to address them in this manner. One of them cautiously remarked to me, "Young brother, such words seem rather unkind. We have toiled alongside the Prime Minister for the better part of our lives, receiving neither fame nor fortune, and instead, we are left with lingering ailments." He observed my expression and continued earnestly, "The gold we unearthed from beneath the earth has all been appropriated by the Prime Minister, and we have not uttered a single complaint. For the title of grave robber was bestowed upon us by him. Yet now, in our quest for that substance, we are driven by the urgency of survival. If the Prime Minister is unwilling to relinquish it, we may have no choice but to seize it." I could not help but smile bitterly. Now even the grave robber had emerged. To witness such a legendary figure of tomb raiding was, in its own right, an enlightening experience. The man grew increasingly animated as he spoke, prompting Gui Li to swiftly intervene and soothe the tension. "We are all in the same boat here. Everything is open for discussion." At last, he settled down, though I could see that he remained quite agitated, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He produced a pipe, lit it silently, and began to smoke, filling the room with swirling clouds of smoke, which slightly eased the atmosphere. Silence enveloped us as everyone awaited my response, eager for the outcome they sought. I had never felt time drag so tortuously. Without my realizing it, my back was drenched in sweat. How should I respond? My head felt as though it might explode. Resolutely, I huffed dismissively, crossed my legs, and tilted my head back into silence. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward. Another individual finally broke the silence. On that day above the Weishan Lake, the Prime Minister divided that large cake into 3 portions, one for himself, one for the 5 military strategists, and the last for the Sima family. Although we are aware of this outcome, a sense of disappointment still lingers in our hearts. Countless individuals follow the Chancellor into battle. Our absence would hardly be felt. A look of resignation appeared on his face. Yet, we are unwilling to accept this fate. Though we remain in the shadows, our contributions are not significantly less than those of the Sima family. Now that the trials we faced together have passed, why can we not share in the rewards? Has there been an assassin organization during the late Eastern Han Dynasty? The rapid advancement of ancient China, with such stark differences between history and literature, seems to be driving time travelers into a corner. He exhaled deeply and calmly remarked, now that we are at sea. The Chancellor's words do not hold absolute authority. If the Tomb Raiders and assassin organizations under Cao Cao's command have emerged, then which faction does that remaining individual represent? A foreboding feeling suddenly washed over me. The last speaker, seated beside me, had been observing me with keen interest but remained silent until now. Continue your charade. The derisive smile on his face suggested he found the situation utterly absurd. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. This was it. I had encountered the main character. He stood up, circling the table, and when he reached the Tomb Raider, he placed one hand on the Raider's shoulder and the other on the back of the chair. The Chancellor currently occupies a position above countless others, lacking neither gold nor silver. As for you, you are merely a blemish on the Chancellor's illustrious history. The Tomb Raider, furious, glared with eyes wide in rage. The man approached the assassin but dared not draw too close. What the Chancellor lacks is not the king of killers, but a general capable of leading troops into battle. If you wish to demonstrate your worth, why not eliminate Lu Xuanda or Sun Zhongmo? It is because you lack the courage. No matter how skilled you are, you remain hidden in the shadows. When faced with the enemy directly, who could withstand even a single strike from one of the 5 Tiger generals? As for you, that individual approached Gue Li, and a semblance of seriousness crossed his features. Gue Li, Li Gue, the vengeful spirit. At last, I have captured you. Suddenly, a short sword materialized from his sleeve, and he swung it forth, driving it straight into Gue Li. Gue Li made no attempt to evade. The blade pierced through his chest. As he lowered his gaze and then raised his head once more, an expression of eerie strangeness enveloped his face. He smiled. Yet it was a smile devoid of joy, appearing more sorrowful than tears. I have not perished, not because I am a vengeful spirit, but because my heart is unlike that of an ordinary person. It resides on the right side of my chest. He continued, his tone taking on a peculiar quality, akin to a dirge. If we cannot converse properly, allow me to facilitate our dialogue. First, I kindly ask everyone to sit upright. My body involuntarily moved, positioning itself at the center of the chair. The oil lamp in the room flickered dimly, swaying with the vessel, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Our time is limited, so I shall be brief. Gue Li snapped his fingers, and the bleeding from the lower left part of his chest ceased. The parchment is not merely a piece of sheepskin. Since its appearance in this world, it has come alive. Yet the vision of mortals is too narrow to perceive its essence, only able to glimpse its superficial aspects. Cao, the Prime Minister, discerned its essence. Thus, he expended considerable effort to balance various factions and even made substantial compromises, leading to this voyage. Yet, you fail to appreciate this opportunity, consumed by petty squabbles. Gue Li adopts a posture of helplessness. Therefore, I surmise that you possess little understanding of the origins of the parchment and the red pearl, merely having heard rumors that have led you to regard the parchment's implications as miraculous, eagerly joining this expedition. Upon this declaration, the attention of all was captivated. Even the swordsman ceased his struggles. When it first emerged, the world was oblivious to its value. It was only after the first individual adorned with it experienced a miracle that its true worth was recognized. This narrative is not one of joy, for those it protected traversed life upon the blood of countless others. Chapter 19. Ghost. The first to acquire the parchment was named Gongsun Qi, though later generations preferred to call him by Qi, as the name carried a more formidable resonance, befitting his reputation as a god of slaughter. Bai Qi had previously thwarted the coalition of Han and Wei at Yik, decapitating 240,000 foes. Subsequently, he launched an assault on the state of Wei, advancing from Huayang to Mongmao, claiming the lives of another 130,000, alongside drowning 20,000 elite soldiers of Zhao's greatest general, Jia Shi. The parchment sought him out, for it favored not mere mortals, but those who approached the divine. Thus, beneath the Longping Gate, 450,000 soldiers met their demise. For humanity, the most terrifying prospect is not death itself, but the slow demise that ensues from hunger amidst fear, depleting one's strength until suffocation in the earth becomes inevitable. Watching life gradually ebb away step by step. Much like today, the souls aboard the vessel are tormented by dread, falling one by one. It suddenly dawned upon me that what he spoke of was not a mere scroll of parchment, but rather a red pearl. For it is the red pearl that serves as the key to unlocking boundless possibilities. The parchment is but an ordinary piece of hide. If what I know is indeed true, then his belief in the scroll must be a fallacy. He has been deceived. This individual is truly a narcissist. convinced of his own truth, yet he has been led astray, oblivious to the fact that he has been duped. His behavior has become increasingly erratic, and I could only attribute this to one cause. Gui Li, or Gongsun Li, has fallen victim to the curse of the Red Pearl. With this realization, I was suddenly awakened. When Xin Fei jumped into the sea, he mentioned the Red Pearl and the curse, and all subsequent extraordinary events are intertwined with this curse. But what is this curse, truly? Does it transform a person into a monster? Does it erase memories of someone from one's mind? Is it as simple as that? Gongsun Li abruptly turned to me. You all believe the scroll is a curse, but in my eyes, it is a divine blessing. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, and it was then that I noticed the absence of a shadow behind him. That voice deceived me. The specter was not among those three. The specter was Gongsun Li himself. The scroll is a force of salvation. Now, he and I have become one. He drew a small knife from his waist, making a small incision on his arm, and then forcefully inserted the parchment into the wound. The parchment sprouted tendrils, anchoring itself within his flesh. I lamented inwardly, "Oh, Father, you claimed this was a forgery. You've truly led your son into calamity this time." I yearned to flee, yet found myself utterly immobilized. Where were the monsters to rescue me? At that moment, Gongsun Li approached the tomb raider from behind, producing a sharp dagger and swiftly plunging it into the top of his head. A shiver coursed through me, and I felt a wave of dread wash over my entire being. Remarkably, the tomb raider did not scream but collapsed into unconsciousness. His head drooped, revealing a grotesque wound that lay bare before me. The sight of the mingled red and white made my head spin, and I was seized by nausea. But I could not retch. The discomfort was unbearable, forcing me to shut my eyes. "You shall validate my grandest hypothesis," Gongsun Li exclaimed, his expression one of rapture akin to a fervent cultist. He sheathed the dagger, fixating his gaze upon the tomb raider. The raider, who had been bowing his head, slowly lifted it, his neck seemingly incapable of supporting the weight of his head, tilting to one side. Finally, he raised his head. His visage was bloated, teeth sprouting at a visible pace, and his eyeballs protruding from their sockets, resembling a wretched spirit from the depths of hell. Go on. I am watching you," Gongsun Li urged the reborn tomb raider, his tone reminiscent of a lover's encouragement. Astonishingly, the tomb raider did rise. I shuddered as I beheld him slowly approaching me. Gongsun Li gazed excitedly at the tomb raider, and in that fleeting moment, I felt the force that had been constraining me relax a little. "Monster, come and rescue me," I cried out with a voice that cracked with desperation. Gongsun Li's attention, which had been fixated on the tomb raider, was suddenly drawn entirely to me. The door had not been kicked open, and naturally, neither the monster nor Liang Bei could enter. Gongsun Li looked at me with an exhilarated smile, saying, "On this vessel, you and that lad from the Zhang family are the most extraordinary. You possess the parchment, yet you remain untainted by its influence. This suggests that you may have been chosen by it, or perhaps you are akin to it." My heart ached with despair, as I could only think, "Monster, hurry and save me." Gongsun Li approached me leisurely, scrutinizing me with keen interest. In that moment, I discerned that his gaze resembled that of an admirer observing an object of affection rather than that of a living being. Suddenly, a figure rose behind him, none other than the individual who had attempted to expose me earlier. With Gongsun Li facing me, the man was concealed from his view, standing at an angle that rendered him invisible to the latter. At that moment, the tomb raider was barely clinging to life, struggling even to stand, let alone move swiftly. A surge of hope filled my heart. If this person could move, surely he could thwart Gongsun Li. But in the next instant, my elation transformed into terror. The man, astonishingly, cast no shadow. The voice had spoken the truth. Indeed, one among the three was not human. I suddenly recalled that Liang Bei had previously mentioned the presence of ghosts aboard the ship. At the time, he had claimed that the ghost was merely a metaphor for Xie Yin, but reflecting on it now, I realized he must have been concealing something from us. The ghost drifted behind Gongsun Li and suddenly struck, twisting his head a full 180 degrees. Gongsun Li's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and silent. The ghost regarded his body, yet uttered not a word, as if deep in thought. However, I observed his face, which still bore the semblance of a human, albeit with a diminished vitality. In that instant, I realized that I was the only one aware of his true identity. He remained oblivious to the fact that I had discerned his nature. There remained a glimmer of hope. If I could prolong this encounter until the monsters outside sensed something amiss, they would surely rush in to rescue me. With Gongsun Li dead, The restraints binding the assassin and me would naturally dissipate, yet the ghost showed no inclination to attack, exuding an air of calm assurance, seemingly unperturbed by our potential escape. The assassin, filled with gratitude, clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks towards the ghost, saying, "Thank you, noble warrior, for your timely intervention." The ghost paid him no heed, causing the assassin to wear an expression of awkwardness, before he added, "We must inform the others aboard the ship of this matter at once." With that, he turned to exit through the door. The ghost watched him with a smile, his lips stretching to the very roots of his ears. As the assassin reached for the door, his hand fell limp, and he slumped against it. Blood spread across the floor, staining the air crimson. The ghost licked the hand he had just withdrawn from the assassin's chest, his expression impassive. In that fleeting moment, the ghost's right hand had plunged into the assassin's torso, while the assassin's dagger had grazed the ghost's throat. The assassin had acted a fraction of a second faster. Yet, he was human, and the ghost was not. Thus, the ghost emerged victorious. The specter turned his head to regard me, though his body remained fixed. "A clever young man," he remarked, smiling at me with what appeared to be goodwill, though all I could feel was an overwhelming sense of dread. The ghost turned its body towards me, then pulled up a chair to sit across from me. "Don't be nervous, young man. We are on the same path. Who on earth walks the same path as you? You tread your ghostly way, while I shall pursue my human one. I am Chen Xianwen. Let's get acquainted, for there will surely be opportunities for collaboration in the future." The ghost, who claimed to be Chen Xianwen, spoke while tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing to wipe the blood from his body. Why does he have this attitude? I was perplexed. Isn't the ghost's intention to kill everyone on the ship? I have no shadow. Does that strike you as odd? Yet, I truly have no shadow, but I am not a ghost. Theoretically, I still qualify as a human. The notion of being human struck my funny bone, and I let out a chuckle, only to suddenly realize the inappropriateness of my laughter and quickly stifled it. Chen Xianwen burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, young man, you possess a broad heart. To find humor in such a situation is remarkable." However, he abruptly ceased his laughter. His countenance turning pale, one of his eyeballs had popped from its socket, which he held in his hand, licking it with his tongue. "Speaking to you in this manner, would you not adopt a more serious demeanor?" It was more than just seriousness. I was on the verge of retching. Chen Xianwen cast a glance at the fallen Gongsun Li, his brow furrowing. "I do not have much time. I shall be brief. You have now ventured deep into the coral sea, ensnared within the abyssal formation, which has obscured their vision. Thus, it falls upon me to impart some knowledge to you. First, the mist is not an omen of doom, but rather a protective membrane surrounding you, energized by the abyssal formation. Within this shroud, you are safe. Outside, as long as they are willing, endless possibilities may lead you to your demise. Always remember, whatever information you acquire out there, inscribe it in blood upon the parchment. We shall see it, and then come to your aid. Secondly, your grandfather took the first batch of red pearls, which gave rise to numerous heroes in this world. Now, the second batch of red pearls has surfaced. Ensure that those with nefarious intentions do not obtain them. Otherwise, the Central Plains will once again face catastrophe. Thirdly, just as the word third escaped his lips, a bloodied hand emerged from his mouth, and then Gongsun Li appeared behind him. Gongsun Li, drenched in blood, let out a boisterous and sinister laugh. "What of ghosts? What of gods? As long as the parchment is in my grasp." He exaggeratedly opened his mouth and then forcefully pushed me towards the door. This time, I discerned the gesture. It was an indication to flee. At that moment, the Tomb Raider, who had previously collapsed, sprang to his feet, his movements unnaturally swift, and he was closing in on me. Yet, there was no one at the entrance. I could no longer ponder where the monsters and Liang Bei had gone. I simply ran for my life, intent on putting distance between myself and this horde of beasts. After another turn, I finally spotted the monster. Just as I began to feel a sense of relief, the creature eyed me warily and shouted, "Don't come any closer." What did we do when we were children? I hesitated, unsure of his intent, but judging by his expression, I could only casually recount a childhood incident. "You were bitten on the egg when you tried to catch a soft-shelled turtle." The creature's face flushed with embarrassment. "How could you possibly say that?" It then immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "This is indeed true." I was perplexed, unsure of what they were discussing. Liang Bei emerged from behind the creature, and upon seeing him, my heart sank. His right arm was drenched in blood. The creature informed me that someone who looked exactly like you had infiltrated and attacked Liang Bei. I furrowed my brow, my mind a tumult of confusion, feeling that the situation had grown exceedingly complex. However, now was not the time for contemplation. That individual, who claimed to be able to assist me, Qin Qianwen, was currently engaged in a mysterious duel with Gongsun Li, who had inexplicably returned to life. I refrained from divulging too much detail, merely mentioning matters of life and death, urging them to follow me. To my astonishment, the room was neatly occupied by those who had just moments ago perished. The Tomb Raider sat there, puffing on a large pipe, while a killer acknowledged me with a nod, and Qin Qianwen cast a disdainful glance my way before averting his gaze. My mind was inundated with endless questions, but at that moment, Gongsun Li stepped forward, young man from the Chung family. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please come in. The unraveling of the secrets of the parchment will be undertaken by us. My consciousness grew hazy, and I could hear the creature and Liang Bei urging me to hurry, stating that they would guard the entrance and rush in at the slightest hint of trouble. My head became increasingly unclear as I dazedly followed Gongsun Li into the room. Gongsun Li settled himself, spoke of trivial matters, and then inquired, "Now we all know that this piece of parchment may be a forgery. Where might the genuine one be?" As I was about to respond, I suddenly awoke, realizing that Gongsun Li was pressing me too urgently. Had he guided me more gently, I might have truly fallen into his scheme. At that moment, Gongsun Li believed I was entirely ensnared in his trap, standing alarmingly close to me. I smiled at him and plunged my protective dagger into his throat. The illusion dissipated in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the grave robber, now a wretched corpse, had just opened the door and was lunging towards me. Simultaneously, Qin Qianwen was pinned beneath Gongsun Li, on the verge of having his skull crushed, yet he still managed to cast a defiant glance my way, giving me a thumbs up. In that instant, I yanked the door open and fled for my life. I felt drenched in sweat. The corridor of the cabin stretched endlessly before me. At last, I reached the deck. The monster regarded me warily, observing the despair evident in my eyes, and said, "Don't come any closer. Tell me what we did when we were children." Monster, would you believe me if I said I was already dead? Chapter 21, Setting Sail. Yet, I was not dead. I was merely caught in an unfathomable whirlpool. I stared at the monster, my mind somewhat foggy, and instinctively mentioned a childhood incident known only to the two of us. This led the monster to pull me towards Gongsun Li's room, where I beheld the trio, seemingly unharmed, alongside Gongsun Li's benevolent smile. Bewildered, I listened to Gongsun Li's lengthy analysis. At last, he confided in me, stating, "Throughout my life, I have never believed in fate, nor in the nonsensical notions of curses. My sole desire is to unravel the secrets of the parchment and then depart from this realm of strife, escaping this vessel of misfortune." My mind grew increasingly muddled, and I merely informed him that the parchment was a forgery. Even if it were genuine, I remained oblivious to its secrets. Gongsun Li, astonished, slammed his hand down in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could that be? Think again. Contemplate it once more." I found myself drifting into a stupor. Upon awakening, I discovered a Tomb Raider grasping my throat, brandishing a glimmering dagger poised to strike. At that moment, my mind was a void, consumed by unending agony. I did not evade. I simply gazed at the dagger, and surprisingly, I found myself yearning for death. The dagger did not descend. Fortune Qianwen intervened with a powerful kick, sending the raider sprawling aside. He shouted at me, and this time I could discern his words clearly, "Flee." The command resonated with an almost magical potency, and upon hearing it, my mind suddenly cleared. I seized the parchment and swiftly turned to dash toward the deck. Yet, I did not reach the deck, despite the presence of the monstrous beings I had longed to encounter and the esteemed Liang Bei. Instead, I slipped into a chamber within the ship, extracted the parchment, bit my finger, and inscribed in blood, "Save me." Instantly, the atmosphere grew frigid, and a faint, ethereal melody resonated, as if someone in the depths of the abyss were serenading with hymns. The parchment greedily absorbed my blood, and then two colossal characters emerged, almost merging with the parchment itself, coming. The air surrounding me seemed to transform into liquid, slowly flowing behind me. Suddenly, I realized that perhaps this liquid was time itself. Time flowed backward, accelerating rapidly, and my body gradually morphed into the same liquid as time, ultimately vanishing within it. Yet, why was I still capable of thought? Was my consciousness also entwined within time? My awareness remained strikingly lucid, and I noticed a luminous opening not far ahead. I willed my consciousness to move towards that aperture. and then I leaped into it. I abruptly opened my eyes to find myself facing Qin Qianwen, his mouth gruesomely punctured, and Gongsun Li, who wore an expression of sheer terror. How could you resist it? How dare you? Gongsun Li exclaimed, his breathing growing increasingly erratic until he collapsed, immobilized. Until his last breath, he clung to his obsession with the parchment. Qin Qianwen's mouth began to heal at a visible pace, and soon he would be able to speak. Not bad, young man. You managed to escape even the illusionary curse, Qin Qianwen remarked as he approached the door and opened it, revealing a group of serious-looking monsters waiting outside. Upon seeing me emerge, one of the creatures rushed forward, vigorously patting my shoulder, exclaiming, "You, my friend. I thought you wouldn't make it out." I offered him a weary smile, lacking the energy for further conversation. The matter of the parchment remained unresolved. Qin Qianwen had revealed his true identity and vanished into the depths of the sea, while Gongsun Li was dead. No one aboard the ship could answer the questions surrounding the parchment. Yet, I stubbornly believed that the source of the curse was not the parchment, but rather the red pearl. The remaining individuals aboard the vessel were well acquainted with one another, rendering the possibility of a traitor's emergence improbable, as long as unity prevailed. Tragedy could be averted. Yet, day by day, the provisions dwindled, and not a single fish could be caught from the sea. The ship remained ensnared within the fog. One by one, lives were extinguished. First, Elder Liang, followed by Xie Yin and Sima Zhao. Ultimately, only the monster and I remained. Today may very well mark the final day of our existence. Nevertheless, the monster persisted in discussing the red pearl and the parchment, as if those were the sole matters of his concern. I gazed at the fog-shrouded sky, interrupting his inquiries about the red pearl and the parchment. "Monster, tell me, what amusing things did we engage in during our childhood?" The monster stood there in silence, then also looked up at the sky. "I thought that after all this time, you would have completely placed your trust in me," he said with a smile. "But how did you come to doubt me?" I returned his smile. The monster was a simpleton, acting solely according to his whims, incapable of introspection. He stared at the sky, momentarily lost in thought, before bursting into laughter. Who would have imagined that my plan would falter due to a fool? His countenance then twisted into an expression of madness. "I shall obtain the red pearl, sooner or later." No sooner had he spoken than the sky seemed to descend upon us, and the fog howled furiously, engulfing the entire ship. Darkness enveloped me. It was as if a colossal sheet of paper had been torn asunder, revealing a wooden ceiling behind it. Straining to turn my head, I beheld the monster's face, streaked with tears and snot. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the sight of the monster, whose face contorted into a grotesque grin, more hideous than tears. With a forceful punch to my shoulder, he exclaimed, "By all that is sacred, you've come back to life." Indeed, it was undoubtedly the monster himself. As I turned my head slightly, I caught a glimpse of the concerned expressions on the faces of Xie Yin and Liang Bei, which filled my heart with a profound sense of security. Weariness washed over me like a tidal wave, and I succumbed to a drowsy slumber once more. When I awoke again, it was already evening, and only Sima Zhao remained by my side, meticulously recounting the events that had transpired. We heard a commotion from within, and the monster charged in, not realizing you were already lying there. He believed you to be dead, and in a fit of rage, armed with a club, he attempted to fight, but he was no match for the other two seasoned fighters, who swiftly overpowered him. Initially, there was another person in the room, but upon seeing our arrival, that individual leapt through the window and fled, leaving only Gue Li and the two transformed into what you call corpse demons. I inquired, finding the term quite apartment. Liang Bei described them as such. He continued, asserting that the corpse demons were formidable, showing no fear of blades or firearms. Liang Bei and Xie Yin, both highly skilled in martial arts, battled the corpse demons and Gue Li, fighting from the cabin to the deck. Ultimately, as our numbers increased, the adversaries could no longer withstand the onslaught and made their escape in a small boat. Hearing that they had indeed fled brought a sigh of relief from my lips. I mentally steeled myself and then asked Sima Zhao, "What are the monster and Liang Bei doing now?" They tested the course on the deck, for we had emerged from the fog. Chapter 22. Chao Song. Upon hearing the news that the ship had sailed out of the mist, my initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a contemplation of what Qin Qianwen had said about them. Those beyond the fog, could they truly manipulate life and death? I found no answer to this question. The ship had indeed escaped the fog, yet the mist lingered, seemingly eternal and unyielding. Everyone yearned to flee the haze. prompting Xie Yin to arrange for a continuous rotation of rowers, tirelessly paddling from dawn till dusk. Chen Qianwen was not dead. He had escaped. His third revelation to me might pertain to the identity of them and the methods they employed against us, or perhaps it was something else entirely. However, the sheepskin scroll had already been taken by Gongsun Li, leaving me unable to convey any message to Chen Qianwen. Regarding the Chen Qianwen you mentioned, he too is a pitiable soul, and his tale is lengthy. I shall endeavor to be brief. At that time, Cao Cao was not yet the chancellor, merely known as Cao Amon. Cao Amon's father, Cao Song, was a wealthy scion, inept in all pursuits, having inherited his grandfather's marquis title, only to squander his days in idleness. Cao Song had a peculiar hobby of collecting oddities, and by a twist of fate, the sheepskin scroll ended up in his possession. Over the course of 3 years, he traversed the streets in search of talented individuals, and ultimately, he succeeded in illustrating the hidden contents of the scroll. It depicted a map, not of the seas, but of land routes, leading to the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. Cao Song summoned the loyal members of his family, accompanied by 500 soldiers, and set forth in grand procession towards the location indicated by the scroll. Master Liang let out a sigh, as if uttering these words weighed heavily upon him. The nightmare began here. Within a month, 12 individuals, aside from Cao Song, vanished one after another, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Not a soul remembered them, not even their own parents or siblings, who adamantly denied their existence. Chen Qianwen was a clever man. He chose to flee from the outset. Yet no matter how far he ran, he could not escape the watchful eyes of the court. Ultimately, he was captured, and they implanted something within him, transforming him into his current state. However, Chen Qianwen despised being at a disadvantage. So he slaughtered everyone within that secret stronghold, stacking their heads to form a tower placed at the entrance of Cao Song's residence. From that moment on, Chen Qianwen was never seen again. Do not inquire how I know this. I heard it from others. I share this with you to convey that Chen Qianwen is not the benevolent figure you might envision. Consider this. Which individuals associated with the scroll can truly be deemed virtuous? I immediately felt displeased. My grandfather is a good man. Very well, very well. Say what you will, but if you encounter this person again, ensure you do not remain alone with him. I remained unconvinced. At that moment, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted on the deck, prompting us to rush upstairs. To my astonishment, a landmass emerged at the horizon. Yet, as our vessel advanced, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. The coastline perpetually stretched out before us, seemingly infinite. This was not the famed Floral Sea archipelago, but rather a vast continent. However, the edges of this land were dominated by towering cliffs, leaving no space to dock the ship. The sailors informed Xie Yin that beneath the surface lay a hidden current capable of guiding us directly to this continent. As dusk approached, the coastline still lay far ahead, compelling us to drift through the night. As dawn broke, we found ourselves perilously close to the mainland, with even the trees upon the cliffs coming into view. I inadvertently glanced upward, only to behold an utterly incredulous sight. 2 individuals of African descent stood atop the rock face, gazing down at us. My mind swirled with disbelief. Had we truly arrived in Africa? Rubbing my eyes for clarity, I discerned that they were not exceedingly dark-skinned. Instead, their complexions bore an unusual reddish hue. I pondered, could they be Native Americans? But why did they appear so dark? Just as I sought to scrutinize them further, the 2 figures vanished from sight. A chill coursed through me, and I was nearly convinced that we had reached Latin America. How could this be? I was acutely aware of the advanced maritime skills possessed by those from your 3 nations. I implore you, do not flaunt your expertise before me again. Everyone found this suggestion agreeable, and Xie Yin selected several robust individuals to form 2 teams. He would lead one of the teams, and they set off without delay. Before their departure, Master Liang Ba inquired of Xie Yin, "Aren't you afraid that once you leave, I shall seize the ship and abscond?" Xie Yin exchanged a fleeting glance with Master Liang before elegantly turning away, uttering, "If you wish to flee, do not forget to care for those 3 little children." Damn it, the beast and I are already 16. How can we still be referred to as children? Master Liang scoffed, then commanded the ship's craftsmen to repair the vessel. Following the earlier skirmishes, the ship's beams had suffered considerable strain and were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 23. The location where we anchored was an expansive prairie, seemingly dominated by a volcano. As night fell, this untamed land succumbed to an impenetrable darkness. with our ship standing as the solitary beacon amidst the gloom. No one dared to venture out in search of them, partly due to fear, and partly because Master Liang had yet to give his orders. With Xie Yan's departure, Master Liang reclaimed his position as the leader aboard the ship. The following morning, it was discovered that an indigenous person had approached the shore. This individual appeared highly vigilant, observing us intently while raising an object in his hand. It did not take long for someone to recognize the item. It was the jade talisman that Xie Yan wore daily. Indeed, Xie Yan had been captured by the indigenous people. The young Indian seemed only a few years older than us, clad in minimal attire. Merely a few pieces of animal hide for modesty, while the rest of his muscular frame was exposed to the sun, showcasing his formidable strength, which drew admiration from those aboard the ship. The young indigenous man raised Xie Yan's jade talisman in his left hand and gestured toward us with his right, beckoning us to come closer. This savage, having captured Xie Yan, now sought to lure us into a trap. "Archers, shoot him dead," Master Liang exclaimed with a fierce cry. I hastily interjected, "That cannot be. Shi Huaiyan may still be alive. If you kill this man, how shall we rescue Shi Huaiyan?" Liang Bei chuckled heartily. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." However, I sensed that Liang Bei's humor was not genuine. Ever since we emerged from the fog, he had exhibited peculiar behavior, and I could not discern whether it was merely my imagination. The monster and I followed Liang Bei off the boat and approached the natives. The natives regarded us with suspicion. With each step we took forward, they retreated apace, maintaining a constant distance between us. Accompanying us were three of Shi Huaiyan's closest enforcers, formidable individuals who instilled no fear in us as we steadily advanced deeper into the heart of the savannah. We arrived at a primitive tribal encampment, where the inhabitants resided in naturally formed caves, guarded by vigilant sentinels patrolling the area. Yet, it was evident that the natives inhabiting this encampment were not of the same kin. Although I was not well versed in the history of ancient South America, I was aware of their totemic beliefs. Within this encampment, the natives were divided into two distinct groups, each adorned with markedly different totems. Logically, such differences in totems would incite conflict. However, within this encampment, they coexisted peacefully, which struck me as rather peculiar. I discreetly signaled to the monster, urging him to remain cautious. As we ventured further into the encampment, the atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling. The deeper we delved, the more we encountered individuals adorned with animal bones, their bodies painted white with intricate patterns, standing by the path and glaring at us with predatory intent, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Were it not for the guide, who repeatedly deterred the others, we might have been torn to shreds long before. Master Liang furrowed his brow as we were brought before an elderly native. Xie Yan and his small team were nearby, bound tightly, their eyes covered. The old native appeared to have poor eyesight. He first approached one of the henchmen, squinting closely as he inspected him, his nose nearly touching the henchman's face. Straining to discern something, with a sudden force, he pushed the henchman's face aside, clearly indicating that this was not the person he sought. He then turned to Master Liang and observed him in the same manner. As if making a discovery, the old native suddenly cupped Master Liang's face in his hands and began to explore it with his fingers. Unexpectedly, he inserted his pinky finger into Master Liang's nostril. Caught off guard, Master Liang stood frozen in shock. The old native leaped with delight, exclaiming loudly, prompting the guide to rush over, excitedly grasping the old native's hand. After a considerable time, the old native finally calmed down, rummaging through his hair before producing a nearly black orb. It was a red pearl. My heart sank. For every time I encountered such an object, misfortune followed. One of the henchmen whispered suddenly, expressing uncertainty about the cave's unknown dangers. He suggested we rescue Xie and carve a bloody path to escape. Upon hearing this, Master Liang turned and cast a cold glance at him, causing the henchman to immediately fall silent. Following Master Liang, the monster and I entered the cave, while the three henchmen were halted by the guiding native. The cave was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, when suddenly a flicker of flame emerged, casting eerie shadows that made the old native appear ghostly. I was taken aback by the sight. Thankfully, no supernatural occurrences ensued this time. The old native began to stoke the fire, which grew larger, gradually illuminating the entire cavern. As we gazed upwards, we were nearly rendered speechless. Having seen murals before, both on television and during my visit to the Mogeo caves, I was unprepared for the profound impact of the scene before me. The exquisite craftsmanship of the murals on the rock walls surpassed my previous understanding of such art. I had always perceived murals as abstract representations of folklore illustrating the ordinary lives of the people. Yet, the murals before me were nothing short of lifelike. Each person's gaze, every gesture, and the intricate details of their musculature were rendered with astonishing precision, seemingly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. As my eyes gradually roamed the walls, I understood why the old native recognized Master Liangba. His likeness was deeply etched into the rock, portrayed with a comically haughty expression, his right pinky inserted into his nostril. Despite the gravity of our surroundings, I couldn't suppress a laugh. The old native turned at the sound of my mirth, casting a warm smile in my direction. I sheepishly returned his smile and resumed my close examination of the murals. Starting with the depiction of Master Liangba, the narrative unfolded. Amidst the swirling white mist, a small boat traversed the sea, with a bearded man standing at the bow. Before him, a sea creature emerged, elongated and covered in black spines. As I gazed upon the scene, a sudden recollection struck me. Was this not the very monster my grandfather encountered in the Coral Sea? The location matched perfectly, engulfed in a thick fog over the ocean. Thus, the murals within this cavern likely depicted the aftermath of the coral reefs, possibly showcasing scenes from the Flower Sea Islands. My heart raced with excitement as I looked downward, yet the more I beheld, the colder my heart grew. Chapter 24. The murals. The bearded man did not engage in battle with the sea beast. Rather, he tamed it. The mural did not portray the process of his taming the creature. Then, the fishmen emerged, their visages more grotesque than any we had previously encountered. The bearded man led his crew into combat against the fishmen, slaying them all. The onlookers on the deck gazed at the old captain at the bow of the ship with reverence. At that moment, I noticed an individual among the crowd whose expression was not one of admiration, but rather one of cunning and deceit. This person bore only half a face, yet that half mirrored the countenance of Liang Bei. At that instant, Liang Bei stood directly behind me. Noticing my hesitation to advance, he urged me to move forward swiftly to behold the next mural, exclaiming that we needed to save Xie Yan. Liang Bei could not see the image of himself upon the mural. Perhaps he had overlooked that half-visage, though such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. For he was a man of great meticulousness, having missed not a single detail aboard the ship. Liang Bei must be hiding something. Given the murals presented thus far, it was evident that the bearded man was the leader aboard the vessel. Therefore, we shall refer to him as the captain for the time being. As the perspective shifted, the captain and his crew returned triumphantly, their ship laden with an array of exquisite jewels. The maritime scene faded away, transitioning to a bustling dock on shore where the old captain and his mates disembarked, brazenly asserting their dominance, resorting to violence and plunder. It suddenly dawned on me, were they not pirates? I hastily turned my gaze to the next mural, only to find it filled with dense text. Who could decipher this? A nightmarish vision materialized, revealing a mound of earth, the very grave where the old captain had interred his comrade. Rising from the soil was a figure, head crowned with fresh dirt, contorted in a grimace of agony. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Liang Bei. Liang Bei, who exactly are you? Having steeled myself for such revelations, I remained composed. The depictions on the wall could be true or mere fabrications. All I could do was tread with utmost caution. The subsequent mural depicted the old captain at a wedding, wielding a slender sword, cleaving the groom in two and seizing the bride. In the final mural, petals floated downstream, blanketing the vast ocean. The old captain, a sea of blossoms, and the bride, fragments of memories began to resurface. Indeed, it was the song that grandfather had sung aboard the ship, accompanied by Damon and the crew. Over a month had passed since I had heard that tale, and I could only faintly recall a few lines of the lyrics. From the bedside of the bridegroom, a captain appeared. My bride, oh, come away with me tonight. On the shore, where petals cover, the sea buried beneath a floral grave. A sudden thought struck me. The red pearl was not truly in pursuit of the fabled red pearl itself, but rather seeking the old captain, and perhaps even more likely, the bride. However, when my grandfather and Zhang Gunzi were aboard the red pearl, who was the golden-haired maiden that Zhang Gunzi spoke of? A vivid image flashed through my mind. In the city that day, the beggar girl who had knocked me down, her hood had subtly revealed strands of golden hair. I had noticed it at the time, yet paid it little heed. It was she who entrusted the red pearl to my hands. Master Liang had also mentioned a golden-haired foreign princess residing in Qingyang County, Dengzhou, who could wield the powder of the red pearl. Are these two individuals one and the same? Or could it be that the golden-haired maiden aboard the red pearl is also included, making them three facets of the same identity? As I pondered over the connections, I realized there were several inconsistencies. Firstly, regarding the golden-haired maiden, why did she give me the red pearl? Was it merely to prompt my father to reveal the truth about my grandfather, leading us to the Flower Sea Islands? What was her intention in doing so? Secondly, there is Xie Yan, who appears to possess an omniscient understanding of events. On land, it was he who invited us aboard. Once on the ship, he was the first to sense the presence of a ghost, and now he reappears within the mural. He seems to embody the role of a guide throughout this entire affair. Upon reflection, many unanswered questions seem to find resolution through him, such as the mystery surrounding Wen Dami's disappearance, his knowledge of Sima Zhao's identity, and his insights into Chun Qianwen's lineage. Now, he manifests once again within the mural. Thus, the question arises, who exactly is Xie Yan? Is he truly assisting us, or is he, in fact, leading us astray? The more I ponder, the colder my body becomes, as if I am perpetually descending into an unfathomable abyss. I yearn to gaze downward, yet the murals have vanished. Master Liang is conversing with the beast. According to the murals, this tribe flourished here solely because of the red pearl, which only manifests its power in this location. Beyond these confines, it merely transforms into an ordinary bead. Upon hearing this, Master Liang contemplated for a moment and scanned his surroundings. Each being follows its own path. Life possesses an indomitable will to survive. We cannot dismiss their existence due to their humble nature. They are as much life as we are. Master Liang's words were profound enough to qualify him as a scholar at the Weishan Academy. The beast jested. The murals they beheld differed significantly from my own vision. I turned to observe the elder native, whose smile struck me as exceedingly ominous. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, suggesting the gathering of a multitude, soon accompanied by rising voices of contention. The elder native also perceived this disturbance. His expression hardened as he swiftly exited, moving with a surprising agility that belied his advanced years. I speculated that this might be attributed to the red pearl. Could this elder be akin to a ghastly specter? Yet his visage was far from grotesque, diverging greatly from the appearance of such entities. Following the elder, we emerged from the cave, only to find the space outside teeming with natives, their numbers densely filling the area, even climbing the surrounding rock walls, all watching us with predatory intent. A towering native, exceeding 2 meters in height and possessing muscles that seemed to explode with vigor, stood at the forefront, wielding a bone staff and bellowing at the leading native. The leading native, approximately 1 meter 80 in stature, remained undaunted, glaring fiercely at the giant, as though rooted to the spot, immobile. The giant advanced relentlessly, ultimately positioning himself directly before the leading native, nearly pressing against him, lowering his head to gaze down, his shadow nearly engulfing the other man. The two locked eyes, neither willing to concede. It appeared the giant sought entry into the cave, but the leading native forbade it. In an instant, the leading native suddenly raised his knee and struck forcefully beneath the giant's groin. The giant's expression contorted in agony as he clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground. A shiver ran down my spine, and I instinctively covered myself. A murmur of shocked gasps rippled through the crowd. The scene fell momentarily silent as the natives, lacking a leader to incite rebellion, dared not advance. The giant, initially accompanied by 2 smaller followers, found them too timid and lacking the strength of the leading native. Thus they refrained from approaching. Just then, the elder native had stepped forward, gesturing with his hand, prompting the leading native to withdraw. Chapter 25. The beast pinned. The elder native raised both hands, calling out to the heavens, and the native crowd echoed his cry to the sky. The elder then commenced an impassioned speech, the content of which was lost on us. From within the crowd emerged a slender individual who, despite his frail appearance, exuded a formidable presence. The totem adorning him distinctly differed from that of the elder, and he offered a respectful gesture towards the elder, murmuring something while casting wary glances in our direction, as if fearful we might overhear his words. The elderly native appeared affable, gently stroking the head of the frail native while speaking in a soothing tone, reminiscent of my childhood when my grandfather would ruffle my hair and promise me sweets. In an instant, calamity struck. A bone dagger materialized in the hand of the frail native, and with a swift motion, he plunged it into the heart of the elderly native. A gasp of shock erupted from the crowd, with several individuals shouting in an attempt to intervene, only to be swiftly dispatched by hidden assailants. Seizing the moment, the frail native swiftly snatched the red pearl from the elderly native's head, his actions revealing a level of proficiency that suggested countless rehearsals in secret. I stood in stunned disbelief at the scene, hastily turning to glance at the monster, only to find it unfazed, while Master Liang remained composed, arms crossed, observing the escalating chaos. The monster regarded my expression with astonishment. "Did you not see the mural?" I replied that I had, yet wondered how the mural related to the unfolding events. The monster looked at me incredulously. "What is happening now is precisely what is recorded in the mural." I feigned calmness, admitting, "All right, I must have zoned out and forgotten the specifics of the mural." I refrained from inquiring about what would transpire next, as the moment was ill-suited for such inquiries. Master Liang had already cast a glance in my direction, and I awkwardly smiled at him as if nothing had occurred. He merely scoffed and turned away. The leading native let out a feral roar and lunged forward, but by then, the frail native had retreated into the midst of the crowd. Any hope for vengeance had become exceedingly elusive. The frail indigenous man let out a derisive laugh, and then was ushered out of the valley, surrounded by others. He did not even grant the frail indigenous individual the opportunity to engage in a duel. The guiding indigenous man wished to pursue, but could not abandon the elderly indigenous man. He sat on the ground, embracing the old man, weeping uncontrollably. The elder gently patted his head and then gestured towards us. The guiding indigenous man, with tear-filled eyes wide open, stared at us as if to say, "Did you not see the elder beckoning you? Why do you not come forth?" Xie Yin stood still, lost in thought, while I hurriedly approached. The elderly indigenous man looked at me, offering a faint smile, before pulling down the modest covering from the waist of the guiding indigenous man, revealing the inner side for me to see. I gazed at the object, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me, pondering why this item persistently lingered in my presence. To my utter astonishment, it was a sheepskin scroll. I could not care less about its current state of filth. My focus was entirely on it. This scroll was evidently different from the previous two. The former ones always bore a grayish hue, while the one before me distinctly marked the mountains and rivers, even boasting intricate directional symbols. The edges of the scroll were densely inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Moreover, this scroll was crafted from 4 smaller sheepskin pieces stitched together, each of which was precisely the same size as the sheepskin scrolls we had encountered before. Suddenly, the elderly indigenous man grasped my hand and placed the guiding man's hand within mine, repeatedly uttering, "Taba, Taba?" Did this imply that he wished to entrust me with the guiding indigenous man named Taba? I am aware that the names of the Native Americans are self-chosen, and they continually engage in more valiant deeds, incorporating these actions into their names. I nodded at the elder, and his expression instantly relaxed, allowing him to slowly close his eyes. The leading native, known as Taba, collapsed in sorrow upon the elder. At that moment, the other natives in the camp had inexplicably vanished with the frail native, leaving only a few of us behind. The thugs of Xie Yin untied him. Yet after being bound for an entire night, both Xie Yin and the expedition members found their muscles painfully stiff, making it a challenge even to rise. Unexpectedly, Xie Yin, seated on the ground, began to press his legs in an unusual manner, and before long, he was able to stand. After a while, the other team members also regained some strength. Master Liang turned to us and uttered a phrase that none wished to hear. "Only 4 of us here will survive." He then turned to me and declared, "You are not among those 4. My heart plummeted to the depths. I turned to look at the beast, who, surprisingly, wore a serious expression, yet he exuded confidence. "I will come to rescue you." These simple 6 words carried the weight of a promise that he would risk everything to save me. I inquired of Master Liang, "How will I die?" He responded with an odd expression, "We did not witness the process. We only saw your demise." The beast suddenly interjected, "It is merely a matter of closing one's eyes. One cannot be certain of death." Master Liang gazed at the beast with disdain, "With not a single part of you unscathed. How could it be that you are not dead? My spirits are exceedingly low. Am I destined to perish in such a wretched manner?" Liang Bei gazes at me with a look of pity and affirms, "Indeed, it is quite tragic." In that moment, I suddenly realized that my heart is expansive, wide enough to converse with others about my own demise. Just then, a cacophony erupts from beyond the camp. A scrawny native, wearing an air of arrogance, brandishes a short knife and points it at us. His followers rush forth, binding us with unyielding ropes. The most unfortunate among us is Xie Yan and his expedition team, who have barely been released from their bonds only to be restrained once more. We are hoisted out of the camp. The natives roar with excitement, as if preparing to embark on a momentous undertaking. Several vultures circle overhead, yet do not dare descend, for the confines of the enclosure are too small. A pack of wolves could easily capture any bird that ventures within. Chapter 26. Another parchment. The beast enclosure before us seems to have been established for quite some time, surrounded by an array of skeletal remains. The earth is stained a ghastly crimson, as if some ravenous creature might emerge from the depths at any moment. A staircase of bones ascends to the highest point of the enclosure. Without any warning, one of the natives escorting 3 thugs unties one of them, then swings a bone club with force, striking his knee. The sound of shattering echoes as the kneecap breaks. In the midst of his agony, the natives hoist him high and then hurl him upwards. He arcs through the air and lands squarely within the beast enclosure. Frantically, he scrambles to his feet, seeking an escape, yet the enclosure is designed solely for entry, with no means of exit. He frantically shouted and dashed within the confines of the enclosure, rousing the previously subdued pack of wolves with his cries. One slightly smaller wolf lunged at him, bringing him crashing to the ground. The wolf opened its jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and viciously sank them into the nape of his neck. Thick, dark blood splattered forth, once again staining the damp earth crimson. The indigenous people erupted in exhilaration, as if celebrating the addition of another corpse to their land. After a moment of silence, they proceeded to untie another member of their group, shattering his kneecaps before casting him into the enclosure. He did not attempt to flee, for he understood the futility of escape. He took his own life upon the jagged fence, his eyes wide open in profound despair as he perished. I suddenly realized that what we were enduring bore no distinction from the experiences within the mist. The outcome remained death. Yet, I was unwilling to succumb so easily. Surely there existed a means, a way to escape. The frail indigenous man repeated the same grim procedure with 2 more individuals, but Tabar remained unmoved. Finally, he cast aside his lofty demeanor and, in a fit of rage, brandished a red pearl, leaping down from the enclosure. He pried open Tabar's eyes, placing the red pearl before him, frantically gesturing towards us while muttering incessantly. Tabar, however, remained unaffected. The frail indigenous man fell silent, uttering not a word nor directing the others to hurl more victims into the enclosure. Suddenly, he drew a small knife and plunged it into the chest of one of the expedition team members. Thereafter, he began to cough violently, continuing until he spat blood. The frail native collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness, lacking even the strength to draw his small knife. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that Liang Bei's right hand had somehow extricated itself from its bindings, the means of which eluded my understanding. Yet, he refrained from any rash actions, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The remaining natives hurriedly approached, wrapping him in animal skins, and then produced some dark, unidentifiable substance to feed him. After a considerable duration, he finally regained consciousness. To my astonishment, I discovered that both of Liang Bei's hands had been freed. In a most uncanny twist of fate, the revived frail native ambled towards Liang Bei. To my utter disbelief, Liang Bei brazenly shed the ropes that had bound him, right in front of the frail native. Was he not calculating his moves? Or had he been rendered foolish by fear, believing he could overpower a robust group of savages single-handedly? I thought to myself, this fool has walked straight into a trap. My despair deepened as Liang Bei slid to the side, approaching Tabar, and swiftly yanked away his covering cloth. The frail native stood in stunned silence, perplexed by his actions. Liang Bei then flipped the covering, a sheepskin scroll, revealing the side marked with a map to the frail native. Upon seeing it, the native erupted in ecstatic cries, rushing forward to seize the sheepskin scroll, disregarding its filth, clutching it to his chest as if it were a treasured possession. In that moment, I was reminded of Gong Sun Li, who had once been similarly entranced by sheepskin scrolls, viewing them as the essence of their existence. After obtaining the scroll, the frail native led his band of followers away, leaving us abandoned beside the beast enclosure. However, Liang Bei did not exhibit the joy typically associated with liberation, nor did he indulge in the usual ostentation of his prowess. Instead, he proceeded to unbind each individual in turn. A flicker of understanding dawned upon me. Yet, Xie Yin remained perplexed. Why present them with the sheepskin scroll? Or, to pose the question differently, How could one ascertain that it was indeed the sheepskin scroll they desired? As anticipated, it was yet another version of the mural that eluded my gaze. Xie Yin refrained from inquiring about the mural's significance. He simply asked, "What comes next?" The creature nodded in agreement. Xie Yin, bewildered yet cognizant that further questions would yield no answers, chose instead to seize the moment to rest and replenish his strength. He and the other captured members of the expedition had already been thoroughly searched, and the compass had been confiscated. The creation of the compass was no simple task, hence its rarity among bearers. Liang Bei did not possess one, nor did the creature or I, and as for Taba, it was even less likely. On the day of our outing, the compass had been in the possession of those three henchmen, who now helplessly shrugged their shoulders, indicating that it was clearly not in their possession. Alas, misfortunes tend to accumulate in succession. I finally found credence in that saying. The sole compass we could locate was on the very henchman who had just fallen victim to a wolf's bite. Chapter 27. Infiltration. The process of retrieving the compass was steeped in bloodshed. Wolves are remarkably intelligent creatures, yet their cunning is ultimately limited to that of mere animals. Within a short span, Xie Yin successfully lured the pack into a trap within the confines of the enclosure, where the spikes became their fatal undoing. The monster has always walked closely beside me, its weapon never sheathed. Ever since we emerged from viewing the mural, its expression has remained gravely serious. In critical moments, one can always rely on a brother. However, someone like Liang Bei is utterly untrustworthy, having assured himself of his own survival. He exhibits no fear and is indifferent to the fate of others, maintaining a carefree demeanor. I once speculated that if the mural seen by Liang Bei and the monster were indeed genuine, and the events depicted therein truly transpired, it would imply a high degree of reliability regarding the mural's content. Consequently, the events I witnessed in the mural could plausibly be real. This notion is profoundly unsettling. If what I observed is indeed true, then Liang Bei is genuinely a being resurrected from death. If he has returned from the grave, it follows that he must also be afflicted by the curse of the red pearl, transforming him into something akin to a corpse spirit. The mere thought of having cohabited with such an entity for over half a month sends shivers down my spine. At this moment, Liang Bei strides beside me, and upon noticing my disquiet, he turns to me and remarks, "What are you so fidgety about? Children are inherently fragile. Should the cause of your demise as depicted in the mural come to pass, we shall assist you. Be a man and do not be cowed by fear." After a brief pause, Liang Bei suddenly inquires, "Was the parchment you saw composed of 4 pieces stitched together?" That parchment did not depict a nautical chart, but rather a terrestrial route map, and it bore no fog, correct? I was taken aback. Master Liang had only touched the parchment once, just when he had torn it down to hand it to the frail native. In such a brief span of time, it was implausible that he could have examined it so thoroughly. How, then, could he possess such intricate knowledge? Master Liang halted his rapid stride. The others were perplexed by his sudden change of heart, uncertain as to why he had shifted so abruptly. He continued to address me. "Do you recall the tale I recounted regarding Qin Xianwen? The route they took to the Qin Emperor's tomb was that very map." I was baffled by the appearance of this parchment. All I knew was that the last time it had been revealed to the world, a man destined for death had instead survived, nearly to live forever. "Did you not mention that this map was deciphered by the eminent Chao Song?" That was indeed true, yet the entire matter was far too intricate for me to elucidate at the moment. Suffice it to say, if you can find this parchment, you shall live. Curse it, I was never certain that I was meant to die. How could there be a notion of survival? I merely contemplated this internally as I followed Master Liang, eager to experiment. If I inscribed blood upon this parchment, would Qin Xianwen come to know of it? If he did, and approached me, could he possibly reveal the third warning he had given me aboard the ship? Xie Yin and the others were utterly oblivious to the current circumstances. Liang Bei refrained from providing them with detailed explanations, merely indicating that their present endeavors were of paramount importance. Thus, they could only passively follow Liang Bei's lead. We lay in ambush just outside the indigenous encampment, gradually awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Last night was shrouded in darkness and howling winds, but tonight the moon shone brightly in the sky, casting its glow upon the earth as if it were midday. We hardly dared to venture from our hiding place. The indigenous patrols, consisting of 3 members each, continuously roamed within the camp. Any noise we made could betray our presence. The camp was devoid of walls, surrounded only by a thicket of low shrubs, just sufficient to conceal us. A few scattered campfires flickered within the encampment. It was Liang Bei who made the first move, advancing towards the camp in a deliberate crawl. When a patrol approached, he would come to a halt, patiently awaiting their passage before continuing. As he neared the camp, he glanced back and noticed that we had not kept pace with him, leaving me to surmise that he was momentarily bewildered. He flashed us a middle finger before proceeding onward. Had Liang Bei once served as a scout in the military? Such agility could not be easily replicated by others. He must have been a seasoned scout sergeant, honed through years of training and battle to attain such prowess. It was the first time we truly admired Liang Bei, for he indeed appeared quite professional. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and Liang Bei vanished from our sight. Upon closer inspection, we realized he had fallen into a rather inconspicuous trap. Fortunately, this trap was not lethal. It lacked sharpened spikes, allowing him to escape unscathed. The indigenous people hurried over upon hearing the commotion, swiftly binding Master Liang into a tight bundle, likely more securely than the last time due to previous experiences. How could it come to this? Moments later, I found myself before a frail indigenous man, who, rubbing his eyes, gave me a mocking smile. I had ventured alone into the indigenous encampment to validate my suspicions. I pointed at the sheepskin scroll cradled in his arms, then gestured towards the red pearl hanging from his neck, and finally indicated myself. My intention was clear. I could assist him in utilizing the red pearl, but I needed the sheepskin scroll. I was uncertain whether he could comprehend my gestures. I swallowed hard, pondering whether the weak indigenous man could grasp my meaning. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, advancing towards me with a glinting bone dagger in hand. Chapter 28. A return to the wall paintings. To my astonishment, despite his feeble demeanor, he moved with remarkable swiftness. He lunged at me, pinning my neck with his arm, and thrust the dagger's tip into my nostril. Goodness, do these savages have a penchant for such indignities? I knew I could not show fear at this moment, so I widened my eyes and met his gaze. I took a deep breath. This could very well work. Indeed, he reluctantly removed the red pearl and tossed it to me. Casting a wistful glance at the sheepskin scroll he held, his expression one of painful sacrifice as he solemnly placed the scroll into my hands. At that moment, I noticed Master Liang, bound and discarded like a bundle, staring at me with wide eyes, filled with confusion. I drew my short blade. The surrounding indigenous people, upon seeing my weapon unsheathed, immediately brandished their own, growling lowly, preparing to charge forward. The frail native furrowed his brow and bellowed, driving back the other natives, then fixed his icy gaze upon me. I keenly observed that the totems adorning the natives differed, yet they could be broadly categorized into two factions. Despite the frail native's formidable presence, he was not the leader of all. Approaching Master Liang, I made a small incision on his fingertip, using it to inscribe upon the parchment. Master Liang struggled fiercely, but the seal upon his mouth was too tight, allowing only muffled sounds of protest to escape. Indeed, Master Liang was no ordinary person. The wound on his finger healed rapidly. After merely a few strokes on the parchment, the bleeding ceased, and the laceration visibly mended at an astonishing pace, soon returning to its original state. The words I wished to inscribe remained the same: "Save me." What followed was a period of anticipation, yet I could not afford to wait idly. The natives possessed little patience. Adopting an air of mystery, I cradled the red pearl in my hands and chanted in a cryptic manner, eating grapes without spitting out the skins. Master Liang lay beside me, glaring with fury. The surrounding natives knelt in a display of utmost reverence, bowing towards the red pearl. Where was Qin Qianwen? A cold sweat trickled down my back. If this continued, I would surely meet my demise at the hands of the natives. After a considerable time, the frail native finally sensed something amiss. With a furious roar, he seized me, and though he appeared emaciated, his strength was astonishing. The natives, feeling deceived, let out a deafening roar that echoed their indignation. The frail native pressed his forehead against mine and uttered a phrase that eluded my comprehension, yet I could surmise its essence. His implication was likely that, "Young man, you dare to deceive me. I shall consume you whole." A pungent odor assailed my olfactory senses, overwhelming me to the point where I could scarcely open my eyes. Regrettably, before I could enact my contingency plan, I found myself on the verge of demise at the hands of this savage. He grasped me tightly, nearly suffocating me. Suddenly, he released his grip, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as I gazed up at him. There he stood, cradling a parchment made of sheepskin, tears streaming down his face. The scroll bore the three long-awaited words, "I have arrived." It dawned upon me that this was the reason the native had spared my life. They must have believed a miracle had transpired. Previously, Chun Qianwen had assisted me in shattering the illusion, yet I remained unaware of the method he employed. Without the intervention of supernatural forces this time, how could he possibly aid me again? The frail native gradually ceased his weeping and, in a gesture of supplication, knelt before me, lowering his forehead to my foot. What sort of ritual was this? I had never encountered such a custom, but the events that followed illuminated the fact that he sought my assistance. Once again, I beheld a mural. He led me to a cliff face and illuminated a small corner of it with the flickering light of a flame. This mural was rudimentary, evidently etched with flint. The imagery was disjointed, yet I managed to glean a general understanding. A tribe of Native Americans thrived on the plains, devoid of war, blood sacrifices, or beastly enclosures. They had even learned to cultivate the land and grow their own crops. The frail indigenous man was a member of this tribe, and he had a beloved wife. Due to his weak and ailing condition, it was her unwavering support that enabled him to survive. One day, they rescued a man by the seaside, who quickly mastered the language of the Native Americans and assimilated into their rugged lifestyle. As the narrative unfolds, a parchment suddenly materializes, appearing as if conjured from thin air. The man they had rescued learned how to wield the parchment's power, commanding the wild beasts of the wilderness to assault one clan after another, even resurrecting fallen warriors to join the fray. Their influence grew increasingly formidable. However, one day, the man, who had gained mastery over the parchment, suddenly descended into madness, taking the lives of many. Yet, he could not withstand the indigenous people's overwhelming numbers and was ultimately crucified upon the beach. I found myself perplexed. How could one be nailed to the beach? Is such a thing even possible? The scene shifted again, and the tribe, stripped of the parchment's power, was swiftly driven out by avengers from other clans. In this turmoil, the frail man's wife also perished. He planted a tree at her burial site. Upon witnessing my completion of the mural, the frail indigenous man patted my shoulder and pointed to a 2-meter-tall tree beyond the camp. Was that the place where he laid his wife to rest? Suddenly, a line came to mind. In the courtyard stands a loquat tree, planted by my wife in the year of her death. Now it stands tall and lush. This man, it seems, is also a figure of tragedy. He gestured towards the parchment, then to a red pearl, and finally to his wife's grave. Do you wish to resurrect your wife? But I cannot assist you, for I too am unfamiliar with the ways of that object. A sudden wave of guilt washed over me, making me feel as though I had deceived him. Yet, guilt resolves nothing. I must seize the parchment, for I am determined to survive. Even if I were to wield the scroll's power, I could never resurrect his wife. A revenant donned in a human guise, no matter how lifelike, remains devoid of humanity. At that moment, my priority was to rescue Master Liang. Yet I found myself at a loss for words to communicate with the frail native. The slender native gestured for me to follow him. Beneath the moonlight, darkness offered no refuge. It was just the two of us, and he had a need for my assistance, so I felt reassured in trailing behind him. He ventured deeper into the encampment. Along the way, we encountered the newly awakened indigenous inhabitants, predominantly women and children, some cloaked in animal hides, others scantily clad, curled up upon the sandy ground of the camp. As we passed through, they hurriedly made way for us, yet their demeanor was calm. Observing them, I perceived the tenacity of life. Master Liang's words resonated profoundly. Life possesses an unwavering desire to endure, hence their dignity. I find it unbearable to witness the suffering of others, yet I am powerless to aid them all. I cannot even secure my own survival. In that moment, I was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 29, Silver Blood. The end is the sea. But why has he brought me to the shore? In the distance, a faint glimmer emerged. Could it be the silvery light of the moon? We advanced toward that radiance. The cave's end opened up unexpectedly, revealing that what we had perceived moments ago was not moonlight, but the glow emitted by the sand. Before us lay a beach, shimmering with silver. The sands of this shore sparkled like precious metal. As I cupped the sand in my hands for a closer inspection, I realized that these grains were not silver, but rather a translucent substance, presumably containing unique components that reflected the moonlight, rendering them in such a manner. The frail native patted my shoulder and gestured toward a particular direction. Following his indication, my eyes widened in astonishment. Near the shoreline, a solitary figure lay quietly. The relentless tide washed over his body, and a silvery liquid was continuously expelled from him, carried by the waves to various corners of the beach before seeping into the sand. What could this silvery substance be? Could it be the blood of this man? Was he indeed the individual spoken of by the frail native, the one who wielded the power over the parchment, yet ultimately met his demise on the shore? If so, how could he have remained unchanged after all these years, even as the saplings grew tall? The only conclusion I could draw was that he was still alive. Noticing my stillness, the frail native hurriedly pulled me toward the figure on the beach. As we drew closer, I discerned that he was affixed to the sand by something resembling a sword. I say resembling because only the hilt protruded from the surface, and it was rather short. The rest submerged in his chest, which had initially obscured my view from a distance, leading me to believe he was merely lying there. The hilt was unmistakably a red pearl, though it bore cracks, lacking any evident signs of impact, suggesting a fracture from within. My curiosity about that individual triumphed over my fear, and despite the peril, I approached him. Indeed, he was alive. "You have returned," I remarked. "Yet you still cannot comprehend my words. Why do you persist in seeking me? You shall never learn that which eludes you." "Alas, I am aware of your inability to understand, yet I still feel compelled to reveal the truth to you. I am truly a good person. Why do you not release me?" This voice strikes me as profoundly familiar. At last, I reached his side. He lay there with eyes closed, muttering incoherently. I sensed he did not wish for the natives to set him free, but merely yearned for human conversation. Upon seeing his face, my heart sank. He was yet another figure resembling Liang Bei. Or rather, he bore an uncanny likeness to him. The man on the ground, sensing the stillness around him, opened his eyes. Upon noticing I was not one of the natives, his expression turned grave. "A pack of fools," he scoffed. "After all these years, you finally come to find me. Here I am, captured by you lot, yet I shall not disclose the whereabouts of that treasure. If you dare, continue to waste your time with me. I can outlast you, but can you endure against me? That old yew tree is pushing me to my limits. How dare you, a mere lad, attempt to probe my resolve? The red pearl truly has no worthy successors. What is this treasure? Is it the red pearl?" He seems to believe I am a descendant of his pirate comrades. From his tone, it appears that the old yew tree is the leader among the pirates abandoned by the old captain, and the red pearl is the name by which they are known. It was only at this moment that I realized the figure depicted in the mural, which the old indigenous man had shown me, bore an uncanny resemblance to Master Liang. My initial subjective judgment had led me to believe that the figure was indeed Master Liang. However, I now understood that it was, in fact, the person before me. This was not the time for revealing identities. He likely mistook me for one of his former pirate comrades or a subordinate of the old captain. I contemplated that I could not afford to speak as freely as I had previously. Verbosity could lead to my undoing. I decided to divulge only vague information to gauge his response. In a rather nonchalant tone, I informed him, "We have located the items." He responded with a mocking expression. "Those items were long ago switched out by me. What you found is merely a counterfeit." In a somber tone, I replied, "The first batch of crimson pearls has already been disseminated, and formidable warriors of unparalleled prowess have emerged. The grand dynamics of the three kingdoms are now taking shape, awaiting the ascension of various factions to imperial power." The tide continued to ebb and flow as he fell into a prolonged silence. Could it be that I had struck a nerve? I had been fabricating tales. Was it possible that those individuals were indeed linked to the crimson pearls? If so, they must have come seeking me. I had warned against utilizing those items, yet my cautions went unheeded. Now, no one could halt their advance. He stretched out his limbs, attempting to yawn, only to be impeded by a weapon embedded with crimson pearls. After uttering these words, he sealed his lips, offering no further reaction. I had initially thought them to be mere ghouls, but it now appeared that my understanding had been overly simplistic. Ghouls likely represented only one of their many forms, and perhaps the most base and unthinking among them. Fearing that further words might reveal my identity, I chose to refrain from further inquiries and turned to leave. "You are not one of them, are you?" Just as I was about to depart, the figure spoke. "Alas, is my performance truly so lacking? It appears I can no longer feign innocence, for each attempt only leads to my exposure." I glanced back at him and nodded. "Huh, so you are indeed a victim of that entity? It is quite remarkable that you managed to navigate through the misty sea to arrive here." His enthusiasm was palpable. "How did you discern that I am a victim of that being? What precisely is it?" He hesitated for a moment before replying. "It cannot be articulated nor depicted. Only those who have witnessed it can comprehend what it truly is." "Goodness, surely you jest." The man chuckled. "However, if you were to draw this sword from my chest, I might be able to provide you with a rough description." Chapter 30. The Dream of the Red Pearl. What a tantalizing proposition. Yet, I was resolute in not liberating him, for he exuded the essence of a final boss. Once freed, he might unleash devastation upon the world. Information that cannot be obtained holds no value for me, and I chose to disregard him, turning to leave. The man grew frantic, exclaiming, "I will teach you to wield the red pearl. You must help me draw this sword." My heart raced. It was indeed an enticing offer. I continued onward, indifferent to his pleas. This time, he was genuinely desperate, shouting, "Help me escape. I beg you. Name your terms. I only wish to leave this wretched place." I stood still, my heart brimming with joy, yet reason prevailed. "How could I ascertain the veracity of your words? You shall discover the truth through experience. That native desires you to resurrect his wife, does he not? He has implored me for many years, and now I shall impart the method to you. Go forth and save his beloved." I pondered deeply and found the risks of this proposal to be within the realm of my tolerance, provided I did not release him. My safety would remain assured. Clutch the crimson pearl in your palm, and then attune yourself to its essence. Following his instructions, I complied, yet there was no response. No sensation? The man looked at me with exasperation. "Have you truly focused, my brother?" "Oh." I grasped the crimson pearl, closed my eyes, and earnestly endeavored to feel its presence, but perceived no alteration. Just as I was about to inquire, an unusual sensation surged within me, akin to a force propelling towards my head, an unbearable discomfort that compelled me to abruptly open my eyes. The world spun wildly before me, continuously shifting and reconfiguring. As time morphed into a viscous yet translucent liquid, swirling around me without dispersing. Once the reconfiguration concluded, everything radiated a hazy luminescence. The world transformed into a dreamscape, the stars shimmering brilliantly, illuminating the entire realm, while the sea became an astonishingly deep azure. In my line of sight, the figure lying upon the beach vanished, leaving only the sword embedded with the crimson pearl standing quietly, emanating a resplendent rose-red glow, dazzling and captivating. I turned my gaze towards the cave, which was suffused with a warm, blue luminescence. A frail native stood motionless at the entrance, lost in a trance. As I approached and gently tapped him, he did not respond at all. I traversed the cave, passing through a throng of indigenous people, until I arrived beside the grave of the frail native's wife. There stood a woman, more accurately, a specter. Although I recognized her as a ghost, I felt no trepidation. It was a peculiar sensation, as if I were merely a spectator in this world, detached from its workings. "Did your husband send you?" she inquired, and astonishingly, I understood her words. No wonder the frail native was so obsessed with his wife. Even after many years of her passing, she remained ever present in his thoughts. Their bond was evident, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. When I passed away, that individual had foretold of this day, and now, that day had finally arrived, granting me the peace to depart. "You can no longer linger in this realm. They have discovered you, and will soon be upon you. You must leave at once." With that, she transformed into a golden stream of light, dispersing into the sky. "Wait, please tell me how to escape this world." The scoundrel on the beach had indeed intended to ensnare me. He had calculated that once I entered this realm, I would be unable to exit. However, if I could not leave, I would never be able to draw my sword, and he would remain shackled. I detest such self-serving individuals. What am I to do now? I surveyed my surroundings, yet I found nothing of substance. Everything in this world radiated an ethereal glow, akin to a dream, but precisely because of this, I could not discern a single clear indication of an exit. Must I seek a red pearl to escape? Yet how could such a thing be found simply by wishing for it? As I pondered, a distant chime echoed through the air, its clarity unmistakable despite the distance. Could it be them? My heart raced with anxiety, but I was at a loss for a hiding place. In this world where everything shone, only I remained in shadow. There was no refuge to be found. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, its waves washing away heroes, the complexities of right and wrong, triumph and defeat. Suddenly, a familiar melody wafted from afar, growing ever louder until its source emerged before me. It was that old man again. The figure before me was none other than the storyteller of the town, or rather, the tattered and ragged Taoist from the boat. He approached on a wooden horse, attempting to dismount slowly, yet the horse towered over him slightly, making his descent laborious, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. With a groan of discomfort, he lamented, "Oh, wretched old man that I am. At my age, I fall, and there is no one to assist me." At that moment, I felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of his true identity. If I were to help him, what if he turned out to be one of them, suddenly brandishing a knife? Steeling myself, I cautiously approached and assisted the old man to his feet. It was then that I recognized him without a doubt. He was indeed the storyteller from the town. The unmistakable scent of alcohol and smoke lingering around him, a memory I could never forget. The old man remained silent, yet I found myself unable to refrain from speaking. Just moments ago, that female specter informed me of their imminent arrival, and I was in desperate need of escape. I took the initiative to address him. "Have you also come here, esteemed elder?" At that moment, I was certain my face bore the unmistakable mark of embarrassment. What was the purpose of venturing out? Remaining here seemed far more advantageous, free from concerns of sustenance and worry. The old man continued to smile amiably, seemingly playing coy with me. I resolved to address the matter directly, avoiding any further trivial chatter. "Senior, I find myself ensnared in this predicament, with pressing matters awaiting me outside. If you possess knowledge of an exit, would you be so kind as to share it with me?" The young lad could no longer contain himself, could he? I had observed him with his shifty eyes from outside, and he still presented this same demeanor upon entering this realm. Did he not wish to assist me moments ago? My embarrassment intensified, and an impulsive question slipped from my lips. "Who exactly are you?" The old man chuckled softly. "I am the one who has come to end your life." Chapter 31. The Rescue. A blade, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized at my chest. I felt no pain. My consciousness remained remarkably clear. It was only at this moment that I realized what death truly entailed. My vision darkened, and the dreamlike world around me shattered into fragments. My awareness plunged into darkness, yet I could still perceive this void. Time passed, though I could not ascertain how long, until I abruptly regained consciousness. Clutching the red pearl in my hand, and before me stood the individual still pinned to the ground. "Now you must believe me. Release me at once," he implored urgently. Yet, I was far too preoccupied to consider granting him freedom. What exactly was that world? I had merely entered it, yet remained ignorant of how to navigate its complexities. I inquired of him, yet he remained obstinately silent, merely uttering, "If you were to release me, I could instruct you on how to transpose that realm into reality." Do you truly believe I would play the role of a benevolent savior for someone who appears to be a quintessential villain like yourself? Or do you presume I would rescue you for my own gain, only to be betrayed in return? If you cannot present anything of substance, then do not bother to speak, for your incessant prattling is tiresome. I turned to depart, this time with genuine intent to leave. Behind me, he erupted in a cacophony of curses, unleashing a torrent of vile language. To my utter astonishment, the sword that had bound him was severed. It was severed. Severed. He chuckled, as if he had anticipated my departure all along. "Young man, your temper is quite formidable," he exclaimed, suddenly propelling himself upright and crashing his head against my chest. A wave of discomfort surged within me, as if my very innards were in tumultuous upheaval. I collapsed to the ground, witnessing the frail natives in the distance, their faces contorted in terror as they shrieked and fled toward the camp. With great effort, he managed to rise, and I could clearly see the dislocation of his joints. He had toppled me, yet his own condition was scarcely better, lying prone and immobile. He let his right arm dangle, then forcefully pressed down upon it. With a sharp crack, he cried out in anguish, and his right arm suddenly straightened, regaining mobility with a vigorous swing. I too was rapidly recuperating. The point of impact from his earlier collision had struck a vital point, leaving me in excruciating pain, unable even to rise. After regaining some strength, I made my arduous way towards the sword embedded with crimson pearls. He, observing my efforts, desperately fidgeted with the bones of his legs, the sound of cracking echoing ominously, sending a chill down my spine. The distance between us was minimal, yet it felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Ultimately, I failed to grasp the sword. With a wicked grin, he drew the blade, menacingly regarding me. "You dare challenge me?" he taunted. He swung the sword, which had been thrust into the sand, in my direction. I hastily dodged, barely evading the strike. At that moment, both of us were utterly spent, reduced to a test of endurance. He panted heavily, lifting the hiltless sword once again. Alas, it seemed inevitable that one of us would perish. Just as I contemplated surrender, the depths of the sea erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, the waters roiling violently, instilling a sense of dread. He too noticed, pausing to regard the ocean with a wary expression. The turbulence beneath the surface grew increasingly intense. Something was rapidly approaching. I could discern the shadow of that entity. As he gazed at the swiftly nearing figure, he abruptly turned and fled towards the grasslands. I wished to escape as well, but the searing pain in my chest nearly rendered me unconscious. I could scarcely rise to my feet. His escape was not swift, and in an instant, A forceful object soared from the sea, striking him with tremendous power. The waters had ceased their tumult, indicating that whatever lurked beneath had now surfaced. Straining to turn my head, I beheld a figure standing at the very edge of the beach, frozen in the act of hurling a heavy object. It was Chun Qianwen. He had finally arrived, and now, in the late hours of the night, it had been approximately 3 hours since I had inscribed my bloodied plea on the parchment. The one who was struck flew away, seizing the opportunity to escape. Chun Qianwen approached the case, furrowing his brow as he gazed at me. After days apart, how have you become so weakened? Weakened? Perhaps that individual was merely too formidable. My chest still throbbed with pain, yet with the immediate danger dissipated, my nerves had relaxed considerably. I inquired, how did you arrive here? Did you swim out from the mist? I swam across from the opposite shore of the sea. Though I found this assertion absurd, I could not help but accept it internally. So he traversed the Pacific Ocean in a mere 3 hours, journeying from the other side. This distance is approximately 20,000 kilometers, and to cover it in 3 hours implies a speed nearing 7,000 kilometers per hour. Such velocity surpasses that of sound. No wonder the surface of the sea was boiling. Indeed, a sonic boom had erupted from the tumult beneath. He regarded the crimson pearl sword hilt and inquired, "Did you enter that world?" "Yes," I replied. "Were you slain within, only to emerge afterward?" I confirmed once more. "Remember, never venture there again," he warned gravely, his expression exceptionally serious. "Why not? For each time you perish there, your soul is eroded a fraction until you ultimately become one of them." Who are they? I finally mustered the courage to voice the question that had been tormenting me. They are entities that tread in darkness. Once human, they have lost their very essence and can only exist in the shadows. They wield the crimson pearl to transform people into forms they desire. They are so formidable. What is there to fear? Why do they not come forth openly? Many years ago, a traitor emerged among them, one who believed that humanity should not be altered. He posited that humankind evolves towards higher planes of existence in accordance with the world, without the necessity of any artificial modifications. If this process were to be interfered with by humanity itself, then the world would lose all meaning. Thus, he crafted the scrolls and concealed them in various corners of the world, awaiting discovery by those capable of opposing them. However, they would not passively witness their status being jeopardized. They cursed the scrolls, condemning every individual who obtained one to eventual madness, burning their lives away. Decades ago, Chao Song unearthed the tomb of the first emperor, from which emerged an individual who disrupted their plans and those of the traitor. That individual is none other than the Liang Bei you see before you. Chapter 32. The second truth. They captured Liang Bei, who had just emerged from the tomb, unarmed and unsuspecting, and subjected him to a gruesome experiment. Thus, we have become what we are today. At this point, he ceased to elaborate, regardless of my inquiries. He suddenly posed a question. "Do you know why they seek to capture you?" I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. "Because you are one born with knowledge. Their initial mission is to eradicate all beings of knowledge in this world." I sat there, lost in thought, pondering how it could have come to this. Was my arrival in this world merely a coincidence? You were fortunate to encounter us. Among those who survived that experiment, only 5 remained. We shall assist you in banishing them completely. He comforted me with a reassuring pat on my shoulder. This time, while you inscribed upon the parchment, was there anyone by your side? There were many, including another version of Liang Bei. I recounted the events that had transpired to him. The alternate Liang Bei did not come to the camp, as the indigenous people there were still asleep. The frail natives and his companions were now fully armed. I was at a loss for how to broach the subject of his wife, as I did not speak their language. He handed me a bone spear, then patted my arm firmly before departing with his kin, reminiscent of warriors bidding farewell before a campaign. Only Liang Bei, still bound, remained with me. This time, he was tied more securely than before. As I loosened his binds, I noticed his breath was shallow and labored. In a panic, I pressed on his acupoint, and after a considerable time, he finally regained his strength. His first words upon recovering were, "Did that man steal the parchment?" Instinctively, I nodded, but then realized how he knew that an identical counterpart of himself was present. I confronted him about it. Upon hearing my disbelief, he became agitated. "Oh, come on. He is the one I pinned there." Liang Bei was lying. The mural clearly depicts the indigenous people sacrificing numerous lives to confine that individual. This scoundrel lies without even a hint of hesitation. Yet, I cannot expose him. Firstly, I possess no evidence, for the mural is visible solely to me. Secondly, I am intrigued to observe what further actions he will undertake. When I joined forces with Master Liang and the monster, only the monster, Taba, and Xie Yin remained standing, while the others lay amidst pools of blood. Although Xie Yin was upright, blood continued to flow from his leg. Upon seeing us, Taba shouted and rushed over, overpowering Master Liang, who, despite his robust physique, was no match for Taba, who swiftly pinned him to the ground. Taba produced a grass rope and deftly bound him. Poor Master Liang, having barely escaped one entrapment, found himself ensnared once more. At that moment, the monster approached, supporting Xie Yin, and cautiously inquired, "When I was a child, did the old turtle bite my left or right egg? For heaven's sake, how could I remember such a trivial detail?" The monster sighed in relief, proclaiming, "So, you are one of us." He glanced at the prostrate Master Liang and continued, "Earlier, a fellow who bore an uncanny resemblance to him infiltrated our ranks and attacked us while we were distracted. He was exceptionally skilled, even besting the savages. The one on the ground is genuine, the assailant, was inadvertently released by me." The monster was taken aback. "If that is the case, then the events unfolding now differ from those depicted in the mural. Hearing this news brought me joy. Does this mean I am spared from death?" I found myself at a loss for words with Taba, choosing to disregard him entirely as I untied Master Liangba. Taba, unable to impede my actions, merely stood to the side, brandishing his bone spear and casting a watchful gaze upon Master Liangba. I remained uncertain of my standing in Taba's eyes. Was I a master or a companion? Perhaps I could inquire further after teaching him the nuances of the Chinese language. At that moment, the eastern horizon began to blush with the light of dawn, and unbeknownst to us, the night had slipped away. Master Liangba gestured toward the distant volcano, exclaiming, "That fellow resides there now. We have little time. We must arrive before noon. Do not question the reasons. I shall elaborate on the way." With that, he set off in that direction. Yet the four of us remained stationary. After a few paces, Master Liangba turned around abruptly, realizing the silence behind him. "You no longer believe in me, do you?" he said with a bitter smile, then directed his question toward the creature. "You have seen the murals. Do you not believe in them either?" I inquired what the creature meant by adventure, and it hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to disclose its thoughts, but ultimately chose to speak. As the creature began to articulate its words, Master Liangba's expression darkened. "Are you intent on bringing about my demise as well?" "Ah, brother, I admire your audacious spirit," I interjected. The mist was a matter no one dared to contemplate. None wished to venture back into the fog and face death. The journey toward the volcano unfolded across an endless expanse of grassland, the season transitioning from summer to early autumn, painting a picturesque scene. Yet, no one had the heart to admire the beauty, each carrying a heavy burden within. It was along this path to the volcano that Master Liangba revealed the origins of another individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Long ago, a significant event transpired. At that time, I acquired a scroll of parchment. Upon first encountering this artifact, I was oblivious to its purpose. It was during this period that I met an individual I was never meant to cross paths with, Chao Song. Chao Song was a man of profound insight. Whether discussing celestial treasures or the rarest curiosities of the world, he possessed a remarkable ability to articulate his thoughts. He was quite loquacious and could easily engage others in conversation. At that time, he also possessed several parchments, 3 in total, that, when combined with my own, formed a complete map. His excitement was palpable, as if he were entranced. Thus, the nightmarish journey commenced. Chapter 33. Beyond the volcano, the tale recounted by Master Liangba was markedly different from that of Qin Qianwen. Qin claimed that Liangba emerged from a tomb. Yet Liangba consistently asserted that he had shared that adventure with Qin. I refrained from disclosing Qin's account to Liangba. Instead, I listened as he narrated his own version of events. "We unleashed a nightmare," he said. "They unearthed something dreadful. I had not descended into the tomb myself. Thus I remained unaware of the occurrences within. All I knew was that 300 individuals had ventured down and only a scant few managed to escape, pursued by an unseen presence. The events unfolded with startling abruptness, under the cover of night, amidst an enveloping darkness. Everyone was in a frantic flight for survival, yet escape seemed an impossible dream. Fortunately, I still possess a red pearl in my grasp. Holding the red pearl, I entered the realm of dreams as instructed by Chao Song. He referred to it as the Red Pearl Dream, a name that resonates beautifully. However, it is far from a mere dream. Rather, it embodies the harshest of realities. I found myself lost within, uncertain of how to escape, until I encountered a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. Following his guidance, I discovered a second red pearl within the dream, allowing me to transition into another layer of this ethereal plane from which I eventually emerged. Alas, I realized that not everyone can access such a realm. What? A second layer of the dream? An exit? So, death is not the only means of escape? I listened in astonishment as Liang Bei continued his narrative. To my surprise, he too had emerged alongside me. It was only upon witnessing his arrival into this world that I comprehended the extent of his deception throughout our entanglement. Naturally, I rejected him, yet he made no further aggressive moves, merely casting a glance my way before departing. His gaze was akin to that of one observing a lifeless corpse. Years passed, and then, quite suddenly, I sensed an unsettling change, a feeling akin to the imminent approach of death. Once more, I ventured into the realm of the Red Pearl dream, for it was only there that I could uncover the source of this disquiet. Upon my arrival, he stood at the edge of a volcano, surrounded by awestruck savages who regarded him with reverence, as if he were a deity. Groups upon groups of these savages were driven into the maw of the volcano, while he clutched a sheepskin scroll, an expression of rapture adorning his face. I entered the space just behind him, catching him off guard, and snatched the parchment from his grasp. At that moment, a faction of barbarians opposed to him surged forward, and his army clashed violently with them while he pursued me relentlessly. I ran with all my might, desperately fleeing until exhaustion overwhelmed me, collapsing upon the sandy shore. He, too, was not in a much better condition, but he possessed not only physical strength, but also a wild, frenzied power that was truly terrifying. We grappled fiercely, neither of us gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, I fell just short, pinned to the ground beneath him, unable to move as he tightened his grip around my throat, nearly suffocating me. Then, a sword adorned with red pearls materialized in my hand, seemingly from thin air. I realized that someone must be aiding me, though I was unaware of their identity. I emerged victorious, driving the blade into him on the beach. Yet, I had forgotten that I had slain him within the realm of the Red Pearl dream. This detail is crucial. It may sound implausible, yet it transpired. I could not fathom why, but he was not truly dead. The reason likely lay in the notion that he could only perish within the confines of the Red Pearl dream, not in the realm of reality. The Red Pearl dream is akin to a space brimming with infinite possibilities. It allows one to achieve their aims, yet consequences are inevitable. Previously, his blood ritual had remained unfulfilled. This time, having acquired the parchment, he was once again elevated to the status of a deity among the barbarians. And the blood ritual would resume, enabling him to fulfill his purpose, which would ultimately lead to my demise. Thus, the question arises, are we merely striving to thwart him to save my own life? He pointed at the monster. He was well aware, as the mural had long made it clear. Either we slay the beast, or this continent will descend into a hellish abyss, leaving none to escape alive. The earlier prophecy, which foretold that only 4 could survive, had not come to pass. How could one be certain that this new prophecy would hold any truth? The monster fell silent. They patrolled in clusters near the volcano, where a rudimentary tribe had already formed at its base. Even the most ignorant of Indians would not establish their settlement at the foot of a volcano. The current state of affairs only suggested that they had been thoroughly brainwashed by the deities, forsaking their very lives in worship. Now, we were merely 5, which allowed for greater stealth, yet the vital paths leading to the volcanic mouth were guarded by the indigenous people, making a smooth approach impossible. Just as I was consumed by anxiety, Taba suddenly patted me and gestured towards the opposite side of the volcano. The most disconcerting aspect was our inability to communicate. I could not comprehend him at all. Are you suggesting we head that way? His aptitude for language acquisition was astonishingly swift. I pointed at him, then at the direction he had indicated, and he nodded, swiftly advancing to the front of our group and proceeding towards the spot he had just indicated. Liang Bei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is he capable of this?" Xie frowned, but said nothing. We took a considerable detour, nearly circling from the volcano's front to its rear. On several occasions, we narrowly escaped detection by the natives, and once we even encountered direct conflict. Fortunately, our group was quite adept, and we managed to resolve the predicament with relative ease. The rear of the volcano is characterized by an elongated slope, coated with volcanic ash and solidified magma, presenting an appearance devoid of any discernible path. Before us lies a narrow crevice, just wide enough for a single individual to pass through, shrouded in dimness with only a scant amount of light. Tabar sidled in, gesturing for us to follow. Chapter 34. The specter monkey. The limestone exudes a slippery sensation, the reason for which eludes me, as the interior of the crater is predominantly hot or oppressively cold, devoid of any slickness. Our journey through the crevice has at last culminated, revealing a vast expanse within the volcano, though it is not barren. The ground is dotted with an array of volcanic rocks, seemingly having plummeted from the higher elevations above, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. This volcano appears to have remained dormant for a considerable time, with numerous vine-like plants cascading from the summit, occupying a significant portion of the mountain's interior. The dense vines form a dark circle, obscuring the view within. At the edge of the mountainside, a series of spiraling rock formations, barely passable as a path, bear faint signs of human excavation. However, our curiosity has waned, and we cautiously ascend along the rocky veins. As dusk approaches, the light filtering from the volcano's peak has grown faint. In a flourish, Tabar produced a small torch and ignited it with flint, and thus we, a party of 5, traversed the precarious, narrow rock formations, ascending higher and higher, further removed from the ground, with darkness enveloping our feet like an unfathomable abyss. How on earth did the barbarians discover such a wretched place? Lamented Liang Bei. Tabar hastily turned his head, gesturing for silence towards Master Liang, then surveyed the surroundings as if evading some unseen threat. Without warning, a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the torch. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to glimpse something shimmering in the darkness, but just as I focused my gaze, the luminous entity vanished. The sound of flint striking echoed, reigniting the torch. I found myself positioned in the center of the group, with Master Liang in front and Tabar leading the way, followed sequentially by the monstrous creature and Xie Yin. I glanced back and forth, confirming everyone was still present, and we continued onward. As I moved forward, I noticed Master Liang had not followed. Confused, I raised my head to inquire, but was struck silent by the sight of his ashen face, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Tabar forbade speech, so I remained silent, merely observing Master Liang with growing perplexity. He slowly drew his short blade, a pace I had never witnessed before. He positioned the knife horizontally across his chest, the gleaming surface reflecting my visage. A mere glance at the blade nearly sent me into a panic. To my horror, I discovered a crimson-furred monkey perched upon my shoulder, its eyes aglow with a sinister red light, sharp teeth glinting with a faint green hue. Drool cascading down and splattering onto my shoulder, corroding the fabric with an array of tiny holes. How was it that I felt no weight at all? It was as though the creature upon my shoulder was nothing but air. I dared not move, fearing the monkey might sink its teeth into my neck. Everyone came to a standstill as Master Liang slowly lowered his blade, obscuring my view of the monkey perched upon his shoulder. In an instant, he gathered his breath and struck with his knife, executing the movement with seamless precision. After releasing a sigh, he nodded at me, allowing my taut nerves to finally relax. I lowered my voice and inquired, "What is that creature?" It appeared to be a ghost monkey, a being typically dwelling in shadowy realms, feasting on the essence of the departed. What is this essence? It is the aura emanating from the deceased. At the utterance of these words, a shiver coursed through me, amplifying the eerie atmosphere within the mountain's depths. I sensed something lurking amidst the central vines, its presence fixated upon us, emitting a faint flickering light akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. A gust of wind swept through. This wind was unlike the previous one. It howled incessantly, as if it would never cease. The moment the torch was lit, it was extinguished, leaving us engulfed in darkness. I painstakingly groped along the mountainside, hesitant to rise. As the spiral rock formations narrowed perilously, I had to lean my body against the wall to avoid plummeting. As I navigated forward, my hands suddenly grasped nothingness. It became apparent that the rock path ahead had vanished. Was there truly no way forward? What were we to do? Tabar had led us here. How could he have chosen such a route? In pondering Tabar's whereabouts, I realized a startling fact. Master Liang and Tabar had been ahead of us, yet now, with no path visible, where could they have gone? The fierce wind continued to howl, prompting me to raise my voice slightly. "Master Liang, where are you?" "Monsters! There is no path ahead." A nameless terror surged within me. Where had they all gone? A voice echoed behind me. "Have you lost them too?" It was Xie Yin. Xie Yin fell silent, and the surroundings once again succumbed to a profound stillness, broken only by the howling wind. "Don't be silent," I urged, but Xie Yin had vanished. At that moment, the rock crevice was so narrow that turning around was a formidable task. I could only crouch down, striving to withstand the biting cold. I felt my body temperature plummeting, my lips cracked, and the moisture within me steadily evaporating. If this continued, I would inevitably meet my demise, trapped atop the rock formation. I retrieved the red pearl, concentrating my thoughts in an attempt to re-enter the realm of dreams it offered. Yet, no matter how fervently I sought, that world eluded me. A dark thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I should leap into the abyss. After all, everyone had vanished. A single jump would resolve everything, sparing me the exhausting search for the parchment or the red pearl, and I would no longer need to seek out my father. A shiver ran through me as my foot edged perilously close to the precipice. I hastily withdrew, only to feel a sharp sting across my face, as if I had been slapped. At that moment, the scene before me shifted dramatically, flames flickered once more, and Liang Bei materialized before me, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. His left hand, raised as if he had just struck someone, still held a short knife, from which dangled a monkey, the very ghostly creature from before. Despite having been impaled, it remained alive, baring its teeth at me as if eager to devour my flesh. With a swift motion, Liang Bei flung the ghost monkey into the abyss. At this moment, I became acutely aware of a searing pain in my neck, as if it were being torn apart. I wiped the afflicted area and raised my hand to my eyes, only to discover not merely blood, but also a faint green liquid seeping through it. The pain in my neck surged once more, and the scene before me appeared to shift ominously, the flames on the verge of extinguishing. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, forcibly restoring the chaotic tableau. I sensed that my face had become swollen from the blow. Damn you, Liang Bei. Chapter 35. The colorful patterns according to the beast. I had been in a daze ever since the monkey bit me, even contemplating leaping out of the rocky crevice. It rushed to restrain me, and only after Liang Bei had dealt me 2 stinging slaps did I regain my senses. I could only feel helpless at this revelation. Who could have anticipated the potency of that monkey's saliva? Who else, like me, was so unfortunate as to be bitten on the throat? Liang Bei explained that the saliva of the ghost monkey was not inherently hallucinogenic. It was merely due to the bite on my neck that the venom surged to my brain, plunging me into a state of illusion so swiftly. He assured me it was not a grave matter, as the venom was not particularly lethal. After a few more episodes, the toxicity would dissipate on its own. After a brief respite, our expedition pressed onward, but before long, the path ahead vanished once again. I pinched my thigh sharply, and upon feeling the pain, I realized that the surroundings had not changed, which allowed me to calm my racing heart. The rocky outcrop before me had narrowed considerably, scarcely wide enough for a foot to stand upon. Yet, near the mountain wall, a fissure appeared. Though low, it was sufficiently wide, resembling a diminutive cave that could accommodate a person entering within. Taba beckoned to us and crawled into the opening on the ground. How could the barbarians discover such a place? Do they simply enjoy burrowing into the crevices of the mountains during their idle hours? It is truly baffling, Master Liang complained. Yet he had no choice but to follow suit. I explained to him that the indigenous people are inherently like this. They possess a myriad of totemic beliefs, wherein various creatures, birds, beasts, insects, fish, as well as trees, plants, and even stones, can become objects of reverence. Some tribes that worship specific totems delight in venturing into harsh and desolate terrains, showing little appreciation for more hospitable environments. How do you know all this? Master Liang inquired, as he struggled to crawl forward, his larger frame occasionally bumping against the rocky ceiling. The height of the low passage gradually increased, allowing us to rise to our feet. At that moment, we noticed a scattering of colorful, block-like objects. Upon closer inspection, we realized they were remnants of collapsed spider nests. The passage continued to ascend at an angle, confirming that Taba's route was indeed correct. The path ahead proved treacherous. It was formed naturally, with certain rock walls fractured, creating gaps. The directions of these fractures varied, resulting in an uneven path beneath our feet, often steep and sloped rather than flat. I exerted considerable effort to keep pace with Master Liang. Observing our struggles, Taba slowed his pace to accommodate us. The further we ventured, the more vibrant spider webs adorned the rocks, in some areas densely packed, sending shivers down our spines. It is worth noting that these colorful spider webs, when observed individually, are rather small, even less than half the size of a palm, yet they are abundant in number. At this moment, the light of the torch had diminished significantly. Tabar tore his garment into strips, collecting numerous spider webs to wrap around the torch before proceeding further. Suddenly, I noticed that the area illuminated by the torch revealed a faintly discernible pattern of colors. However, before I could comprehend it fully, the design vanished. I steeled myself to observe more closely and soon realized that indeed, at the edge of the firelight, there existed a colorful pattern, its shape intriguingly bizarre, resembling a sphere, with countless fine threads extending from it. With each advancement of the flame, more of these vibrant patterns emerged, seemingly terrified of the light, unable to linger even for a moment in its presence. As we continued onward, the colorful designs multiplied, ultimately enveloping the entire darkness. It was at this juncture that everyone became aware of this phenomenon. Tabar cautiously turned his head, still gesturing for silence, then pointed towards the end of the passage, signaling us to remain quiet and keep moving forward. With each step we took, the light advanced a little further, causing the colorful patterns in the darkness to recede like a tide. I refrained from looking back, knowing that the same scenario awaited behind me. What manner of place is this? Tabar hastily turned around, his expression fraught with urgency, repeatedly murmuring, "Hurry, hurry." He urged us to quicken our pace. I nodded in acknowledgement, and he understood my intent, subsequently abandoning any restraint on his speed as he hastened ahead. Now is not the time for hesitation. We must exert every ounce of our strength to keep pace with the torch. Our speed has increased significantly. Something is rapidly approaching. It moves with such swiftness that our own velocity offers no hope of escape. Tabar, too, has come to this grim realization. He turns and positions himself at the rear of our group, switching the torch to his left hand while drawing a bone spear with his right. At that moment, as I gaze upon his silhouette, he appears as imposing as a mountain. The dark entity has manifested, and indeed, it is a specter monkey. This time, there are numerous specter monkeys, and the confines of the cave make our defense considerably more challenging. Yet, due to the narrowness of the cave, the towering Tabar stands as an indomitable barrier, capable of holding back countless foes, much less a mere handful of monkeys. With the bone spear in hand, the specter monkeys are swiftly vanquished. Just when I believed we were safe, the venom erupted once more with a ferocity that took me by surprise. The toxin surged through me with alarming intensity, rendering me speechless. The cave and the figures around me began to distort. The colorful patterns in the darkness grew increasingly grotesque, transforming into a mocking visage reminiscent of the infamous Liang Bei, derisively laughing at me. The figures before me became ever more indistinct, their backs turned to me. I was unable to speak or move. How could I possibly call for help? In that moment, the only thought that consumed me was the desire to plunge a knife into my own flesh. I repeated in my mind, "Awake, awake." Yet, the illusion deepened, and the flickering flames before me waned, threatening to engulf me entirely in this phantasm. Suddenly, I realized that my right hand, clutching the knife, was able to move. A wave of exhilaration surged through me as I raised the blade, poised to plunge it into my chest. A sharp sting seared across my face. I felt with certainty that blood had been drawn. The illusion vanished in an instant. I turned my head to look for Master Liang, intending to scold him, only to find nothing but emptiness behind me. Master Liang had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 36. In the cave. There were no footprints left behind. He had simply vanished into thin air. At that moment, I would have preferred to remain within the hallucinatory realm conjured by the toxin. Yet this was no illusion. Taba had been injured and had retreated, replaced by Xie Yan. However, the ghost monkeys surged forward relentlessly, fearlessly launching themselves in suicidal charges. Xie Yan appeared on the verge of succumbing. Amidst the chaos, the vibrant patterns, unwilling to remain mere background, flowed toward me along my shadow. I leaped about in vain, unable to halt their advance. Clutching the red pearl in my hand, I fervently prayed for a miracle to unfold. In this critical moment, I could no longer concern myself with whether my soul would be devoured or if I would be lost within the dream of the red pearl. My comrades, my brothers, were fighting valiantly ahead. If I could not protect them, surviving myself would be utterly meaningless. A miracle truly occurred. The world began to restructure. Time grew thick and crystalline, and I suddenly realized how much I cherished the sensation of entering the dream of the red pearl. The dreamlike realm stabilized. Yet I was unprepared for the sight before me. Master Liang, who had just vanished, was standing there. Suddenly, he smiled at me, that smile sinister and cunning. A wave of shock coursed through me. This was not Master Liang, but rather the figure he had brought forth from the dream of the red pearl. A sudden wave of dread surged within me, yet a subsequent thought dispelled my fear, filling my mind. If I were to end his life here, he would vanish entirely. We would no longer have to confront the fierce and robust Indians at the volcano's mouth, and we could escape this savage land. Are you contemplating how to eliminate me? Young man, you are still quite youthful. Engaging in violence and disregarding life is ill-advised. His gaze was rife with mockery and disdain. I paid no heed to his words, merely tightening my grip on my arm to ensure the dagger remained intact. I could, if I so desired, bring forth the vibrant colors of this cave to consume you entirely, leaving no trace behind. Yet, I refrained. I am magnanimous, after all. For you liberated me from my confinement, and we have not had any direct conflict. Throughout, there has been no discord between us. He spoke leisurely. What was he trying to convey? I did not comprehend, but dared not act rashly and could only observe the unfolding situation. Do you believe Liang Bo to be a commendable figure? Just because of a mural and some fabricated tales, you have pledged your allegiance to him? Are you aware that if you continue to follow him, you will inevitably meet your demise at his hands? He is not a rational man. Liang Bo is likely the true name of Liang Bayi. At this moment, I was reluctant to accept his words. I had already discerned that Liang Bayi was not an ordinary man when I was at the Indian camp, having prepared myself for a confrontation with a tiger. What exactly are you trying to say? I inquired, furrowing my brow. I will assist you in escaping the volcano, and you will help me eliminate Liang Bo. He stated decisively. Why do you not go and kill him yourself? You need not concern yourself with this. Our interaction is merely transactional. Your leverage is insufficient. I stated coldly. He believed his influence was substantial enough for me to acquiesce, yet not all are enamored by great leverage. He laughed heartily, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, and I reciprocated with a smile, only to abruptly pull his arm behind me and plunge a dagger into his chest. Young man, your temper is quite fierce, yet I ponder why, in this realm you scarcely comprehend, you exude such confidence. No sooner had I spoken than he vanished from my sight. Those who defy me shall be driven to madness. The colorful waves upon the rock face began to stir, and in the ample light, I discerned that the vibrant orbs were composed of countless minuscule spiders, each adorned in a kaleidoscope of hues. A colony of these arachnids scuttled within their ranks, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of shifting colors. It was no wonder they were called the vibrant hues. As the colorful waves surged faster, their brilliance intensified, threatening to emerge into this world. Yet my companions remained rooted, utterly motionless. In that moment, I noticed that the torch in Taba's hand still flickered with life. Seeing that flame was akin to glimpsing a flicker of hope, I seized the torch and raced towards each vibrant cluster, igniting them. The flames spread rapidly through the colorful waves, and nothing could hinder their advance. I silently cheered within, burn, proteins. The conflagration of the vibrant clusters ignited the specters trailing behind us, and the ghostly monkeys were engulfed in green flames, reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Gradually, the entire cavern ignited with colorful flames, which danced like untamed stallions, frolicking through every corner and setting it ablaze. Remarkably, the objects that caught fire did not emit black smoke, but rather colorful bubbles, which soon filled the entire space. At last, I had rescued my companions. However, a sense of joy eluded me. Holding a dagger to my chest, I found it exceedingly difficult to plunge it in. Must death be the only escape from this world? Master Liang had mentioned that within the second layer of the Red Pearl Dream, there existed a passageway to reality. Yet, Qin Xianwen had previously taken the sword hilt adorned with red pearls, and now, bereft of the pearls, I was unable to access the second layer of the Red Pearl Dream. I pressed the blade against my chest, steeling my resolve, and forcefully thrust the dagger inward. The reconstruction of the dream commenced, and my consciousness once again plunged into endless darkness. This time, I felt a profound reluctance. I did not wish to leave that world. Perhaps this is what Qin Xianwen referred to as being eternally ensnared in the Red Pearl Dream. Not an inability to escape, but a desire to remain. Master Liang must have been captured by that individual, the beast asserted with certainty. Was it depicted in the murals? I probed further. Indeed. But many of the things illustrated in the murals have not come to fruition. Those unfulfilled visions resemble traps. If we do not know their locations, we cannot evade them. I pondered in my heart. Could it be that someone had altered the murals? Were the images I beheld truly authentic? What I had witnessed were merely disjointed scenes, lacking coherence. The monster gazed at me with a peculiar expression and said, "We have seen much, yet I cannot divulge." I nodded in understanding. With no threats lingering nearby, we conversed as we walked, eventually arriving at the end of the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, I was taken aback. Chapter 37. Into the water. Before me lay a lake of moderate size, and the far shore was bathed in moonlight, faintly revealing the starry sky. I was uncertain of our exact position within the volcano, but it was evident that this was the path to freedom. The pressing question now was how to cross. Swimming across posed the risk of encountering unknown dangers lurking in the depths. Are you suggesting we can simply swim across? I inquired. The monster and I had grown up by the sea, unafraid of the water, but could Xie Yin and Taba manage it? The object we discovered resembled a vine rather than a branch. It was dry yet appeared to stretch over 2 meters in length. Remarkably lightweight yet exceptionally sturdy, so much so that even a blade could not sever it. I pondered if this vine originated from the depths of the mountain. Given that the volcano had not erupted in ages, it seemed plausible that such vines could break through the Earth's surface. The shore was strewn with similar objects, and we set about collecting them to construct a raft. Taba suggested tearing his clothing to bind the raft, but I intervened, warning that if he continued, he would be left without any covering, and I would need to provide him with more garments. The monster and Xie Yin each contributed a piece of clothing to secure the raft. The raft took on a rectangular shape, measuring over 2 meters in width and approximately 5 meters in length. Once we all stood upon it, it began to sink slightly, even with the lightweight nature of the vines. Tabar had thinned the vines slightly to serve as paddles. However, these makeshift paddles proved to be utterly ineffective, barely making a dent in the water. After a couple of attempts, I set the paddle aside and resorted to using my hands to propel the boat. As I continued to row, I suddenly felt a peculiar itchiness in my hands. At that moment, the creature behind me held a torch aloft. I turned to glance into the water but discerned nothing amiss. The lake was remarkably clear, and under the torchlight, I could almost see the bottom. Could it be that I was mistaken in my sensations? Perhaps it was simply a matter of having been out of the water for too long, causing my body to become unaccustomed. By now, we had reached the center of the lake, and to my surprise, the raft was moving at a decent pace. At this rate, we would reach the exit in no more than 15 minutes. Just then, the creature spoke to us. We must hasten. The torch is about to. Before it could finish, the raft suddenly lurched forward. Simultaneously, a loud splash echoed as I turned to see that Xie Yin had vanished from the raft. The flickering flames cast reflections on the water's surface, rendering it impossible to ascertain where he had fallen. A commotion erupted, accompanied by the sounds of splashing water, as a bloodied figure emerged beside me, grasping at the edge of the raft, attempting to climb aboard. Instinctively, I reached for my knife to strike, only to realize that it was Xie Yin. I quickly pulled him up, and he gasped for breath. It was then that I noticed he was uninjured. The blood covering him was not his own. We must leave at once. There is something lurking beneath the water. We can no longer paddle with our hands. He gasped, trembling uncontrollably. The water below was chillingly cold. As I grasped the oar to plunge it into the water, I suddenly caught sight of several enormous shadows gliding beneath the raft, making the small wooden vessel appear akin to a mere toy in comparison. Swallowing hard, I cautiously dipped the oar into the water. In an instant, the raft was catapulted upwards, and I was thrown into the water. The fall occurred in a heartbeat. The torch extinguished the moment it met the water. How could the water be so frigid? I had felt no chill when I was merely touching the raft. But now submerged, the cold was so intense it threatened to cramp my muscles. Yet, as a pearl diver, when have I ever feared the water? I steadied my breath and opened my eyes wide. The massive shadows swirled around me, yet they did not attack. The darkness beneath the surface was profound, and I could only faintly discern their shapes in the distant moonlight, unable to identify what they truly were. At that moment, Xie Yin was clinging to one of the shadows, moving swiftly alongside it. I was puzzled as to why he pursued the shadow so relentlessly, until I realized he was not merely following it, but had plunged a knife into it, unable to withdraw the blade. He gripped the knife tightly, being dragged along as the shadow moved, which also bore him along with it. It dawned on me that the blood covering him moments ago had originated from that very shadow. I suddenly recognized that Xie Yin was also a formidable person. The shadow he clung to was now approaching me, and I maneuvered around its front to reach him. Xie Yin's face had turned pale, yet he still did not release his grip, holding tightly onto the knife embedded in the shadow. He had already lost consciousness, yet even in his stupor, he would not let go. I withdrew the blade, and the shadow, in pain, swiftly vanished into the depths. I quickly swam to the surface with Liang Bei, tossing him onto the raft. At this moment, the creature brought Tabar to the surface. Although he was not a pearl diver, he had grown up by the sea and had a comparable affinity for the water. The three of us, carrying the unconscious Xie Yin, paddled towards the cave's exit. The torches had long extinguished, and we had not yet reached a place illuminated by light, plunging us into profound darkness once more. Suddenly, the creature tapped me on the shoulder. I inquired about his intent, but he remained silent. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and asked, "Who are you talking to?" A shiver ran down my spine, and I whispered back, Why did you just tap me? I didn't T-tap you. We both realized the gravity of the situation, falling silent as the surrounding atmosphere thickened with an eerie stillness, interrupted only by the sound of our frantic paddling. The raft gradually came to a halt. No matter how vigorously we rowed, it would not budge. The moonlight shimmered nearby, yet at that moment, it felt infinitely distant. Beyond the moonlight lay an abyss of darkness. We dared not move, for the raft had not ceased its ascent, but continued to rise slowly. A sharp sound echoed through the air, and I recognized it as Tabar attempting to strike a spark. However, having fallen into the water, the flint was now damp and unlikely to ignite. The entire space felt constricted, filled with vines that had inexplicably sprouted from the lake's depths, their vibrant green contrasting starkly with our wooden raft. A gap began to form in the vines beside me, revealing a menacing red eye peering through the foliage. Chapter 38. Escape Dreaded Specters. Yet another one of those abhorrent little creatures. It struggled desperately to extricate itself from the vines. Yet I would not afford it such an opportunity. Seizing the moment of its vulnerability, I plunged my blade deep into it. The ghostly monkey emitted a piercing scream, after which silence ensued, and the gaps in the vines swiftly healed. What manner of creature is this? Xie Yan, just awakening, inquired gravely, gazing at the vines. Suddenly, the vines ceased their growth. All the vines split open, revealing the crimson orbs hidden within. The red eyes multiplied, glowing ominously in the darkness as they regarded us. In that moment, we felt as though we had entered a realm of spirits. Once again, I sensed a hand upon my shoulder, sending a shiver down my spine. Yet I did not turn. Instead, I swung my blade fiercely behind me, standing at the rear of the group, unperturbed by the possibility of striking a comrade. The beast and Taba were engaged in dispatching the ghostly monkeys surrounding the raft, but the openings in the vines proliferated, rendering their efforts futile. If this continued, death was inevitable, and we had to discover a means of escape. Seizing the nearly extinguished torch, I thrust it fiercely into the nearby vines, which recoiled as if animated, igniting a widespread conflagration. The vines burned with remarkable rapidity, turning to ash almost instantaneously, yet these ashes did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into embers that ignited everything around them. This is splendid. The ghostly monkeys were spared, but now you shall meet your fiery demise. The beast halted its eradication of the ghostly monkeys, looking at me with a resigned expression. A single burning ember, seemingly from nowhere, floated down onto Taba's garment, igniting it instantly. Taba hastily discarded the burning clothing to the side. A jolt of fear coursed through me. Yet I had not contemplated that these ashes could ignite the vines, and indeed, could also consume us. The raft remained unscathed by the flames. These brittle remnants were ablaze, devoid of any warmth. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that the current raft was supported aloft by the vines that had burgeoned from the lake's depths. However, the fire had already ignited. How was it that the vines beneath the raft remained unscathed? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the raft trembled violently and plummeted swiftly downward. We soon found ourselves submerged once more. At that moment, the surface of the water had transformed into a raging inferno. The speed at which the vines burned was astonishing, as the flames voraciously spread in all directions. The lake's depths were illuminated brilliantly, and only then did I discern the colossal shadow lurking beneath the surface. It resembled a degenerated manatee, lacking eyes, its entire form a ghostly white. For some inexplicable reason, its body had expanded tremendously, appearing to be at least the size of a humpback whale. The gigantic manatee was pierced by the vines emerging from the lake bottom, blood oozing from its wounds. Upon contact with the vines, the blood seemed to nourish them, causing them to grow at an alarming rate. It became clear that the blood of the colossal manatee served as sustenance for the vines. As soon as the vines breached the water surface, they were consumed by flames, while those below continued to proliferate. This cycle of growth and combustion would likely persist until the manatee's blood was entirely depleted. Yet, the inferno raged on. Ascending meant certain death, while remaining submerged for too long would lead to suffocation, a fate equally grim. The degree of intimacy required for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation eludes me. I can only guide Xie Yan beneath the moonlight, where lies a patch of untainted earth devoid of creeping vines. In their absence, the burning ashes are diminished. For these vines ought to fear the natural light, yet they seem unperturbed by the illumination cast by torches. Judging by the plight of the colossal manatee, blood appears to foster the growth of these vines. If, perchance, one were to plant them in a crowded area during the night, supplemented by a touch of blood, this thought sends a chill down my spine. When did I succumb to such malevolent musings? At last, we reached the shore, the moonlight forming a barrier against the menacing vines that sought to advance. Our survival, though precarious, has granted us a modicum of safety. As we lay on the bank, I realized that I had exerted too much force while swimming with Xie Yin. My leg muscles were on the verge of cramping. I pondered the fate of our master aboard the vessel. Xie Yin murmured, and sensing something amiss, I reached out to touch his forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, likely indicating a high fever. This fellow has finally acknowledged his condition, I thought. Wasn't he? It said that the protector of Sima Zhao was quite formidable. If Xie Yin were indeed that individual, how could he be reduced to such a state? I rolled my eyes. What does prowess in battle have to do with swimming skills? The beast seemed at a loss for words, falling silent for a time, until suddenly breaking the stillness. Look, how has the moonlight come to shine upon us? Upon hearing this, I glanced up to find that indeed, the moonlight had waned, likely due to its zenith position. From the angle of the cave, it would soon cease to penetrate. The fire had long since extinguished, and in the enveloping darkness, it was uncertain whether any vines remained. To ensure our complete safety, we needed to exit the cave swiftly. Only in the presence of light could we find true security. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my foot, reminiscent of the gentle taps I had previously experienced on my shoulder. A wave of unease washed over me, and I hastily seized the burden of Master Liang Ba on my back, shouting, "Flee!" The creature, realizing that the vines had begun to extend from the shadows, hastily scrambled towards the cave's entrance. Behind us, a rustling sound emerged, dense and pervasive, as if we were already ensnared within the vines. The memory of the ghostly monkey's crimson eyes spurred me to move even faster. Moonlight shimmered just ahead, tantalizingly close, only 2 more steps. A tremendous force suddenly gripped my back, attempting to drag Xie Yin back into the cave. The strength was so overwhelming that it nearly pulled me off balance as well. I exerted all my might to pull Xie Yin forward, but my efforts were feeble against the encroaching vines. More and more vines coiled around Xie Yin's feet, their grip tightening, nearly wrenching him from my grasp. Taba let out a thunderous roar, a force so powerful it felt as if it might tear me apart. The vines could not withstand this strength, and the 4 of us were propelled out of the cave, almost flying. The vines recoiled from the moonlight, retreating into the shadows. Chapter 39. The blood sacrifice begins. From our elevated vantage point, we had a perfect view of the scene below. There lay a circular altar, remarkably symmetrical and nearly flawless. How could the natives, or rather, this other Liang Ba, have constructed such a perfect circle? I am preoccupied with the matter at hand, as I am unaware of the duration for which the blood sacrifice has been underway. The indigenous figures, clad in animal hides, raise their hands to the heavens, vociferously chanting incantations, while they proceed to slit the throats of other bound tribesmen. A river of crimson life flows forth, cascading in a singular direction, one devoid of torches, shrouded in darkness, and too distant for our eyes to discern. If all goes as anticipated, the enigmatic Liang Bei should be situated there. Before me stand rows of totemic pillars, grotesque in appearance, resembling not the creations of nature but rather the phantoms of legend. Each pillar bears a bound individual. Tabar has commenced his search for a descent, removing the tip of his bone spear and grasping it in hand, discarding the long staff to the side as he gingerly navigates down the rocky precipice. The summit is elevated, composed predominantly of limestone, and over time has succumbed to the erosive forces of the wind, resulting in the formation of honeycomb rock. Even in the face of reverse climbing, there are footholds to be found upon the cliffside. Tabar swiftly reaches a lower platform and gestures for us to follow. Having grown up by the sea, I have seldom scaled mountains, let alone engaged in rock climbing, particularly now with the unconscious Xie Yin in tow. The platform below lies approximately 5 meters beneath us, and we signal to Tabar, inquiring if it is feasible to lower Xie Yin down. Tabar nods in affirmation. We endeavored to lower Xie Yin gently, then loosened our grip. A distance of 5 meters is neither short nor long. Tabar caught Xie Yin without bending at the waist. I had been estimating the strength of this individual, and judging by his earlier feat of pulling us out of the cave, his hands must possess a force of at least 500 kilograms, possibly even more. Subsequently, the 2 of us wielded our knives, mimicking Tabar's movements, and cautiously descended to the lower platform without incident. The path ahead became considerably less treacherous. Unlike the harrowing experience we had just endured, the torches lit by the natives illuminated a vast expanse, yet we could not approach recklessly. We could only lie in wait, observing and biding our time. At that moment, Xie Yin regained consciousness. We recounted the events that had transpired, and he propped himself up with one hand, coughed twice, and said to us, "There is no need for such complexity to find that person." He unsheathed his short knife and strode towards the blood sacrifice altar, leaving us no time to intervene. This was disastrous. How could he so carelessly expose himself? Had fever clouded Xie Yan's judgment? The natives quickly spotted him and rushed forward, shouting. Xie Yan, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of blade movements, skirting past the natives. The number of natives he passed grew, and so did the fallen among them. Yet those charging recklessly increased even more. Blood flowed swiftly across the ground, merging into a stream that contributed to the river of blood. Xie Yan navigated the altar, reaping the lives of the natives. His face grew increasingly pale, and his movements became sluggish, yet he remained upright, his blade weaving a relentless tapestry of chaos. I followed closely behind him, increasingly sensing something amiss. The natives seemed to be charging forward as if to meet their demise, while Xie Yan became ever more fervent in his assault, even brandishing his blade towards us. Suddenly, Xie Yan turned, and I was taken aback by the crimson light that blazed in his eyes, reminiscent of a demon monkey. In an instant, that scarlet glow vanished, leaving him as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, a native behind him swung a bone knife down upon him, embedding it into his shoulder, from which blood gushed forth. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated, forcing back the frenzied native. As he retreated to our side, his gaze seemed to convey a silent message. The wind howls, the waters of the E are cold. Brother, what purpose does your death serve now? Should you perish, the natives will simply come forth to slay us all. What does it matter if you take a few of them down? I had once thought we could annihilate them all, but I miscalculated, dragging everyone into this plight. Xie Yan's face was etched with profound sorrow. You were so capable in combat. How were you captured by the natives last time? I could not help but inquire. I fell into their trap. This is not the time for such discussions. We must locate that individual swiftly and eliminate him. Xie Yan spoke with a grave tone. The number of natives was growing. It was evident that our earlier skirmish had drawn their attention. The path upward was illuminated by an increasing number of torches, stretching far towards the base of the volcano, almost endless, instilling a sense of dread. Xie Yan looked at us, his words imbued with undeniable resolve. I shall carve a path to the river of blood. You will follow me. Brother, what are you doing? You just transformed into that state. Have you not learned your lesson? Yet, as I pondered, I realized that this was the only course of action left to us. If we were both influenced by the altar and the blood river, even reaching the river's end would not suffice to eliminate that individual. I suddenly became aware that due to the mural, we held no doubts about slaying him. However, would the events depicted in the mural indeed transpire? There was no time left for contemplation, as the number of natives increased. Xie Yan charged forward, and Taba brandished his bone spear to engage in battle, compelling me and the beast to follow closely in their wake. I surmised that the beast would be impervious to the blood river's effects, for its inherent madness thrived on violence and bloodshed. One native after another fell, while the river swelled with a tumultuous current, seemingly rushing toward the abyss. I had not anticipated that we would arrive at the river's end so swiftly. Xie Yan had succumbed entirely to madness, relentlessly pursuing the natives without pause. Taba, from behind, struck him unconscious and hoisted him onto his back. At the terminus of the blood river stood a tree, an ancient-looking specimen, not tall and devoid of leaves, yet its branches were remarkably dense, shrouding the moonlight entirely. Upon sighting this tree, the natives ceased their advance, worshipping it from a distance. Taba let out a fierce roar and hurled his bone spear toward the base of the tree. The spear disappeared into the darkness. Yet no sound of it embedding itself in the tree was heard. The natives in the distance bellowed in anger, but dared not approach. Slowly, a figure emerged from beneath the tree. To my astonishment, we met so soon. It was indeed Liang Bei, yet not quite the Liang Bei I recognized. The scene before me appeared extraordinarily bizarre. Chapter 40. Master Liang. A shadow enveloped Master Liang from head to toe, an inescapable shroud that persisted even beneath the moonlight, rendering him a mere silhouette. His expression was a perplexing blend of gravity and a sinister grin, a visage I instantly recognized, nearly identical to the one depicted in the mural. It has now become almost certain that the individual Master Liang extracted from the realm of the Red Pearl Dream is indeed immortal in the corporeal world. He had once been slain by the old captain through some unknown means, only to rise again. Abandon all hope. You cannot extinguish my existence. After this night, The bodies of the immortal and the blood reversers shall merge flawlessly, and I shall endure throughout the annals of time, he proclaimed, regarding us with an air of pity. Since the slaying of Qin Zhong 7 centuries ago, I have witnessed this very scene unfold. The blood reversers, repugnant as they may be, perceive truths imperceptible to the mortal eye. You mortals shall forever be blind to the world seen through the eyes of the blood reversers, yet you dare to thwart my sanguinary ritual. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated his countenance became. You are not but puppets in their grand design. They are omnipresent. The more you struggle, the more they revel in your despair. You stand now as I did 7 centuries past. I resisted them, and consequently, all connected to me met their demise. It seems Master Liang harbors many secrets yet to be unveiled. I had believed I possessed considerable insight into his being, but I must seize the opportunity to interrogate him further after this encounter. Suddenly, a shift occurred upon his face. Do not heed this wretch's nonsense. Strike him with the hilt of the red pearl sword. It is indeed Master Liang. At present, I do not possess that object. It remains with Qin Qianwen. He assured me he would always be by my side, yet I have not even caught a glimpse of him. Contemplating the items within the mountain's depths, I cannot help but wonder if he has met his demise within its bowels. However, upon reflection, Qin Qianwen's constitution is akin to that of a corpse spirit, making it improbable for him to perish so easily. Yet, where could he possibly be now? Why does he not reveal himself in this critical moment? Liang Bei pales in comparison to that individual. He merely appeared for an instant before vanishing, while the true master of the body remains that person. The blood river coursing through the tree behind him nourishes it, causing its branches to flourish even more. Instinctively, I feel a profound loathing towards that tree, a distaste that seems to emanate from the depths of my soul. Simply gazing upon it fills me with discomfort, inciting a desire to incinerate it. Born of knowledge, from which point in the river of time did you embark? Who brought you to this place? We can collaborate. Do not be misled. Even those behind them are no match for us. I said to him, very well, let us first set fire to the tree behind you. Everything else can be negotiated. The man let out a cold chuckle, his expression growing increasingly sinister, and he slowly retreated into the shadow of the tree. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the tree's shadow, the voice strikingly reminiscent of the Tabar people's language, albeit with a more aggressive tone. Upon hearing this, Tabar spun around abruptly. We followed his gaze. The altar was enveloped in a hazy, sanguine atmosphere, as the indigenous people ended their lives in various ways. The blood river surged forth, gradually transforming into a silvery hue, reminiscent of the silver seen on the beach that day, yet now appearing grotesquely fierce. The torches along the mountain path continued to extinguish, one after another, from the volcano's mouth to the foot of the mountain, as life burned away like dry grass in a fleeting moment. Just then, I suddenly realized that we were standing in the shadows, which deepened ominously, and the place we occupied was on the brink of succumbing to darkness. I abruptly turned to look, and to my astonishment, the monstrous tree had grown significantly taller in such a short span, reaching an imposing height of approximately 20 meters. No longer merely a mass of darkness. It now emanated a peculiar brilliance, a silvery hue intermingled with a sanguine glow, which, strangely, did not disperse. Darkness surrounded everything except for the tree itself. A diminutive figure clung to the trunk of the monstrous tree, conspicuous at the boundary where darkness met light. I instantly recognized him, Qin Qianwen. He had finally made his appearance. But did he not notice the impending danger? Qin Qianwen drew forth the hilt of the red pearl sword and plunged it fiercely into the heart of the monstrous tree. The tree emitted a mournful cry, shattering into silvery red particles that dissolved into the air in an instant. Grandpa Liang fell, a shroud of shadow clinging ominously around him, threatening to envelop him. Qin Qianwen caught the hilt of the red pearl sword as it plummeted, and with a vigorous throw, it sliced through the air, striking the shadow with a crimson light. The events unfolded in a heartbeat, and by the time I regained my senses, I realized that the battlefield had transformed into Qin Qianwen's personal showcase. We had been rendered utterly helpless. The shadow, upon encountering the red pearl sword hilt, dissipated into mere foam, much like the fire I had ignited in the dream of the red pearl. The shadows inherently emerged from the realm of the crimson pearl dream, ultimately dissipating in the same ethereal manner. As I contemplated approaching to extend a greeting, I observed Qin Qianwen unexpectedly draw forth a small, handleless knife from his waist, upon which gleamed yet another crimson pearl. This pearl was distinctly unlike the one nearly shattered upon the sword's hilt previously, It was pristine and flawless. Chen Qianwen plunged the knife into the heart of Elder Liang. He lay there, reminiscent of the figure I had first encountered on the beach. Silver blood oozing forth once more, yet he did not awaken. Chen Qianwen scarcely glanced at us, turning instead to leap off the precipice. What was his true intent? For the first time, I found myself questioning the motives of this individual who had once aided me. His actions, while seemingly beneficial, always concealed ulterior motives, and my trust in him plummeted to an all-time low. But what had that shadow been? If it was indeed Elder Liang from the Crimson Pearl Dream, then why did this man still possess silver blood? A thought suddenly struck me. Perhaps the blood of Elder Liang was inherently silver, as mentioned by the enigmatic blood reverser. We dared not approach Elder Liang's body, yet could not distance ourselves either, remaining in suspense for his awakening. Following the dispersal of that shadow, the altar collapsed, and the surviving natives wailed in despair upon the ground. It was only at this moment that I noticed the frail natives. They had fled ahead of us, uncertain whether they had escaped or had already met their demise. The volcano trembled slightly, a minor quake, yet it was palpable. Liang Bei has also awakened. I posed several inquiries to him, and he was able to respond adequately, even recounting the events that transpired before and after his disappearance in the narrow tunnel. This alleviated my suspicions, as the likelihood of him being possessed by that individual seemed minimal. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. After all, that person was exceedingly enigmatic. The circular altar had collapsed, and the diverse array of peculiar totemic pillars swiftly crumbled into dust. Suddenly, the volcano trembled violently. Chapter 41. The tide. The tremors intensified, causing the earth to shudder in tandem. Initially, I speculated that it was a volcanic eruption, yet the distant scene negated my assumption. As the moon waned and dawn broke, an entire night had inexplicably slipped by. Sunlight emerged at the horizon of this desolate land, revealing a swirling tide of earthen hues. What could this be? A cataclysmic flood at a continental scale? If it were merely a flood wave, we could take refuge atop the volcano and wait for it to subside. However, the volcano too began to exhibit signs of restlessness, with a palpable rumbling resonating from its depths. If we did not vacate this area promptly, calamity was likely imminent. Taba carried Liang Bei on his back, and our group prepared to descend the mountain. Throughout the journey, Taba did not pause for rest, consistently leading the way or bearing the injured. Had the indigenous elder not entrusted him to my care, we might have avoided such turmoil altogether, and it was possible we would not reach the volcano's summit. As we descended the mountain, we encountered indigenous people prostrating themselves in reverence towards the volcano, seemingly oblivious to our presence, lying motionless upon the ground. Mr. Liang, perched on Tabar's back, could not contain his mirth, chuckling. These savages believe their deities have forsaken them. They have worshipped the volcano for countless years, only to be consumed by its eruptions time and again. I wonder how they manage to perpetuate their lineage. This reflects Mr. Liang's unfamiliarity with the indigenous people's totemic worship. They revere their totems, willingly sacrificing their lives, yet leave behind a spark of life, a small community perhaps, led by a fervent believer, awaiting the growth of their tribe before embarking on the next pilgrimage. The yellow tide drew ever closer, and we finally discerned its true nature. Countless beasts lined the horizon, obscuring the skyline. Glancing back, we felt an overwhelming sense of infinity, as if the beasts stretched endlessly before us. The yellow tide was merely the dust they stirred up. The volcano trembled with increasing intensity, poised on the brink of eruption. Fortunately, the sun remained unobscured by clouds, allowing us to clearly navigate the descent and the approaching wave of beasts, thus preventing us from becoming lost beneath their hooves. At this juncture, we were nearing the foot of the mountain when suddenly Tabar halted. The path, carved by the indigenous people, was already steep, and our abrupt stop nearly sent us crashing into Tabar due to inertia. Thankfully, we managed to regain our balance just in time. The mountain path was exceedingly narrow, obscuring my view of what lay ahead that caused Taba to halt so abruptly. I had never witnessed him display such gravity, even during our skirmishes with the towering natives back at the camp. As Taba bent down to place Master Liang Ba on the ground, I finally discerned the creature before him. It resembled a tiger, yet was vastly more colossal. On either side of its upper jaw, two fangs protruded nearly 20 centimeters in length, sharp as blades, dripping saliva as it gazed hungrily at us, as though it had been starved for an eternity. Could this be a saber-toothed tiger? How could it possibly appear here? My understanding of this continent's timeline wavered. Saber-toothed tigers were believed to have roamed the earth 10,000 years ago. How could one manifest in this moment? Without warning, the saber-toothed tiger lunged at Taba with astonishing speed, swifter than the blink of an eye. In the instant I closed my eyes, it leapt forth, and when I opened them again, it was impaled upon Taba's bone spear. Previously, Taba had discarded the spear's lengthy shaft, leaving only the sharp tip, which now penetrated the tiger's neck, causing blood to erupt in a violent spray that drenched Taba. Yet, the saber-toothed tiger did not perish. The spear's tip had become lodged in its neck, and the bloodshed only ignited its ferocity further. The beast, undeterred, struck Taba with a powerful paw, leaving deep gashes that exposed the white of his bones beneath. Taba, despite his immense strength, was on the verge of being toppled by the tiger's surprise assault. I heard a rush of wind beside me, and a figure dashed overhead. It was Xie, who had been trailing at the rear of our group. He lunged at the saber-toothed tiger's head, and a dull thud reverberated as the creature crumpled to the ground, motionless. I stood behind him, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet the matter was resolved, and there was no cause for further concern. Just as I began to relax, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted into my nostrils. It was a scent I had encountered before, yet its sudden return left me momentarily perplexed. The volcano trembled once more, jolting my heart. And then I recalled the familiar stench. It was the scent of sulfur, which I had detected upon entering the mountainous depths. This odor, now accompanying the tremors, signaled only one thing. The volcano was on the verge of eruption. The saber-toothed tiger was likely merely a creature unfortunate enough to stray too close to the volcano, encountering us by coincidence. However, a tide of beasts was swiftly approaching. With a volcano above and a horde of beasts below, I could conceive of no escape, and it seemed we would be left with nothing but bones. I had never contemplated why the beasts would be fleeing towards the volcano. Logically, they should be retreating to safer, more distant grounds. What could possibly be more terrifying than a volcanic eruption? Oh, for heaven's sake! There was something far more dreadful lurking behind the beastly tide. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, and I chastised myself for overthinking. I hurriedly conveyed my concerns to them, yet they calmly urged me to remain composed. After all, even evading a volcanic eruption was uncertain, let alone the oncoming horde and whatever horrors lay beyond. Descending was a certain path to doom, while remaining atop the volcano would likely result in incineration. An audacious plan ignited in my mind, and I proposed to them, let us do this, and then that, do you understand? Upon hearing this, the creature wore an expression of fervor and nodded vigorously. Xie Yin uttered a sound of agreement, for such matters posed no challenge to him. Liang Bei, with a look of disbelief, remarked, you've lost your mind. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained unable to move, relying on Taba to carry him wherever they went. Taba gazed at me with an expression of unwavering loyalty. We had arrived at the foot of the mountain, standing atop a mound elevated above the ground. The beast tide had arrived, among which were several towering mammoths, roaring as if in a frenzy, charging forward with reckless abandon. The smaller creatures had vanished from sight, likely crushed beneath the thunderous hoofs. I cast a glance at them and declared, gentlemen, if we do not succeed, we shall perish honorably. With that, I turned and leaped down. In that fleeting moment before my descent, I contemplated deeply and observed keenly, timing my jump to coincide with the imminent arrival of the mammoths. I uttered my proclamation, hoping it would lend an air of gallantry to my leap. As I fell through the air, I felt the sun's rays intensifying and the wind growing fiercer. The expressions of the beasts appeared peculiar, for I had never before observed such formidable creatures at such close quarters. The mammoth boasted a massive maw, drool cascading from its lips, perhaps a result of exhaustion from its long run. One of its eyes, wide with curiosity, gazed upward at me. In the next instant, I landed upon its back, and it let out a thunderous roar, accelerating forward with renewed vigor. The herd of beasts, in a frenzy, dashed towards the shoreline. Those who lagged even slightly risked being trampled into a pulpy mass beneath their stampeding hooves. Even the larger creatures were not spared. I witnessed at least 2 elephant-like animals reduced to mere bones by the onslaught. Strangely, the mammoths appeared remarkably stable and swift, seldom crushed by the tide of beasts, possibly due to their formidable size, which afforded them a more solid foundation than other creatures. The horizon soon revealed the expanse of the sea. Our vessel lay not far off the coast, angled to the right. Yet, given the current circumstances, boarding the ship seemed utterly impossible. More terrifying still, The vista ahead was not of a placid sea, but rather a sheer cliff rising 70 to 80 meters high. The throng of beasts showed no signs of halting. As the foremost line leapt directly from the precipice, we could not see the creatures plunging into the water. We only observed the herd disappearing beyond the cliff's edge, with the leading beasts potentially pausing, yet almost instantly propelled off by the relentless surge from behind. At that moment, the tremors intensified. It was an earthquake. A volcano was on the verge of erupting. Given our proximity to the volcano, we were likely to be engulfed by the molten lava, yet there was no escape. We could only await our plunge into the sea. The ocean was my sanctuary. After all these years in this world, I had never yearned for the sea as I did now. As I fell from the cliff, I turned to give a thumbs up to the monstrous beings. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped me, followed swiftly by the shock of the water. The frigid sea penetrated my very bones, yet in that moment, its chill felt exhilarating. I silently employed the technique of turtle breathing, swimming towards deeper waters. At this point, venturing further into the abyss had become exceedingly perilous, as ferocious beasts could descend from above at any moment, threatening to shatter my skull with a mere misstep. Around me, numerous creatures writhed in agony, including saber-toothed tigers and mammoths. Although they possessed some aquatic abilities, they were helplessly crushed beneath the relentless onslaught of fallen beasts, awaiting their demise. The monsters too plummeted down, and I was acutely aware of Xie Yinshuai's poor swimming skills, while Liang Bei remained incapacitated. In this dire moment, only I could offer salvation. The underwater rescue was a protracted endeavor. It was only after I had managed to bring them to safety, away from the treacherous cliff, that the tide of beasts continued to leap downwards. The entire cliff face was a spectacle of relentless falls, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Tabar and Xie Yin were not adept in the water, so I took it upon myself to carry Liang Bei as we swam towards the floating vessel. The ship had just anchored near the shore, but it seemed the crew had noticed the approaching horde and hastily set sail into the open sea. We soon reached the side of the vessel, where the sailors lowered ropes, allowing us to struggle our way aboard. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the earth, followed by a wave of scorching air that enveloped us, thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, nearly suffocating. Everyone turned their gaze towards the land, where a beam of dark crimson light erupted from the volcano's mouth, shooting into the sky and igniting the clouds into a tempestuous darkness. The volcano continued its violent expulsion, showing no signs of abating, as the clouds transformed into a deep scarlet hue. From the ominous clouds descended objects akin to meteors, crashing down upon the earth in a relentless cascade. They ignited flames across the land, spreading infernos that consumed every corner, transforming the terrain into a veritable sea of fire, starkly contrasting with the ocean. The dark clouds rapidly encroached, poised to envelop the area where the ship lay moored. "Row northward swiftly," bellowed Master Liang, his voice resonating painfully in my ears. Yet, the sailors aboard the vessel disregarded his commands, steering ever closer to the shrouded mists to the west. Master Liang's voice thundered with fury. "Do you intend to rebel?" A figure emerged from the cabin, navigating the tumultuous ship with remarkable steadiness. Xie Yin furrowed his brow at the sight of this individual. To his astonishment, it was Chun Qianwen. What means had he employed to sway the crew? Or had he ensnared them through some other sinister method? For the crew now exhibited an unmistakable lack of vitality, resembling mere husks devoid of life. Save for one distinction, they had yet to undergo decomposition. Chun Qianwen cast a malevolent grin in our direction, his smile widening into a grotesque, exaggerated expression. A chill coursed through me. He was not truly Chun Qianwen, but rather that individual whom Master Liang had extracted from the realm of the Red Pearl Dream. It must have been during the encounter beneath the demon tree, when Chun Qianwen struck down that man, that a misfortune occurred, resulting in the usurpation of his body. I had long puzzled over his sudden leap without uttering a word. Now, I realized my previous suspicions had been misplaced. The individual before us is exceedingly proud and arrogant. He could have concealed himself, yet he chose not to, opting instead to directly acknowledge his identity without utilizing Chun Qianwen's body to exact revenge upon us. As you can see, I am immortal. His countenance bore a morbid smile. Why not collaborate and venture forth from this enclosed world together? He inquired of Master Liang Ba. What do you mean by an enclosed world? I asked. Have you ever encountered those colossal beasts that leap from cliffs, either in the Han Dynasty or among the surrounding barbarians? You could not have, for they perished long ago. This coastline, this continent, this sky, are mere entertainments crafted during their leisure. They have permitted your entry solely to observe you closely. His indignation grew as he spoke. Following Master Liang, you are destined for but one fate, death. Instead, consider joining forces with me. You possess innate knowledge, and even among the mundane, they cannot perceive you. You could act freely in their territory. You can even enter the realm of the Red Pearl Dream. You are one of a kind. He gazed at me with fervent eyes, as though I were a precious treasure, reminiscent of Gongsun Li, who had previously fled into the mist. Chapter 43. Return to the mist. He persistently urged me to collaborate, appearing to demonstrate genuine intent to the average observer, yet I suspected he harbored grander ambitions. Master Liang Ba glanced at my expression, reassured, and was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by the man. Master Liang, let us settle our accounts after we navigate out of the mist. I am uncertain about the events that transpired between him and Master Liang. Yet I have gleaned other information. After extensive study of the Red Pearl, they fashioned this world based on the dreams it inspired. However, they lack certain elements, resulting in a product of inferior quality. Yet, even as a subpar creation, it possesses the capacity to disturb one's perception. All that lies before you is but an illusion. Those seemingly tangible objects are merely images transmitted to your minds through a unique medium. Is it not wondrous? He chuckled, his eyes ablaze with fervor, though this fervor was not directed at me. The Red Pearl is a divine artifact. It has the power to connect everything, reshaping reality into what one desires. Your bodies remain ensnared in the mist before the sea of flowers, while your spirits are trapped here. They have exploited your inner fears, believing you would hesitate to venture into the mist again. Consequently, the exit of this world remains secure, for it lies precisely within that fog. Yet, you dare not approach. He cast a glance over us, a cold smirk gradually spreading across his face. As you follow the path known to the enlightened in search of the Han Dynasty, you will inevitably become lost in the boundless depths of the sea, a journey with no end until your physical forms perish in reality. A sudden thought struck me, and I inquired, if this world is a fabrication, how is it that I can enter the Red Pearl Dream here? If this place resembles the realm of the Red Pearl Dreams, then my recent entry would be akin to traversing into a second layer of dreams, would it not? For the first time, he displayed a look of appreciation, for what they had created was ultimately a flawed product. Yet the Red Pearl could entirely disregard the rules of that creation, opening the passageway to the realm of dreams it held. Thus, what you have entered is not the second layer of the Red Pearl's dreamscape. Furthermore, those who can access the second layer have achieved remarkable feats. Such sanctuaries are not easily accessible to mere mortals. The vessel's speed increased, and inadvertently, we were on the brink of entering the mists. Suppressing my inner trepidation, I posed one final question within the limited time. How do we escape the fog? Just as we were about to cross into the mist, he spoke. Among you, there exists one who hails from the mists, and thus fears them not. He shall guide you out. A strange smile graced his lips. I have always been by your side. Upon witnessing his peculiar smile, my scalp tingled with an impending explosion. Those words echoed the very sentiments once uttered by Chen Qianwen. How could he possibly know? He claimed our bodies resided beyond this world. What of him? His form too might be ensnared within the mists beyond this realm. In the blink of an eye, the fog enveloped us entirely, drowning us in its depths. The darkness persisted for an indeterminate duration. My mind felt clouded, and before me, flickering lights danced as if in mockery, causing my eyes unbearable discomfort. Suddenly, it dawned upon me. Had we truly departed the indigenous world? The thought jolted me upright, accompanied by a violent headache. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I surveyed my surroundings, only to find myself utterly alone. Where had the monsters gone? Fortunately, the boat remained the same as ever, with only the dim glow of an oil lamp casting an indistinct light amidst the surrounding darkness. I ascended to the deck, discovering the viscous and murky waters enveloping me, the vessel swaying gently upon the sea, yet devoid of any sound of waves, leaving me uncertain of its course. A chilling breeze swept past my ear, provoking a violent shiver, yet I dared not turn my head. I had heard that such circumstances often heralded the presence of spirits. As long as one refrained from looking back and continued onward, the specters would not pursue. Thus, I pressed forward, but after a few steps, the cold wind persisted. In a reckless abandon, I began to run, and after what felt like an eternity, that frigid gust finally ceased. A perplexity washed over me. Why, after sprinting for so long. Was I still aboard the ship? Dazed, I glanced downward, only to realize my feet were no longer on solid ground. Shadows of ghostly fishmen flitted through the thick, black sea, sending shivers down my spine. I plummeted downward, yet instead of meeting the water, I seemed to fall endlessly, as if there were no bottom. A searing pain struck my face. I abruptly opened my eyes to find a monstrous creature and Sima Zhao looking at me with concern. Upon seeing me awake, the creature exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, exclaiming, "Thank heavens you're back with us." It turned out to be merely a nightmare. I too sighed in relief, truly terrified by the vividness of the dream. According to the creature, Xie Yin had meticulously examined the wounds on Liang Bei. Yet the blade embedded with red pearls seemed to have vanished from his body, eluding all attempts at discovery. What was now certain was that this object was at least no longer within his chest cavity. At this moment, Tabar is not by my side, and I have been pondering a question regarding him. Coming from the indigenous world, could he struggle to survive in reality? It turns out my worries were unfounded. Not only is Tabar alive, but he thrives as well. He has been invited by Xie Yin to learn our language, while being well fed and taken care of. According to Xie Yin, the sooner Tabar masters our language, the sooner we can ascertain our route out of the fog. Upon leaving the indigenous world, a person remarked that those who emerge from the fog fear it not. That individual must be referring to Tabar. A sudden gasp arose from the deck, prompting us to rush over, and soon the deck was teeming with people. The expressions on their faces were grim, for the paper boat carrying white candles had reappeared. Each time this vessel extinguishes, it signifies a death, and to the sailors, it has become the greatest omen of misfortune in existence. With its return, we can only dread the calamities it may herald. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound erupted from within the ship, as if something had shattered. My expression shifted, and I hurried down to the cabin. Inside stood Tabar, covered in blood, with a newly formed gaping hole in the recently repaired bulkhead, through which the salty, cold sea breeze rushed in, chilling to the bone. Upon seeing me, Tabar bowed, demonstrating his remarkable capacity for learning. He had already mastered walking on land, and now knew how to bow. He patted his chest, indicating he was unharmed. As I moved closer to inspect him, I realized the blood was not his own. Someone intended to kill Tabar. They do not want us to discover the way out. Who could this person be? Chapter 44. Tabar's painting. The blood coursing through him emanated a briny scent reminiscent of seaweed. It could possibly be a creature akin to Gongsun Li or some other marine entity. To truly discern its nature, it is imperative that Tabar learns Chinese at the earliest opportunity. In the ensuing days, the sea remained shrouded in thick mist. However, Tabar's proficiency in Chinese accelerated remarkably. He possessed an innate talent for languages and had a particular fondness for conversation. Ever since he could engage in rudimentary exchanges, he chattered incessantly, which left me apprehensive that he might become a second Liang Bei. Liang Bei, in contrast, had grown increasingly taciturn, spending his days languishing in bed, his demeanor profoundly despondent. His beard had grown wild and unkempt, and he required assistance for even the most basic of needs. Each day, he wore a countenance devoid of hope, yet we found ourselves powerless, waiting until we reached land to seek out someone who could tend to him. I must commend Xie Yin for his exceptional teaching abilities. He imparted to Tabar essential nautical terminology, such as island and boat, which would enable him to guide us out of the fog more swiftly. On this particular day, the crew aboard the ship was filled with joy. The sailors exerted themselves with fervor in their rowing. Regrettably, the mist offered no wind, which would have propelled us faster had we unfurled the sails. To our astonishment, as evening descended, we had yet to arrive at the island Tabar had mentioned. The atmosphere aboard the ship soon grew tense, as those with more volatile tempers, who had long suppressed their frustrations, suddenly found themselves confronted with dashed hopes. The stark contrast between anticipation and despair was nearly overwhelming, leading them to question Xie Yin. Can that savage truly guide us out of this mist? Do you place such unwavering trust in him? In the evening, when Xie Yin entered our room, Taba was feeding Master Liang Ba. Upon seeing Xie Yin, his hand trembled, nearly spilling soup onto Master Liang Ba's face. It became evident that he was aware of his wrongdoing and felt a lack of confidence. Under Master Liang Ba's fierce gaze, Taba took a seat opposite Xie Yin, who regarded him with a serious expression but remained silent. Taba gesticulated animatedly in the air, as if struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight before him. After a lengthy display, he exclaimed, "An island, so vast, floating in the sky. What could it be? A mirage." I pondered that since he could perceive the ethereal mirage above, it indicated that his vision could indeed pierce through the fog, suggesting that our departure from the mist was merely a matter of time. The supplies we had brought from the indigenous world had not vanished, and our provisions remained ample. Xie Yin also grasped the situation, informing us that we had encountered a ghost market at sea. He then remarked, "We have lingered too long in this fog and are unaware of the current conditions outside. Over the next few days, I will intensify Taba's training. We must locate the government fleet, alive or dead. We must find them." With that, he turned and left. At last, Xie Yin revealed everything to us, no longer concealing the truth and openly mentioning Master Liang Ba, directly articulating words that hinted at his identity. In the following days, Xie Yin devised a clever method. He taught Taba to draw, encouraging him to depict everything he observed. Initially, the crew praised this idea. However, when Taba presented his first drawing, the expressions of all who beheld it shifted dramatically. The painting depicts a small boat, identical to the lifeboat aboard our vessel. On it are 3 figures. 2 of them hang their heads like soulless corpses, while the other clutches a sheepskin scroll to his chest, casting a sinister gaze in our direction. It is Gongsun. This specter, neither human nor ghost, continues to haunt us relentlessly. Upon seeing the portrayal of Gongsun, a throbbing pain surged through my head. This formidable adversary is notoriously difficult to confront. Ordinary weapons are of no consequence to him. And he is bolstered by 2 even more powerful allies, a grave robber and an assassin, both transformed into vengeful spirits. Yet, he does not manifest within our sight, merely trailing behind the boat like a hyena lurking for its prey to succumb before feasting on its carrion. The patience of a hyena is truly formidable, but I wonder about Gongsun Li's endurance. It is indeed tragic for one descended from the illustrious Bai Qi to have fallen to such depths. The second painting by Taba illustrates a grand ship. Initially, no one could identify it until one person exclaimed its name, the Red Pearl. The colossal silhouette of the ship, reminiscent of a mountain, has been captured by Taba on canvas. Those who beheld this artwork were filled with excitement. I could not comprehend their enthusiasm at first, but upon reflection, I began to grasp it. Sea merchants, accustomed to the ocean's treachery and the threat of pirates, evolve over time from delicate scholars into individuals who thrive in peril. To witness a legendary vessel must surely ignite their fervor. However, I find myself puzzled. In my grandfather's tales, the Red Pearl had transformed into a ghost ship, and Taba's depiction shows it in a state of disrepair. Why then do the crew members display such exhilaration? The tales they are familiar with surely differ from my own. In Tabar's painting, the Red Pearl approaches us at an angle, and in less than a quarter of an hour, its silhouette emerges within our sight. Upon my first glimpse of this vessel, I was struck by the thought that it seemed almost otherworldly. How could such a ship be crafted with the rudimentary technology of this era? Its exterior appeared to be composed of a material akin to steel, perhaps coated with iron. The entire hull seemed seamless, devoid of any crevices. 2 enormous anchors were affixed to either side of the bow, and if they were indeed pure iron, they would weigh no less than several tons. Above, an enormous sail, defying the conventional proportions of a ship's body, unfurled majestically, its height surpassing that of the vessel itself. Flanking the main sail were 2 rows of sails, known as lace sails, which are typically interconnected, allowing for rapid retraction. Normally, a ship would not dare to possess more than 3 lace sails. Yet the Red Pearl boasted an impressive 2 rows, each with 12 sails, creating a circular formation at both the bow and stern. I could vividly envision the spectacle of 24 sails being raised simultaneously. The houseboat before it appeared as delicate as a leaf, easily crushed with the slightest touch. It resembled a piece of art, captivating all who beheld it. At that moment, the Red Pearl was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Since its arrival within our line of sight, it had gradually slowed to a halt beside our houseboat. Hearing about it from others pales in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. One must behold it with their own eyes to truly comprehend its magnificence. Thus, the crew, brimming with excitement, disregarded Xie Yan's admonitions. Eager to cast their grappling hooks and ascend aboard the ship, Xie Yan gazed at the shadow looming like a mountain, furrowing his brow. At that moment, I stood beside him, and he inquired, "Do you not find this vessel strikingly different from what your father described?" The peculiarities he referenced were indeed the most enigmatic. Chapter 45. The portrait before us lay a grand ship devoid of oars. In this era, the existence of a steam engine was inconceivable. implying that this vessel possessed no means of propulsion and could not advance under human influence. The flag atop, it was not the red pearl, but rather a plain canvas. A detail that might be excused as a result of time's relentless passage, its colors faded by the elements. A group at the forefront had already boarded the great ship. By the time we ascended, the others had dispersed, each seeking their own fortune. Tabar insisted on accompanying me. Impervious to any objections, Xie Yan, resigned, permitted him to join me and the beast on the ship. In truth, Xie Yan too felt an irresistible urge to explore. Yet with Sima Zhao still aboard, and dangers lurking within the mist, he dared not venture too far. The traces of battle aboard the Red Pearl were vividly apparent. The deck was extensive, marred by streaks of blood, remnants of a fierce confrontation whose nature remained unknown. Curiously, the fog aboard was scant, as if it dared not invade this miraculous leviathan. Ever since the series of tragedies aboard our small vessel, I speculated that the calamities of the Red Pearl may not have been merely the result of a crew's mutiny, but rather that some external force had infiltrated its confines. I gazed at the vessel, estimating its vast size, considering the storage compartments. It could accommodate at least several hundred individuals. How could such a multitude perish in a single night of chaos? This was no battlefield insurrection. The captain wielded considerable authority over the crew. Unless their lives were collectively threatened, it was inconceivable for them to oppose him. Curiously, the only survivors were a man named Damon and a solitary sailor. Were they merely fortunate enough to endure amidst the carnage of a melee involving scores of combatants? Such a scenario defies logic. I maliciously speculated that perhaps Damon had poisoned the crew or employed some nefarious means to execute them all. Accompanied by the beast, I descended from the ship's cabin with Taba, discovering the interior to be remarkably exquisite, in stark contrast to our rudimentary floating vessel. Each corner was adorned with intricate wood carvings, and the walls of the corridor bore a variety of portraits, accompanied by elegant script. The language eluded me, yet it bore a semblance to Russian. The creature pried at one of the portraits with a small knife, prompting me to jest. When did you learn to pluck feathers from a passing goose? As he continued to pry, his expression abruptly shifted. He swiftly sheathed his knife and retreated a few steps. His gaze warily fixed upon the portrait. Be cautious, Fengzi. There is something behind that image, he warned, gripping his knife defensively. I too unsheathed my blade. Inching closer to the portrait, observing our reactions, Taba promptly retrieved the iron rod prepared by Xie Yan and strode forward, delivering a powerful strike against the portrait. He moved with astonishing speed, and the moment he raised the iron rod, he positioned himself beside the painting. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the rod came crashing down, leaving no time for intervention. That scoundrel, he didn't even bother to inform me, would splintered as the painting was struck, creating a sizable hole. Yet, behind that hole was not the crew's quarters, but rather an abyss of darkness, from which a faint whisper of wind could be heard. Suddenly, I recalled that our small houseboat was quite similar, albeit far more rudimentary. The passageways within its walls were exceedingly narrow, yet they too were a labyrinth of hidden paths. At that moment, someone emerged from the depths of the ship. I recognized him as a companion of the tomb raiders, who had just ventured alone into the pitch-black hold. I wondered if he felt any trepidation. I exchanged a few perfunctory words with him before preparing to enter the dark passage. Tabar, quite familiar with the surroundings, handed me a torch. Light seldom penetrated the cabin. We had to learn to fashion torches from various materials, a task that proved far easier than our previous experiences in the heart of the volcano, where isolation was palpable. Here, however, should we encounter any peril, we could simply set a fire, as flammable wood was abundant all around. I cautiously advanced through the dark passage, with the beast trailing closely behind me, while Tabar brought up the rear, and the tomb raider, brazen as ever, lingered at the end. I remained skeptical of his intentions, but with Tabar's strength by my side, I truly doubted that the seemingly frail tomb raider could stir any trouble. There was a gentle breeze in the passage, so faint that only the flickering flame of the torch revealed its presence. It was imperceptible against my skin, indicating that the end of the passage might indeed lead to an exit. We ventured forth, brandishing torches, in the enveloping darkness, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, my outstretched hand met with emptiness, sending a shiver down my spine, prompting me to call for a halt. Illuminating the path ahead with my torch, I discovered a modest chamber, no larger than the narrow corridor we traversed. This passage was vertical, extending both upward and downward, yet devoid of any ladder to descend. An unsettling realization dawned upon me. This conduit was never intended for human use. As I pondered this, a briny gust, tinged with the scent of seaweed, surged up from the depths below, extinguishing my torch and plunging us into utter darkness. In the silence, the sound of flint striking echoed through the void, and a flicker of flame ignited in Taba's hands, rekindling the torch. The previous scene was conjured in my mind, for I could no longer see Taba and the others. I had fallen. To be precise, I had been pulled down, and the descent was brief, yet soon I was assailed by the icy grip of the water, stimulating every nerve in my body. I opened my eyes, only to be met with darkness. The one certainty was that I had plunged into fresh, untainted seawater, rather than the stagnant, foul depths. A faint glimmer of light emerged beside me. Though its luminosity was scant, it illuminated a pale visage nearby. A specter. The instant I beheld that countenance, every hair on my body stood on end, and I instinctively propelled myself upward, reaching the pinnacle of my swimming prowess. To my horror, the creature's lower half was adorned with a fish's tail. If it were the tail of a mermaid, I might have accepted it, but alas, it resembled that of a carp or a goldfish. Chapter 46. The defective The upper half of the creature resembled a human, while the lower half was adorned with the tail of a carp, presenting a grotesque appearance that inexplicably struck me as somewhat amusing. As the monster flashed a grin, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, its ugliness intensified. It approached me, displaying a small iron plaque hanging from its neck. This peculiar gesture was unsettling, yet I felt compelled to comply, fearing the creature might unleash its wrath and consume me. Illuminated by the faint light, I discerned a line of letters inscribed on the rusted plaque, Charlie. My initial reaction was that its name was Charlie. My second thought was one of astonishment. Was that English? Just moments ago, I had encountered sculptures inscribed in Russian, and now I was faced with a mermaid conversing in English? My third thought was incredulity. Are you jesting with me? English emerged around the year 450 AD, and it is currently well before 220 AD. Have you traversed time as well? How could this be possible? I felt as though my worldview had been shattered. In a moment of defiance, I raised my middle finger at him and exhaled sharply, uttering, "Fuck you." He caught sight of my gesture, and to my astonishment, tears streamed down his face in an overwhelming display of emotion. However, submerged in water, I could only perceive his animated expression, unable to witness the tears themselves. Just as I lamented the absence of his tears, a single droplet formed at the corner of his eye, gradually swelling to the size of a thumb before it began to glow. It seemed that the legend of mermaid tears transforming into pearls was indeed true. You truly are a mermaid, albeit an exceptionally unattractive one. Your hideousness is almost unbearable, challenging my ability to accept reality. He opened his arms, seemingly intending to embrace me. A shiver coursed through my body, prompting me to swiftly retreat. However, the seaweed clung to my feet, restricting my movement. Suddenly, a heavy object plunged down with a splash. The merman, Charlie, glanced upwards and swam towards me with increasing urgency. He seized my hand and forcefully thrust an iron plate into it, whispering fervently in my ear a single word, "Go." He repeated it 3 times before quickly stowing away his luminous tears and darting into the darkness. I barely had time to contemplate his meaning. My prolonged underwater stay was beginning to suffocate me. I hastily swam upwards, soon inhaling the refreshing air once more. The creature that had fallen was now staring at me in astonishment, clearly having witnessed Charlie moments ago. Yet, aware that the tomb raiders were still nearby, he refrained from speaking openly, waiting for a more opportune moment to converse. We had not plunged into the ocean, but rather into an artificial pond, shaped reminiscent of a teapot, its entrance small above, yet spacious below. Upon surfacing, I could easily find a place to stand. Tabar stood above, calling out to inquire about our well-being. I signaled that I was safe, which eased his concerns. Moments later, he and the tomb raiders slid down the rope. During their descent, I pondered the meaning behind Charlie's urgent go. The first repetition signified walk, the second run, but what could the third possibly imply? Escape? The meanings of English words are often vast, leaving me uncertain of how to interpret his command. I discreetly tucked the rusted iron plate into my lapel as the tomb raider and Tabar successfully landed. The tomb raider was adorned with a myriad of trinkets, even carrying a significant collection of talismans meant to ward off spirits. After a lengthy explanation, I realized that this profession of tomb raiding was inextricably linked to Taoist practitioners. In this era, Any matters concerning the supernatural were invariably associated with priests and monks. The Tomb Raider muttered incantations in an enigmatic manner, then ignited a large fireball that surged toward the wall. To our surprise, the wall remained unscathed, and instead, a lamp flickered to life. The Tomb Raider gazed at us with a proud demeanor, but I merely shrugged him off, choosing instead to observe the space that existed within the dark passage. This space was elongated, nearly parallel to the corridor within the ship's cabin. A comparison revealed that the cabin comprised two distinct areas, each nearly equal in size. The sheer bulk of the vessel concealed this from outside view. Had we been aboard our smaller craft, we would have been exposed long ago. The Tomb Raider, with an air of nervousness, whispered, "This ship possesses both a white and a black path. The upper path is for the living, while the lower path is traversed by spirits. We have now entered the realm of the dead, so we must tread carefully." I inquired, "If it is so perilous, why would you venture here?" He replied, "While there are indeed dangers, the potential rewards are even greater. The ends of both paths are undoubtedly guarded by treasures that suppress the malevolent energies." The Tomb Raider chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. I cautioned him, "You mustn't act recklessly. We are but grasshoppers in the same boat." The grave robber hurriedly nodded in agreement, yet I perceived a lack of sincerity in his demeanor, sensing he was merely indulging us. "I am Wang Xikong, a subordinate of Lord Hu. After Lord Hu fell victim to treachery, I have become his successor. Henceforth, I shall rely on your guidance, esteemed sir," he said with a sycophantic expression. After hearing his words, I could only form one impression of this self-proclaimed Wang Xikong. He must have ulterior motives, and they are undoubtedly significant. At that moment, I had no time to engage with him. I was intent on verifying a hypothesis of my own. Whatever happened to the girl from the bottom of the ship years ago? Zhang Gunzi and my grandfather heard the monstrous roars of the fish creatures from the ship's hold. Had the girl already fallen victim by then? Or were the fish creatures and the girl in league with one another? I believed that the lowest section of the ship's hold could not lack any trace of evidence. We proceeded along the dark passageway, the torch miraculously remaining lit, burning brightly. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that my grandfather and Zhang Gunzi had encountered those fish creatures within this very dark corridor? Why had they not informed me of such a crucial matter? As I pondered this, my sense of dread intensified. Zhang Gunzi had mentioned that after boarding the ship, he felt cold every night. Was that chill caused by the presence of sinister energy? Or had my grandfather and Zhang Gunzi always resided within the dark hold of the ship? Suddenly, I shivered at the thought, only to dismiss it. They could access the deck without traversing high passageways or hidden paths within the light corridor. Thus they could not have always lived in the dark hold. Wang Xikong leisurely informed me, "This design was never intended for ordinary vessels. This ship is not one of the foreign ships. Rather, it was conceived by our Han Dynasty artisans. It may appear imposing and magnificent, yet it is merely an illusion of grandeur. When it was initially crafted, it was, in fact, a flawed creation." He chuckled softly, lowering his voice to add, "It is deemed a defective product due to certain events that transpired during its construction. Because of those events, this ship ceased to be a complete vessel." Chapter 47. Retrospection. Some names are destined to be buried in the dust of time, while others will be etched in memory due to extraordinary events. Since the inception of the Han Dynasty, to be more precise, from the year of Emperor Wu, a saying has circulated among the populace: "When ink runs dry, it aligns with art, conceals within the Tao, and hides within the law." Emperor Wu's disdain for the moists signified the Han Dynasty's aversion to them, plunging the moists into a perilous winter. The rulers could not envision a future, or perhaps the moists had no future at all. What remained were the embers of their legacy, which suddenly blazed fervently as Emperor Wu's life neared its twilight. The one who ignited these embers was a young man named Yang Chengyan. It was unclear from whence he emerged, but upon his appearance before Emperor Wu, the sovereign, who had once harbored deep-seated animosity towards the moists, made a solemn promise as steadfast as a mountain. Thus commenced a scheme known as Yuxian. They endeavored to construct a vessel, a grand ship capable of traversing to the ethereal mountains beyond the seas. The precise location of these celestial peaks remained shrouded in mystery, and the duration required to reach them was unknown. Consequently, this ship necessitated a comprehensive self-sustaining supply system, one that would even allow the crew to cultivate the land and rear livestock, and potentially foster new life. The quest for immortality promised to be a protracted journey, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Thus, the ship had to be exceptionally robust. They gathered meteoric iron from across the world, melding it with the lightest and most resilient timber to forge the vessel's framework. After an indeterminate period, they procured buoyant wood and, employing the secret techniques of the MO school, crafted the hull. When the feathered, immortal project commenced, the martial emperor was in the prime of his life, brimming with confidence as he awaited the day he could embark on this ship to seek the transcendent mountains. Yet, the undertaking was interminably lengthy, and he ultimately did not witness that day. Following the emperor's passing, the newly ascended ruler, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Qingyan, promptly halted the feathered immortal initiative, executing Yang Qingyan and all craftsmen involved by hanging them from the unfinished vessel, named Dragon Feather. On a stormy night, Dragon Feather vanished into the ravine where it was constructed. As fear of its legend peaked in the hearts of the people, it inexplicably reappeared, no longer in its formidable form, but transformed into a merchant ship, navigating among the smaller states to the south of the Han dynasty, perhaps unwilling to fade into obscurity. It eventually slipped once more from the public eye after a few years. Years ago, it re-emerged, transforming into a luxurious vessel of the foreigner, this time alarmingly close to the Han dynasty, in a small town by the South China Sea. Wang Xikong chuckled, pleased as he observed our rapt expressions. The Mo family, adept at dividing the yin and yang, understood human nature profoundly. Yang Qingyan, aware of his grim fate upon the death of Emperor Wu, had constructed two paths aboard this ship, the white path for the ordinary, and the black path reserved for himself and the craftsmen he had ensnared. Yet, the true purpose of the black path was more enigmatic, primarily serving to gather souls, the reason for which remained unclear. Wang Xikong yawned, however. The ship fell into a fog, and after all these years, the souls within the black path have long since dissipated, so we need not worry. Upon hearing this tale, a profound stillness enveloped my heart, not from any particular sentiment, but from an inexplicable discomfort that I could not quite place. As we listened to Wang Xikong's narration, we unconsciously reached the terminus of the black path, flanked by two doors. I felt a mix of skepticism and trepidation, awaiting his calculations. Wang Xikong produced a complex circular disc, which he spun repeatedly, its motion fluctuating. His expression grew increasingly grave, ultimately paling in intensity. It's over. Both doors lead to death, he declared, despair etched upon his face. I inquired, could it be that we have strayed off course, and the entrance to life lies at the other end? Wang Xikong merely shook his head, choosing silence over response. From the very beginning, the creature was exceedingly impatient with Wang Xikong, the Tomb Raider. Upon hearing the astonishing remarks, it erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? I have faced the ghostly monkeys without fear, battled the savage natives without trepidation, and now, I am to be frightened by a mere door." With that, it charged forward and delivered a powerful kick, resulting in a resounding crash as the door swung open, revealing a bright interior. As I swiftly stepped inside, I was greeted by the sight of fresh whale oil lamps illuminating the walls on either side. The creature and I exchanged glances, both astonished by the wonder reflected in each other's eyes. However, when I turned to look back, I was taken aback. The door had vanished. There was no sign of Tabar, nor of Wang Xikong. In the midst of our confusion, a figure suddenly descended the staircase at the end of the cabin. Upon recognizing this individual, a cold sweat broke out across my body. The creature too gazed at the figure, its face filled with astonishment. It was Zhang Gunzi. Yet, this Zhang Gunzi appeared remarkably youthful, so much so that we hesitated to acknowledge him. As we approached Zhang Gunzi, he regarded us with wariness, retreating into the shadows of the cabin. "Dad," the creature called out, rushing towards him. Zhang Gunzi, in turn, approached him cautiously, hunched over and exceedingly vigilant. The two soon seemed to converge, yet there was no actual contact. The youthful Zhang Gunzi was like a wisp of fog, and the creature passed right through him. In that moment, the creature's eyes turned red with emotion, and it spun around, intent on embracing Zhang Gunzi from behind. I quickly restrained him, urging silence, and gestured fervently for him to look towards the end of the corridor. There, a colossal creature with a human body and a fishtail darted past. A briny, fishy odor pervaded the cabin. Chapter 48. The creature froze in place, ceasing its frantic advance, wearing a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Zhang Gunzi remained oblivious to our presence, engrossed in his designated tasks. The immense shadow of the fishman vanished at the far end of the cabin, prompting Zhang Gunzi to cautiously follow. I grasped the creature, trailing closely behind Zhang Gunzi as the ship swayed violently, the deck in disarray. while the interior of the cabin remained eerily silent. Zhang Gunzi crouched at the stairway entrance, peering into the gloom before descending the steps. Was this staircase leading to the very depths of the vessel? I glanced down. The dimness below obscured any view of what lay ahead. Suddenly, a harpoon materialized from the ship's wall, and Zhang Gunzi instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding it. In a swift motion, he hurled his dagger, the force of which shattered the cabin wall. Peering into the shadows cast by the debris, I discerned nothing but vast pools of blood. The creature had escaped. Zhang Gunzi stood at the gaping hole, brow furrowed in contemplation, before continuing his descent. Was the narrative truly unfolding in this manner? I was taken aback. It diverged significantly from what Zhang Gunzi had conveyed to me. Had he not descended directly to the ship as bottom? Had he not claimed to have encountered a fishman only once? Surely, he was concealing something. Yet, what could be so grave that even his son remained unaware? We had nearly reached the bottom of the staircase, but the darkness at its end was far from pure. Countless shadowy beings writhed within the obscurity. Zhang Gunzi's brow furrowed even deeper as he continued onwards, navigating what felt like a veritable dead end. I was now nearly certain that the tale he had spun regarding the ship's hull was a mere fabrication. What could his intentions be? Zhang Gunzi, not daring to confront the situation head-on, rummaged through the pocket of his garment and produced a dark, glossy orb. I was left speechless. It was a red pearl. Clutching the red pearl in his hand, he closed his eyes in deep contemplation, and moments later, he vanished into thin air. He had entered the dreamscape of the red pearl. My heart raced wildly as I pondered whether I too could enter the dreamscape and encounter Zhang Gunzi from this era. This plan seemed highly feasible, for the possibilities within the red pearl's dream were boundless. Steadying myself, I waited in place with the monstrous being. Never had I felt time drag on so interminably. In this age, there were no portable timekeeping devices, and I had no notion of how long had passed. Suddenly, Zhang Gunzi reappeared before us, wielding a long, dark staff that exuded an aura of malevolence, distinctly not of the red pearl's dream. He charged into the darkness below the stairs. We followed closely behind. Shadows of creatures surged forth from the darkness like a relentless tide, their numbers innumerable. Zhang Gunzi wielded the staff, creating a flurry of intricate movements, dispersing the shadows into a viscous black smoke that dissipated into the void. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, we finally beheld the true forms of those shadowy beings. Unlike the mermaid named Charlie I encountered previously, the creatures within the lower cabin are genuine fishmen. They possess the upper bodies of fish, while their tails have evolved into limbs resembling human legs, albeit covered in scales. I suddenly perceive these beings as akin to Nagas, yet they lack the natural elegance of Nagas, appearing instead grotesque, as if assembled from various fish species. Zhang Gunzi wields a black staff, embodying the essence of a martial deity, advancing with unstoppable force. I surmise that if Xie Yin were armed with a divine weapon, he would still pale in comparison to the formidable Zhang Gunzi at this moment. Yet the combat prowess of the indigenous people diverges significantly from that of the fishmen, making precise comparisons challenging. Has your father always been this formidable? I inquired of the beast. I am uncertain, it replied. When the beast was on land, it had never witnessed Zhang Gunzi unleash a massacre. He had always exuded a sense of calm, embodying the persona of a kind, venerable elder, utterly unlike his current bloodthirsty demeanor. The fishmen blocking Zhang Gunzi's path were swiftly dispatched, revealing a robust black cage concealed in the corner of the cabin, within which it seemed a person was held captive. We had yet to approach the cage closely enough to discern who it might be. Could it be the golden-haired maiden? I dared not speculate, for the situation had diverged significantly from Zhang Gunzi's earlier account. Zhang Gunzi quickly arrived at the cage, letting out a thunderous shout as he leaped into the air, bringing the black staff crashing down upon the iron cage. Sparks flew from the impact, yet the cage remained steadfast. The occupant within was stirred by the commotion, and I hastened to Zhang Gunzi's side, gazing at the golden-haired maiden. I have never encountered such an exquisite visage, even after having witnessed countless beauties in my past life. However, the blonde maiden's pupils were dilated, indicating that her eyes could not focus, rendering her unable to perceive anything. An inexplicable pang of sorrow struck me. Zhang Gunzi knelt beside the cage on one knee, his expression one of despondency, his fingers entwined with those of the blonde maiden. I asked the beast in astonishment, "Is this your mother?" The beast, upon hearing this, became enraged. "This is your mother. My mother is still in the city. Which of your eyes perceived my hair as golden?" It was only at that moment that I comprehended Zhang Gunzi's reluctance to reveal the true story. He sought to protect the beast's mother. Throughout his life, Zhang Gunzi had wed but one wife, and even after acquiring wealth, he never took a concubine. Their marital bond was exceedingly strong. If his wife were to discover that he had an old flame from long ago, it would undoubtedly cause her immense distress. Zhang Gunzi repeatedly murmured to the maiden within the iron cage, "I am sorry, I am sorry." The girl gently caressed his head, resembling one who comforts a wounded creature. Her voice, as melodious as a gentle breeze, softly echoed, "You have forgotten, I am one cursed by fate. What I am enduring now is but the decree of destiny. Once you find the red pearl, it will signify that you have found me, and we will be able to meet again in that realm, though it may take an eternity." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Zhang Gunzi hastily retrieved the red pearl and pressed it into the maiden's hand. She smiled faintly, waved goodbye, and then closed her eyes, vanishing into the ether. She too had entered the dreamscape of the red pearl. Moreover, from her earlier words, it appears that this may be her final descent into the realm of the red pearl dream, from which she may never emerge again. Just as Chen Qianwen had once informed me, her soul entirely consumed by the world of the red pearl. Zhang Gunzi, in anguish, pounded his fists against the iron cage, blood streaming down its bars. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chapter 49. The white-haired one, a strikingly handsome visage, appeared at the top of the stairs, the individual's face etched with panic, appearing utterly at a loss. This person was likely Daiman. Gazing at the iron cage, his expression was not one of sorrow or anger, but rather sheer terror. He shouted at Zhang Gunzi, "You have set her free. Damn it, she has completely ensnared you. You are endangering us all." By this time, Zhang Gunzi had risen, his demeanor icy as he replied to Daiman, "We should never have captured her in the first place." He sheathed his black staff and began to ascend the stairs. Daiman attempted to seize him, but nearly stumbled as Zhang Gunzi brushed past. At the stairway, with his back to Daiman, Zhang Gunzi remarked, "I was the one who captured her. Now I shall be the one to free her. This is for the best." With that, he continued his ascent. At this juncture, the unfolding events diverged completely from what Zhang Gunzi had previously conveyed. I followed closely behind him, curious about his destination. He traversed the ship's cabin until he reached the end of a corridor, where he opened a wall panel and stepped inside. Just as I hesitated, a monstrous creature surged past me, leaping into the dark path, and fortunately, nothing untoward transpired. Reluctantly, I steeled myself and followed suit. Zhang Gunzi hastened his pace. Having lost count of the numerous twists and turns we navigated within the corridor, nearly ensnaring us in confusion, who could have anticipated the labyrinthine complexities of the underworld? At the center of a wide path, Zhang Gunzi abruptly veered into a narrow alley, cunningly concealed just beyond the line of sight. Should one traverse the area unknowingly, this passage would likely remain unseen. The alley culminated in an ancient, grand door. Zhang Gunzi rapped upon it, and it swung open, revealing a blinding white light that obscured the view of the interior. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. With a resolute determination, I stepped inside. Before me stood the still figures of Taba and Wang Xicong, as if the entire space had been suspended in time. I dared not move, for a middle-aged man with white hair materialized to my right, observing me with keen interest. He slowly began to speak. "Many years ago, I wagered with someone whether you would manage to escape this vessel. To be candid, I harbor little faith in your abilities, hence I bet against you. Thus, the game is set to commence." Who was he? What did his words signify? Who was the someone he mentioned? It seemed he could discern my thoughts. Surely, that someone must be the loathsome Taoist. And so, the countdown begins. He regarded me with intrigue. 5. Transparent ripples emerged in the air, expanding towards Taba and Wang Xicong, who began to thaw from their frozen state in time. Who was this middle-aged man? The countdown persisted. 4. A faint roar emanated from the depths of the cabin, the sound amplifying exponentially within mere milliseconds, its echoes resonating clearly. 3, 2, 1. He completed the countdown in an instant. Goodness, is this really how one plays such tricks? Tabar and Wang Xicong were jolted into full awareness, as a heavy and rapid footfall echoed from the end of the corridor, as if some creature had sprung to life from the darkness. A colossal serpent's head emerged from the shadows, followed by its limbs, and I realized with a glance that it was not a snake, but a lizard. What manner of lizard could be so enormous? It resembled a giant python from the tropical rainforest with the legs of an elephant. Those heavy footsteps were indeed the sound of its elephantine limbs. What on earth are these creatures? We bolted in panic, while the silver-haired middle-aged man behind us chuckled, remarking, "This is merely a product of their research from over a decade ago. If you cannot withstand this, you may as well seek a deserted island to retire on and abandon any thoughts of resistance against them." It was them again. Why must everything lead back to them? I dashed around a corner, and just as I turned, a snake's head unexpectedly emerged from the shadowy recess, and in my forward momentum, I could not halt in time. Crashing headlong into it, my body lost its balance, and I forcefully pinned the serpent's head beneath me. In an agile roll, I regained my footing, only to be drenched in cold sweat moments later. From the darkness, countless serpent heads extended, flicking their tongues, their golden pupils devoid of emotion, coldly fixed upon me. It suddenly dawned on me that they seemed to harbor no hostility towards me, or perhaps they simply could not perceive my presence. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding sound reminiscent of a blunt instrument slicing through the air reached my ears, and the foremost row of serpentine heads exploded in response. Blood splattered onto my body and face, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within me, prompting me to retch violently. The beast hastily assisted me to my feet, pulling me back to a safe distance from the menacing heads. It was only then that I discerned the wings adorning the serpents lurking around the corner. No wonder they managed to appear at a height of 1 to 2 meters above the ground. The winged serpents emerged before my eyes, yet hesitated to advance, perhaps intimidated by the earlier display of power from Tabar. Wang Xikong rummaged through his pocket, soon producing a pouch of yellow powder, which he abruptly cast toward the feathered serpents ahead. A chorus of distinctive, mournful hisses erupted from the serpents, and they began to plummet to the ground. At this moment, a massive lizard, having caught up, leaped into the fray, propelled by its powerful hind legs. Tabar let out a furious roar and charged forward, wielding an iron rod. The collision between Tabar's muscular frame and the colossal lizard resulted in a gruesome explosion of blood and gore, as the creature's head seemed to erupt in a horrifying spectacle. A sight too ghastly to behold. Tabar stood his ground, bellowing into the air. Had he been clutching a hammer with a slightly shorter stature, he would have resembled a veritable king of the hill. A peculiar shriek pierced the air, and Wang Xikong, who had been scattering the powder, clutched his head and collapsed in agony. Both Tabar and the beast soon fell victim as well, leaving only me standing untouched amidst the chaos. The voice of a silver-haired middle-aged man echoed from an unknown source. "Ah, we were utterly defeated back in the day. We always believed ourselves invincible, unafraid of their arcane techniques. Yet in the end, all our companions fell, and we naturally succumbed to failure. With all our comrades perished, you too shall await your demise." His tone bore an edge of anger, yet I inexplicably sensed an undertone of something else within his words. Chapter 50. The elder. I was uncertain of the meaning behind his words, yet I understood that if we did not act soon, we would all meet our end amidst the serpent's belly. The feathered serpent, slain by the yellow powder, lay upon the ground, making way for a relentless new wave of feathered serpents. These small creatures surged forth from the shadows, an unending tide. I leapt to the side of Wang Xikong, seizing the remaining yellow powder from him, and hurled it towards the impending horde of feathered serpents. They shrieked in the air, their bodies emitting wisps of green smoke. A few of the more ferocious ones lunged at me, inflicting minute wounds upon my shoulder, a sensation of intense itching penetrating my very bones. The few that remained were dispatched by my blade, momentarily freeing us from peril, yet the darkness still writhed with anticipation, and I knew not when those creatures would re-emerge. Enduring the peculiar itch, I searched the dimly lit cabin for the source of that strange, shrill sound. While it had no effect on me, it struck a heavy blow to the monsters. I could even see faint traces of blood seeping from their ears. Since venturing out to sea, I find myself in this dire predicament for the first time. Previously, I was always aided by others, first by the monster, then by Master Liang, followed by Xia Yin and Taba. I have finally come to the realization that I must rely on my own strength to accomplish certain tasks. The structure of the cabin is not particularly intricate. The surrounding walls merely reflect sound multiple times. The source must be nearby, obscured from my view because it is concealed. My grandfather and Zhang Gunzi once discovered tiny conduits used for sound transmission aboard the Red Pearl. It is likely that this sound originates from a similar mechanism. Time is of the essence. A feathered serpent has already emerged from the shadows, and I can even discern the bloodlust hidden within its golden pupils. I cease to breathe, envisioning myself submerged in water. I shake my head, attempting to pinpoint that source within the confines of the cabin. Humans do not solely rely on their eardrums for sound localization. Sound can travel through the body, particularly through the skull. Suddenly, I whip my head towards a small corner of the cabin, and indeed, there it is. Without concern for accuracy, I hurl the short blade in that direction. A sharp clatter resounds, and the shrill cry abruptly ceases. At this moment, the feathered serpent has emerged, and our supply of arsenic powder has been depleted. We are left with only cold weapons. Fortunately, Taba and the monster have managed to rise. A bloody battle ensues, and I lose count of the bites I sustain until I finally succumb to unconsciousness. When I awaken, only faint glimmers of light surround me, and I am unaware of my current location. Straining to turn my head, I catch sight of the weary face of the monster. I inquire, where are we now? Upon awakening from my slumber, I should have found myself nestled in the comforts of our ship's bedding. Yet, here I am, in this wretched place. The monstrous creature chuckled. Why not indulge in a more delightful thought, lying in your warm cocoon with a few lovely attendants to serve you? Indeed, that notion is quite appealing. I attempted to rise, only to discover that I possessed no strength whatsoever. Tabar gently assisted me upright, murmuring, "You cannot leave. He won't allow it." He gestured toward the silver-haired man before me. I had noticed him long before, yet I was reluctant to engage in conversation, for he had nearly brought ruin upon me and my comrades. If I had the strength, I would certainly deliver a few well-deserved kicks. The middle-aged man in white turned to me, a smile gracing his lips. "You are quite impressive, able to match a fraction of my prowess from years past. How audacious! Such bravado, devoid of any modesty. Ah, so you choose to ignore me?" The white-clad figure glided toward me, and it dawned on me that he had no feet. A ghost? Indeed, he is a specter. An unsettling fear surged within me, but it was swiftly dispelled by his subsequent words. "Young man, you are fortunate. You have been reborn into the Chung family. I, however, was not as lucky, as I was cast into the Mo family." Is he speaking of reincarnation? He is indeed referring to rebirth. Yes, I speak of reincarnation. The difference lies in your arrival. You traversed realms, while I am a native of this existence. He wore a look of resignation. Faced with an entity capable of perceiving my innermost thoughts, I found myself at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, there is nothing inherently wrong with being associated with the Mo family. The true misfortune lies in the name bestowed upon me by my parents, Yang Qingyan. He cursed under his breath and continued, "It is quite unfortunate that I have ended up with this wretched soul. As for what transpired subsequently, he has already informed you." He gestured towards Wang Xikong. "Are you curious about my origins?" A mischievous grin adorned his face as he gazed at me. "Come closer. Lean in." He half squatted beside me, beckoning me with his hand. I leaned in, and he whispered in a hushed tone, "I shall not divulge that information to you. To hell with you. To hell with you. Show some respect for your elders." He delivered a playful slap to my head, which stung quite a bit. "Isn't he a ghost?" I wondered. "Indeed. Because I am named Yang Qingyan, I have now become a specter, unable to escape this accursed realm of black and white." He spread his hands in exasperation. I perceived him as a more advanced version of Liang Bei. "You speak of Liang Bo? He is indeed a fascinating individual. Interestingly, he is actually my junior. But this is not the moment to discuss him. Are you perplexed about my identity? Unfortunately, I cannot reveal it to you at this moment. If I were to do so, I would truly be unable to leave this vessel. This ship serves as the focal point within the mist array, and I am the source of its energy. Thus, if I were to depart, the mist array would collapse, allowing you to escape." Why do you laugh? Do you truly understand what the mist array entails? Without it, they would have long since dominated the world. I observed his enigmatic assertions with intrigue, yet I remained oblivious to the degree of their credibility. Ahem, while he may not possess the power to rule the world, he certainly has the capability to invert the realms of light and darkness. Ultimately, the objective is to prevent the fog from dissipating. Should it clear, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. So, how will you make your exit? This requires the sagacious and formidable leadership of Lord Yang Qingyan. I inquired of him. "You just claimed to be a source of energy, yet now you speak of departing. What is the true meaning of this?" He cast a chilling smile in my direction. "Isn't it fortunate that you are here?" He replied, gliding toward me with deliberate slowness. "Fear not, it will not hurt. It will be over in an instant. Every life must encounter such an experience at least once." The beast and Tabar sprang into action, attempting to thwart him. But with a gentle motion, he sent them tumbling aside. I watched in disbelief as his hand reached toward my forehead. Chapter 51. I transformed into a ship once again. Darkness enveloped me. Following this abyss, I opened my eyes, or rather, I merely gained the ability to see, for I could not feel my own eyes. The vision was there. Yet why did it encompass a full 360 degrees? I beheld a ship beside me, with Xia Yin pacing across the deck, seemingly lost in thought. I attempted to call out to him, only to discover that I could not articulate my words. Instead, I produced a muffled sound akin to that of wood creaking. Xia Yin gazed at me in astonishment, yet he paid me no heed and descended from the deck. Do not leave. After a moment, I finally came to terms with this new reality. I could scarcely believe it. I had transformed into a ship. Shortly thereafter, Yang Qingyan and the monster appeared on deck, bearing my body. Yang Qingyan informed me that this was the only recourse by which I could depart the vessel, for I was now the energy source. The very linchpin of the misty array. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Impressive poppycock. I was rendered mute, capable only of silent protest. Yang Qingyan continued, elucidating that our destination was a place known as the Guishu Sea. By mooring the red pearl at this location, the inexhaustible Guishu Qi within the sea, I would become the red pearl's new power source, ensuring the perpetual existence of the misty array's linchpin. Though now endowed with the red pearl's perspective, I remained unable to penetrate the dense fog. I could only advance in the direction indicated by Yang Qingyan. Despite the fog's persistence, my field of vision had expanded considerably. I espied Gongsun Li trailing behind us and swiftly steered towards him. Their flimsy skiff stood no chance against the red pearl's pursuit. I directly rammed their small lifeboat, shattering it, and watched as he floundered in the water. I harbored the desire to eliminate them, to eradicate the threat permanently, yet I was powerless to act on my own. Yang Qingyan assured me with conviction that there was no need to concern ourselves with them, for they would never escape the fog. I averted my gaze from the floundering Gongsun Li and pressed onward. I was uncertain of Yang Qingyan's machinations. Ostensibly, he sought self-preservation. But why had he not done so in all the preceding years? Why only now, with our arrival, did he seek to emerge? Yang Qingyan rapped on the deck, declaring, "You presume anyone can become a ship. Though you may be somewhat inept, you are, at the very least, a transmigrator. Hence, you are qualified to become Longyu. Others simply lack the requisite qualifications." The old codger had been surreptitiously probing my thoughts, so I engaged him in open confrontation. "Where do you truly hail from? Are you indeed a time traveler? The passage of time has rendered my own origins a distant memory. All I recall is spinning through various epochs for an eternity until I was reborn into this life. Alas, the art of reincarnation is a delicate craft, one I evidently failed to master, resulting in my unfortunate transformation into the wretched Yang Qingyan, thus ensnaring me for over 3 centuries. It does sound rather tragic, does it not? The red pearl, or rather, the Longyu, contains a merman named Charlie, does it not? He too seems to have traversed time, does he not? Why not enlist his assistance?" Yang Qingyan fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a weighty tone. "I do not comprehend English." "Ha! Why the laughter? Is it shameful to lack proficiency in English? Furthermore, he is not even from your era. There are aspects he would hesitate to engage with, unable to comprehend due to his archaic mindset." I fell into silence, my thoughts swirling in confusion, unsure of how to pose my inquiries. "Do you perceive time as a chaotic entity? In truth, it is not chaotic. Every event leaves traces that can be pursued, unless, of course, that event failed to leave its mark within the continuum of time, which is an impossibility. Time is akin to a radiant maiden. To truly understand her, one must observe her closely and nurture her, thereby earning her favor, enabling one to scrutinize every facet of her being. Ahem, I digress. In summary, time as you perceive it is not disordered. Rather, it is the tumultuous events you encounter that create confusion, compounded by the fact that some are deliberately obscuring your perceptions." Yang Qingyan leisurely crossed his legs in the air and continued, "For instance, the shadow you encountered, known as Liangbo, is the very entity he extracted from the realm of the Red Pearl Dream. Let us refer to him as Liangbo No. 2. This Liangbo is quite remarkable. He was originally the ruler of the state of Liang during the Warring States period. However, for reasons unknown, he fell afoul of the Qin state and was subsequently annihilated. Liangbo No. 2 emerged during that tumultuous time. It is likely that Liangbo acquired the Red Pearl long ago, and due to his peculiar constitution, he was able to enter the Red Pearl Dream realm, subsequently giving rise to the shadow, which is not surprising. By the way, are you unfamiliar with the concept of a shadow? In fact, you possess one as well. Although it is another version of you, it possesses an entirely autonomous personality. While you dwell in the mortal world, it resides within the Red Pearl dream. It can sense your joys and sorrows, yet you remain oblivious to its emotions. This disconnection is the primary source of Liang Bo's tragedy. You have heard, I presume, that his entire family was slain, which led to his emotional turmoil. In his quest for vengeance, he delved deep into the Red Pearl dream, bringing forth Liang Bo No. 2. Thereafter, Liang Bo No. 2 embarked on a path of retribution, becoming increasingly ensnared, but that is a digression. What precisely does the term deep dream refer to? Have you seen Inception? It is somewhat akin to that, with the distinction that the latter is fictitious, whereas the Red Pearl dream is indeed real. Although referred to as a dream, it undeniably exists. It is neither a parallel realm nor another dimension. No one knows its exact location, yet it undeniably resides within this world. I did not comprehend Yang Qingyan's enigmatic explanation. All I gathered was his awareness of Inception. Is it truly remarkable? I watched it when it was merely an ancient film from millennia ago. I am rather nostalgic, drawn to those classic movies. This fellow certainly boasts without a hint of modesty. Presently, I am in torment, for he seems to possess knowledge of my every thought. What a peculiar experience it is, like residing in a house of glass, with transparent furniture, devoid of clothing, while a curious crowd outside gazes at me, armed with incessantly flashing cameras. Suddenly, he declared, "We have arrived." I strained to see ahead, yet discerned nothing concrete. The path remained shrouded in mist. After only a fleeting moment, a colossal black vortex materialized before me. Chapter 52, Cataclysm. Is this the eye of the abyss? A sense of unease crept over me, though I could not articulate why. It may hurt a little. You must endure it while I perform the incantation, he said gravely, instilling a foreboding feeling within me. The abyss slowly rotated. Although it was a whirlpool, it did not draw in the surrounding elements. The center of the vortex remained as tranquil as a calm sea, rendering the situation inexplicably eerie. Yang Qingyan vanished from the deck, only to reappear moments later, seemingly holding an object. He cast it out of the ship. With seemingly little effort, I gently tossed the object, and it soared forth like a bolt, plunging into the very heart of the abyss. For a fleeting moment, time itself appeared to stand still. In that instant, I sensed as if the entirety of existence had paused. Logically, if time had ceased, my consciousness should have followed suit. Yet I was acutely aware of this stillness. The sensation was akin to being the sole inhabitant of a frozen world. After this brief suspension, the abyss began to rotate in reverse, and faint flashes of lightning echoed from beneath the ocean. Yang Qingyan's voice took on an air of grave seriousness. Go. What? Before I could fully comprehend, I found myself irresistibly drawn towards the center of the oceanic vortex. Damn it. Stop. Yet I had completely lost control of the Red Pearl. The vessel surged faster towards the abyssal eye. Fortunately, Xie severed the tether binding us to the Red Pearl, preventing us from being ensnared. It dawned on me that it was not I who had lost control, but rather the reverse rotation of the abyssal eye exerted an irresistible pull. Beneath the waves, something was being drawn upward by the whirlpool, swirling within the oceanic eye, and it appeared to be alive. Yet, its form eluded my vision. I spiraled along with the vortex, soon arriving at the very center of the abyss. The entity was shrouded in darkness, resembling a corporeal shadow, its shape vaguely human, yet adorned with a peculiar fin-like appendage on its back. It grinned at me, sending a chill down my spine, revealing a mouth filled with barbed teeth. What on earth is this creature? Kid, take a good look. This is one of them. Etch their appearances indelibly into your mind. If you do not commit them to memory with utmost fervor, time shall erase all recollections of them. Yang Qingyan finally spoke, and my emotions were weighed down to an unbearable extent, leaving me utterly perplexed as to how I should proceed. The most exasperating circumstance unfolded before me. The entity, upon noticing my presence, began to approach us slowly. Were it not for the eye of the sea whirlpool, it would not be long before it reached us. People often claim that they are indestructible. I once shared that belief, yet I remained unwilling to accept such a fate. Thus, I ventured into the misty sea, where I have dwelled for 3 centuries, observing it for 3 centuries, and meticulously planning for 3 centuries. It was only upon your arrival that I finally conceived a means to vanquish it. Yang Qingyan gazed at it with fervor, his face flushed, his eyes reflecting not the visage of a monster, but rather a glimpse of the future. My anger simmered within me, yet it was extinguished by the utterance of "Old bastard. He has arrived." Suddenly, within the hull of the Red Pearl, there erupted a cacophony of gears interlocking, resonating as if machinery were roaring. Yet, at that moment, I embodied the Red Pearl. I felt as though my very organs were on the verge of being shredded. Excruciating pain assaulted my nerves, crashing over me in relentless waves, akin to the ocean's fury, my soul convulsing in infinite anguish, magnified without restraint. Gradually, I acclimated to the torment, and the situation before me sharpened into stark clarity. I suddenly realized that it was not that the pain had dissipated, but that I had lost all sensation. Yang Qingyan's voice grew increasingly fervent, reaching a feverish pitch. "Go forth, forget that you are Chung Feng, in this very moment. You are the Red Pearl, you are the Dragon Feather, you are a killing machine forged from millennia of wisdom by the Mo family's heavenly craftsmen." Within a mere millisecond, the deck indented inward, transforming from a colossal structure composed of countless tiny wooden blocks into a scattered heap of sand, which then reformed into another shape, resembling a shield, positioned on either side of the Red Pearl. The masts converged, the wood meshing together in a frenzied embrace, ultimately morphing into a cylindrical longsword, wedged between the shields. The hull cleaved horizontally in two, revealing a massive black gear that gradually emerged from the center, traversing the entire vessel. The black gear commenced its rotation with such velocity that it split the surrounding seawater in two. A cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted from the ship as smaller black gears sprang forth from every corner, propelled by an unknown force, spinning rapidly. Countless black gears also manifested upon the cylindrical sword, transforming the once black and yellow wooden blade into a solid ebony hue, rendering its former appearance nearly indistinguishable. Yet, the vessel was evidently flawed, for in certain areas, the gears had begun to slice into the ship itself. Yang Qingyan sensed my thoughts and softly remarked, "I have long told you, the Dragon Feather is incomplete." I attempted to adjust and advance, only to be taken aback as the ship suddenly soared forth with astonishing speed. Lifting off the ocean's surface, the cylindrical longsword pierced into its body, creating a gaping wound, a portion of it dissipating amidst swirling black mist. It hung suspended above the cylindrical longsword, its head drooping. I found it hard to fathom. Had it truly perished just like that? The mere thought of its smile sent chills down my spine. It raised its hand and struck down, cleaving the cylindrical longsword in two. I furrowed my brow. The colossal sword was now an extension of my being, yet I felt no pain. This sensation was unsettling, as if I were no longer human. Yang Qingyan was somewhere in the depths of the ship, and I could only hear a distant warning. "Be careful. It's coming." No sooner had the words left his lips than an immense force struck the ship's port side. Cracks appeared on the circular shield, and the entire vessel was violently hurled away. Before I could adjust the ship's orientation, a second wave of assault arrived, this time nearly shattering the port shield. The gears within the cabin lamented, many displaying fractures, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 53. Ren, were I still capable of sensation, perhaps I would have fled. Yet devoid of feeling, I swung my long sword through the air, cleaving it in twain. Remarkably, it reformed almost instantaneously, preparing for another onslaught. I found myself powerless to vanquish it, and Yang Qingyan remained silent. The shields on both sides had long since succumbed, reduced to mere ruins, teetering on the brink of destruction. The ingenuity of the Mo family's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. Despite the connections being severed, the mechanisms still operated, executing various maneuvers. Yet, the ship had sustained a gaping hole, and seawater poured in relentlessly. At this rate, I would either perish at its hands or be consumed by the encroaching tide. With all my might, I commanded the gears, wielding my long sword, shattering it into fragments with each strike. Yet, every encounter was met with even more frenzied retaliation. At this moment, I was the vessel. I felt no pain, nor did I know exhaustion. I sensed that my end was nigh. I relinquished my resistance, for the circular longsword had been reduced to mere sand. I merely wielded the remaining steel plates aboard the vessel to fend off its assaults, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. In my final moments, my mind became a tumult of confusion. I pondered, should I not be the protagonist of this world? How could I succumb so easily? Where was the voice that had once rescued me? Why did it not come to my aid this time? Silence enveloped me, save for the frenzied roars of the monsters outside and the resounding crashes as the ship was battered to pieces. I closed my eyes, retreating into my thoughts. As for Master Liang, Though his manner of speaking and acting was somewhat despicable, he was inherently good. I hoped he could manage his affairs without falling victim to his own shadow. Cheng Feng, for heaven's sake, do not abandon hope. Huh. It seemed someone was speaking. That voice resembled Master Liang's. By the heavens, we have come to rescue you. That voice seemed to belong to a monster. Could it be that I was on the brink of death, succumbing to hallucinations? I opened my eyes to witness a small houseboat drifting beside me, swaying perilously with the winds and waves, as if it might sink at any moment. Good heavens, what are you doing here? I have already surrendered. Why don't you flee? Are you here to offer yourselves as bait? Upon noticing the houseboat, the creature ceased its assault and plunged into the depths of the sea. Instantly, the surface of the water calmed. I felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Run. Hurry, escape. I strained to convey my voice to them. Yet all that emerged was the grinding of gears. Suddenly, the small houseboat ascended into the sky, only to be cleaved in two, the hull fracturing at its center. It burst forth from the fractured hull, its sickly yellow eyes gazing at me with an expressionless stare. In that moment, I even caught a glimpse of Liang Bei's astonished countenance. He clutched a crimson pearl in his hand. It dawned on me that he had intended to venture into the dreamscape of the red pearl to rescue me. That scoundrel had deceived us once more. He had been carrying the red pearl all along. I yearned to save them, but it was already too late. They plummeted into the sea, consumed by the swirling vortex, vanishing without a trace. Anger surged within me like tumultuous waves, rising abruptly from the depths of my soul. I summoned all remaining energy of the red pearl and charged towards that entity. A white network of energy extended from my being, astonishingly forming a sonic boom. Its body instantaneously disintegrated into a cloud of particles, only to coalesce anew in the air. Yang Qingyan remained silent, and it struck me that perhaps we had placed too much trust in him. His true intention might have been to lead us to our demise in the abyss. Just as I was on the verge of complete despair, a sudden transformation occurred. The ocean floor suddenly illuminated with two bright beacons. The red pearl, colossal as it was, paled in comparison to even half the size of the lights. Blue electric flashes danced sporadically beneath the surface, swiftly entering the beacons. The beacons, now absorbing the blue electricity, grew increasingly radiant, akin to a resplendent moon suspended on the ocean floor. A weary sigh resonated in my mind. It was Yang Qingyan. He finally spoke. He uttered only 7 words, and under normal circumstances, I would have berated him fiercely, but with my companions now lost to the ocean's depths, I refrained. I'm sorry. I messed up, he confessed. Yet, his second statement rekindled a flicker of hope within me. They are not dead. You must go and help them. I had initially intended for you to assume the role of the abyssal eye of the void, harnessing its power to obliterate him. However, I was taken aback to discover that beneath the abyssal eye lay something unexpected. His face was etched with regret, and I found myself at a loss for words. I had summoned it, and in doing so, had also brought forth that entity. Yet, because of its existence, a glimmer of life emerged amidst the jaws of death. Locate its shadow and eliminate it. Yang Qingyan transformed into a cascade of light, dissipating within the belly of the vessel. A red pearl was tightly clasped in my hand. It was a gift from Yang Qingyan moments ago. It was clear now that he intended for me to enter the dreamscape of the red pearl, to vanquish it within that realm. At this moment, I stood at the forefront of the deck, facing the unfathomable whirlpool of the abyss, where the colossal beast finally manifested in this world beneath the 2 radiant lights. The creature's visage was marked by deep furrows, an embodiment of savagery. With a massive scar cleaving its face in twain, those 2 glowing orbs were its eyes. Its head was nearly the same size as the whirlpool of the abyss. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Was the abyssal eye of the void created for the sake of this creature? What exactly was this being? In the blink of an eye, the beast surged to the surface of the sea. Waves soared skyward, and I was swept up with them, yet I did not plummet back down. It too was thrust into the heavens. However, even as it ascended, it remained bound within the confines of the abyssal eye. At this very moment, we found ourselves upon the countenance of the beast, with the fallen creature, Tabar, and the crew all manifested upon its face. A sense of relief washed over me, igniting a spark of hope. The colossal beast surged upward, then lingered suspended in midair. Astonishingly, it possessed the ability to fly. Yet, its immense size rendered me as insignificant as a mere speck upon its visage. Beside me were its golden-hued eyes, starkly different from the sickly yellow of a serpent, radiating a true golden glow. However, I noticed the absence of pupils and breath. A realization that sent a shiver down my spine. I understood then that this creature was indeed lifeless. Chapter 54. Shadows. I had little time to observe the behemoth, for it had already moved before me. A sharp pain surged from my chest, yet this discomfort paled in comparison to what I had previously endured, leaving me largely unaffected. I gazed into its sickly yellow eyes, a wave of revulsion washing over me. Gripping the crimson pearl tightly, I immersed myself in its essence. With me as the focal point, time began to flow. In the blink of an eye, when I reopened my eyes, the scene before me had transformed entirely, almost beyond belief. Before me stood what appeared to be the shadow of that very monster. The contours of his face were as sharply defined as if sculpted by a chisel, and his features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his white garments resembled fresh fallen snow. The figure before me was simply perfect. To clarify, I do not harbor any affection for men. My scrutiny of him was concurrent with my intent to plunge a knife into him. The blade met no resistance as it drove into his chest. Embedding itself to the hilt, blood gushed forth, staining his white attire crimson, and within moments, the bleeding ceased. Such an anomaly could only indicate the presence of the supernatural. He knelt partially on the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he looked at me, and said, "Little brother, you have made a grave mistake." It appears he lacks combat prowess. However, one must not merely judge by appearances. I remain vigilant, gripping my knife with a firm hand. I keep a watchful eye on him, poised to strike at any moment. He gazes at me with an innocent expression, seemingly at a loss for words. As I prepare to lunge forward for another stab, panic crosses his face, and he exclaims, "Timo must die." At that moment, I falter. Noticing my hesitation, he hastily explains, "I came from there too. I was merely victimized by their treachery. You must trust me. We are the only two from that place. We need to support one another." I sheath my knife and approach him, bending down. A radiant smile blossoms on his face, reminiscent of sunshine. Yet, after a mere breath, his smile freezes. He looks down at the knife embedded in his chest, then raises his gaze to meet mine. I do the same, and with all my strength, I wrench the knife sideways with a sudden motion. The modified knife technique taught to me by Xie Yin proves remarkably effective. Blood erupts, splattering onto my face and body. Strangely, I do not feel nauseous this time. It seems that after witnessing blood for the first time, one no longer succumbs to the sight of it. "How did you know I was lying?" he asks, bewildered. "I believe what you said to be true, which is precisely why I wish to end your life. This wretched game has squandered my existence and ruined my youth. It has led me to my demise, and now you dare to bring it up before me. If I do not kill you, whom shall I slay?" Yet, he cannot hear my inner thoughts. He gazes vacantly at the sky, lost in contemplation, so that is how it is. He transformed into foam, vanishing from this world. After his disappearance, a voice rang out behind me. "Not bad, young man." I turned abruptly, startled. It was Yang Chengyan. How could this fellow still be alive? Although our shared experiences were limited, witnessing his demise had truly unsettled me. I was genuinely dead. He regarded me with a sly expression. "Did you hear me cursing you in my heart? I don't have a sister." Yang Qingyan shrugged, explaining that killing him was not a simple task. In reality, one could hardly locate them. Their true forms were robust. Yet the shadows in the realm of the Red Pearl Dream were frail, fragile to the point of being insubstantial. Thus, upon discovering them within the Red Pearl Dream, one must seize the opportunity to eliminate them without hesitation. What exactly are they? If you don't tell me soon, I might lose my sanity. Yang Qingyan feigned ignorance to my unspoken thoughts and replied, "They excel at manipulating the human heart, exploiting human nature. They possess a technology akin to life itself. It may be premature to share this with you, but as death approaches, one often feels compelled to impart wisdom to the younger generation." Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "That one earlier seemed to have been trapped in the eye of the sea for quite some time. Why didn't you kill him yourself?" "Back in the day, Zhang Gunzi could also wield the Red Pearl. Why didn't you seek him out?" He continued, "If I were to say that choosing you was a matter of destiny, you likely wouldn't believe it." "Why wouldn't I believe it?" "I do. Even if you told me that I am merely dreaming and would awaken to find myself still slumbering at a cyber CF, I would believe you. My worldview has been so thoroughly distorted by you all that I now accept whatever you say as truth." Yang Qingyan fell silent for a prolonged moment. As I observed him, I suddenly discerned a trace of weariness etched upon his face, something I had never witnessed before. This white-haired individual had always exuded unwavering confidence, even when uttering apologies with an air of justification. A wave of discomfort washed over me. It seemed I harbored the latent potential to become a saintly figure. Feeling unease at the sight of another suffering, Yang Qingyan chuckled softly. You truly are a remarkable character. Time is of the essence. Remember, do not venture into the second layer of dreams until you have located your grandfather. Before I could inquire further, he transformed into a radiant aura, dissipating into the heavens. A sudden jolt, seemingly from nowhere, caused me to stagger precariously. I hurriedly scanned my surroundings. The monsters and Taba lay upon the ground, still in slumber. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my consciousness felt somewhat hazy. I struck my forehead with force, only then realizing I was within the realm of the Red Pearl dream. While the monsters remained motionless, another, more intense tremor surged through me, and this time I distinctly felt it emanating from beneath my feet. A grotesque visage loomed menacingly below, casting a shadow as if the essence of reality itself were seeping into this dream. My spirit trembled violently. What on earth could this be? As I drew my dagger, poised to escape the illusory realm of the Crimson Pearl through self-destruction, the sky unexpectedly descended in fragments. One after another, the ominous heavens crumbled, revealing an abyss of darkness. Was the Crimson Pearl dreamscape beginning to unravel? How could that be? In the next moment, before I could plunge the dagger into my chest, the collapse engulfed my visage. I beheld myself, gradually disintegrating into shards. Chapter 55. The Dragon. This time, the darkness lingered for an eternity. I witnessed my mother, tormented by the agony of bringing me into existence, while my father anxiously awaited outside the door, and my grandfather comforted him. It was a night when the thriving city of Seahai was still ablaze with lights. Suddenly, something emerged from the enveloping darkness outside the city. It grew brighter and multiplied until it filled the fringes of Seahai, and I realized it was an army devoid of banners. A chill swept through me. An army that sheds its flag is likely to become a band of marauders. Indeed, the troops charged toward Seahai, effortlessly breaching the city walls. I had heard my father speak of the intricate web of interests within Seahai, where influential figures from the Central Plains held stakes, thus deterring any assault on the city. An attack would render one a target for all, and the city's defenses were comprised of elites selected from various regions. Yet, I never anticipated it would fall so easily. Wait, this army seemed different? As I drew closer, I was struck by the realization that the soldiers were not living beings. Their faces bore rigid expressions. Their movements were mechanical, and most strikingly, they exhibited no fear of blades. They are zombies. The city guards had never encountered such creatures, and soon they were overwhelmed and scattered. They raced forward, eliminating anyone who dared to obstruct their path, swiftly arriving at the heart of the city. My grandfather stood calmly at the entrance of the Chung family residence, observing the approaching zombie army with an expression of indifference. The zombies formed an impeccably arranged phalanx on the Vermilion Bird Long Street, right before my family's door. One zombie, appearing to be a leader, stepped forward and fixed its gaze upon my grandfather for a brief moment. Then, it knelt on one knee, the sound of its armor clanging heavily against the ground resonating through the air. The entire army followed suit, kneeling in unison before my grandfather, the cacophony of clanking armor echoing like thunder. The citizens of Seahai City had long been paralyzed by fear, too terrified to emerge. Once the army knelt, an eerie silence enveloped the vast city, save for the crackling of burning torches. I had never imagined that kneeling could exude such a formidable presence. My grandfather stood at the threshold, coolly surveying the troops. He then turned and slammed the Chung family's door shut. The zombie leader lifted its head and opened its mouth to roar towards the Chung residents, yet no sound emerged. It was devoid of a tongue. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Were all these soldiers tongueless? Just then, the Chung family door swung open, and my grandfather, with a grim countenance, carried the young me out. Approaching the zombie leader, what was happening? The leader remained on its knees, raising both hands in submission. Reluctantly, my grandfather placed me into the hands of the zombie leader. In my mind, I was almost screaming, what is going on? The zombie leader produced a small dagger, and to my astonishment, I noticed a tiny red pearl embedded in the blade. He gently made a small incision on my fingertip, and tender crimson blood flowed along the blade's edge into the hilt adorned with a red pearl, which glimmered momentarily before fading into darkness. He plunged the short knife deep into the center of his chest until the hilt was entirely engulfed. My grandfather snatched the small me into his embrace, refusing to let go. The zombie general lifted his head, and at that moment, I finally beheld his face. The instant I laid eyes upon it, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Liang Bei. A throbbing pain surged through my head. Why was everything connected to that man? The zombie general, identical to Liang Bei, suddenly turned his head and smiled in the direction of my consciousness. Before I could utter an expletive, time shattered and flowed backward, surrounding me with mirrors of various sizes. Each reflection captured the smile of the zombie Liang Bei, driving me to the brink of madness. The mirrors began to fracture, and my consciousness plunged once more into darkness, though this time the obscurity lasted only a brief moment. I abruptly opened my eyes to find the ocean above me and the sky beneath my feet. A jolt of realization struck me. I was plummeting. I had previously been lifted into the air by a colossal beast, and now, as I descended, I caught sight of its lower half. It dawned on me that I had merely been standing atop the beast's head. Its body was exceedingly long, cloaked in dark green scales, and it continued to extend from the ocean's depths. Before me, the beast loomed like an ever-rising wall, rendering its full form completely hidden from my view. Soon, I plunged into the water, the frigid sea enveloping me in discomfort, yet simultaneously awakening my senses. With great effort, I surfaced and beheld the magnificent creature in its entirety. It was a dragon, a five-clawed beast of deep azure hue. It roared amidst the heavens, its voice sending shockwaves through the water, conjuring towering waves as if celebrating its newfound freedom. In the next moment, it approached me, its eyes, larger than the famed red pearl, fixated upon me. Golden pupils honing in as if I were ensconced in a realm of light. Mortal. It spoke without uttering a word, yet I heard its message clearly. Its gaze was icy, indifferent to life and death alike. Warm liquid streamed from my eyes and ears, rendering me motionless, trapped in a state of anticipation as the dragon's voice threatened to dismantle my very being. It seemed to have just realized my inability to withstand its sound. Or perhaps it was intentional, a test of my endurance. Fearful of its penetrating gaze, I fought to maintain a semblance of calm, dreading that it might see through my soul like Yang Changyan. The dragon snorted, its breath cascading over the shattered red pearl, which then restored itself to its former glory. A sonic boom erupted around me, resonating across the entire sea, its force nearly tearing everything asunder. In haste, I bowed my head, curling into a ball, terrified of being torn apart by the shockwave. After the explosion, I resurfaced. Yet all I could see was the dragon's deep azure form flickering amidst the storm clouds until it vanished. I remained transfixed, pondering the existence of a being that transcends all life. No wonder dragons eventually disappeared from the world. Can humans triumph over dragons? This question has taken root in my mind, to the extent that when I confront it once more, it is a matter of life and death. No, life and death are trifles compared to the magnitude of time. Chapter 56. The outbreak of the undead. I swam through the frigid waters, gradually locating the monstrous beings and rescuing them one by one, placing them upon the deck of the Red Pearl. The ship had long succumbed to the tumultuous waves. Scattered amidst the raging sea, the Red Pearl remained the sole sanctuary. Yet, how could one individual hope to stem the tide? I could only exert myself to save them until my legs began to cramp, my hands and feet turned icy, and my entire body threatened to convulse. A pearl diver would never willingly place oneself in peril, but at this moment, I found myself devoid of options. Just as despair threatened to consume me, the merman Charlie appeared, cradling the unconscious Lord Liang in his arms, his eyes rolling back in distress. I had previously regarded his fishtail as a source of humor, but now it became evident that his speed in the water was remarkable, even capable of catching up to my exhausted form. I laid my companions on the deck. The monsters possessed the best swimming abilities among us, and the first to awaken coughed up several mouthfuls of seawater, gasping violently before collapsing, unable to move. I squeezed the seawater from the others' bellies and laid them flat on the deck. Only a handful of those rescued had already succumbed, while the rest still exhibited faint signs of life. I could do nothing but wait for their revival. Leaning against the mast on the deck, I watched as the monster struggled to rise and approached me, finally settling beside me. Surviving is such a daunting task. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately uttered but a single phrase: "Surviving is so difficult." I am aware that he must be filled with countless doubts, yet I find myself at a loss as to where to begin. Certain truths are not meant to be concealed from a brother, especially since he has already gleaned some of them. After a moment of contemplation, I addressed him. "You heard what Yang Qingyan said, did you not?" The creature nodded in acknowledgement. "In my previous life, I existed over a millennium hence, at a time when rowing was a relic of the past, and vessels were propelled by electricity, a force akin to the thunderbolts released from the heavens." The creature regarded me with a gaze akin to bewilderment. rendering me momentarily speechless. What was your profession in your former life? It inquired. I endured the trials of a student, I replied. How did you end up in this place? Goodness gracious, I merely found myself reborn here. I retorted, exasperated. What do I know of the circumstances surrounding reincarnation? I simply arrived. In that distant future, such a phenomenon would be termed time travel. Those who could traverse time ultimately reached the zenith of existence, while I, poor soul that I am, languished at sea, perpetually hungry and cold, subjected to relentless beatings, and occasionally contemplating self-destruction. This narrative evoked a profound sense of frustration within me. Is it not the case that such a dismal existence is typically reserved for minor antagonists? I, however, am undeniably a protagonist of noble lineage. Just as I was about to embark on a lamentation spree with the creature, I suddenly sensed an unsettling anomaly aboard the ship. Ever since it transformed into the Red Pearl, an inexplicable bond has formed between myself and this colossal vessel, as if I could perceive every subtle shift within its confines. Yet, I could not see. I could only sense that some individuals aboard seemed markedly different from their former selves, though I could not articulate precisely how. One by one, the people aboard the vessel began to awaken. I counted them. Precisely 10 souls had been rescued. Taba aroused early, carrying the unconscious Liang Bei to my side, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. 2 crew members approached, inquiring of the still-resting Xie Yan. We are uncertain how to start this ship, but we could dismantle certain parts to fashion a small boat. Should we proceed with this plan? Xie Yan glanced at them, slowly uttering 2 words. Go ahead. His demeanor increasingly resembled that of a formidable gang leader. However, the 2 men did not depart. They remained rooted in place. Xie Yan furrowed his brow, asking, Is there something else? The man remained silent. Xie Yan raised his gaze to him. The man's expression, calm moments before, suddenly transformed into a wide grin, his lips stretching until they split open to the ears. It was a corpse demon. When had the crew been infected by Gongsunli? Xie Yan's reflexes kicked in, executing a sweeping kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Yet, another lurked behind him. Just as Xie Yan completed his kick, the corpse demon's companion lunged forward, mouth agape to bite. Xie Yan swiftly countered with a knife-hand strike, yet the demon did not evade. It met his attack head-on. With a sharp crack, the demon was cleaved in 2, blood and gore erupting in a violent spray. Xie Yan rolled away to avoid the splattering blood. In that moment, I noticed a minuscule wound on Xie Yan's hand. A shiver ran down my spine. Was the infection from the corpse demon transmitted through blood? Yet, upon further reflection, that did not seem accurate. I had not witnessed the process by which Gongsunli transformed individuals into corpse demons, and thus could not ascertain whether the contagion spread through blood. The remaining crew members staggered to their feet, their pupils gradually turning crimson. Unlike the corpses I had previously encountered, these individuals exhibited a remarkable transformation. The tomb raiders and assassins I had witnessed before, upon becoming ghouls, acted solely on instinct. In stark contrast, the beings before me displayed an extraordinary strength. Their muscles bulged grotesquely, straining against their clothing. The foremost ghoul let out a deafening roar, a sound that transcended human capability. It leaped into the air, vanishing into the sails, which had been fully raised, with the mast stretching skyward, obscuring any view of the situation above. The remaining ghouls followed suit, plunging into the sails, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Master Liang Ba was lowered by Taba, preparing for a potential rear assault from the ghouls. At that moment, we were devoid of weapons, relying solely on our fists. My senses were heightened, clutching the crimson pearl that Yang Chengyan had given me, ready to enter the realm of dreams it offered. Suddenly, I was struck by a blinding light, raising my gaze. I was astonished to see the dark clouds dissipating. The fog had lifted, and as the sun emerged, it illuminated the entire sea, revealing the ghouls concealed within the sails. Their shadows were starkly cast upon the fabric, glaringly apparent in the sunlight. I counted. There were precisely 4 shadows on the sails, suggesting that the deck was relatively safe. In a swift motion, a monstrous figure darted toward the rigging and yanked forcefully. The 24 sails, deprived of support, plummeted in an instant, and along with them, for ghouls descended from the heights, crashing down with such tremendous force that they blasted craters into the deck. The corpse demons shrieked as they attempted to advance. Yet Xie Yan and Taba would not grant them any opportunity. Seizing the moment while the creatures were ensnared in the pit, they struck them down one by one. At that time, I had rescued 10 individuals, yet now only 5 remained. Alas, wait, I had saved 10 people? Then, counting myself. How could there only be for corpse demons? A cold sweat instantly drenched my back as I shouted to Xie Yin and Taba, "Be careful. There's one more." I could not ascertain whether it was too late, but I saw a shadow descending from above, poised to land upon Xie Yan's back. Chapter 57. On the shore, upon hearing my warning, Xie Yin sensed the danger and swiftly turned his body. However, he was grazed by the descending corpse demon, letting out a muffled groan yet refusing to fall. Instead, he used the momentum to roll onto the demon. The creature emitted a piercing wail, its arms contorting into an unnatural arc as it attempted to grasp Xie Yin. At that moment, Taba strode forward, seizing the demon's head and tearing it away with brutal ferocity, a sight too gruesome to behold. Injured, Xie Yin was aided by Taba as they approached us. Yet, my concern was not for Xie Yin's wounds, but rather the method of the demon's infection. More crucially, why had only a few others transformed into corpse demons? This weighed heavily on my heart. The worst outcome would be that one among my companions had succumbed to the infection, perhaps even transformed into a corpse demon, lurking in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Such a scenario was intolerable, regardless of who it might be. Suddenly, the injured Liang Bei, lying on the ground, spoke. "Xie Yin, stand there and do not move." The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Tabar, uncertain whether he comprehended the meaning behind Liang Bei's words, continued to support the pale-faced Xie Yin. "Xie Yin, say something, anything." Liang Bei's tone was grave, yet I could not inquire about his thoughts at that moment. Xie Yin opened his mouth but emitted no sound. He realized something was amiss, his complexion growing even more ashen. He pushed Tabar away, standing alone, striving to produce a sound, yet no words would manifest. Sima Zhao gazed at him, flustered, suggesting, perhaps he has lost his voice from swallowing too much seawater? As if to validate Sima Zhao's statement, Xie Yan's eye fell from its socket, rolling onto the deck. That eye remained vibrant, ceaselessly moving and observing its surroundings. The others stood in silence, no further words exchanged. "I ask you, nod or shake your head, if you will." Xie Yan nodded, the pallor on his face overshadowing his former valor. It had been some time since his eye had fallen, and we waited patiently. Yet Xie Yan did not turn against us. Noticing something amiss, Liang Bei summoned him over. Initially, Xie Yan hesitated to approach, fearing he might harm us. However, after a quarter of an hour, I discerned that he seemed distinct from the other corpses. His eyes were not the typical crimson, but a deep blue, reminiscent of the sea. Upon sharing this observation with Xie Yan, he reluctantly made his way over. "Do you feel an urge to kill?" I inquired. Xie Yan shook his head, and we exhaled in relief. I turned to Liang Bei and said, "You must know something. Continuing to conceal the truth serves no purpose. It is only us few who remain. If you refuse to speak, we shall perish aboard this vessel." Liang Bei curled his lip. He is quite similar to that Chun Xianwen you encountered, yet Chun Xianwen has been transformed by them, granting him the ability to speak and formidable powers. However, he has not undergone such alterations, which leaves him mute. The only reason he has not succumbed to becoming a corpse demon is due to the blood coursing through his veins. After a brief pause, Liang Bei continued. "In a sense, Xie Yan has become a more advanced form of corpse demon. He possesses his own thoughts, but cannot communicate with us through language." I inquired. "A reverse blood user?" Liang Bei snapped his fingers. "You are correct, but that accursed name truly vexes me. Does this imply he is safe now? I cannot confidently assert safety. That fellow, Gongsun Li, has likely uncovered the means to control the corpse demons from the sheepskin scroll. And Xie Yan has just completed his transformation, possibly unable to withstand the scroll's influence. How many years have I lived? How many years has he lived? Even a stone, after a long existence, can gain the ability to speak. How much more so a human?" Liang Bei clearly grew irritated, and from his words, I discerned he was merely speaking nonsense. Xie Yan's complexion had grown increasingly pallid, resembling someone who had long suffered from illness, confined to bed. Even Sima Zhao, no matter how dim-witted, would deduce that Xie Yan was his protector, and indeed, Sima Zhao was not foolish. Rather, he was quite astute. Master Liang scoffed at this promise. Yet I discerned the profound value concealed within it. Sima Zhao, the very embodiment of Sima's legacy, destined to become the founding emperor of Wei, has made a commitment that truly merits the weight of 1,000 gold pieces. Nay, it could be said that it surpasses even 10,000. My sole concern lies in the fact that Sima Zhao was born in the year 211 AD, which would render him a mere child of 6 or 7 years at this point. However, the Sima Zhao before me appears to be well into his teenage years. indicating that some anomaly must have transpired. This has been a principal reason for my hesitance in confirming his identity. Xie knelt before Sima Zhao on one knee. But before he could steady himself, a sudden cacophony erupted from below the cabin. Losing his balance, he tumbled to the ground. Initially, I presumed it to be yet another disturbance caused by a creature, and I hastily rushed to the edge of the deck to ascertain the source of the commotion. To my astonishment, I was filled with exhilaration upon realizing that we had indeed made landfall. Following the restoration of the Red Pearl, the sails had remained unfurled, their 24 wings capturing the wind with remarkable efficiency, propelling us forward at an astonishing pace. It was only when the beasts lowered the sails that our speed diminished. Yet we reached the shore in perfect timing. This island, though modest in size, revealed its full form as the mist dispersed. I could ascertain with certainty that it lay far from any coral reefs, for the surrounding waters were strikingly clear, indicating the absence of such formations. Having gone a day and a night without sustenance, our stomachs growled in unison, and with no provisions aboard the Red Pearl, we were compelled to venture onto the island in search of supplies. More importantly, we also need to construct smaller vessels, for the Red Pearl is utterly incapable of setting sail. When I previously transformed into a ship, although I could not perceive the interior of the hull, I vaguely sensed that there should be a perpetual motion machine within its depths. Alas, Yang Qingyan is deceased, and I am unaware of the machine's whereabouts. Even if I were to locate it, I would not know how to activate it. We descended the ship along the rope, and twilight had already fallen upon us. We must find a place to rest before nightfall, for we know not what dangers lurk in the dark, most fearfully, the corpses and the malevolent Gong Sunli. The trees on this island are lush, likely harboring large wild beasts. At the center of the island rises a modest hill, and from our vantage point on the shore, we could faintly discern the trees crowning its summit. The monster led the way, and as I watched it frolic ahead, it suddenly turned and dashed back towards us, shouting, "There are monsters in the woods." Chapter 58. Snake eggs. We approached to investigate, only to discover that the monsters spoken of by the creature were not true monsters, but rather a rare species of vine-like plant. This plant clung to the trees, enveloping the trunks entirely, rendering them unrecognizable. Coupled with the twilight's dimming light, the tree appeared from a distance to bear a grotesque visage. As I drew nearer, I realized that the trunk ensnared by this vine was withered and desiccated. It then dawned on me that this plant is known as the strangler fig. While it poses no threat to humans, it will suffocate the trees upon which it parasitizes. We cautiously ventured forward, while Tabaz collected some branches to fashion torches. However, I was uncertain whether those torches could be ignited, for the air here was exceedingly humid. Not long after we began our trek, a layer of moisture clung to our bodies. This forest seemed to have been isolated from the world for countless years, devoid of any human presence. As the sky darkened, we were compelled to ignite the damp torches, yet the wood we had gathered was already moist and combined with the humid air. The flame sparked by flint flickered for but a fleeting moment before extinguishing. The creature beside me, with a sullen countenance, inquired, "Have we strayed from our path?" I suspected my own expression mirrored his dismay. Ever since departing the indigenous realm, I had kept the compass hanging around my neck. I glanced at the compass and shook my head at the creature. Suddenly, Liang Bei interjected, "What do you think? Did the Red Pearl set sail on its own? Or is that old scoundrel Yang Qingyan still alive and piloted the ship away?" A jolt ran through me as I pondered the possibility. Dusk marked the ebbing tide, and given the immense tonnage of the Red Pearl, it was inconceivable that it could have been swept away by the receding waters while anchored on the beach. The only person capable of maneuvering such a giant vessel was Yang Qingyan, thus the likelihood of his survival increased significantly. Yet, the ship had departed, and further discussion would yield no fruit. Survival on this island was paramount. As nightfall approached, once we exited the woods, the torches gradually dried. We collected more firewood and built a bonfire beside the beach. After completing all necessary tasks, we found ourselves utterly exhausted. I lay beside the fire, too weary to move. And just as I was teetering on the brink of slumber, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted not far away. A creature has unexpectedly discovered a nest of sea turtle eggs. We placed the eggs over the fire, yet no enticing aroma wafted through the air. Instead, saliva continuously pooled in our mouths. In that moment, I felt as though I could consume even the shells. The bustling city of Seahai is teeming with fishermen, and within a radius of several dozen miles, wild sea turtles are nearly absent. During the chaos wrought by the yellow turbans, famine ensued, let alone sea turtles. Even the seagrass had been completely uprooted for sustenance. Thus, I had seldom encountered sea turtle eggs. As we consumed the eggs, a mingling of briny and savory flavors danced upon our palates. But in our overwhelming hunger, we paid little heed to such nuances, focused solely on satiating our appetites. The crowd devoured ravenously. Even Taba joined in, while only Master Liang stood aside, swallowing hard with impatience, exclaiming to Xie Yan, "Do you even need to eat? Surely, you cannot be hungry now. Feed me first." Xie Yan shot Liang a glare and continued to eat. Taba swiftly finished his portion and began to feed Master Liang. To our surprise, Liang took but a single bite before losing all desire to eat, his brow furrowed deeply. "This doesn't seem like a sea turtle egg," the creature remarked. "Regardless of whether it is a sea turtle egg, if it can fill our stomachs, it is a good egg." This time, Liang did not engage in banter, his expression growing even more serious as he addressed us. "There is something wrong with these eggs. Do not consume them." Why not say so earlier? Just as Liang's words fell, I had swallowed the last morsel of yolk, regrettably without fresh water to wash it down. Liang rolled his eyes at us. "You dare to eat anything? This is not a sea turtle egg. It is a snake egg," the creature retorted. "Who are you trying to fool? I have seen snake eggs, and they are smaller than chicken eggs. This egg is at least 6 or 7 times larger than a chicken egg. How could it possibly be a snake egg?" No sooner had he uttered these words than he sensed the impropriety of his statement. Those gathered around the campfire were not fools. They immediately grasped the implication behind Liang Bei's words. If smaller snake eggs could yield snakes measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, how enormous would a snake hatched from such a large egg be? Could it possibly be a giant python? Snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, are notorious for their grudges. Having consumed its eggs, what if the serpent discovered our transgression? Would we not be pursued to the ends of the earth? Instinctively, I cast a glance into the woods, catching a fleeting glimpse of something darting past. Rubbing my eyes, I looked again, but the forest fell silent, devoid of any movement. The sun had fully vanished beneath the horizon, yet the moon had yet to rise, leaving the woods shrouded in darkness. The current situation could hardly be deemed safe. Yet everyone had exhausted their strength. Merely enduring this far was a monumental feat. Liang Bei and Xie Yan had been assigned to keep watch for reasons well known, while the others succumbed to slumber. Only the sound of the waves and the crackling of the bonfire remained. As I lay on the beach, I found myself contemplating a day I had never imagined would come, using the sky as my blanket and the sand as my bed. I drifted in and out of thoughts of my father, wondering where he might be and if he was safe. And what of Zhang Gunzi? He had hidden himself so deeply. I pondered the reasons behind it. Would he pose a threat to my father? In the latter part of the night, I was jolted awake by the cold. For some reason, the sea breeze had intensified, and my thin garments offered little protection against the chill. The moon tonight shone exceptionally bright, illuminating the beach as if it were daylight. The bonfire had nearly burned down, and Xie Yan was diligently adding firewood to it. I inquired, "Aren't you tired?" He shook his head, his eyes nearly drooping, and quickly covered them, offering a wry smile. I turned to Liang Bei, who was gazing at the moon with open eyes, and remarked, "We need not ask you. You seem unaware yourself. What should we do about Xie Yan's condition to transform it into something like yours?" The bloodline of the reverse blood practitioners is inherently complex, unique to each individual. The key lies in the sheepskin scroll. Discovering it might reveal a way to save him. This is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Just as I was about to mock him, I noticed movement in the forest, which Xie Yan evidently had also observed. I roused the beast, Taba and Sima Zhao, and we cautiously peered into the woods. To our astonishment, the initial threat did not emerge from the forest, but from behind us. At some unknown point, a multitude of corpse demons had manifested along the coastline. Chapter 59. Fengxian. Sima Zhao was the first to spot the corpse demons. He shouted, drawing our attention to the scene where the shoreline was densely packed with these creatures, many of whom were our former crew members. I even glimpsed Wang Xikong among them, unable to escape the calamity. The remaining corpse demons were predominantly armored soldiers, strikingly similar to those who had accompanied my father and Zhang Gunzi on their maritime expedition. A wave of dread washed over me. It seemed that my father and his companions had likely encountered danger. However, upon closer inspection, I noted that the number of armored corpse demons was not overwhelmingly large, representing only a fraction compared to our earlier voyage. Thus, it was plausible that the main force remained safe and sound. As the number of corpses surged, brute force was no longer a viable means of resistance. Moreover, I could not ascertain whether these entities contained enhanced variants similar to those encountered aboard the Red Pearl during the day. Their speed was particularly alarming. Once ashore, They could sprint with alarming swiftness. We had no choice but to abandon the bonfire, each of us wielding a torch as we fled into the jungle. This scoundrel had not yet met his demise. He had truly transformed into a hyena, relentlessly pursuing his prey. Upon entering the thicket, a massive triangular head lunged toward us. It was a serpent, yet it was unlike any serpent I had ever seen. This creature appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of a venomous king cobra and a colossal python, its body concealed within the shadows of the jungle while its head emerged. Lunging at the foremost member of our group, Tabar. With a fierce roar, Tabar swiftly sidestepped and embraced the serpent's neck, his veins bulging as he tightened his grip. Sinking his arms deep into the flesh, constricting the serpent's neck with tremendous force. The serpent, in agony, emitted a piercing hiss and began to thrash violently, its strength nearly propelling Tabar into the air. Almost simultaneously, Xie, who had previously sharpened branches into spears, seized the moment to thrust his weapon into the serpent's neck. The moonlight was bright, yet the foliage was so dense that we traversed the woodland as though enveloped in darkness, with only scant beams of moonlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate our path. We must devise a plan. We cannot proceed any further. There must be more lurking ahead, I exclaimed anxiously, as the dense darkness before us was already filled with a chorus of hisses, the nature of which eluded me. Yet I sensed that they were drawing near. The corpses of the ghouls, taking advantage of the recent skirmish, had drawn alarmingly close, and I could almost discern their decaying visages. Let us set this forest ablaze, I shouted to my companions ahead. They must have realized that our only recourse was to commit to this desperate measure. The flames ignited slowly at first, but once a tree caught fire, everything in the vicinity was consumed in an inferno. The blaze spread with fervor, causing the ghouls to halt in their advance, while the creatures of the night scattered in terror. Once the strangling vines were ignited, they erupted, sending sparks flying and igniting everything they touched. To my astonishment, despite the forest's dampness, the fire spread with astonishing rapidity. We dared not flee toward the shore, opting instead for the heart of the island. After what felt like an eternity of running, exhaustion overcame me, and I collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. We altered our course, having approached from the southeast. It seemed prudent to venture westward now. However, it wasn't long before an unsettling sensation crept over me, as if unseen eyes were watching us from within the thicket. A chill ran through me, recalling the last time such a movement had occurred, deep within the vividly colored caverns, where we narrowly escaped being ensnared by a spider's embrace. Tabar, leading the way, remained still, signaling that any movement could spell danger. Yet, from where would such peril emerge? As dawn approached, the sky took on a gray hue. The moonlight faded, and the woods darkened further, rendering visibility particularly poor. Tabar had always been cautious. When he deemed it possible to engage, he would not hesitate, willing to risk everything if he had even a sliver of hope of victory. His current immobility indicated that the foe was formidable enough to render any chance of success non-existent. A voice, resonant and profound, echoed through the air, sending a chill across my face. Instinctively, I reached to touch the now cool spot, only to feel a searing pain accompanied by an insatiable itch. My appearance had been marred. Do not move. A calm voice emanated from the shadows, its origin indiscernible. The blood reversal. The tone was indifferent, as if the speaker were detached from the unfolding chaos. From the depths of the forest emerged a gaunt figure, an elderly man of remarkable strength. He was of modest height and possessed an unremarkable visage, the kind that would easily vanish in a crowd. His face was adorned with stubble, and he held an unusual bow in his hands, likely the instrument that had inflicted my injuries. One of his eyes was blind, and he was clad in tattered garments, which appeared to be crafted from rudimentary fabric. He must have been a wayward soul from the Central Plains, stranded on this desolate isle. Perhaps negotiations could be possible. I yearned to speak, yet he brusquely interrupted my thoughts. Surrender the blood reversal, and I shall spare your lives. Surrender, Xie? Absolutely out of the question. We remained silent, our stance implicit. With a derisive snicker, he retreated into the shadows. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, Elder, let us discuss this. 5 breaths to deliberate. Goodness, did everyone in this era have an affinity for countdowns? Hastily, I pulled Sima Zhao to my side. Elder, this young lad is from the Sima family. He can offer you whatever you desire. 5. The Sima lineage has always harbored treachery. He scoffed, moreover. What I seek has never been within anyone's power to grant. Such obstinate individuals are the most daunting. 4. I fear this old man, akin to Yang Qingyan, might play tricks and exhaust the time without a care. In a moment of desperation, I produced the red pearl. Senior, behold this. I exclaimed. Old man, since you are familiar with the blood rebels, you must certainly recognize the red pearl. I refuse to believe you are unmoved. As anticipated, the old man ceased the countdown. The forest was enveloped in silence once more. I stood frozen, terrified that an errant arrow might pierce me. Enter. What? I command you to enter. The old man nearly bellowed. Chapter 60. The Giant Serpent Madness. Has this old man lost his sanity? A fierce gust of wind surged forth from the darkness, inflicting sharp pain upon my left shoulder, propelling me backward until I collided with a tree, bringing my retreat to a halt. At last, I discerned the true nature of that fierce wind. It was a spiraled arrow, devoid of fletching, relying solely on brute strength to strike its target. Such arrows are lethal yet lack range. That old man must still be lurking nearby. But how does he manage to project his voice from all directions? The spiraled arrow pinned me to the tree, waves of agony coursing through my nerves. Fortunately, I had endured far greater suffering before and could withstand this. With painstaking effort, I extracted the spiraled arrow, realizing how insidious it truly was. The spiral design was intended to induce greater blood loss, making extraction all the more excruciating. Just as I pondered how to capture that man, he unexpectedly emerged from the shadows of the forest. The old man's imposing presence was palpable. With each step he took forward, Tabar and Xie retreated, their courage faltering as they dared not confront him head-on. Surely they understood that even a desperate struggle would yield no victory against this formidable figure. How could it be otherwise? My teeth ground together audibly, a reflection of my confusion. Who was this man? Such martial prowess in the waning days of the Eastern Han dynasty could not belong to an inconspicuous individual. I racked my brain, yet could not identify anyone of his age and appearance. Tabar and Xie had retreated to my side, with no further ground to cede. For the old man was advancing towards me, leaving us with no escape. The old man fixed his gaze upon me with an intensity that was almost tangible before he suddenly knelt before me. I implore you, enter and rescue me. Tears streamed down his weathered face, not from sentimentality, but from sheer agony, as he collapsed to the ground, his body racked with convulsions, akin to a seizure. I glanced at my companions, feeling an overwhelming sense of indecision. Should we save him or not? Then it struck me, the question was not whether to save him, but rather how to do so. The old man was manifestly present in the real world, yet how could he simultaneously exist within the realm of the Red Pearl dream? A chill ran down my spine as a possibility dawned upon me. The old man had escaped from the Red Pearl dream. His soul had been wholly consumed by that realm, yet how had he managed to break free from that realm of impossibility? Ever since I vanquished that shadow creature, I have felt an inexplicable void within myself, an absence that eludes articulation. I yearn to avoid the Crimson Pearl dreamscape. For the sensation of losing a part of oneself is profoundly unsettling, and I refuse to endure it once more. Moreover, I possess no justification for rescuing this old man. He had just attempted to end our lives. Countless corpses have perished in flames, and the timing of their resurgence remains uncertain, with Gongsunli present. As long as we remain on this island, it is only a matter of time before they locate us. We must hasten our departure. Just as we were about to leave, the old man inexplicably awoke. Alas, we have no ropes to restrain him. He coughed violently twice before sitting on the ground, regarding us with an intense gaze. His eyes fell upon Xie, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, the newly transformed reverse bloodsucker, where is your master? Why does he neglect you? Before Xie could respond, the old man suddenly noticed Liang Bei, who had just been placed on the ground by Taba, and let out a derisive chuckle. You are still alive. They have sought your demise for so many years, and yet have failed. You truly possess remarkable vitality. This time, Liang Bei bore a look of confusion, for he was privy to many secrets. It appeared that the old man was among those mysteries unknown to him. Liang Bei remained silent, his eyes wide with disbelief as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. I surmised that Liang Bei must have deduced that the old man was likely an escapee from the Crimson Pearl dreamscape, hence his astonishment. What does Liang Bei know? I am compelled to inquire about certain matters, yet this is not the appropriate moment. The old man gazed at Sima Zhao, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Dragon energy? Whose child are you? Sima Zhao crouched beside Elder Liang, hesitant to speak. The old man ceased his inquiries and turned his attention to Taba. What are you? Finally, he lifted his gaze to me. You did not come 20 years ago, and thus I perished. It is not entirely your fault. However, now I implore you to rescue me. My countenance darkened, utterly bewildered by his words. He began to frown, the creases deepening, before suddenly lunging forward, cupping my face in his hands for a meticulous inspection. Then, He released me and staggered backward, his voice laced with unparalleled terror. "You are not him. Who are you?" The old man, in a frenzy, turned and dashed into the woods, shouting, "I killed them all. You promised to spare me. You promised to let me go." His words were steeped in unfathomable fear. A tempest surged within me, without a doubt. The person he spoke of bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Who could that person be? Yet, before I could fully process my astonishment, an immense force struck my back, causing me to spew blood and send my body hurtling through the air. It was that venomous serpent again. I turned to look, only to discover that the monstrous snake before me was not the same as the one that had previously attacked us. The former had a spear lodged in its vital point, while this one did not. Another one. How many of these creatures lurked within this dense forest? We turned and fled, with Taba hoisting Master Liang onto his shoulder, still managing to stay at the forefront of the group. Fortunately, there were no elderly distractions now, allowing us to advance with remarkable speed. We had reached the very center of the island, which I had initially imagined to be a mound of earth, only to discover it was, in fact, a towering tree that pierced the clouds. The surface of the tree was marred by numerous cracks, enabling us to climb inside with relative ease. A swarm of venomous serpents trailed closely behind. I was running for my life, while Taba and the others had already entered the colossal tree, with Xia Yin carrying Sima Zhao, astonishingly ahead of me. Before me lay the crevice of the giant tree. I leaped into it, just as I was about to pass through the gap. A tremendous force surged through my legs, and I instantly halted my momentum, feeling as though I would be yanked backward. Taba grasped my hands, shouting fervently, and pulled me back with great force, reminiscent of that day when we emerged from the volcano's mouth, dragging me outward. The excruciating pain that felt as if I were about to be torn apart still haunts me. Surely not. Must I endure this once more? Chapter 61. The cavern. A sharp agony coursed through my legs as Taba pulled me inside. It felt as if they were nearly severed, rendering even the simplest act of standing a daunting challenge. The interior of the tree was not entirely dark. Some light filtered through the rifts in its bark, while the venomous serpents were kept at bay by the narrow crevice, incessantly battering the tree trunk with their bodies. We had no choice but to flee to the opposite side of the tree. After only a few steps, a resounding crash echoed in front of us, followed by a blood-curdling scream. It was Sima Zhao. Struggling to rise, I looked ahead and was horrified to see a large hole had mysteriously appeared in the ground. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, concealing whatever lay within. As monstrous creatures and Sima Zhao tumbled down, Xia Yan, determined to safeguard Sima Zhao, leapt in immediately after. Tabar, bearing the weight of Lord Liang, stood by my side, awaiting my decision. The venomous serpent raged against the colossal tree, fissures proliferating around its base, threatening to collapse at any moment. Yet, we remained oblivious to the cavern's depth and its hidden secrets, rendering a reckless leap unwise. The opposite side of the tree was engulfed in shadow, obscuring our vision and leaving us uncertain of any possible escape, plunging us into a dire predicament. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air as a massive triangular serpent's head emerged from the tree's crevice, thrashing wildly and flicking its tongue at us. In less than a heartbeat, the fissure shattered completely. I shouted to Tabar, "Jump," and then propelled myself into the abyss. The descent was brief, culminating in a splash that resonated in my ears. Positioned feet first, I felt the icy water invade my nostrils, and before I could expel it, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the water was, in fact, not salty. It was fresh water. I raised my head and caught a fleeting glimpse of the venomous serpent coiling above in the cavern's ceiling. Thankfully, it did not pursue us. As I surfaced, I saw Tabar had already dragged Lord Liang to the shore, while Xia Yin, Sima Zhao, and the beast huddled together, trembling in the cold. The water in which I currently find myself is neither particularly deep nor wide, resembling a naturally formed pool. In one area of the pool, bubbles consistently rise to the surface, and upon observing this phenomenon, I suddenly realized that this pool is, in fact, a natural spring. Seawater is purified as it flows through the rocky walls, subsequently forced upward by the pressure of the air, ultimately filling this pool. Such places are truly marvelous. If they were to appear on land, they would often be referred to as celestial lakes, yet occurrences of such formations amidst islands in the sea are rare. Truly a testament to nature's craftsmanship. The ceiling of the cavern is approximately 10 meters above us, and the walls appear slick and damp. Ascending them seems impossible, particularly given the uncertainty of whether a venomous serpent lingers among the branches. As I clambered onto the shore, a brisk gust of wind swept over me, chilling my body further, as if I were on the verge of freezing. I gazed toward the direction from which the cold wind emanated, realizing that this cavern might not merely be a pit, but rather a conduit to deeper realms. The presence of the wind indicates that there is an air passage beyond. Yet the darkness obscures my view of any potential paths ahead. The inky blackness leaves me hesitant to proceed, so I inquired of Liang Bei. He informed me that such caves typically connect to subterranean rivers. Having recently been pulled ashore, he had barely caught his breath when he continued, saying, "If we can descend into the underground river and navigate our way outward, we are certain to find an exit, for these caves invariably lead to the sea." He self-deprecatingly remarked, "However, in our current predicament, burdened as we are with a cripple and a child, traversing the underground river seems nearly impossible. For the subterranean river is linked to the sea, filled entirely with seawater and devoid of air. Even if one could escape, it would only be you, perhaps accompanied by a lad from the Zhang family." A heavy weight settled in my heart. Was this not a test of human nature? To either forge ahead alone or perish together in the cavern. Was there truly a choice? "Naturally, I would lead you all to safety," I assured Master Liang Ba. "We shall find a way out. I will guide you all. If we cannot escape in one attempt, we shall make two." Liang Ba scoffed, muttering under his breath, "You are truly a fool." When we fell into the water, our torch had already been doused. Taba struck flint for quite some time before a spark finally appeared. We waited for the flicker to grow before venturing deeper into the cavern. Occasionally, a gentle breeze wafted from the depths of the cave. It was not as frigid as before. Perhaps my earlier chill was a result of emerging from the water. The presence of wind was a favorable sign. If we moved against the direction of the flame, we would reach the source of the breeze. Liang Ba informed me that such caves typically harbor numerous pathways, as the sea's erosion is directionless, resulting in a labyrinthine network over centuries. Yet, as long as the wind persists, it indicates an open passage, allowing us to continue forward. I found myself perplexed. Liang Ba's statements seemed contradictory. I inquired, "You previously mentioned that such caverns ultimately lead to the sea, yet now you advise following the wind. If the end leads to the sea, how could the wind have traversed here?" Master Liang snapped his fingers and remarked to me, "Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed effortless. Within such cavernous passages, there are typically openings exposed to the air, varying in size. Some are as large as the recent pit we encountered, while others resemble mere tiny pores in limestone, impossible for a human to escape through." We proceeded in the direction from which the wind was blowing, with a strong likelihood of discovering the next open pit. At that juncture, we might ascend without needing to traverse the cavern's depths to swim out to the sea. As we advanced, the wind grew fiercer. Fortunately, having drunk some fresh water earlier alleviated our discomfort. The creature leading us suddenly exclaimed, "There's light ahead." My heart surged with excitement as I tilted my head to gaze forward, perceiving a glimmer of luminescence. The cavern had narrowed considerably, prompting us to quicken our pace toward the emerging light, which expanded and brightened with each step. I envisioned a scene bathed in sunlight within my mind. Calculating the time, I estimated it to be around 11 in the morning. We had been navigating through the darkness of the cavern for nearly 2 hours. Given the island's dimensions, if we emerged now, we could reach the shoreline before dusk. Having lingered too long in the shadows, the sudden appearance of sunlight startled my eyes, which struggled to adjust. The entrance ahead shimmered with a golden brilliance, too dazzling to behold directly. As I stepped outside the cave, I slowly opened my eyes to behold a sight that instantly drained the color from my face. Chapter 62, The Cemetery. Before me lay a cemetery, adorned with an abundance of purple flowers. It was a graveyard filled with tombstones, yet devoid of any inscriptions. In other words, the gravestones bore no words. While it is not unusual for a single tombstone to remain nameless, perhaps the deceased wished to leave no legacy. The entire cemetery being thus is quite abnormal. It suggests that someone is concealing something they do not wish others to know. At that moment, my eyes were still adjusting to the sunlight. So I raised a hand to shield my forehead from the glare and looked up. To my dismay, this glance only intensified my pallor. There was yet another pit. This pit was unlike the previous one. The earlier chasm measured merely 10 meters, while the one before me towered at an astonishing 20 meters. Furthermore, it bore a teapot-like shape, with a small opening yet a vast interior. The walls were draped in climbing ivy. What struck me as most unsettling were the objects within the pit, those nameless tombstones. Even standing in the sunlight, I felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness. Xie Yan, either bold or unperturbed as a blood reversal, advanced to inspect the tombstones, but old Master Liang suddenly interjected, "Do not touch that tombstone. Have you not perceived anything amiss?" Xie Yan, with his astute mind, would surely notice any irregularities. As I took a couple of steps forward, I felt an odd sensation beneath my feet. I lowered my gaze and discovered that aside from a few purple petals stuck to my shoes, there was nothing else. I yearned to advance, yet suddenly realized that I had lost all sensation in my feet. It felt as though they had vanished entirely. These purple petals were undoubtedly problematic. A moment of clarity struck me. Xian had become a corpse demon, impervious to ordinary poisons, while I was not so fortunate. With my legs bereft of strength, I lost my footing and toppled into the thicket of purple flowers, their once vibrant hues now appearing grotesque and menacing to my eyes. Instantly, I was devoid of sensation, forced to rely on my neck to prop up my head, preventing it from touching the treacherous petals. I could not fathom how. Despite being clad in garments and wearing shoes, I had succumbed to the apparent harmlessness of these flowers. At that moment, Liang Bei finally recognized the purple blooms and exclaimed, "Aconitum." A chill ran through me as I recalled the implications of that name. Though termed a grass, it was indeed a flower, highly toxic, even employed by some in remote regions to slay wolves, earning the moniker Wolf's Bane. Clearly, its venom was formidable. Yet, apart from the numbing sensation, I felt no other discomfort. "It is not aconitum, it is laburnum," a voice echoed from above. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure descended from the cavern's apex, landing gracefully before us. I pondered, perhaps this was not an ordinary laburnum, for the plant was known to be non-toxic. Something must have caused its mutation. It was that old scoundrel again. How had he tracked us down? Thankfully, this time he did not rush in frenzied madness to slay us, nor did he bring along his grotesque bow and arrows. He did not approach us, but instead walked towards the nameless gravestones. These were all soldiers who had followed me. This one is Yang Zheng, my chief bodyguard, who has accompanied me for a long time, shielding me from countless arrows. He moved towards another gravestone. This is Tian Shui. When he first joined me, he was a brash young lad who fought by my side through many campaigns, and within 3 years, he had risen to the rank of general, a formidable character. He muttered to himself, and while I was uncertain of his intentions, I dared not make any rash movements and could only listen on. This is Hu Xin, a soldier I brought from my hometown. At that time, the authorities were strict, prohibiting the troops from engaging in misconduct. Whenever we sneaked out to indulge in debauchery, he was always the lookout. I had always regarded him as a general. During the late Eastern Han dynasty, there were not many generals who died before the Three Kingdoms period, and only a handful possessed exceptional martial prowess. I had already narrowed my selection of martial generals considerably, but seeing him now in this state made me question my certainty. He reached the center of the cemetery and paused before a broken gravestone. He lowered his gaze to the stone, then lifted his eyes to look at us. This is me. Indeed, he has escaped from the realm of the Red Pearl Dream. Earlier, I was unsure, but now I could confirm it with certainty. A sudden wave of fear washed over me, as I pondered how much of my soul had already been consumed by the Red Pearl Dream. I resolved silently that I would refrain from using the Red Pearl unless absolutely necessary in the future. With a calm demeanor, he continued, "They are all the ones I have slain." A tempest of disbelief surged within me, as I struggled to comprehend the utter madness of such a person. Yet, the words that followed plunged me into even deeper astonishment. "You once promised that if I could emerge from the depths of despair, you would assist me in realizing my desires. In this world, I bear no traces of existence apart from you. Thus I shall place my trust in you once more. Are you truly a fool? That very individual has wrought havoc upon your life, leaving you bereft of all. How can you still place your faith in him? Cursed be he, for he has mistaken me for that person. How shall I elucidate this to him? He is in such a frenzied state that even an explanation may not suffice to convince him." My head swelled with the weight of my predicament. I had discerned his identity, yet his mind was clouded. If I were to extricate myself from this situation, I needed to fabricate a reason that could deceive him. I scoured my mind for any trace of that woman, but to my dismay, her fate was not chronicled in any historical texts or tales. Thus, I was left to concoct a story that blended truth with fiction. "Miss Hua." I paused momentarily to gauge his reaction, and indeed, I witnessed that old scoundrel's eyes widen in anticipation. This could work. Adopting a contemplative demeanor, I continued, "After your demise at Baiman Tower, Cao Cao discovered Miss Hua and presented her as a gift to Guan Yu. Subsequently, before I could finish, he erupted in fury. Cao A man deserves a wretched fate." I disregarded his outburst and declared loudly, "Yet Guan Yu refused her." Following that, Cao Cao concealed Miss Hua within the Tonkei Terrace, where she has remained ever since. That wretched Cao Cao, the old scoundrel, let out a furious roar, and to my astonishment, tears of blood welled in his eyes. Observing his reaction, a multitude of doubts surged within me. Did he truly love that woman? The world perceives him merely as a treacherous servant of 3 families, a profit-driven tyrant with a capricious nature, yet few delve into the depths of his soul. I was deeply intrigued. What lengths would he go to for her? Cautiously, I addressed him. I am unaware of the promises made to you by that individual. But if you could assist us in escaping this island, I could liberate you from the dream of the Red Pearl. He pondered for a moment before responding. It seems you know nothing at all. Upon hearing this, I felt a tightening in my spirit, rapidly reflecting on where my words had faltered. He cast a disappointed glance my way, stating, "You are ultimately not him." He scrutinized me for a protracted duration, then slowly articulated, "That man has always offered only fair transactions. While your offer is inequitable, you shall not escape this isle. What they can accomplish, I can achieve as well." I interrupted him. The more vulnerable I appeared, the more formidable he would become. If I maintained my previous stance, I feared I would lose any chance of negotiation. What they can provide, I can offer too. I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. The old rogue regarded me in silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Tabar even assumed a posture of desperation, but we could not afford to confront him recklessly. If he truly was that man, we stood no chance whatsoever. He looked at me, articulating each word with deliberation. "Help me find her, and I shall assist you in eliminating a man." Upon uttering those words, his expression abruptly shifted to one of anxiety as he lifted his gaze toward the rocky wall above. If he was not afraid, why then did he appear so tense? I found myself at a loss for words regarding the old rascal, yet I too felt a palpable apprehension towards the entities he had mentioned. The paramount concern now was how to traverse this expanse of gorse. Tabar stepped forward, brandishing a torch, and said to me, "We can set it ablaze." "Burn it? What nonsense!" I retorted. Ever since I had met you, I had started igniting fires everywhere. First it was the spiders, then the vines, and eventually I had even begun to spark forest infernos. You, my friend, possess a remarkably fiery disposition. These thoughts swirled in my mind, yet I refrained from voicing them. After all, Tabar had been unwaveringly loyal to me. To speak such words would surely wound his feelings. I replied, setting the flower field ablaze would be one thing, but it would inevitably engulf the graves as well, which is quite unscrupulous. Moreover, once ignited, we cannot predict when the flames would be quelled, and we need to hasten our passage. What is happening? I inquired of the beast. Did you just see something? The creature was also fixated on that tombstone, and with a gulp, it stammered. That thing moved before it could finish. A skeletal hand ominously erupted from the earth. In the blink of an eye, an array of skeletons emerged from the graves. In my desperation, without a moment to contemplate, I bellowed, "Burn it!" Tabar hurled the torch he had prepared, and to my surprise, the gorse ignited with an explosive fury, as if a fire dragon had manifested upon the ground. Gazing at the flowers below, I suddenly comprehended that the gorse itself was imbued with oil, igniting instantaneously upon contact with fire. Before me, the landscape transformed into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye, the flames spreading in a fan-like manner from my position. The cemetery echoed with crackling sounds, likely the result of bones igniting. We had retreated into a cavern, and I found that my limbs were now mobile, suggesting that the toxicity of the gorse was not as formidable as I had feared. Just as we were preparing to relax and await the extinguishing of the flames, an unusual sound emanated from the tunnel behind us. It was a faint noise, so subtle that only I could perceive it. I abruptly turned my head, but all I could see was darkness. At that moment, we had 3 torches remaining. I instructed Taba to ignite one and throw it into the shadows. The torch whirled through the cavern, illuminating pale, even decayed, faces. It fell to the ground, extinguished by countless feet. Darkness once again enveloped the areas beyond our sight. "Run!" I shouted, dashing toward the opposite side of the pit, aware that I was the slowest and could not hinder the others. The gorse field had been reduced to a charred expanse, the oil-rich flowers igniting with alarming ease. The skeletal remains had barely emerged from their graves, or perhaps had just begun to, only to be consumed by the flames, reduced to a pile of ash. I had scarcely taken a few steps when Taba caught up with me, carrying Mr. Liang on his back, his speed unaffected. However, he did not accelerate further but instead kept pace beside me. I committed this act of kindness to memory. Just then, a sudden searing pain shot through me. I stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but Taba steadied me. Had I fallen, rising again would have proven difficult, for the gorse's poison had yet to be entirely purged. Master Liang, his head bowed in contemplation upon the back of the Tabar, murmured to himself, lost in thought. I scarcely had the opportunity to inquire about his musings when his voice rose in intensity. The path ahead is incorrect. Why is it widening? The flickering flames cast a shadow upon Master Liang's countenance, and after a prolonged silence, he finally articulated. The passage within that cavern was quite damp, likely due to the rising tides of the sea, which must have surged through the subterranean river, enveloping that area. We have just traversed the cemetery. Yet the pit wherein it lies is overgrown with gorse, indicating it has remained untouched by water. This is inherently suspicious. If the cavern passage had been inundated by seawater, then the cemetery would have undoubtedly experienced the same, for these two locales are interconnected. If that were the case, then the path we now tread must have been subject to seawater as well. Yet, that is not the situation. We have strayed. This route lacks an exit. How can this be? I was utterly perplexed, on the verge of questioning him, when it suddenly dawned on me that this path might indeed lack an exit. However, that remains merely a possibility. The walls of this cavern are also damp, suggesting a connection to the underground river, an outlet that has been forcibly carved from below. Nonetheless, one cannot categorically assert that there are no exits above, only that the likelihood is exceedingly slim. The others did not halt their advance, though they no longer fled in a panic as before. At this moment, the corpse demons had yet to surge forth, likely deterred by the flames in the cemetery. But it was only a matter of time before they would inevitably come. I found myself pondering which path to take when, all of a sudden, the rock wall beside me vanished. Utilizing the faint light of the torch, I cast my gaze around and was astonished to discover we had entered a chamber reminiscent of a grand hall. Before I could thoroughly examine my surroundings, a powerful gust of wind surged from the upper end of the passage, extinguishing the torch in an instant. Initially, I felt a surge of joy. The arrival of wind indicated the presence of an exit, sparing us the need to venture further into the underground river. However, this was swiftly followed by a sense of alarm. Why had silence enveloped us? Why hadn't Titaba reignited the torch? The monster, which had been at my side, now seemed to be in distress, as I could only hear the sound of heavy breathing nearby. The darkness persisted for but a brief moment, interrupted by the sound of flint striking, igniting a flicker of flame amidst the shadows, and the torch was rekindled. The newly lit torch illuminated countless pale faces and crimson eyes surrounding us. Before I could fully react, Taba bellowed in fury, brandishing Liang Bei as a weapon and swinging it wildly at our assailants. I could not fathom how they had managed to encircle us so swiftly, their blood-red eyes glimmering with hunger and desire. Xie Yin led the charge, and even without a weapon, he forged a path with his fists, prompting us to follow in his wake. Fortunately, the ghouls within this cavern were not as formidable as those outside, allowing me to contend with 2 or 3 at a time, albeit without weapons. We had no choice but to use our fists and feet to carve our way through. I noticed that many of the ghouls in the passage were unfamiliar faces, with even golden-haired foreigners mingling among them. I even spotted individuals clad in attire reminiscent of pirates. How had they all come to be here? Clearly, Master Liang Ba had also taken notice, for I observed his gaze sweeping through the throng of corpses, seemingly in search of something elusive. Soon, we encountered a fissure in the rock face. We managed to ascend, yet the corpses were unable to follow, their bodies too rigid and the crevice too narrow. I had been enduring the poison of the golden rainflower, and upon momentarily relaxing, my limbs succumbed to weakness. Collapsing to the ground, I inquired of Master Liang Ba, "What is this place?" I sensed he had discerned something significant, as his brow had been furrowed in contemplation since emerging from the depths of the fissure. I had witnessed this expression on him several times before, whenever it appeared. It indicated he was pondering something of great importance. Having been placed on the ground by Taba, Master Liang Ba was now able to move slightly. He made an effort to shift his position, finding a more comfortable stance, and then spoke. "Just now, I observed the presence of foreign individuals among them, which is not particularly surprising, given that most of the people at sea are indeed foreigners. However, I then saw the presence of the Japanese, and even the southern barbarians of Wuxi. This is indeed troubling, for these individuals could not have ventured so far into the ocean. They lack the necessary maritime navigational skills." The monster interjected, "Perhaps they arrived alongside a fleet? Are you unaware of your current location? We are in the heart of the vast sea. For millennia, no one from the Central Plains has set foot on this land, let alone foreigners and Japanese. Our arrival here is solely due to the Red Pearl. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to venture out of the East China Sea." I found myself lost in thought, reflecting on the rudimentary shipbuilding techniques of ancient times, which bore little understanding of the vast Pacific Ocean, merely recognizing it as a boundless sea situated at the easternmost edge of the continent. In truth, very few were even aware of this great ocean. Yet, what relevance does this hold to our current predicament? I listened intently as Master Leon continued. They have arrived. But how? Surely, there must be some vessel that brought them here. What kind of ship could possibly transport them? At this moment, I was struck with sudden clarity and exclaimed, the Red Pearl. Indeed, aside from the Red Pearl, I could conceive of no other ship capable of such a journey. Now, let us hypothesize that these individuals were all brought here by the Red Pearl, only to inexplicably transform into undead entities. And now, we too have arrived here. Master Liang fell silent, and we too became quiet. Each person acutely aware of the implication in his words. The Red Pearl brought these people here to turn them into the undead. I immediately voiced my dissent. Impossible. I have seen the spirit of the Red Pearl. That individual would never commit such an atrocity. Master Leon gazed at me with calm certainty and replied, how well do you truly know that individual? Do you accept every word they utter as truth? The evidence lies before us. I have witnessed similar occurrences before. Perhaps that Yang Qingyan is indeed working for them. But he has no reason to. I protested. No reason. What do you know? Master Liang scoffed, turning away. Damn it. Why is this insufferable fellow arguing with me for no reason? A fire of indignation smoldered within me, yet this was not the opportune moment to unleash it. If one were to claim that the Red Pearl was merely a vessel for transporting corpses, I would find such assertions utterly implausible. There must be other underlying motives. Perhaps confronting that old rogue could unveil the truth, for he had been dispatched to this very location 2 decades ago. Chapter 65, The Island. However, I surmised that the old scoundrel was likely fleeing for his life. His departure had been fraught with tension, though the source of his fear remained a mystery. We had barely rested when the ghastly specters surged forth once more. The caverns were teeming with these wretched creatures, most of whom were feeble, with some having deteriorated into mere skeletons, likely a consequence of their age. We pressed onward, the traces of the specters fading from view. It was then that Master Liang spoke up. Have you ever heard of a corpse raising ground? Indeed, I had encountered such tales in countless horror novels, though my companions had not. We fell silent, anticipating Liang's elaboration. I conjectured that this island resembled a form of corpse-raising ground, but rather than nurturing life, it absorbed those entities. In other words, this island functioned as a reverse corpse-raising ground. The sustenance for this phenomenon came from these specters. Although we referred to them as ghastly beings, they were, in fact, merely humans who had undergone a transformation, not the mindless undead. They retained life, and their vitality was remarkably resilient. This reverse corpse-raising ground siphoned the strength of these specters to subdue the malevolent forces imprisoned beneath the island. The Red Pearl, in turn, supplied the specters, providing a never-ending source of energy for this formidable array. I once beheld a place like this in the western expanse of the Han Dynasty's Black Desert. However, time has dulled my memories of it. It was only when we arrived at this passage that I realized how strikingly similar the scene before me is to that distant past. We now stand upon the very veins of the island's grand formation, with the recently encountered cemetery serving as the heart of the array. Within that cemetery, there must be other pathways, each leading downwards, and it is quite possible that each entrance is a deep pit. Or perhaps not. It all hinges on fortune. Do you recall that old fellow from earlier? He might very well be the source of energy for this grand formation, yet for reasons unknown, he ventured out, causing the array to become unstable and the restless corpses to escape, inadvertently colliding with us. I still find it difficult to accept that the Red Pearl is a vessel for transporting corpses. I once transformed into that ship, knowing it to be a war machine rather than a mere transport for the dead. Yet at that moment, they were all drowning, and I could not convince them of the true nature of the Red Pearl. But would Master Liang also drown? He mentioned that the blood reversers could be understood as advanced corpses, suggesting he should not succumb to drowning. If he had retained consciousness, how could he have failed to observe the transformation of the Red Pearl into a war machine? I suspect he may be deceiving us. Yet, upon further reflection, I realize that the identities of a war machine and a corpse transport vessel are not mutually exclusive. Suppressing my inner doubts, I inquired, what lies beneath the island in suppression? Suddenly, I recalled the dark figure beneath the eye of the returning void sea, and a jolt of realization struck me. Could it be that what is suppressed beneath this island is also of that nature? The Red Pearl has transported us here. Was it from the outset a purposeful endeavor? So, has Yang Qingyan perished or not? Did he orchestrate our arrival aboard the Red Pearl? I feel as though I have been deceived by the entire world. Embracing a mindset of reckless abandon, I think to myself that death would be the least of my concerns. Yet, Merely speaking of it, I would not truly wish for my demise. I possess wealth and influence in this life, and I have yet to fully experience all that this world has to offer. How could I so easily surrender my life? I am, after all, a time traveler, even if I am perhaps the most unfortunate among them. However, my curiosity has inexplicably swelled to boundless proportions. I am fervently eager to uncover what lies behind the veil. I can no longer contain myself. Liang Bei, you scoundrel! You prevent me from peering, yet you yourself cannot resist the temptation. In that fleeting moment when he turned his head, a gust of wind swept through, not from the tunnel's end, but from behind us. The torch was suddenly extinguished. The sound of flint striking was absent. Taba is no fool. He understands that igniting the torch would reveal what awaits. I groped forward, only to touch something damp and fleshy. The sound of flint striking echoed, and the last torch was ignited. Indeed, we found ourselves surrounded by pallid faces. But from whence do they originate? These corpses are unlike those before. There is scarcely a trace of decay upon them, and their muscles swell as if they were the very same as those aboard the ship yesterday. Some even wield weapons. They have been enhanced. Fortunately, the passage has narrowed significantly. Despite their formidable strength, the muscular corpses find little room to unleash their power. Tabar suddenly charged forward, colliding with the corpse demon ahead, which immediately fell to the ground. He ignited the demon, yet the flames did not spread, as if the corpses had grown wise, steering clear of the fire. At the rear of our group was Xie Yin. When Tabar set the corpse ablaze, I could hear the distinct sound of bones cracking from the back of the line. It seemed Xie Yin had already repelled the first corpse demon. Tabar waved the torch, and the demons dared not approach. We sprinted forward. But it wasn't long before we beheld a radiant glow. It was sunlight. We were close to reaching the surface. However, the way was obstructed by corpse demons in front and behind us. While we might still have a fighting chance within the cave, what awaited us outside? At that moment, Xie Yin had seized a corpse demon's long sword. His martial prowess finally coming into play. In the narrow passage, the demons had nowhere to evade, continuously falling beneath Xie Yin's blade. Chapter 66. Arrival. The corpse demons within the cavern were remarkably feeble, and we swiftly exited the rocky corridor. The instant Xie Yin emerged from the cave, all the demons before us transformed into soft mud, vanishing into the ground. The exit of the cave also collapsed, soon becoming level ground. Elder Liang addressed my confusion. I had not considered that the old fellow might be the focal point of the formation. His earlier emergence signified the formation's failure, explaining why the array had crumbled. We had to hasten our escape, for the suppressed entity was on the verge of emerging. I felt a throbbing headache upon hearing this, but had no choice but to press on. Before us lay a forest untouched by fire, which struck me as peculiar. This island was densely forested, so how could there be any area that remained unscathed by flames? Previously, I was apprehensive that the forest might be engulfed in flames, rendering it impossible to construct a raft for escape, which is why I only set the fire at the last moment. Now that the forest still remains, I feel considerably more at ease. At the very least, there is hope for escape. Just then, however, the sunlight abruptly vanished. I looked up, and a chill swept over me. It was a storm cloud. At this point, dusk had settled, and a vast expanse far from the island was shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, leaving no sliver of light. The clouds obscured the horizon, stretching endlessly to the left and right, intermittently illuminated by flashes of blue lightning. As if a calamity had descended upon the earth. I sensed the wind gradually intensifying and suddenly realized this was not an ordinary storm, but one of typhoon proportions. Given the distance, the wind could not have arrived so swiftly unless it were indeed a typhoon. Such a tempest could obliterate cities along the coast for miles, let alone a solitary island in the sea. We must find shelter from the typhoon. At that moment, I found myself longing for the cave passage. For a typhoon and torrential rain are far more terrifying than the undead. The latter can still be resisted, while a typhoon offers no chance for struggle, and the cave serves as the best refuge. We did not delay our journey but pressed onward. While in the city of Sihai, I had heard the elders say that if a typhoon strikes while one is in the wild, one should burrow into the woods. Survival would then depend on luck. I detest relying on luck, as I have already faced too much misfortune along this journey, yet I had no choice but to venture into the dense forest. For we were surrounded by trees in every direction. I ponder whether there exists a venomous serpent that, with the impending storm, would render our attempts to ignite a fire futile, let alone engage in a battle with such a creature. Only Xie Yin wields a sword, granting him a semblance of combat prowess. The rain soon began to descend, initially in a gentle drizzle, but quickly intensifying. shrouding our surroundings in a dim haze as dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. The island remained eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind and the patter of raindrops breaking the silence. I could discern no signs of wildlife. It seemed that the beasts had sought refuge even before we emerged from the rocky passage. Fortunately, the forest was dense, and we swiftly located a shelter from the deluge. Here, the trees clustered closely, their branches and leaves forming a canopy that offered a robust shield from the rain. The trunks were impressively thick, likely having stood for many years. The already dim atmosphere became even more somber beneath the shelter, obscuring the view of what lay within, save for the heavy panting that emanated from the shadows. Tabar picked up a stone and hurled it into the darkness, provoking a deep, resonant growl. A massive head emerged from the gloom. I had never encountered such a colossal wild boar. Upon first glance, I mistook it for a diminutive woolly mammoth. This creature, comparable in size to a cart, charged at us in a furious rage instigated by Tabar's stone. With a fierce shout, Xia Yin lunged forward. And in the moment of contact, he deftly sidestepped, his sword slicing through the boar's flank with precision, cleaving from head to tail. Taba quickly kindled the fire, but I surmised it would not endure for long, as the wind grew ever stronger and more pervasive. Although the rain could not penetrate, we were already soaked, and the wind rendered us particularly frigid. The sole boon was the discovery of a nest of wild piglets within the shelter. After fleeing for our lives and even engaging in combat, we found ourselves ravenously hungry, and I noticed Taba eyeing the piglets with palpable desire. I refrained from acting as a sanctimonious interloper, and thus it was only natural that he and Xia Yin proceeded to slay the piglets, skewering them over the fire until the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. In the wild, barbecuing game lacks any genuine fragrance. Instead, it is merely the scent of charred flesh. Some might perceive this as appetizing, but such a notion often stems from their overwhelming hunger. Sima Zhao nearby, gnawed on the meat of the piglet, tears streaming down his face, while Xia Yin was rendered speechless, unable to offer solace. This lad must have been coddled in luxury, sheltered from hardship, and sent aboard by his father, who likely never anticipated the tumultuous journey that awaited them at sea. Ultimately, he remains but a child. With a sigh, I discarded the leftover bones from my meal and gazed outward. The downpour had commenced, and the shelter began to leak, albeit only slightly, thanks to the dense canopy above. I imagined that standing outside would feel akin to being beneath a great waterfall, with the torrential rain cleansing everything, followed by a storm that would sweep away the remnants. Outside, all was remarkably pristine, the stench utterly dissipated. As I pondered, I suddenly realized that the wild boar had vanished. Instinctively, I inquired of the man seated before me. "Liang Bei, have you seen that wild boar?" "It is not visible because it is currently within my mouth," he replied. "I mean the large one." Liang Bei turned to glance briefly before returning his gaze, his expression now a grim shade of ashen. The wild boar has disappeared. Yet how could such a sizable creature vanish so swiftly? The group fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with unease, as the only sounds that remained were the torrential rain cascading down and the howling wind accompanying it. An unusual noise emanated from a distance, crunching, as though bones were being gnawed upon. Chapter 67, Negotiation. The sound of gnawing persisted, sending shivers down my spine and raising goosebumps across my body. What manner of creature could it be? The beast extinguished the campfire with a powerful kick, burying the remnants of the meat within the ruins of the fire, thereby ensuring that no scent of flesh would escape. Xia Yin positioned his sword defensively in front of him, fixating intently on the source of the sound. Gradually, the gnawing noise diminished until it faded into silence. Had that creature departed? Liang Bei remarked to me, "That is likely the entity that the island suppresses. It may have already left. Do not panic." The rain intensified, and I felt my hair thoroughly drenched, while the canopy above leaked increasingly. Yet, at that moment, I detected a pungent scent of blood, rich and overwhelming, as if it surrounded me. I glanced around, yet found nothing suspicious in my vicinity. I gazed at my companions, only to find their faces ashen and fixed upon me. As I ran my fingers through my hair, I realized that the rainwater clinging to my scalp was unusually viscous. Looking down at my palms, I was horrified to see them smeared with blood. Something lurked above the treetops. A peculiar cry echoed, reminiscent of mockery, and in that moment, I felt an immense weight descend upon my back, forcing me to the ground. The sheer force rendered me utterly powerless. My body became numb, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, the pressure lifted, followed by a blood-curdling scream as a colossal creature burst forth from the canopy, fleeing like the wind. Struggling to regain my footing, I discovered that Liang Bei was nowhere to be found. I urgently inquired of the beast about the nature of what had just transpired. "We must hasten to rescue Liang Bei. How can we linger here?" I exclaimed. To my astonishment, they remained seated and unmoving. They were not the type to turn a blind eye to peril. After a moment's hesitation, the creature replied, "It appears we need not intervene." For that entity bore an uncanny resemblance to Liang Bei. I pondered, yet another Liang Bei. How could it possibly be? It felt as though a multitude of Liang Beis encircled me, some resembling humans, others lions, and still others phantoms. The sole unifying trait was that each bore the same visage. My heart was in turmoil. "Liang Bei, are you truly human? If not, what on earth are you?" Previously, Liang Bei had recounted his experiences to me, and in conjunction with Chun Qianwen's tale, it became evident that the source of the enigma lay within the Qin Emperor's tomb. However, the specifics eluded me, and I resolved that when next I encountered Liang Bei, I would demand clarity on this matter. The creature spoke with a semblance of truth. It did not slay Lord Liang Ba, but instead whisked him away, indicating that, at this moment, Lord Liang Ba is at least safe. At this juncture, the typhoon has finally descended. Even within the shelter of the trees, safety is an illusion. The sound of trees toppling reverberates around me. I cling tightly to the ground as the wind slices through the gaps in the foliage, lacerating my face like a knife. I sense blood trickling from my visage. The sky has grown exceedingly dim, twilight approaches, and the clouds shroud the heavens, limiting my vision to a mere 10 meters, beyond which lies a suffocating darkness. Fortunately, our location is elevated, not in a depression, thus water has yet to encroach upon us. However, the concave area before the tree shelter has already accumulated water, and it is only a matter of time before our refuge succumbs to the deluge. Amidst the tempest and shadows, a figure emerges, unmistakably not Lord Liang Ba. He advances toward us steadily, and with a swift motion, Xie Yan leaps to his feet, sword in hand and eyes ablaze. The stranger, cloaked in black, approaches with purpose. And as he draws near, I finally behold his true visage. To my astonishment, it is Gongsun Li. What brings him here? Even more perplexing is how he located us. Has he been privy to our whereabouts all along? He steps into the shelter, crouching down, and greets Xie Yan with a sinister smile. It appears that the esteemed leader Xie also belongs to the bloodline of the Forsaken, suggesting that millennia ago, we were of one kin. A smile emerges on his face, and what was once a handsome countenance now appears chillingly macabre. Beneath the blessing of the parchment, all Forsaken bloodlines are brethren. He extended 2 fingers and traced a triangle in the air, reminiscent of some sinister cult. This deranged individual still possessed my parchment. And now that he had come to me, I could no longer hold back. I signaled to Taba, preparing for confrontation. Gongsun Li, naturally, understood my gesture towards Taba, yet he merely chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, and fixed his gaze on Xie Yan. Xie Yan regarded him with vigilance, refusing to lower his guard. I had not come to engage in combat. As you witnessed, that entity was beyond my control. Only by joining forces could we hope to escape this island. To demonstrate my sincerity in seeking collaboration, I shall assist you in regaining your ability to speak. Gongsun Li clasped his chest and uttered a phrase in a language I had never encountered before, directed at Xie Yan. Instantly, Xie Yan clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Taba and the creature were poised to erupt in violence, but I restrained them, eager to discern Gongsun Li's true intentions. He had no reason to harm Xie Yan, nor did it conflict with our interests. He merely sought the parchment. His earlier desire to eliminate me stemmed from a need to comprehend the ultimate purpose of our journey. I was astonished to witness the parchment actually manifesting its power in his hands, for my father had clearly stated that those 2 parchments were counterfeit. How could they possibly function? Indeed, the parchment has proven its significance in the hands of Gongsun Li. This leads one to speculate that perhaps our father was deceiving us all along. It is also conceivable that Zhang Gunzi mislaid the genuine parchment, ensnaring even our father in this ruse, thus leading us to believe we possessed a counterfeit. As we ventured to the sea, a plethora of events transpired. I have long harbored the suspicion that only those who possess the authentic parchment can traverse the mist and perceive what lies within. The parchment serves as a map, yet it resembles more a key, one that unlocks the enigma of the fog. Should my hypothesis hold true, it is entirely plausible that our father and his companions have returned unscathed. If that were the case, it would be splendid, yet if not, why dwell on such thoughts? The pressing concern is to escape this island. Moments later, Xie Yan emerged unharmed, his expression grim as he straightened up. His voice was hoarse, yet he managed to utter, "Speak the truth, or perish." Gongsun Li sneered, declaring, "If I were to die, None of you would escape. That entity outside has been hunting my servants. It was feeble at first, yet has grown immensely powerful. It has just acquired what it sought. Liang Bei carries the sustenance it requires. Having recently freed itself, it remains weakened, but once it consumes the nourishment from Liang Bei, none shall be able to thwart it. Chapter 68. Rainy night. With every word Xie Yin spoke, Gongsun Li's countenance grew increasingly somber. You possess no leverage. On what grounds do you presume to negotiate with us? Xie Yin hissed through gritted teeth. Gongsun Li, his countenance dark and silent, suddenly flashed a sinister smile, fixing his gaze upon Sima Zhao. All who disembarked from the Red Pearl have been baptized by the sheepskin scroll. Those born with innate knowledge and his little brother are shielded by the dreams of the Red Pearl. The savages emerge from the false dreamscape, and you, along with Lord Liang, are of the reverse bloodline. You shall come to no harm. But what of your young master? He is but an ordinary individual. His survival thus far has only been sustained by the dragon's essence within him, but how much longer can he endure? Can you bear to witness him transform into a cursed being? Xie Yin's visage had turned a shade of iron gray. I can assist him in escaping this cursed fate, Gongsun Li proclaimed, his tone suggesting he had already seized control of the situation. Unable to restrain myself, I interjected, you were the instigator of the events aboard the ship. Were you not? You had already acquired the sheepskin scroll. Why then did you choose to slay so many? They bore you no grievance. Gongsun Li appeared to scoff at my words, and if I did, their slaughter, coupled with the blessings of the sheepskin scroll, is their honor. Furthermore, my actions are of no concern to you. The madness of it all incited a deep desire within me to have Taba strike him down. With impatience, he urged, we have no time to waste. Speak swiftly of an alliance. He presumed he had us cornered, that we would yield to his demands. Yet, reality rarely aligns with one's expectations. Xie Yin cast a glance my way, and I nodded subtly to Taba. With a swift motion, Taba delivered a resounding slap that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, the garments were torn into strips, and he was securely bound, only to be roused from his stupor with a resounding slap. How immense must the force be to render a person unconscious? I only knew that Gongsun Li's mouth had been distorted by the blow. Xie Yin, observing him, chuckled slyly. Now we can converse earnestly. Gongsun Li groaned softly. And I mused that this was indeed poetic justice. Having caused the demise of so many, even this slight suffering seemed a mere trifle for him. Xie Yin extended a finger, posing the first inquiry. What is that entity outside? Gongsun Li merely curled his lip, refusing to utter a word. Tabar delivered a sharp slap, which sent a spurt of blood from his mouth, yet he remained silent. Tabar raised his hand once more, feigning another strike. I'll tell you. It is a Lu Wu. Xie Yin furrowed his brow. The Lu Wu from the Shanhai Jing? Indeed, but not entirely. It is a creature stitched together from numerous elements. Xie Yin regarded him, poised for further revelations. Yet this rogue remained obstinate, smirking. Release me, and I shall divulge. Tabar delivered another slap, this time with less force. Yet it suffused Gongsun Li's flesh with a vivid crimson. He emitted a low growl, stubbornly silent. How dare you? After all the lives you've taken. I nodded to Tabar, who continued to slap him repeatedly until Gongsun Li's face was swollen and battered, yet he remained conscious, refusing to relent. I am utterly repulsed by this perverse individual. He confessed that all the bizarre occurrences since our departure to sea were orchestrated by him. The mere thought ignites a seething hatred within me. Had it not been for his interference, we might have already reached the destination inscribed on the sheepskin scroll. Were we on solid ground, I would undoubtedly subject him to the full extent of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures. Evil begets evil. And now we must torment the wicked Gongsun Li. Ultimately, he could not endure the relentless torment any longer and spoke. They used his blood to bring those entities to life. Thus, Lu Wu seeks him, in pursuit of the source of blood. With the source of blood obtained, those beings would truly come to life, no longer bound by seals and suppression. Gongsun Li laughed maniacally, his nerves fraying. Lu Wu is merely a failed experiment of theirs. If you cannot defeat Lu Wu, how could you possibly contend with those far more formidable creatures? Flee, run to the ends of the earth, and they shall not find you. If you do not escape, it is only a matter of time before they track you down. The day they find you. Gongsun Li suddenly turned, his gaze fervent, more frenzied than when we were aboard the ship, sending chills down my spine. In this world, or perhaps throughout all of time, the most powerful life forms shall emerge. Gongsun Li sighed, then abruptly erupted into flames, vanishing before my eyes. I fear that what I have heard is not a harbinger of good tidings. I nodded helplessly. The sole piece of good news is that Xie Yin can now speak. Yet, the new misfortune is that the storm shows no sign of abating. Rather, it intensifies with each passing moment. In such inclement weather, venturing outside is utterly unfeasible. Moments ago, when Gongsun transformed into flames, he inadvertently incinerated his grand cloak. Otherwise, we could have temporarily donned it to leave the shelter. The sky has succumbed to complete darkness, yet everything within the shelter remains damp, rendering it impossible to ignite a fire. On nights like this, we find a peculiar sense of security, for the beasts of the wild seldom roam in such weather. At this moment, I am not hungry, but rather cold. The temperature has plummeted to an excruciating low, and a gust of wind can chill me to the bone. Once the wind begins to blow, it shows no signs of relenting. I feel as though my skin is encased in a layer of frost, though I cannot discern if this is merely a figment of my imagination. Leaning against the tree, I drifted into a light slumber, still aware of the storm's roars. Time slipped away, and suddenly, I sensed a modicum of warmth. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that Taba had kindled a campfire. Had I known survival in the wilderness would be essential, I would have diligently studied survival techniques beforehand, thus avoiding such a predicament. The torrential rain has ceased, leaving only the howling wind in its wake. The presence of the fire has rendered the shelter somewhat drier, though I am uncertain if it is the early or late hours of the night, as the moon remains obscured by lingering storm clouds. Just as I turned over, preparing to resume my slumber, I faintly discerned a rustling sound from beyond the shelter. Chapter 69. Lu Wuai immediately became alert. Xie Yin also heard the sound and drew his sword. A shadow gradually approached, entering the illuminated radius of the firelight. Upon seeing that figure, I was taken aback. It was none other than Lord Liang. How could he possibly be moving? Yet he appeared not to be Lord Liang at all. The person before me merely possessed his stature and visage. His eyes, however, were golden, gleaming vividly in the flickering firelight, reminiscent of the dragon's gaze I had encountered previously. The figure stepped outside the shelter, pausing to observe us. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Wu," he declared. "What manner of being is this? How has it assumed the guise of Lord Liang? Has it consumed him?" Lu Wu regarded us, his golden pupils seemingly ablaze in the glow of the flames. He looked at us in silence, and the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Unable to restrain myself, I blurted out, "Did you devour Lord Liang?" The moment the words escaped my lips, I found them utterly ludicrous. How could I pose such a question? Lu Wu shook his head. "Uncle rests safely underground," he replied. I understood that by uncle, he referred not to an elder relative but to Lord Liang himself. It seemed Gongsun Li's words had rung true. This being had indeed resurrected through Lord Liang's blood. His expression drove me close to madness. What was his true intention? Just as I was on the verge of pressing further, he spoke again. "The portion sealed in the ground is my corporeal form. My soul lies imprisoned deep within this island, inaccessible to me. If you assist me in locating my soul, I shall spare your lives." His words diverged sharply from Gongsun Li's assertions. Gongsun Li had claimed Lu Wu sought the blood source, rather than some soul sealed beneath the earth. Who among them was weaving falsehoods? The only certainty I held was that he possessed the genuine capacity to end our lives. What I fear most is this: no scheme can be executed in the face of supreme power. At this moment, another thought occupies my mind, between the old rascal and Lu Wu, who possesses greater strength. The old rascal requires my assistance. If I can locate him, perhaps I can compel him. Before midnight tomorrow, I demand my soul. Should it remain unliberated after midnight, all shall pay the price with their lives. I fixated intently on his eyes, yet could discern no other emotion. Upon finishing his words, his body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. None of us dared to approach until, a quarter of an hour later, he regained consciousness, devoid of his golden pupils, his eyes returning to normal. It was Master Liang. What method did Lu Wu employ to seize his body? I inquired. "Where did you just go?" "Beneath the door lies the lower seal, which is the true force binding Lu Wu. This implies we have only witnessed half of the island's seal. Beneath it lies an enormous formation identical to the one above." The more he spoke, the more animated he became. I have never encountered such a masterfully intricate formation. The arrays I previously observed in the black desert pale in comparison to this one, resembling merely a pile of scattered stones. The upper portion of this island's formation is suppressed by the fierce souls of unparalleled warriors, while the lower portion is fortified by the immense power of the ocean. It is truly unparalleled in the world. He then shifted the topic, perplexed. How could such a formation have been inexplicably breached? With a snap of his fingers, Master Liang exclaimed, "Clever." However, the path to that place has vanished, for the upper seal has collapsed. To reach there, we must traverse a route that is not a route at all. A route that is not a route. Liang Bei smiled at me, yet offered no explanation, merely stating that I would understand upon arrival. Xie Yin had initially intended to leave Sima Zhao behind, considering the dangers lurking below. However, the silhouette of a great serpent re-emerged from the woods, compelling Xie Yin to reconsider and not leave Sima Zhao alone in such peril. We roasted the remaining wild boars and feasted before setting off. By this time, dawn had cast a gray light upon the sky, and though the wind was still fierce, at least the torrential rain had abated. Before long, I finally beheld the so-called route that Liang Bei had spoken of. Goodness, this is truly no path. It resembles a waterfall cascading towards the very core of the earth. Only upon Liang Bei's explanation did I learn that the torrential rain had completely washed the island, revealing many hidden features, most notably this entrance. We now stood at the island's heart, and this opening appeared to be the focal point of the grand formation above. Surrounding the entrance were rocks of a vibrant blue hue, as if crafted by human hands. Yet, Liang Bei insisted that this was not a product of human construction. It was the result of countless ages of natural formation. The two grand formations above and below were also entirely natural, not man-made. Only such magnificent creations of nature could confine the supernatural, such as Lu Wu. Master Liang Ba expressed that Lu Wu's body had been liberated from its constraints. Yet it remained devoid of a soul, rendering it merely a formidable beast. Lu Wu warned that if he could not locate his soul by midnight, he would annihilate us, not as a mere threat, but as a grim inevitability, should such a scenario unfold. His form would transform into a visage that would instill terror in all. The ensuing carnage would be incidental, yet once that moment arrived, it would be utterly inescapable. It appears that Master Liang Ba has concealed much from us. However, I am no longer astonished, for he has lived for several centuries. And if he were ignorant of such matters, it would indeed be a farce. At that moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the depths of the cave, where torrents of rain cascaded into the entrance, rendering the abyss inscrutable. Standing at the precipice, I could scarcely fathom the consequences of leaping into the unknown. I inquired of Master Liang Ba, "How did you discover this place?" Lu Wu led me here, and then he guided me inside. "You entered? How did you manage that?" As I pondered this, a sudden force propelled me from behind, catching me entirely off guard. "Master Liang Ba, you wretched fiend." I plummeted into the cavernous darkness. And in that fleeting moment of descent, I turned my head with all my might, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the golden glimmer in Master Liang Ba's eyes. Chapter 70. The Underground River. Master Liang Ba, you insufferable scoundrel. Was I not possessed by Lu Wu just now? You cannot even manage your own son. And yet you must lend him your assistance. How utterly disgraceful. Show me a son born with a tiger's body and a human's visage. Was it truly my choice to be possessed? The underground was shrouded in darkness, and with only a few torches at our disposal. We could ignite only those at the forefront and the rear. Taba led the way, while Xie Yin brought up the rear. Fortunately, the path beneath our feet was relatively even, possibly due to our position within the energy meridian. We traversed the lower layer of this meridian, and according to Master Liang, reaching the heart of the formation would not only lead us to the soul of Lu Wu, but also provide an opportunity to access the cemetery. At the very least, we could swim through the dark river into the sea, which significantly increased our chances of survival compared to remaining on the shore, since being pushed down by Master Liang. I had been navigating the underground passage for quite some time, and thankfully, I had landed in a large pool of water. Otherwise, I would have haunted Liang for eternity. A sudden thought struck me. If I were to perish at this moment, would I be transported to another time? I posed this question to Master Liang, who scoffed at the notion. Don't even think about it. The Red Pearl Dreamscape exists to prevent individuals like you from disrupting time. If you were to die this time, there would be no possibility of entering another timeline. At best, you'd find yourself trapped in the depths of the Red Pearl Dreamscape, much like that old rascal. Master Liang said, his expression one of disdain. Yet that old rascal managed to escape. In the Red Pearl Dreamscape, anything is possible. Escape is indeed feasible. However, you are not that old rascal. Can you guarantee that you would find your way out? I dismissed Master Liang's words with a wave of my hand. But since we were on the subject, I seized the opportunity to probe into his past. What about you? Are you not also capable of entering the Red Pearl Dreamscape? After all these years of existence, have dreams never influenced you in the slightest? Why not simply refrain from entering them? Immersing oneself in dreams is akin to savoring opium. Once tasted, it becomes an addiction. Yet, if one can steadfastly resist the allure of dreams, a natural resilience will gradually develop. Furthermore, prior to encountering you all, My life was devoid of such complexities, rendering the power of the Red Pearl dream unnecessary for me. Even now, I remain oblivious to the true essence of the Red Pearl dream's power. I only know that it affords me glimpses into realms unseen and the ability to perform feats unattainable in reality. When I inquired with Master Liang, he responded, "Each individual is unique, and consequently, their dreams vary. Your dreams may merely be a matter of sight and sound, rather than transforming into an unparalleled powerhouse of chaos." I was taken aback. Is it true that every person's dream is distinct? A cold sweat broke out on my brow. Does that mean I can only perceive the elements within my own dreams, unable to glimpse into others' visions? Indeed, a shiver coursed through me. If this were the case, then who was the old Taoist I encountered that day? He was undeniably a person of reality. How could he intrude upon my dream? I posed this question to Master Liang, who seemed equally perplexed. After a moment of silence, he replied, "That is indeed rather peculiar. Could it be that your dream does not belong solely to you? I have never heard of anyone entering another's dream." After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "There exists a certain possibility. For instance, if someone were to anchor their dream at a specific moment and then present the red pearl that embodies this fixed moment to another individual, that person would be able to enter the dream of the former. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare and can only transpire under very unique circumstances." I hastily inquired, "Does the person who anchors their dream need to be deceased?" Mr. Liang, taken aback, lifted his gaze and asked, "How do you know this?" "Not only do I know, but I have also experienced it firsthand. Yang Qingyan employed this very method to aid me in vanquishing the shadow creature." I disclosed this to Mr. Liang, leaving him momentarily speechless. I had previously encountered that individual. He was shrewd yet amiable, and we had shared a drink together. Ultimately, it is preferable to live as an ordinary person. Existing for too long can lead to a profound sense of emptiness. When all your friends and relatives have departed, leaving you alone, you might even find your enemies to be rather endearing. Alas, let us not dwell on this. You would not comprehend it anyway. How pretentious of you, I thought, as Mr. Liang began to flaunt his superiority. The moment he did, I lost the desire to engage further. The pathway beneath our feet had already been partially submerged, with the water increasing as we advanced. Continuing on this path would inevitably lead to the entire passage being engulfed. Suddenly, the monster whispered, "Have you heard any sounds?" "What sounds?" I replied, hearing nothing but the flow of water. I shook my head at the monster, who then murmured, "Perhaps I misheard." At this moment, Liang Bei chuckled softly and remarked that perhaps he had indeed heard correctly. This cavern was quite primitive, having formed eons ago, and it was not unusual for peculiar creatures to inhabit it. As long as we refrained from attacking them, we would likely encounter no issues. Just then, Tabar, who was leading the group, suddenly halted. He raised his torch and extended his hand forward in search of illumination, yet he could discern nothing. Turning his head, he was filled with confusion. There was no path ahead. How could there be no path? The torch was certainly capable of illuminating the cavern ahead. I stepped in front of Tabar, but after just 2 paces, I felt a jarring impact against something exceedingly solid. I extended my hand forward and realized that an invisible barrier seemed to have emerged in the air, truly impeding our passage, though the water below posed no such obstruction. Suddenly, I heard Xie Yin urgently hiss, "Hurry! Something is pursuing us." In a state of panic, I exclaimed, "We can pass beneath the water, dive down." With that, I crouched, and the water, which had already reached my waist, swiftly enveloped my head. Taking advantage of the remaining glow from the torch, I glanced backward in the water and noticed an array of curious shadows behind Xie Yin, resembling smaller fish, yet not quite. The water was initially dim, but I could see these entities because they emitted a faint crimson light. A large fish swam towards those dark red points, and upon contact, it abruptly ignited, burning fiercely underwater. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a charred carcass. Simultaneously, the torch extinguished as Tabar submerged, plunging the cavern into complete darkness. Beneath the water, I harbor no concern for myself. Rather, my anxiety lies with Taba and the others. Their swimming abilities are quite poor, and I ponder whether they can endure long enough to navigate through this passage. The current grows increasingly constricted, rendering movement arduous, and I find myself on the brink of despair. Suddenly, an unusual flow of water disrupts the rhythm, and before I can comprehend the shift, I lose my balance and am thrust from the current into the air, plummeting downward. Yet again, I encounter an underground waterfall. In that fleeting moment of my descent, I catch sight of Xie Yin, his form engulfed in a dark crimson glow. Chapter 71. The enigmatic pool. Here I am, submerged in the water, yet I dare not stir. Countless small fish of a dark red hue dart about me, aimlessly wandering the lake, each one capable of incinerating me into a charred remains at any moment. The spot where I fell, by all accounts, should be akin to the monster's location. However, in reality, I find myself much farther away from them. And now, they have already reached the shore. Though I cannot see, I can hear, there are no cries of agony. Only the sound of water splashing, precisely 5 times. This implies that the flames enveloping Xie Yin have extinguished. Despite my uncertainty regarding the cause, a sense of relief washes over me. I wonder, could it be that the fire of these dark red fish can only ignite beneath the water? At this moment, Taba must be struggling to light a torch, having already been soaked. The monsters call my name from the shore, yet I dare not approach. For many dark red fish have been drawn towards them. Oh, how you have troubled me, monsters. I float in the water, patiently awaiting the lighting of the torch. For only then will I discern the path to escape. The sound of flint striking continues to echo, yet the torch remains unlit, and I silently await beneath the surface. Several times, small crimson fish swam past me, prompting me to hold my breath and remain utterly still. I lost track of time, and as I felt the world around me closing in, the flicker of light finally emerged. A portion of the underwater realm was illuminated, albeit faintly. Yet it was sufficient for me to discern the path to the shore. At that moment, a row of crimson fish lay between me and my destination. To reach the land, I had to circumvent these creatures and delve deeper into the abyss. Cautiously, I ascended to the surface for air before plunging down once more. Fortunately, there were not many crimson fish in the depths. As I prepared to navigate past them towards the shore, I suddenly realized my foot was ensnared by something. Turning my head, I caught a glimpse of a massive, grotesque skull illuminated by the dim light, with my foot lodged within its hollow eye socket. The skull was marred with scars and bore an expression of sheer ferocity, its gaping maw filled with interlaced fangs. I was bewildered as to when this monstrous entity had appeared beneath the water. Its size had eluded my notice until now. A chill ran down my spine. In the next instant, I was struck by the revelation that this creature was lifeless, suspended motionlessly in the water. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a swarm of crimson fish approaching me in relentless formation, weaving through the water like a flowing ribbon of dark red. The current behind me pursued fervently, leaving me no choice but to swim deeper, seeking an escape to the shore. Little did I know that the deeper I ventured, the more peculiar creatures I encountered. The sole commonality among them was their bizarre composition, assembled from various beings. I even glimpsed entities adorned with human organs, their eyes closed in the murky depths. This presents another peculiar observation. The strange underwater creatures all have their eyes shut. I found myself compelled to descend further, as that wretched crimson fish continued its pursuit behind me. At this moment, the waters began to brighten, illuminated by a peculiar plant emitting a pale blue glow, which sprouted from the orifices of the bizarre beings, casting light upon a significant portion of the seabed. Were I an ordinary swimmer, I would have long since succumbed to the need for air at this depth. Yet, thanks to my mastery of the turtle breathing technique, I have managed to endure for this duration. Nevertheless, even I began to feel discomfort, and I estimated that the oxygen in my alveoli would not last much longer. The deeper I ventured, the more bizarre creatures I encountered, and the proliferation of luminescent flora became increasingly evident. As I gazed upon this scene, it struck me that this place resembled a marine burial ground. Observing these strange beings, I pondered the connection that seemingly existed between the corpses and these creatures. My first encounter with such beings occurred aboard the small vessel, during my final meeting with Xin Fei. By then, he had already developed fangs and claws, which I initially attributed to a mutation brought on by a curse. It was only after witnessing the corpse demons that I realized Xin Fei had already transformed into one of them at that time. And those aboard the ship who underwent mutations had all been cursed, leading to their metamorphosis into corpse demons. There exists a pivotal figure, known as Charlie the Mermaid, who surely succumbed to a curse yet did not transform into a ghoul. Instead, he has endured in the form of a mermaid, retaining his complete consciousness. This indicates that the curse of the parchment does not serve as the catalyst for becoming a ghoul. Rather, it is more likely that an unseen force governs the transformation of these ghouls. This controlling entity is likely one among them, perhaps even the traitor. For only they possess the original powers of the red pearl and the parchment, and the traitor harbors disdain for their use of the red pearl. Before the creature before me assumed its current form, was it not also afflicted by the curse of the parchment? I believe the answer is affirmative, for it bears no resemblance to any species I recognize. If we interpret this as a curse that has led to their mutation, then everything falls into place. I have observed serpents with elephantine feet aboard the Red Pearl, as well as feathered serpents, clearly amalgamations of disparate beings. The shadowy creature in the eye of the abyss is yet another such creation. An even more striking example is the creature known as Lu Wu. Lu Wu is a living being, unmistakably a composite of various forms. The thought of this fills me with discomfort. Have they been perpetually crafting such entities? At this moment, I find myself nearly at the ocean floor, nearly because it is obscured by an array of bizarre creatures. I can see it, yet cannot descend. My heart races with urgency. The oxygen is rapidly depleting, and if I do not ascend soon, my fate will be sealed. The crimson fish had relentlessly pursued me, compelling me to seek refuge and attempt to navigate upstream. Yet, their speed was scarcely inferior to mine, and they were swiftly closing the gap. As I maneuvered around a mound of corpses, I was taken aback to discover a colossal door lying horizontally at the bottom of the water behind the pile. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the wood to be agarwood, remarkably intact and free from decay or bloating, as if it had been preserved in pristine condition. Strangely, this door lacked a handle, suggesting it was meant to be pushed open from within. I was baffled as to why the water pressure had not forced it ajar. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the crimson fish was nearly upon me. I was determined to avoid being scorched in such a manner. With a sudden burst of energy, I propelled myself backward, maneuvering through the gaps in the grotesque heap of remains. The crimson fish pursued me relentlessly, and the moment their dark red form brushed against the pile, it disintegrated into a fine crimson ash that dispersed towards the surface. The faster I swam, the faster they followed, as if fixated on me. Vast swathes of the skeletal remains were reduced to dark red ashes, and the pale blue luminescent flora similarly succumbed to the flames of destruction, plunging the underwater realm into a deeper darkness. The crimson fish were drawn to me, trailing closely behind. Just as I resolved to seize the opportunity to swim towards the surface, I noticed that the handleless agarwood door had, unbeknownst to me, begun to creak open a narrow slit. Chapter 72. The raging current. The once relentless pursuit of the crimson fish took an unexpected turn as they veered upward towards the surface. I had no time to marvel at this anomaly, and I too surged towards the surface at an unprecedented speed. Even more unsettling was the sight of the peculiar creatures' corpses around me. Each one had suddenly opened its eyes. They gazed at me silently, their eyes devoid of any emotion, akin to observing a sacrifice approaching the altar. Suddenly, the sandalwood door swung wide open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, obscuring everything from view. An irresistible force emanated from the door, drawing me into its depths, and in an instant, my consciousness faded away. Time slipped by, and I eventually regained awareness, surrounded by an all-encompassing blackness. Yet, I could discern the scent of fresh seawater and feel the breeze, indicating that I had emerged from the depths. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as I attempted to move my limbs, only to discover they were numb, making it exceedingly difficult to rise. I lay upon the ground, closing my eyes, yearning to restore my strength. Was I within the array? I could not be certain, for that last pull might have drawn me deeper, beneath the lower layers of the formation. Could there be a third layer to the array? As I pondered this, I heard footsteps approaching from a distance, the sound suggesting a leisurely run. Moments later, a flicker of light emerged at the edge of my vision, growing ever larger until a figure stepped into my presence. After lingering too long in the darkness, the sudden blaze of light was disorienting, making it difficult for me to open my eyes. I heard the figure exclaim in surprise, and then they continued to run forward. "Senior Fengxian, do not leave," I shouted, and the figure paused, turning toward me. "How do you know who I am?" they inquired. "Is that even a question? Your voice is unmistakable," I thought to myself. Suspecting that this old scoundrel was being deliberately coy, the question far too theatrical. "Oh, are you looking for me? He intends to slay Lu Wu." This is indeed delightful news. Is it yet again that doppelganger of mine who has instigated his demise? Might I be taken along as well? I shamelessly suggested to him. A wave? A tsunami is rising. The torch flickered at my feet, wavering perilously, yet it persistently endured, refusing to extinguish. Straining, I managed to sit upright, exerting every ounce of strength to move my limbs. Soon, I would be capable of standing. I proceeded in the direction the old scoundrel had come, only to discover the path narrowing until it ultimately culminated in a dead end. A chill ran down my spine. How did he enter? Could it be that the old rascal I encountered was merely a specter in disguise? Yet, the old rogue was no longer present, indicating that a means of escape must exist. As I pondered my way forward, I suddenly glimpsed something darting across the illuminated wall before I could examine it closely. It vanished once more. Holding the torch, I cautiously approached the wall, only to discern that it appeared to be transparent. However, from the outside, it bore no distinction from an ordinary rock face. I gradually extended the torch toward the wall, and indeed, it encountered no resistance, passing seamlessly through. Upon witnessing this, my heart soared with joy. If the wall could be traversed, there must surely be a way out beyond it. I advanced. But as soon as my body brushed against the wall, it transformed into a cascading curtain of water, collapsing upon me in an instant. Taken by surprise, I choked on a mouthful of water, and before I could expel it, the ground beneath me morphed into liquid, causing me to plummet downwards as if from a great height. Today marks the third occurrence. Though I am adept in the water, I hardly expected to be subjected to such tribulations. This time, the sensation of weightlessness was exceedingly gradual. I plunged into the depths, yet before long, my posterior made contact with the riverbed. Who could have anticipated that the bottom was composed of solid rock? A sharp pain coursed through me as I was subsequently swept away by a powerful current. I was tossed about in the water, disoriented and struggling to regain my balance. Upon finally surfacing, I took in my surroundings. I found myself in a narrow stream reminiscent of a mountain gorge, flanked by towering black rock walls that obscured any view of the heights above, leaving me at a loss for a way to ascend the banks. How then was I able to discern my surroundings in the darkness? The answer lay in the myriad skeletal remains of peculiar creatures adorning the black walls. Some skulls were even encrusted with luminescent blue flora. It dawned on me that this bioluminescent vegetation was not confined to underwater growth. The strange beings I encountered this time were vastly different from those previously seen. Whereas before I had observed relatively diminutive creatures, now I beheld beings of considerable size. I even spotted a creature whose skeleton resembled that of a dinosaur, its remains embellished with blue luminescent plants, with a dark crimson glowing flora sprouting from its eye sockets. Uncertain of what it was, I dared not touch it. After all, it was a growth upon a corpse, which carried an air of foreboding. The torrent continued its downward course at an angle, and fortunately, I did not encounter any crimson-hued fish. Maintaining balance in such a rapid current was challenging enough. The thought of turning around was daunting, and should any of those troublesome crimson fish appear, I would likely meet my demise. At the end of the turbulent river lies a vast lake, teeming with the corpses of peculiar creatures, their skeletal remains intertwined in an unknown multitude. The lake's bottom is adorned with luminescent, pale blue flora. As I entered the water, my limbs became cumbersome, yet I swiftly swam towards the shore. Just as I was about to rest, a dim light flickered in the distance. Chapter 73. The skeletal ship. I ventured towards that glimmering light through the darkness for quite some time until I finally arrived before it. Before me stood a ship docked upon the black rocks. This vessel, however, was crafted from bones, radiating an eerie glow, as it was entirely covered in the pale blue luminescent plants. Though not large, it was sturdier than the ship we had set sail in, appearing capable of enduring any tempest. Disappointment welled within me. I had hoped that the light would lead me to an escape route to the surface. And after exerting such effort to reach this point, I found merely this bizarre construct. I resolved to seek another path. If only I could discover an entrance to the sea, I would surely find 1,000 ways to escape, being a pearl diver. As I prepared to turn away, a yellow light caught my attention. Approaching it, I discovered a piece of yellowed paper inscribed with Sanskrit. The paper was soiled, smeared with grease, and the characters were slanted, with the final letters spilling over the edge. I had no idea who had affixed it there, and it struck me as absurd. I chuckled softly and was about to depart when, just before turning, the yellow paper floated gently away from the skeletal ship, landing at my feet. The entire cavern reverberated with a resounding thud. Goodness, does this entity possess the ability to unseal itself? If it were capable of such a feat, why wait until my arrival to do so? In a flurry, I bent down to retrieve the Sanskrit yellow paper, intending to affix it to the vessel. However, a sudden and violent tremor surged beneath my feet, rendering me nearly unable to maintain my balance. Clutching the Sanskrit yellow paper tightly, I lunged forward and managed to adhere it to the ship's surface. To my astonishment, the moment I applied it, the spatial upheaval intensified dramatically. Upon closer inspection, I realized the inscriptions on the yellow paper had vanished. A wave of anxiety washed over me. What was I to do now? Before I could contemplate further, a tremendous rush of water erupted from my left, swiftly enveloping my feet. In the blink of an eye, another column of water gushed forth from a nearby source, causing the rocks beneath me to fracture. Peering through the crevices, I discovered an expanse of water lurking below. It felt utterly surreal, despite the water being directly beneath me. It did not surge forth immediately, as if waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed above as the rock wall collapsed. I swiftly darted beneath the skeletal ship, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of being crushed. There was no other choice. The walls of this space were on the brink of collapse, and the sole escape lay atop this skeletal vessel. I ascended to the ship and stood upon the deck, surrounded by luminescent blue flora. Fortunately, these plants posed no harm to me, unlike the poisonous gorse that had once afflicted me. A colossal boulder plummeted from the heavens, prompting me to hastily seek refuge within the confines of the ship's cabin. At that moment, the cavern's ceiling began to collapse extensively. Fortunately, the skeletal ship was robust enough, providing a semblance of safety within the cabin. I clung tightly to the bone pillar inside, resolutely refusing to let go despite the vessel's violent swaying. This ship was modest in size, and the cabin was equally small, lacking any separate compartments. It resembled a diminutive warship of the government, in stark contrast to the two opulent vessels I had previously boarded, which catered to the aristocracy and were replete with every conceivable luxury. Rocks continued to rain down, striking the skeletal ship with resounding force, intermingled with the ominous sounds of splintering bones. Terror gripped me as I feared the ship might shatter, for such an eventuality would render my escape impossible. The cacophony of rushing water outside grew increasingly thunderous, akin to a multitude of grand waterfalls converging. I had initially suspected that the ship's hull might be compromised, allowing water to seep in. However, to my astonishment, the vessel remained impeccably sealed, with no water ingress thus far. Gradually, the sounds of crumbling rock subsided, and I sensed the vessel ascending. The ship swayed violently, an unavoidable consequence of its design. As such, skeletal ships were originally intended for the inland waterways of the continent, ill-equipped to withstand the rigors of nature's wrath. Moreover, being constructed of bones rendered its structure inherently unstable. I held steadfast to the pillar until the tumultuous motion finally ceased. As I stepped out of the cabin, I beheld the skeletal vessel navigating into a shadowy river. This river lay directly above the tumultuous rapids I had recently traversed, thereby confirming my suspicions that indeed, at the very depths of the island, there existed a third layer of formation. The precise purpose of this formation, however, eludes my understanding. It is highly probable that I now find myself within the veins of the second layer of formation. The space occupied by the third layer had fragmented, allowing the rushing waters to surge in and fill the entire void, thus elevating the skeletal vessel in the process. I cannot shake the feeling that the descent of the yellow paper was not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable outcome. Yet, the peculiarity of this event is unsettling. I remain oblivious to the architect of this scheme. Even if I were to predict my arrival at that moment, how could it be that the yellow paper simply fell? This yellow paper possesses an enigmatic quality. It appeared to be suppressing the skeletal vessel, yet upon its descent, the characters inscribed upon it vanished. If they did not simply dissipate on their own, where could they possibly have gone? Perplexed, I rolled up my sleeves, preparing to descend from the cabin in hopes of uncovering further secrets. Suddenly, I noticed a row of Sanskrit characters imprinted upon my arm. The script, disfigured in Askew, bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbols found on the yellow paper. No matter how vigorously I attempted to erase them, they remained steadfast. Fortunately, I felt no discomfort within my body, which compelled me to venture deeper into the cabin. In the previous moment of peril, I had merely cast a fleeting glance at the cabin, my focus entirely consumed by the skeletal pillars. As I proceeded further into the depths of the cabin, I discovered that the furnishings were indistinguishable from those of a typical vessel. What, I wonder, is the true purpose of this ship? What I currently surmise is that those peculiar creatures were most likely fabricated by them. I believe this island serves as their experimental base. All the strange beings were exterminated, leaving only Lu Wu alive, or perhaps it was Lu Wu who annihilated the other entities. However, this remains mere conjecture. After all, this island exists as a place of confinement. It is conceivable that everything on the island was transported by the Red Pearl, just like us. The purpose of the Red Pearl is not a matter for discussion at present, as my knowledge of that vessel is woefully insufficient. Even what is known may not reflect the truth, and one cannot wholly trust the words of Yang Qingyan, even though he sacrificed himself to vanquish the shadow creatures. As I ambled through the cabin, I stumbled upon a leather-bound journal resembling a maritime log tucked away in a corner. This should be the only item aboard the Bone Tower ship not made of bone. Chapter 74, The Leather Journal. This log is inscribed in seal script, with each page distinctly marked with a date, yet it employs a cryptic dialect that eludes my comprehension, making it impossible to discern when the entries were recorded. Some characters are exceedingly intricate, completely foreign to the seal script. The journal comprises numerous pages. As I perused, I could only glean a rough understanding. Today marks the first day. We were transported here by that ill-fated ship. We stand on the beach, watching the ominous vessel depart, before establishing a rudimentary camp on the island. Our journey across the sea spanned many days, during which numerous misfortunes befell us, an inevitability, given the scarcity of provisions. I am weary. It is time to rest. The winds have begun to stir upon the sea. On the island, there exist peculiar creatures, which we have captured, broken their legs, and discarded within the mountain's depths for future use. I suspect these creatures are what some refer to as miracles. However, I believe there are no deities in this world, for all gods have been extinguished by them. Today, we scoured the entire island and encountered some unnecessary animals, such as the green anaconda and the monitor lizard. We have slain many, yet countless remain. Given their massive size, their consumption must be substantial. While other fauna on this island are scarce, it remains a mystery how these creatures survive. Their sole purpose, it seems, is to serve as my experimental subjects. Time is of the essence. Before the next ship arrives, we must produce something that meets their expectations. I harbor a disdain for the seaside, as the winds are particularly fierce. I loathe those individuals who compel me to hasten my progress without regard for quality. The specimens we brought have been disassembled by me to create new experimental entities. I spend my days contemplating how to enable a physical vessel to manifest its own soul. The soul is merely the individual spiritual force derived from flesh and blood within the human brain, and the same holds true for animals, albeit they are far too primitive. If I could assemble a formidable corporeal form and allow it to generate its own spiritual essence, it would give rise to an entirely new being, and I would be the god responsible for its creation. No one can fathom the allure of conjuring a living entity from nothingness. I have persuaded the individual in power, who has tacitly accepted my vision, and thus I am preparing to extend my experiments to human subjects. The mere thought of the experimental outcomes sends shivers of excitement through me. Further along, the records delve into the minutiae of trivial matters, primarily chronicling the experiments conducted by this individual and his team on the island. The scenes depicted are exceedingly gruesome, rendering me nauseous. It has become apparent to me how such an array of bizarre creatures has come to inhabit this isle. They are, in fact, the creations of these individuals. The owner of this diary labors fervently for them, akin to a loyal hound, yet lacks true fidelity, drawn to this island solely in pursuit of his own aspirations. As I turned several pages forward, I encountered detailed accounts of the experiments conducted by the diary's author, the processes of which were too bloody to behold. It was not until I had perused nearly half of the pages that I stumbled upon something of significance. At last, I have birthed the greatest creation. I summoned the divine thunder from the heavens, amidst the tempest, as the key to unlocking his existence. Thus, he was brought to life. Upon awakening, he found himself clumsy and voiceless. I fashioned a stretcher for him, aiding him in his attempts to walk and teaching him to speak. He proved to be remarkably intelligent and physically robust, growing at an astonishing rate. However, an unfortunate incident transpired today. He suddenly went into a frenzy, taking a life, the life of a confidant, to the ruler. The ruler, enraged, had him captured and mercilessly beaten, yet ultimately spared him from death. This is because he is the only successful specimen in our camp. All others have perished for various reasons. Furthermore, we are not the sole camp on this island. Another exists across the way, rumored to have successfully created formidable beings. Even in the throes of brutal beating, his gaze remained strikingly clear, untouched by any turbulence. Afterward, I applied ointment to his wounds and inquired if he felt any pain. He merely shook his head, his eyes still reflecting tranquility. As I observed his serene expression, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over me, leaving me to ponder the depths of his thoughts. I had initially believed that Lu Wu was a mere creation of theirs, yet it now appeared otherwise. According to the entries in the diary, Lu Wu was still quite feeble at that time, even subjected to capture and savage beatings. What transpired thereafter that necessitated the entire island's might to subdue him? What became of that deranged scientist in the end? Why was this weathered journal left behind on the skeletal vessel? And from whence did this ghostly ship originate? With these questions lingering in my mind, I pressed on in my reading. Since that incident of violence, Lu Wu had embarked on an insatiable quest for knowledge, voraciously consuming all that I had to offer. Once he deciphered the written word, my books were thoroughly explored, and he even resorted to pilfering others' texts. I recognized that he was not content with the tales I shared. He yearned to perceive the world through his own eyes. This brought me solace, for he had begun to forge a complete sense of self. The dense forest harbored not only ferocious beasts, but also creations from another camp. I had never encountered those beings, only able to glean fragments of their essence from the wounds on Lu Wu's body. My attempts to create other entities had all ended in failure, each time plunging me into madness, culminating in my demise at the hands of the camp's other creations. I sensed that my abilities had been utterly exhausted. Now, all that remained was Lu Wu. It is heartening to witness the rapid growth of Lu Wu, as the initial design has been fully realized. The strength of his muscles possesses the potential for infinite enhancement, leading to an increasingly formidable physique. During the design phase, I intentionally augmented his brain capacity, and I have fully activated his mind. He can connect disparate threads of thought with remarkable acuity. Under certain extraordinary circumstances, he might even glimpse into the future. The drawbacks of such power elude me, yet I must proceed with caution to prevent him from becoming uncontrollable in his might. They beheld Lu Wu with joy, only to subsequently sever him in two. My heart bled, yet I found myself powerless. I stitched his body back together, fully aware that he could never be revived. They brought forth an array of creatures, many of which could not possibly exist in this age, commanding us to shape these beings to their specifications. Thus, that abomination was born. Chapter 75. The shadow creature. That entity did not manifest as I had envisioned. It was the embodiment of all malevolence, a convergence of their darkest shadows. However, such immense power often yields catastrophic consequences, leading to annihilation. For the first time, I witnessed them being vanquished. Astonishingly, they too could perish. They had slain my Lu Wu, and now it was their turn to face death. Yet, they remained who they were, beings capable of slaying gods. How could they possibly fear a mere shadow creature? They led the shadow entity deep into the mountains of the island, disappearing into obscurity. The island returned to its tranquil state. I speak of a tranquil ambience, for the present weather is anything but serene. A tempest looms ominously on the horizon. We dare not inquire, yet all are aware of the fates that have befallen others. Undoubtedly, they have succumbed to the depths of the island's interior. I fail to comprehend how such a mere monstrosity, devoid of consciousness, could possess such formidable strength. After much contemplation, I surmise that the source of this enigma lies with the creatures they brought along. These beings embody not only robust musculature, but also something else, elements that do not belong to this realm. However, I have no opportunity to further examine the carcasses, as they have been taken deep into the mountains. The weather today is dreadful, with fierce winds. I must add that I believe the shadow creatures will not simply vanish. Rain has poured incessantly throughout the day. I am afflicted with a high fever, my forehead burns with heat, and I lie wrapped in blankets within the confines of my tent, too fearful to move, for any strain upon my muscles ignites a sharp ache. I feel as though I may be nearing death. Hallucinations dance before my eyes. I perceive Lu Wu at my side, bestowing a kiss upon my forehead before departing. I can scarcely lift my pen. Thus, I shall conclude today's account here. Strangely, my fever has abated. Concurrently, I have received alarming news. Lu Wu's corpse has vanished, leaving no trace of blood, no footprints, nor any signs of disturbance around the remains. I am astounded. Could it be that he has miraculously returned to life? How could that be? Yet, a flicker of hope persists within me. I yearn for his revival, for he is, after all, my singular, most magnificent creation. He is my child. His physique has transformed into an imposing stature, towering as high as 3 men, with muscles exposed to the air that appear explosively robust. His eyes have turned a striking golden hue, and the gaze he casts upon me is frigid rather than serene. He no longer recognizes me. He has slain everyone in the camp, save for myself. Yet they were not truly human. Thus one escaped while another perished. I remain the sole survivor. My thoughts no longer dwell on Lu Wu. He has entirely metamorphosed into a beast subsisting solely on instinct. Though the manner of his survival eludes me, it has become inconsequential. What matters now is that I am fortunate enough to analyze their remains. My work is about to commence, and I must seize the moment. How is it possible? How can this be? They were indeed ordinary humans. Yet if they were merely ordinary, how could they possess such formidable strength? I refuse to believe they are simply normal humans. The tide has risen, inundating vast expanses, and the island is gradually diminishing. From a distance, I glimpse that vessel approaching once more, uncertain of what it may bring. I have survived, yet my existence feels devoid of purpose, rendering my continued survival unnecessary in their eyes. They will not hesitate to spill blood. Ever since we arrived on this island, it has been shrinking, and the mountains have begun to subside. I am unaware of the reason. I still have dreams unfulfilled, thus I am not ready to embrace death. I set the camp ablaze and, with my belongings, retreated into the mountains, preparing to seek out Lu Wu. I must awaken his human consciousness, even though he is no longer truly human. Upon reaching this point, I suddenly grasped that this small island was not always as it appears now. It is no wonder that the space beneath the island is so vast. It was once home to submerged peaks. I surmised that the deep mountains mentioned in the leather-bound journal harbored various natural passageways, and due to some unknown reason, these mountains have sunk, resulting in the complexity of the underground environment we encounter today. Furthermore, there is a crucial matter that weighs heavily on my mind. What is sealed at the heart of the island may not be the soul of Lu Wu, but rather that shadowy creature. The very thought of that entity sends shivers down my spine. Ordinary individuals possess no means of defense against it. The sturdy red pearl was ultimately shattered by its might. What could Lu Wu's intention be in urging us to release that shadowy being? Why does he not come forth himself? It is quite likely a sinister plot, a scheme from which he stands to gain. Clutching the leather-bound journal, I hastily sought clues below. They had brought hunting dogs, scouring the dense forest for me, yet they could not find me. A sense of pride welled within me. There were few who dared to oppose them. Once, I had served them faithfully, yet now I had become one of their adversaries. All for the sake of a noble dream. Logically, having created Lu Wu should fulfill that dream, yet it remains imperfect, for Lu Wu has transformed into a thoughtless beast. I have discovered Lu Wu's trail, and am following him closely. He has undoubtedly noticed my presence, yet he will not harm me, which brings me solace. He still recognizes me, after all. Today, he ventured to another camp, annihilating the creatures there just as he did yesterday. I am perplexed by his actions. If his motives are solely rooted in vengeance, the risks he is taking seem excessively perilous, especially since the vessel had docked the previous day, indicating that their plans must have already been set in motion. What could be his true intention? Following Lu Wu, I ventured deep into the heart of the mountain, where I encountered the shadowy creature ensnared within the stone walls. To my astonishment, Lu Wu was feeding this creature, despite its evident hostility towards him, even harboring intentions to end his life. It suddenly dawned on me that Lu Wu might be intending to harness the creature against them. I have never been adept at deciphering schemes, and I found myself utterly bewildered by Lu Wu's actions. Hesitant to intrude, I could only wait anxiously outside the cavern, hoping for his safe return. As night fell, Lu Wu emerged, his physique having reverted to that of an ordinary human. He departed from my side, heading towards a flickering light. Though I wished to prevent him from courting death, I found myself powerless to stop him as he leapt from the mountain. Upon entering the cave that imprisoned the shadowy entity, I discovered that it had vanished from its confines, leaving behind a viscous, inky blood splattered across the stone walls. To my horror, Lu Wu had consumed it. Chapter 76. The heart of Lu Wu today may very well be my last day upon this earth. In the early morning, before the dawn had broken, I was finally detected by their hunting hounds. They severed one of my legs, and I fell into the ravine below. Upon waking, I found myself ensconced within a cavern, surrounded by luminescent flora. Starved and desperate, I resorted to consuming these peculiar plants to satiate my hunger, despite their unsettling origins. I refused to succumb to despair. I must await their fate, and see whether Lu Wu has returned to normalcy. My sole desire was to ascertain if my singular creation could endure as a complete life form, rather than devolving into a mere creature driven by the instinct to consume. I traversed the cavern for what felt like an eternity, ultimately descending to its depths. It was only then that I discovered the grotesque remains of strange beasts discarded in this abyss. As I surveyed the cavern, I noted a waterfall, from which the carcasses must have flowed. Bored and unable to escape, I fashioned trinkets from the remnants around me, hoping they might aid in my quest for liberation. I pondered the state of the world above, uncertain if Lu Wu had met a grim fate. Time seemed to stand still in this mountainous solitude. I lost track of how long had passed, my beard now a tangled growth. Yet, despite my efforts to create those small artifacts, I found no path to freedom. Today, I finally explored the entirety of the subterranean river's course, and at its terminus, I beheld Lu Wu. He was gravely injured, his bones contorted at horrific angles, teetering on the brink of death. I was compelled to perform an extensive operation on him, for the records in my leather-bound journal were unclear. Could it be that he had undergone evolution? Upon closer examination, however, I discerned that the internal condition of his body bore little resemblance to the concept of evolution. His body had indeed been altered, but by whom? This was not the first time I had collapsed from exhaustion. However, before Lu Wu's transformation was fully complete, I could already hear the footsteps echoing along the cave passage. At this moment, the island was inhabited only by them and the hunting dogs. If those creatures arrived here while Lu Wu was still unable to stand, our demise would be inevitable. In my panic, I misplaced the position of a muscle line. And before I could correct it, I heard a chilling sigh. "Let me handle this," he said, opening his eyes. "Allow me." He then took the tools and completed the adjustment of his own body. It turned out that he had always been the one to modify himself. Lu Wu effortlessly dealt with the hunting dogs. Fortunately, only the hunting dogs had come. It was only then that I realized Lu Wu no longer needed me. He had absorbed all of my knowledge and surpassed it. I felt a surge of joy, for my creation had reached a level where it could evolve autonomously. Thus, I took the final step toward my dream, self-transformation. This island harbored a problem, the specifics of which eluded me. I had been trapped here for far too long and was certain I could not escape. Even if I did, I would undoubtedly be captured, and the consequences would be dire. Moreover, my experiments were nearing completion. As I reached this point in my journal, I thought to myself, this fellow is truly a madman. I flipped back a page and scrutinized the entries, discovering that the subsequent pages contained nearly identical content. Thus, he utilized the remains of these peculiar creatures to create numerous distinct beings, which ultimately perished and transformed into the corpses I encountered along my journey. It became apparent to me that the pale blue luminescent plants did not originally grow upon those remains. Rather, they likely thrived in that environment before settling there. The beings he subsequently fashioned lacked the extraordinary intelligence of the land guardian, and their physical attributes were equally extraordinary. These entities were predominantly irritable, devoid of thought, and offered him little assistance. In contrast, the smaller beings he created proved somewhat useful, particularly in the transportation of corpses. The ensuing records detailed his endeavors in biological modification, with no mention of what transpired with the land guardian thereafter. Reluctantly, I turned to the final page. The land guardian was ensnared. I could hear his roars, the anguished cries echoing from the subterranean river passage, relentless in their torment, leaving me to ponder the nature of his suffering. Ultimately, it mattered little. The divine presence had faded, and I thought it best to let them wreak havoc upon this world. Let us all meet our demise together. Suddenly, I perceived a sound from outside. It seemed to be their voices. Indeed, once the land guardian was captured, they came searching. My escape plan involving the skeletal vessel now appeared futile. Should anyone discover this journal, I urge you to make good use of the sacred yellow paper I left behind. It holds the key to restraining artificial beings and is the sole path to salvation. Depart swiftly. This island is perilous. Is this not self-evident? I am fully aware of the island's dangers. A chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat began to beat on my forehead. What was that? The entity swiftly seized the journal and then vanished into the skeletal ship, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I cast a glance in the direction it had fled, and recognized that silhouette. It must be the body of Lu Wu. Yet his body was now severed from his soul, leaving no assurance as to what it might do. Beasts act on instinct, and I surmised this was the reason his body sought to retrieve the leather journal. Just then, the ship unexpectedly collided with something, sending a violent jolt through it. I lost my footing and tumbled into a cluster of luminescent flowers. Dazed, I rose to my feet, steadying myself against the bony walls of the cabin as I made my way to the deck. Chapter 77. The spiral hell. The skeletal ship flowed into a spiraling river that descended into darkness. On either side of the waterway stood stone-carved images of various malevolent spirits, their faint blue glow barely illuminating the grotesque figures etched into the rocky walls. I was taken aback upon first seeing these images. The demons depicted were so lifelike that it seemed as though they might leap from their stony confines. After a prolonged gaze, I realized that these were scenes reminiscent of the 18 levels of hell. Was this spiraling waterway leading directly into the depths of hell? The thought struck me. If these images truly depicted the horrors of the 18 levels of hell, then I was already ensnared within its grasp. Yet, such supernatural occurrences are typically rooted in reason, unlikely to manifest without cause. Regrettably, I lack flint to ignite a torch. I cast aside a bone adorned with luminescent flora and brought it closer to the rock wall for greater clarity. According to ancient mythology, mortals who err are condemned to hell after death, subjected to varying levels of punishment based on their transgressions. However, the engravings on the wall tell a different tale. I discern a complete narrative where the condemned are clad in identical attire, bearing the same visage, unmistakably the likeness of a singular individual. What grievous sins must this person have committed to traverse so many layers of hell? The imagery before me has transcended the realm of malevolent spirits. It now depicts celestial beings vanquishing demons. Judging by the artistic style, the current representation appears to be the work of the same hand that rendered the former depiction of the infernal realm. I find it peculiar that Buddhism only entered China during the Eastern Han Dynasty, at a time when a fully developed Sinicized Buddhist theoretical framework had yet to emerge. How, then, could such an advanced concept as the 18 layers of hell arise? The air surrounding me has grown increasingly frigid, likely due to the profound subterranean depths. My breaths have become labored as the cold air courses into my lungs, inducing a wave of discomfort. If this persists, I shall succumb to the cold long before hunger claims me. Just as I began to shiver from the chill, the images on the rock wall shifted once more. This time, while still rooted in Buddhism, the scenes are no longer of the Eastern Han era. I am uncertain of the dynasty to which they belong. Yet it is evident that the depictions illustrate the transmission of Buddhist teachings, a venerable monk imparting wisdom to a younger acolyte, who in turn ages and passes it on to an even younger disciple. I have managed to comprehend some aspects, despite my rather limited historical knowledge. I am aware of the legendary tales surrounding the sixth patriarch of Buddhism, Huaining, whose renown is undeniable. It was he who ceased the tradition of passing down the high seat, instead bequeathing the transmission of the mind seal. This mind seal, enigmatic in nature, becomes clear only to those who truly understand. For those who do not, it remains an unfathomable mystery. Nonetheless, I find it rather absurd. Following the sixth patriarch, Buddhism flourished. Yet that occurred during the late Tang and the Five Dynasties period. We are presently in the late Eastern Han era, so how could such an image emerge? My familiarity with Buddhism is still quite superficial, and many aspects elude my understanding. Despite my inability to recall more historical context, I must continue observing. In the imagery, a seventh young monk appears. Upon closer inspection, I realize this young monk is devoid of a visage. Unlike the other monks, who exhibit a range of emotions, this solitary figure possesses no face. This young monk has pilfered the sixth patriarch's Dharma seal and sailed across the ocean to a deserted isle, where he leads a life of extreme austerity, praying daily towards the east. The subsequent images depict the young monk's experiences on the island, and after prolonged observation, I notice a lack of significant occurrences, culminating in repetitive scenes. It seems these images do not serve as personal records of his existence, but rather convey a singular message: the relentless passage of days and years. I find myself perplexed. What purpose do these records serve? The young monk has marked various locations across the entire island. Initially, I assumed these were mere directional signs, but upon closer examination, I discern they are reminders of a unique nature. Does he suffer from forgetfulness? Moreover, these illustrations do not depict a continuous narrative. The young monk must be concealing something. Is this not the red pearl? The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. The young monk, clutching a spherical object, ventures into the depths of the mountains, only to crush the red pearl and swallow it whole. Has he lost his mind? Is that object truly susceptible to such destruction? The next image plunges me into utter bewilderment. The young monk is seated on the ground, enveloped by a shroud of white mist. The mere sight of fog unsettles me, as I have endured countless terrifying experiences within its embrace. Yet, as I attempt to delve further into the tale, a thunderous roar erupts above, and suddenly, the rocky ceiling bursts apart. A figure hurtles forth from the debris, crashing violently onto the deck of the skeletal ship, scattering bone fragments in all directions and shattering several supports of the deck. Upon closer inspection, I realize it is the old scoundrel. How did he come to fall? Just as I contemplate retreating into the cabin to evade him, another figure leaps through the newly formed opening, none other than Lu Wu. He descends lightly, yet upon landing, he exerts tremendous force. His knee collides with the old scoundrel's abdomen, causing him to plummet through the deck with a resounding crash. The skeletal ship can bear no more and fractures cleanly in half. Having failed to escape into the cabin, I find myself unceremoniously plunged into the water. The old scoundrel, with his grandiose boasts, had claimed he would slay Lu Wu, yet now he has been reduced to a pitiful state. Lu Wu's physical form possesses such formidable combat prowess. One can only imagine how invincible he might become when coupled with a discerning combat consciousness. The underground river, inherently intricate, with its interconnected channels, was disrupted by their reckless actions, causing torrents from above to cascade violently downward. I had initially hoped to escape amidst the remnants of the skeletal ship, yet that possibility now lay beyond reach. The current ensnared me, plunging deeper into the spiraling waterway, struggling to breach the surface. I was confronted with an indelible image, a young monk, now possessing a face, sat before a computer, his eyes bloodshot and on the verge of collapse. That visage mirrored my own. Another surge of water struck with ferocity. Chapter 78. Aerial Crisis. I sensed a gentle rocking and awoke to a soft female voice. Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt. A blonde flight attendant smiled at me before moving on to attend to other passengers. A throbbing pain coursed through my head. How could that dream have felt so interminable? In the final moments of my dream, I had plummeted from that spiraling hell. I had heard that falling in a dream would awaken one. It seemed that was indeed true. My head still throbbed. Turning to gaze out the window, I was met only with brilliant sunlight. I glanced at the passenger beside me, a sense of familiarity washing over me, as if I had seen him before. Yes, in my dream, he was the companion known as Monster. I studied him, feeling both strange and yet oddly familiar. Sensing my gaze, he turned to me and asked, "Do I know you?" His expression was one of annoyance as he added, "Then why are you staring?" How could he be so ungracious? As the aircraft ascended, I found myself bewildered by an unexpected turbulence, an experience far from novel for me. Such disturbances typically indicate some malfunction, yet the captain remained silent. Regardless of the circumstances, I was confident in my safety. After all, I was an assassin, a premier operative for an international syndicate, undaunted by any predicament. However, even a killer must satisfy his hunger, which is why I found myself aboard this flight to Dubai. Before long, I became aware of an unsettling absence. Not a single flight attendant was in sight. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air, followed by an audacious voice declaring, "Don't move." A quieter voice interjected, "Hijacking." It took a moment for the brash voice to comprehend, after which it bellowed, "Hijacking? What absurdity was this? Were they attempting to reenact a poorly conceived version of the world is not enough?" The passengers erupted into laughter, dismissing the inept hijackers with ridicule. Then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the cabin, accompanied by a chilling scream. A viscous liquid splattered into my cup, staining the pristine water with a crimson bloom. I lifted my gaze to witness a fellow passenger grotesquely disfigured. The audacious stutterer wielded a firearm. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a Frankie PA-8E model. This shotgun, though powerful, was seldom employed due to its tremendous noise, capable of being heard a mile away. I shifted my gaze to the stuttering face before me, only to realize that this visage seemed eerily familiar. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on me that this individual was none other than the formidable figure named Xie Yin from my dreams. How curious it was that the characters from my slumber now manifested in reality. Amusingly, a character of such virtuous repute in my dreams had transformed into a nefarious villain here. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to him. Moreover, his companion, possessing a cherubic countenance, bore a striking resemblance to Sima Zhao from my dream. For convenience, I shall refer to them by their dream names. Indeed, before Xie Yin could utter a word, a shadowy figure arose behind him. The figure stood so swiftly that I scarcely had time to react before it aimed a pistol at Xie Yin's head. "Don't move, Air Marshal," the assailant declared, delivering a swift kick to Sima Zhao before revealing his credentials as an Air Marshal. The situation grew increasingly intriguing, as I recognized that this newly risen Air Marshal was, in fact, my dream's Liang Bei. It appeared that their identities had almost inverted compared to those in my dreams. However, my moment of delight was short-lived, as a violent explosion erupted beneath us. The cargo hold must have sustained a significant breach, causing the blast to reverberate into the passenger cabin, where chilling cries of terror ensued, striking fear into our hearts. Seizing this opportunity, the hijacker Xie Yin brutally elbowed Air Marshal Liang Bei in the heart, causing him to double over in pain. Xie Yin and Sima Zhao then launched a savage assault, leaving Air Marshal Liang Bei convulsing on the ground in a pitiful state. The passengers beside me seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. a veritable assembly of fools, failing to offer assistance. As events escalated to this degree, I could no longer remain a mere bystander. Regardless of others' beliefs, despite my identity as an assassin, I consider myself a man of virtue. Therefore, I resolved to rescue Officer Liang Bei. As I rose to my feet, another explosion reverberated through the cabin, causing the aircraft to tilt precariously. I cast a furtive glance out the window, and indeed, the wing was ablaze. Feigning shock, I resumed my seat, diverting my focus away from Officer Liang Bei. My gaze fixated on the wing outside. What I discovered was nearly inconceivable. The wing was engulfed in flames, and at this altitude, the fire was contorted by the wind. Yet the rising smoke ascended vertically. Smoke should not ascend in such a manner. We were at an altitude of 12,000 meters. This aircraft was a supersonic jet. It was impossible for there to be no wind. As this realization struck me, a wave of excruciating pain surged through my brain, causing me to writhe on the floor, my body nearly convulsing. Gradually, the fog that had shrouded my memories began to dissipate. I recalled the final moment before the plunge, when a massive rock descended upon me, compelling me to activate the Red Pearl Dream. However, this iteration of the Red Pearl Dream was strikingly different from the previous ones. Could this truly be what Liang Bei referred to as endless possibilities? Cold sweat trickled down my cheeks, and to the others. It must have appeared as if I were in great distress. I was lifted up by someone and laid back in my seat, the contractions assailing me relentlessly, rendering me nearly immobile. I struggled to open my eyes slightly, catching a glimpse of the monster beside me, curled up in the seat, wearing an expression of sheer cowardice. This fellow, so valiant in reality, had turned into such a craven here. The airplane was no longer able to maintain its balance, swaying violently from side to side. As the passengers erupted into panic, the hijacker, Xie Yan, roared in fury, seizing the firearm, and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. Chapter 79. Chaos. The bloody suppression only intensified the fear among the passengers, creating a greater sense of terror. Frankie's furious shouts ignited their dread, but also awakened an inner courage. In the face of overwhelming fear, individuals can unleash formidable potential. The passengers threw themselves at Xie Yan, risking their lives to shield against Frankie's weapon. Xie Yan was quickly overwhelmed and brought to the ground, while Sima Zhao lay unconscious nearby, bloodied and battered. The passengers continued to surge towards Xie Yan, their fists raining down like a torrential downpour. I sensed something was amiss. These passengers appeared to be under the influence of some stimulant, their eyes ablaze with intensity, their strikes merciless. There must be a force manipulating their emotions. Yet, amidst the chaos in the cabin, it was impossible to discern the source of this influence. I could not allow Xie Yan to perish here. Heaven knows what fate awaited him in reality if he were to die in this place. Some passengers were already grappling for life vests, even resorting to violence over them, as brutality enveloped the entire cabin, spiraling out of control. If this continued, Xie Yan would surely be beaten to death. I forcefully rose to my feet, charging forward under the astonished gaze of the beast. This sudden dash startled even myself. As I leapt a distance of 4 to 5 meters, landing beside the beleaguered Xie Yan. With one swift kick, I cleared the frenzied passengers away and, with a vigorous sweep of my hand, sent those around me hurtling through the air. It suddenly dawned on me that in this realm, I was a formidable assassin. The ensuing tasks became straightforward. I seized Xie Yan and Sima Zhao, hurling them into the restroom, before incapacitating the swarm of passengers rushing towards me. As I prepared to confront the beast, a gunshot rang out near my ear, the sound piercing and unfiltered, filling my mind with a cacophony of ringing. The intensity of the noise triggered a severe headache, rendering my eyes nearly unable to open. Enduring the excruciating pain, I disregarded the presence behind me and executed a swift roundhouse kick, sending the assailant hurtling away, crashing into the cabin wall, silenced. Just as I turned to discern the identity of my attacker, I was met with the ominous black muzzle of a gun. It seemed that my kick had failed to reach the one who had fired. Such a reflex could not possibly belong to an ordinary individual. The buzzing in my head had diminished considerably, and as I opened my other eye, I found myself face to face with the Air Marshal, Liang Bei. At this moment, the plane had stabilized somewhat, with passengers scrambling for life vests, leaving only Liang Bei and myself at the front of the cabin. Gold Medal A, I have finally caught you. A smile flickered across the lips of Master Liang, yet it was tinged with profound sorrow, for the price he had paid was exorbitant. One of his hands lay nearly crippled, hanging lifelessly at his side. He bit down on his glove, peeling it away. revealing a blue tattoo of a Southern Cross etched upon his hand. I surmised that my expression must have darkened considerably as I recognized that emblem. Master Liang's identity as an air marshal was but a fade. He was, in truth, affiliated with a rival assassin organization known as the Southern Cross, the sworn enemies of the very firm to which I belonged. Since the last mission, when I had eliminated the boss's mistress, I had been under their relentless pursuit, unable to find peace anywhere. I had initially regarded this assignment as a mere holiday abroad, only to discover that they had tracked me down once more. As I pondered this unsettling reality, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through me. What was I thinking? What force was obscuring my memory? Subconsciously, it led me to believe I was that renowned assassin, the Golden A. From whence did this power originate? I fervently shouted within my mind, I am Chung Feng, the heir of the Chung family in Sihai City. I am not a member of a transnational assassin syndicate. Just as I endeavored to realign my consciousness, Master Liang advanced with a fierce kick, and I doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground. The muted thuds of 2 gunshots rang in my ears as excruciating agony shot through my knees. Master Liang had shattered my kneecap with a bullet. Curse you, Master Liang. If I wished to eliminate him at this moment, it would be a simple task. I was equipped with numerous concealed injectors, each containing a deadly toxin that could prove lethal with but a mere touch. However, I cannot bring myself to take the life of Master Liang, for I fear that in doing so, the reality of his existence would also be extinguished. I have come to believe that the experiences I am enduring are not merely a simple dream of crimson pearls, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme, compelling us to destroy one another while a hidden puppet master reaps the rewards. I am uncertain of the identity of this individual. The enemies I am familiar with could easily eliminate us without resorting to such elaborate machinations. Thus, there must be a deeper reason at play. What could it possibly be? As I pondered this, Master Liang approached me. He stood beside me, produced a bundle of black nylon rope, and bound my hands tightly. As he restrained me, he remarked, "They all claim you are the strongest, yet it seems otherwise. I have subdued you with but one hand." This was not the moment to dispute such matters. My foremost concern was to ascertain whether he truly was Master Liang. "Master Liang, do you still remember Qinzhong?" Upon uttering this phrase, I noticed a distinct shift in Master Liang's demeanor. A look of anguish flickered across his face, as if he were on the verge of recalling past events. However, before he could grasp those memories, his expression reverted to normal. He struck me on the head with a punch and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Were it not for our leader's orders to keep you alive for a meeting, I would have already ended you. Consider yourself fortunate to still be breathing. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut." Damned be it, this is indeed Master Liang. This implies that the individuals on the plane, Xie Sima Zhao, and the beast, are authentic as well. I found myself bound by Liang Bei, who, seemingly from nowhere, produced a parachute that he strapped to his back. He then dragged me to the hatch, picked up Xie Yan's Frankie, and with a swift spray, forced the hatch open, preparing to plunge us both into the abyss. The black nylon rope was remarkably supple, and with a deft maneuver, I managed to free one hand from its confines. I swiftly struck Liang Bei's neck with a knife hand blow. To my astonishment, he staggered but did not succumb to unconsciousness. Just as I was poised to deliver another blow, a dull gunshot resonated through the air. The scene before me seemed to slow, as Liang Bei's head erupted in a crimson bloom, collapsing at my feet. I turned to see the monster, trembling as he clutched the gun, still caught in the act of firing. In a panic, he produced a rudimentary notebook to show me, exclaiming, "I am the air marshal. Are you unharmed?" Gazing at the fallen Liang Bei, an icy dread enveloped my heart. Chapter 80, The Confrontation. "The plane can no longer land safely. What do you intend to do now?" I inquired of the monster. He holstered the weapon and leaned against the seat, gasping heavily, his hands shaking uncontrollably, too flustered to engage in conversation. I was taken aback. Was this his first experience with taking a life in this world? "There are spare parachutes in the cockpit," he replied. "How many?" I asked. "I don't know, but the captain and co-pilot will need them as well. I'm unsure if any parachutes will be left over." Alas, the monster's performance as an air marshal was quite lacking, given the length of time since the incident began. It was evident that the captain had already met with foul play. "I am determined to rescue you all. At the very least, I require 3 parachutes. Should the supply in the cockpit prove insufficient, I shall have no choice but to seize them from the passengers. Should you dare to obstruct me, I might have to incapacitate you as well. I have been pondering how to extricate myself from this Crimson Pearl dreamscape. While self-destruction seems the simplest avenue, I find myself unable to pursue that course. If I were to take my own life and the monsters succeed in their descent, they would become irrevocably lost within this dream. Am I to murder them first, only to follow suit in death? Certainly not. My comprehension of this dream is woefully inadequate. I remain oblivious to the forms the monsters inhabit within this realm. What if they are indeed tangible beings? The consequences of their demise would be unfathomable. I cannot discern how the dichotomy of life and death within this dream might manifest in reality. Thus I hesitate to eliminate them all. My only recourse is to first liberate them, and subsequently seek an alternative means to extricate us from this phantasmagoria. At this juncture, the aircraft has descended to a perilously low altitude. I can even glimpse the pristine snow-capped peaks through the window, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The plane is on the brink of catastrophe. Many passengers have secured parachutes, yet they remain rooted in place, paralyzed by fear of the damaged fuselage. I dare say that a great number of them would not even know how to operate a parachute. I wished to make my way to the restroom, yet my knee had already been shattered. I could distinctly feel the fractured bones in my knee mending at an astonishing pace. At this rate, I would soon be able to stand and move. It suddenly dawned on me that this body had been augmented, remarkably resilient. Before I could rise, a mechanical crack echoed from the fuselage, and a fissure appeared above the central compartment. This gap rapidly widened, and within mere seconds, the aircraft nearly split in half. Air rushed from the cabin, forcefully propelling many passengers out into the void, their screams abruptly silenced. Goodness! The remaining lifespan of this plane was far shorter than I had anticipated. At that moment, my knee had fully healed. Rising to my feet amidst the astonished gaze of the creature, I bellowed, "Fetch the parachute from the cockpit." The creature followed closely behind as we dashed toward the cockpit. As we passed the restroom, I pulled Xie Yin and Sima Zhao out. These two had been severely beaten and were now drenched in blood, their ability to move still compromised. Just as I contemplated how to carry them away, I heard the chilling sound of bullets being chambered. I turned to see the creature brandishing a firearm, the ominous barrel aimed squarely at my head. "They are robbers. If you save them, you are complicit." The creature glared at me, its gun-wielding hand trembling violently. What did it mean by saying I was in cahoots with them? We were all in this together, were we not? I gently trembled my arm, aiming to launch the anesthetic dart, only to be surprised as the monster flinched, causing a bullet to strike my left arm. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through my forearm, leading to a spasm. Tears streamed down my face as I lamented the creature's foolishness. Just moments ago, you were so timid, and now you exhibit such bravado. Monster, it is I, Chung Feng. I grimaced as I addressed him. A sharp pain radiated from my right arm. This wound was not as trivial as the previous one, for the flesh around the injury burst forth, and I felt as though the bones in my arm were on the brink of shattering. Such a bullet could not possibly be fired from a mere small-caliber handgun. Suddenly, I looked up to see a ghastly smile spreading across the monster's face. "Surprised, are you?" The monster continued to chuckle, revealing that the gun in his hand was no longer the small pistol but rather a Smith Wesson M500, equipped with specialized explosive ammunition. As I beheld that formidable handgun, a chill crept into my heart. The kinetic energy of its bullets was nearly double that of a Desert Eagle, possessing a destructive power comparable to that of a rifle. Truly a hand cannon. No matter how robust my physique, I had no hope of surviving such a projectile. What on earth has happened to the monster? Anxiety gnawed at me as the aircraft plummeted. If I did not hasten to rescue Xie Yin and Sima Zhao, I could not fathom the dire consequences that awaited. I did not fear death, but I dreaded the prospect of being eternally lost within the dream of the Crimson Pearl. They said you would appear here, and indeed, you are here, justifying the arduous journey of thousands of miles I undertook. The monster cast a disdainful glance in my direction and remarked, "Have you forgotten once more? You, wretched creature, for over a millennium, you remain unchanged, feigning weakness before others, a truly repulsive display." A jolt ran through me. What was he alluding to? The beast inhaled deeply, addressing me, or perhaps himself. "I had forgotten about your amnesia. This time, I shall finally extinguish you. I have waited 1,000 years. A millennium." His voice diminished into a sob. "Monster, listen to me," I exclaimed, sensing his emotional instability. However, another bullet struck my shoulder, tearing flesh, but not fatally, the sudden agony interrupting my words. The beast advanced, pressing the muzzle of an M500 against my head. "Tell me, why did you slay her? You could have spared her. Even if you had, others would not have perished." The monster teetered on the brink of collapse. I, incapacitated by pain, could only listen to his words. But you killed her. You actually killed her. Were your declarations of love all falsehoods? The monster regained composure, a look of liberation on his face. He exhaled, finally, an end. A gunshot echoed, yet I did not fall. The monster collapsed before me, a small aperture appearing on his head, from which red and white matter gushed. I glared at the figure behind the monster, who calmly bypassed me and shot Xie Yin and Sima Zhao, striking them squarely in the forehead. My heart sank. The man had skin of a dark crimson hue, towering in stature. Indeed, he was Tabar. Chapter 81, Another Timeline. Tabar, you must tell me that none of this is real. Yet, I found myself too weakened to utter a sound. This body, after all, is not invincible. The immense power I wielded exacted a significant toll. And as the energy within me dwindled without replenishment, I became so feeble that I could not articulate a single word. Tabar approached me, producing a tin and feeding me its contents, then lifting me effortlessly as he made his way toward the gaping hole in the side of the cabin. Helpless to speak or move, I could only observe his every action. He removed his outer coat, revealing a parachute pack strapped to his back. With climbing rope, he secured me to himself before leaping into the void. A whirlwind of sensations engulfed me. All I could see were the stark white peaks of snow-capped mountains against a pale blue sky. The sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, and then came a resounding thud as the parachute deployed. After what felt like an eternity, we finally touched down safely. What was his intention? Unable to voice my thoughts, I was carried by Tabar, traversing the snowy mountains, passing a lakeside adorned with vibrant flowers, navigating through a range of hills, until we arrived at the seaside. Nestled within a thicket of dense forest stood a quaint wooden villa. Tabar bore me to this sanctuary, pushed open the door, and gently placed me on the sofa. He then lit a cigarette, coughing intermittently as he smoked. In that moment, I perceived a hint of age upon him. I could no longer discern whether I was ensnared in a dream or ensconced in reality, for what I beheld was so vividly tangible that doubt seemed futile. Outside, the sky loomed ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Tabar puffed on his cigarette in silence, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The flames in the hearth danced, casting a warm glow. There will be no subsequent occasion, he finally declared, his voice raspy. Henceforth, you shall fend for yourself. I shall not intercede on your behalf again. His words, directed at me, seemed more like a lament to himself. He resumed smoking, ignoring me. First the monster, and now Tabar harbors such palpable animosity towards me. What heinous act have I committed? And who is this she the monster spoke of? After an indeterminate period, I found my voice, my mind teeming with questions, yet unsure how to articulate them. Have you forgotten again? Tabar chuckled derisively. Each time you err, you claim forgetfulness, repeatedly. Our comrades were slain, and you claim to have forgotten. Our friends were besieged, and again, you claim to have forgotten. When she fell before you, imploring to know if your love remained, you dared to say you had forgotten. He paused, then asked, do you even recall me? I suspect not. Suddenly, Tabar erupted in fury, seizing me by the collar, pinning me against the wall, and glaring into my eyes as he growled. If you have forgotten, I shall remind you. It is because of you that we have become immortal, monstrous beings. Because of you, we have wandered for a millennium, forced to dwell in the shadows. You betrayed your closest brethren and murdered your dearest love. I was drenched in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Tabar released me, staggering back as if drained, collapsing onto the sofa. This is my final act of salvation for you. I have repaid the debts of kindness from our past. Now, you may leave. Tabar waved his hand dismissively and turned away. My mind raced with the words I wished to express, and I slowly began. I fell into that pool of water, only to be drawn away by a door. Tabar remained unresponsive, so I continued speaking to myself. I was pulled to the very depths, traversing through a transparent wall, where I beheld a ship comprised of bones. Suddenly, Tabar lifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. I removed the Sanskrit talisman from the skeletal vessel, and the surrounding rock walls crumbled, engulfing me in a spiraling waterway. It was then that the old rogue and Lu Wu attacked, shattering the walls between the dark rivers, causing torrents to flow and stones to rain down. Tabar abruptly rose, his face a canvas of disbelief. I activated the red pearl, which brought me here. I remember everyone. The monsters, Xie Yin, Sima Zhao, and you, Tabar. I will not forsake my brothers, my kin, and my comrades. I cherish them more than my own life. I shall hold dear my future beloved, vowing to never part for the entirety of my existence. I will not forget. As you suggested, I will remember all that I have endured. Tears glistened in the corners of Tabar's eyes. Then tell me, where precisely am I now? I shouted at him. He approached, kneeling before me. I inquired, so, history has indeed shifted, has it not? No. Let me rephrase. What you have experienced differs from my own journey, does it not? Tabar nodded thoughtfully and remarked, there must be something influencing the course of events. It could possibly be the Red Pearl. The probability of occurrences has been altered by the Red Pearl. I pondered for a moment and replied, it is indeed possible that the Red Pearl has transformed the realm of dreams, causing our experiences to diverge. However, the greatest likelihood does not rest with the Red Pearl, for I am not the same as another version of myself. The mistakes he made, I shall not repeat. Thus, the unfolding of events is not solely dependent on the Red Pearl. It is ultimately a matter of human agency. While traversing that spiraling waterway, I encountered some intriguing sights. I gathered my thoughts and relayed to him the images I had observed upon the rock wall. When I finally revealed that the face of the monk had morphed into my own, Tabar stood up in astonishment, pacing before the fireplace, appearing quite anxious. He muttered, how could this be? It cannot be so. I inquired, what cannot be? He halted, his expression one of confusion, and responded, that monk. I have seen him before. However, that was during the Tang dynasty. Chapter 82. The seventh patriarch. It is widely acknowledged that Buddhism was passed down through 6 generations before its conclusion. The tale recounted by Tabar pertains to events that transpired after the 6th generation. At that time, Wu Zetian was in power, and the wandering Tabar arrived in the Lingnan region, encountering the 6th patriarch, Huaining. Taba traversed the vast lands, encountering a myriad of individuals and experiences from diverse regions. Coupled with his remarkable linguistic talent, he became exceedingly loquacious over the years. Upon their first meeting, the two conversed as if they were long-lost friends, engaging in spirited dialogue that lasted well into the night. Contrary to the legendary portrayal of him as a stern and austere monk, Master Huaining proved to be a garrulous elder who relished in conversation. According to Taba, among all the monks he had encountered across the globe, none were as approachable and profound in their Buddhist essence as Master Huaining. Feeling the weight of his experiences and yearning for tranquility, Taba chose to leave the world behind in Lingnan, dedicating himself to the study of Buddhism and Zen under Master Huaining. A decade passed, and Master Huaining had aged considerably. A new generation of monks from the southern school had emerged, ready to carve out their own paths. At that moment, monks from the northern school arrived. Although both southern and northern schools belonged to Zen Buddhism, their interpretations of Buddhist doctrine diverged significantly. Furthermore, Master Huaining had inherited the robe and bowl from Master Hongren, which rightfully belonged to Shinshio of the northern school. However, Shinshio's understanding of Buddha nature paled in comparison to that of Huaining, leading to the creation of the verse, the Bodhi tree is fundamentally without a tree, the mirror is likewise not a platform. Originally, there is not a single thing. Where could dust alight? As the northern school sought to disrupt the gathering, the southern school was undeterred. The debates persisted for a month, yet yielded no resolution. The central theme of the discourse remained the concept of emptiness, echoing the tensions that had arisen decades prior during Master Hongren's transmission of the robe and bowl. Shinshio did not attend, and thus Master Huaining refrained from engaging in the debate. Taba sat beside Master Huaining, observing the young monks in the arena as they showcased their respective talents. At that moment, Taba beheld a monk who bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. Taba remarked, I was overcome with the urge to strangle you, yet having practiced Buddhism for a decade, my murderous intent was tempered. I composed myself, preparing to observe your purpose for being here. The other version of myself stole the spotlight at the debate in the Lankavatara, ultimately silencing the representatives of the northern school with overwhelming eloquence, thereby capturing the attention of Master Huaining. In due course, this alternate self naturally became a devoted follower of Master Huaining, always in his company. Taba, however, watched from the sidelines, as the other me failed to recognize him, possibly due to a lapse in memory that had caused him to forget Taba. As the years progressed, the internal strife within the monastery intensified, with monks vying to showcase their erudition and eloquence in hopes of garnering Master Huaining's attention. The other me particularly shone in this regard. It was widely acknowledged that Master Huaining had grown exceedingly old, unable to lift his own utensils for meals. Thus, the emergence of the next generation of masters was imminent. All power and glory hinged on a mere utterance from Master Huaining. No one anticipated the words that would eventually emerge. From this day forth, there shall be no inheritance of robes and bowls. The Great Seal is the seal of the heart, attainable by all, for all may attain Buddhahood. Upon hearing this proclamation, Taba was moved to tears. What a magnificent aspiration it was. A wish for all beings to attain Buddhahood. Not long after, Master Huaining passed into nirvana. Before his departure, he instructed Taba, saying, "Among my disciples, there are those with unwholesome intentions. You must help me carry away the Great Seal of transmission and conceal it in the farthest corners of the earth." Taba nodded in assent, then departed with the heirloom seal. However, it was not long before he unexpectedly discovered that the seal he possessed was a counterfeit. It was a high-quality replica made of plaster, indistinguishable in color and weight from the genuine article. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Yet I could not procure the evidence to prove that you had absconded with the authentic seal. Furthermore, you remained within the temple, attending to the vigil of Master Huaining. The golden body of Master Huaining remained intact, and his remains never found their way to the stupa. I failed to fulfill the Master's final wishes and could no longer bear to remain in the temple. Thus I departed. Taba continued, "Since then, I had not heard any news of you for a long time, until much later. Yet that is another tale, wholly unrelated to our current predicament." I fell into silence for a moment, pondering the significance of the images etched upon the rock face. The actions of another self upon arriving on the island must have been driven by a purpose, living day in and day out on this island. What message were those images intended to convey? To whom were they directed? As I contemplated this, Taba's expression darkened considerably. I stepped forward to steady his shoulder. That self is now deceased. The present me shall no longer claim to have forgotten. Taba nodded, and I pressed on. Thus, it follows that the other self must have encountered some dire circumstance underground, correct? Taba replied solemnly, "Indeed. Something has influenced your will and even tarnished your character. I know not what it is, but you must not allow it to sway you any longer." Tabar approached the wall and retrieved a small box from the hidden compartment, presenting it to me with a solemn demeanor. Inside, there lay a striking red pearl. What intentions does Tabar harbor? The only recourse now is to enter the second layer of the dream. I have placed something there that can help maintain one's true essence. You must retrieve it. And then fear the unknown at the end of the spiral waterway will be no more. Tabar gazed at me with an expression full of anticipation. I looked at the red pearl and smiled broadly. "I fear this may be your true objective, is it not?" Chapter 83. Another me Tabar, with a look of bewilderment, inquired, "What are you saying?" I settled onto the sofa and, with a measured tone, replied, "I have always felt that this world is far too tangible. Unlike a mere dream. The plane encountered trouble. Xia Yin and Sima Zhao became hijackers, and when Liang Bei was slain. It was only when you were the sole survivor by my side that I sensed something was amiss." Tabar sat across from me, composed, and stated, "I do not comprehend what you are articulating." The atmosphere grew serious, and upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but chuckle. Of all things to mimic, why choose the grand villain's dialogue? Tabar's brow furrowed even deeper. I eliminated them because they would swiftly return to life, even after death. We are immortal. Did I not mention this to you before? I ceased my laughter and asked, "First, why has my memory been altered? Secondly, why must you send me to retrieve the essence that can preserve my true self from within the red pearl dream, rather than retrieving it yourself? Indeed, there is no fourth to consider, as I have surmised your identity." He regarded me for a prolonged moment, then offered a smile. As the smile faded, a countenance simultaneously foreign and familiar manifested before me, verily, a face mirroring my own. I inquired, "Shall I articulate your designs, or will you disclose them yourself?" Without perturbation, he responded with a genial tone, "Proceed. Then I shall dispense with ceremony. Of the matters you have conveyed to me, what measure of veracity do they possess?" I estimate 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. The falsity resides in your concluding statement, your enticement for me to enter the Crimson Pearl dreamscape. Yet, Yang Qingyan explicitly forbade my entry into the second stratum of dreams until I have located my grandfather. I personally witnessed the alteration of physical laws aboard the aircraft. An undeniable verity. Thus, a conjecture arose within me. This dreamscape is not mine, but yours. Given our shared identity, we are uniquely positioned to enter the same dreamscape while living. Should this premise hold, all is rendered explicable. You conceived a method to atone for your transgressions. The nature of this method eludes me, but subsequently, you arrived on the islet bearing the seal of the 6th Patriarch Huaining. leading a life of quotidian routine. Only now do I comprehend that your aspiration was not to become an ascetic, but to validate your own memory, as the islet is replete with markers. Ultimately, you discern that your memory was compromised. Although you may not be able to retain memories, you can inscribe those experiences, thus giving rise to the images upon the rock walls. You remind yourself of your past actions. I believe the moment your recollection begins to return coincides with the inception of the tales depicted by the monks, for your capacity to remember is limited to that extent. He smiles, yet remains silent. I find myself questioning whether the individual before me is indeed my true self. When did I become so reticent? When did I learn to smile in such a manner? His demeanor evokes a sense of pity, yet this is not a moment for sympathy. I must uncover the secrets that lie at the depths of the spiral abyss. I inquired, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, if I still remembered what lies there, I would not have to exert such effort to ensnare you within the dream of the Red Pearl. Like you, I entered the dream of the Red Pearl just before the boulder fell, yet my fragmented memories cease at that point. Upon awakening, I had completely lost that portion of my recollection. Over the years, I have mastered the art of manipulating the dream of the Red Pearl to replicate the tangible world. I had intended for you to venture once more into the spiral abyss, so you could discover the truth of what lies at the bottom without any peril. There remains one question I have yet to voice. Are you, in essence, real? He gazed at me despondently and said, I do not know. I have forgotten well. I suppose I have come to understand the futility experienced by Tabar. That single admission of forgetfulness absolves him of all responsibility. You have forgotten everything. Yet how can you still remember how to act? The performance just now was remarkably authentic. He gazed at me solemnly and proclaimed, I am not acting. What you witnessed was Taba. I stood there, momentarily stunned, wondering if the dream of the Red Pearl was merely playing a trick on me. He continued, Taba has already perished. I had no choice but to confine him within my shadow, allowing him to persist as a semblance of life. The one you conversed with moments ago was indeed Taba, but what? Should you dare to utter the word forgotten again, I shall certainly strike you. However, this method is fraught with flaws, for Taba's memories are beginning to fade away. I looked at him, filled with an overwhelming urge to kick him into the fireplace to meet his fiery demise. How could I have such a cowardly counterpart? Though I had been fleeing for my life, I had never faltered when action was required. Unlike this spineless wretch, who was pitifully weak, my heart was unwilling to accept his claims. His existence was a mere enigma, especially considering the tales he recounted. I could not simply believe that Taba resided within his shadow. I demanded he unveil Taba from within, yet he claimed to have forgotten. My fury turned to bitter laughter as I seized him by the collar and lifted him, declaring, You have caused them all to suffer, and yet you remain unscathed. What face do you have to continue living in this world? You should perish as well. I felt my head nearly exploding with rage, my fist raised, ready to strike his face. Just as my fist was about to make contact with his cheek, I suddenly awoke to the realization that with my enhanced strength, I might inadvertently send his head flying with such a blow. However, I have yet to uncover the information I desire. He cannot die. I struggled to restrain my clenched fists, only to find them beyond my control, striking him with unrelenting force. The fleeting moment of impact stretched into an eternity of 0.001 seconds, during which I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back and the faint, sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He cannot perish. Chapter 84. Replacement. A second later, I gazed in horror at the figure lying in a pool of crimson. It dawned on me that his intent from the very beginning was to lure me into taking his life. A searing pain enveloped my head, as if something vital within me had been wrenched away. I collapsed onto the wooden floor, my breath growing increasingly labored, sensing that death was near. I understood that this demise was unlike any I had faced before. Perhaps dying here would mean true extinction, or perhaps I would become like him, forgetting all that should never be forgotten. In the midst of my torment, astonishingly, he rose to his feet. You wretched fool, how are you still alive? Yet all I could do was lie on the floor, watching as he approached me with measured steps, squatting down beside me. His voice was heavy with gravity. Today, I finally have the chance to rectify the wrongs of my past. Do not blame me. This is the only way I can see her again. He cast a calm glance in my direction, seized the fruit knife from the table, and plunged it directly into his chest. You shall not live the life you were meant to. From now on, I shall fulfill it for you. Rest assured, I will treat your parents and siblings with kindness, for they are, in truth, my own family. He wore a triumphant expression that made me yearn to rise, and unleash my fury upon him. How dare you? However, I had no opportunity to vent my frustrations upon him. He has truly departed this world, irrevocably. The fruit knife repeatedly plunged in and out until his arms succumbed to exhaustion. He has left this realm of crimson pearls, perhaps having already invaded the corporeal existence of my reality. He lay sprawled upon the ground, while my own body grew increasingly frigid. What am I to do? Outside the quaint villa, a tempest has risen, thunder roaring louder than the last, and within the thunderclouds, a faint glimpse of black void is discernible. Is this space on the verge of collapse? Could this be my fate? I refuse to accept it. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the crimson pearl that I had carelessly cast aside. A thought struck me. What if I had utilized this pearl from the very beginning? It is a reflection of myself. It comprehends my thoughts and knows I would hesitate to wield this crimson treasure. With great effort, I retrieved the pearl. My heart a battleground of uncertainty, contemplating whether to plunge into the second layer of dreams. My breath grew increasingly labored, consciousness beginning to blur. In a desperate act, I bit my tongue to awaken myself, then grasped the crimson pearl tightly, focusing my entire being upon it. My awareness once more descended into the abyss of darkness. My consciousness drifted within a bubble of time, accelerating ever more rapidly. It felt as though eons had passed before I finally opened my eyes. I could see, yet I could not move. The perspective was peculiar, as if gazing at the heavens, though the sky was shrouded in darkness, and the moon loomed enormous above. The sky was partially obscured, shrouded by a skeletal chin, which seemed to notice my gaze and lowered its head to observe me in return, a grotesque smile creeping across its face. I recalled that this was the zombie known as Master Liang, the very figure I encountered at the moment of my birth. At that time, I was merely an infant, and I remembered how Master Liang had plunged a dagger, stained with my blood, into his own body. Where was he taking me? My head spun slightly, perhaps due to my recent entry into the second layer of dreams. This second layer was peculiar, entirely unlike what I had envisioned. It appeared to unfold after the day of my birth, with Master Liang and his legion of zombies journeying toward the rising moon. They would rest during the day and travel by night. Whenever hunger struck, I would wail, and Master Liang would gather tender leaves to brew a porridge to nourish me. Good heavens, I pondered, is it any wonder I wasn't robust? I had been raised on leaf porridge. After a considerable duration, the zombie army finally arrived beneath the grand city. Master Liang detached from the horde, taking me alone into the city. The walls were towering, yet Master Liang scaled them effortlessly. Was this a unique ability of zombies? I chuckled at the thought. Little did I know, my laughter startled Master Liang, prompting him to hastily cover my mouth with the fabric of my swaddling. How ridiculous! Did he not realize that infants do not breathe through their mouths? Fortunately, I was able to breathe through my nose. Otherwise, it would have been quite the farcical end. Master Liang led me into a dimly lit alley, which appeared to belong to a lawless area. I even caught sight of a brothel ahead. Surely Master Liang could not be intending to take me there. His taste is rather peculiar, bringing a child to such a place. Moreover, I am still a zombie. I misjudged Master Liang. He had his hat pulled down low, resolutely moving forward until he halted at the end of the alley. He approached a porch and knocked on the door, then waited patiently. We waited and waited, but no one answered. The zombie Master Liang stood there, foolishly awaiting a response, without knocking again. What kind of household is this? It appears to be a prominent family, yet there has been no sign of life for such a long time. Not even a doorman in sight? Growing impatient, I began to whine, but this time Master Liang merely shrugged his shoulders. To my surprise, before I could finish my complaint, the door swung open, revealing a kindly old man, none other than the untidy Taoist from before. I scrutinized his face closely. Indeed, it was unmistakably him. What on earth is this old fellow doing here? What business does Master Liang have? Master Liang followed the unkempt Taoist inside, and they settled in the main hall. He placed me on the table and began to sip tea, seemingly unperturbed. Do zombies possess a penchant for drinking tea in the dead of night? Yet, the untidy Taoist appeared remarkably well-groomed now, dressed in fine silks, resembling an aged gentleman of wealth, entirely unlike the disheveled and pitiful figure I had encountered in the city of Four Seas. He lifted me from the table, cradling me gently as one would a baby, swaying me back and forth for quite some time. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Young man, we meet again." He recognized me. I had previously worried about my inability to speak and my fear of not being able to seek assistance. However, observing the disheveled Taoist in this manner, I surmised he had likely comprehended my predicament. Indeed, He seated himself in a chair, holding me swaddled in his arms, and leisurely continued. Yang Xingyan had mentioned to you that you should not enter the second layer of dreams before meeting your grandfather. I didn't expect you would be unable to resist entering. Now that you have, things have become rather complicated. Did I truly wish to enter? I was at my wit's end. The disheveled Taoist raised his hand and tapped my head with his index finger, exclaiming, "Fool, have you not considered that he would think of this? He placed the red pearl there precisely for you to acquire it and enter the second layer of dreams." I was left speechless. How could another version of myself be so cunning? He had woven such a complex web, and I found it difficult to navigate. By entering, you effectively replace him here, allowing him to step into your world in your stead. It sounded absurd, didn't it? Yet, that was the reality, immutable as it was. He extended 2 fingers, stating, "Now, you have 2 choices." Chapter 85. The choice, the second option. I can assist you in leaving, but the cost will be the loss of your memories. You are not mistaken in your thoughts. The other version of yourself, having chosen the second option, has transformed into that state. He had visited this place long ago. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am merely a pitiable old man. The rules I adhere to were not established by me, but are the primordial laws of the second layer of dreams. To obtain what you desire, one must offer an equivalent exchange. My assistance is solely due to the debt I owe to Liangbo. Now, make your choice. Whichever you select, keep it in your heart. Yet, I find myself utterly incapable of making a choice. I do not wish to remain here, nor do I desire to become a fool suffering from amnesia. I turned my head in desperation, seeking Liang Ba-Ye's gaze, but he averted his eyes, looking in another direction. Silently, I lamented, I wish to choose neither. I long for a third option. However, before my bitterness could linger, I heard the sound of ceramic shattering upon the ground. I swiftly turned to the disheveled Taoist, whose face was now a mask of astonishment. The teacup he had been holding had vanished, presumably fallen to the floor. How could you possibly know of a third option? He regarded me with a peculiar expression and exclaimed, "No wonder, no wonder. You are no longer yourself. It is no wonder you would not make the same choice." What are you saying? I do not understand. He snapped his fingers. Congratulations. Within the realm of the red pearl dream, possibilities are infinite. Thus a third choice will always exist. He produced a knife, gesturing menacingly towards my young heart. Come, come, I shall fulfill your desire for a third choice. I suspect my gaze must appear quite alarmed at this moment. This wretched Taoist, could he possibly inflict harm even upon an innocent infant? The ensuing brief span of 3 seconds confirmed my fears. Indeed, he was capable of such cruelty. In the final moment, I turned to glance at Master Liang, only to witness a grimace masquerading as a smile, followed by him giving me a thumbs up. Darkness enveloped me once more, and time became viscous. As I traversed through an endless array of colorful bubbles, this time, however, against the current. This passage of time was fleeting, so brief that I scarcely completed a single breath. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide to behold a pallid visage, devoid of life. Its eyes wide open in a haunting expression of disbelief. In its hand lay a shattered crimson pearl, long since lost its luster. Is this another version of myself? He had meticulously devised his plans for so long, only to meet with failure in the end. I surveyed my surroundings and discovered the remnants of the skeletal ship just a short distance to my left, likely obscured by rocks when the tide of death first washed over it, leaving behind only a fragment of wreckage. Surrounding me were luminescent blue flora, and it was upon seeing these plants that I comprehended how this alternate self had managed to survive for so long in this place. I found myself in a cavern akin to that behind a waterfall, with a spiraling waterway flowing before me, cascading into depths unknown. The current surged fiercely, and I pondered how this other version of myself had drawn me here, for under normal circumstances, I would surely continue to plummet downward. I felt much more vigilant this time, wary of potentially falling into another's trap. What if I still lingered within the first layer of the Crimson Pearl dream? In a state of urgency, I hastily touched the red pearl adorning my person, a gesture that brought me solace, for if I were still ensnared in a dream, such a gem would not grace my skin. I ventured along the passage within the cave, navigating toward its far end, where the walls shimmered with a soft blue fluorescence emanating from the abundant flora, rendering my surroundings distinctly clear. Time slipped by unnoticed until I discerned the muted sounds of an underground river. As Master Liang had once remarked, this subterranean stream connected to the vast ocean. Thus, by tracing the current upstream, I was certain I could reach the sea. I advanced against the flow, the water soon rising to my waist before gradually deepening until it enveloped my neck. Before long, I was completely submerged, traversing through a waterlogged corridor adorned with glowing blue vegetation. I felt the proximity of the ocean as the passage widened and small fish flitted about. However, as the corridor expanded, the bioluminescent flora began to dwindle, leading me to speculate that these plants thrived only at certain depths. To my delight, the oval shape of the rock walls created pockets in which bubbles formed, allowing me to breathe in the precious oxygen. Yet, the distance to the ocean's surface remained uncertain, and these bubbles offered me a reprieve from the threat of asphyxiation. My moment of relief was abruptly shattered when a colossal shadow glided past me, sending a shiver down my spine. This silhouette was so immense, it was easily twice the size of the grand vessel, the Red Pearl. At this moment, with the assurance of oxygen, I no longer felt rushed. I cautiously swam upwards, my heart racing with trepidation, as I found myself surrounded by these massive, unidentified sea creatures. I was akin to an ant, vulnerable to being crushed by an elephant at any moment. Unfortunately, the surrounding darkness obscured my view, preventing me from fully discerning the forms of these colossal beasts. Upon reaching the shore, I collapsed onto the sand, utterly exhausted, basking in the long-awaited warmth of the sun. Yet, I knew I could not afford to rest. I was uncertain whether the monsters had escaped their plight, and I felt compelled to rescue them. As I pondered this, a sudden chill enveloped my neck. I looked down to discover a gleaming dagger inexplicably pressed against my throat, accompanied by a sinister laugh. "Ah, the young master of the Chung family, you appear to be in good health. After traversing the 18 layers of hell, you remain unscathed. Impressive indeed." Damn it. That voice belonged to Gongsun Li. He truly had survived. When he was thought to be burned to death, he must have utilized some form of necromancy. And what we burned was merely his puppet. I snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore him. Undeterred, he continued to chuckle darkly. "Your companions are quite remarkable. They actually stabbed Lu Wu in the back while he was healing. Now that Lu Wu has fled, I find myself on this island with no other taboos. Save for you. I am aware that you are not ones to concede easily. Let us negotiate. If you assist me in retrieving that buried notebook, I shall allow you to leave. How does that sound?" It dawned on me that during the storm, his initial intent was not to discuss the assassination of Lu Wu, but rather to obtain the leather-bound journal aboard the skeletal ship. How could I possibly allow him to obtain that item? If such a person were to master the methods for transforming beings as detailed in the log, it would undoubtedly precipitate a veritable bloodbath. Moreover, that log has long since drifted to the deepest recesses of the earth along with the remnants of the skeletal ship. How could I possibly retrieve it now? The dagger at my neck tightened with increasing pressure. Chapter 86. Escape from the isolated island. At this juncture, Gongsun Li finally shed his veneer of hypocrisy, revealing his grotesque and insidious true nature. He yanked me to my feet, and upon turning around, a cold sweat trickled down my back as I beheld the shadows in every corner of the dense forest, teeming with corpses and malevolent spirits. Their number far surpassed any I had ever encountered before, and I could only wonder where he had unearthed such a multitude. I had previously contemplated seizing the sheepskin scroll, and witnessing the current predicament only solidified that resolve. Gongsun Li bound my limbs securely, commanding 2 particularly robust spirits to carry me forward. However, as soon as they made contact with my arm, flames ignited, reducing my entire being to ash. It then struck me that the Sanskrit inscriptions on my arm seemed to possess some significance, yet the bovine log contained no mention of their utility, merely alluding to them in passing. Gongsun Li also took note of the peculiarities surrounding my arm, approaching to scrutinize it closely, yet he appeared to discern nothing amiss. He merely cast a glance at me before moving to my rear, personally guiding me deeper into the thicket. Astonishingly, he seemed oblivious to the inscriptions. These Sanskrit symbols must hold substantial power. Their exact purpose eludes me, but it is evident that they are more than sufficient to contend with the malevolent spirits. As I pondered, a troubling thought crossed my mind. What if I were to encounter a sinister corpse demon, akin to a killer? Would I dare to confront its blade with my bare arm? Certainly not. With a heavy heart, I pressed forward, and wherever I went, the corpse demons parted to the sides, creating a narrow path just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Surrounding me were eyes of a blood-red hue and pale fangs, yet I steeled myself and continued onward, yearning to escape this ghastly place and reunite with my companions. Before long, I emerged from the thicket of trees, acutely aware that Gongsun Li silently trailed behind me, his presence unspoken yet palpable. I also understood that my solitude was merely an illusion, for behind me loomed his legion of corpse demons. I continued my trek toward the opposite side of the island, where I encountered the charred remnants of the forest we had once set ablaze. The scorched earth had been reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of the verdant greenery that had once flourished. it became evident to me that a relatively wide river bisected the island, its waters serving as a barrier against the advancing flames. It was no wonder that, despite the initial inferno, the dense foliage had largely survived the onslaught. As I transitioned from the blackened ground into another dense thicket, I beheld the venomous serpents that we had once encountered. They were numerous and coiled atop the treetops, their sickly yellow eyes glinting in the shadows as they flicked their tongues in my direction, though they dared not approach. Instead, they retreated, clearly fearful of Gongsun Li's army of corpse demons. After a prolonged journey, as fatigue threatened to overwhelm me, I finally caught sight of my companions gathered around a flickering campfire. A nagging sensation lingered within me. Was Gongsun Li's caution a reflection of his own unease? I could sense him almost pressed against my back, not daring to expose his body to the gaze of the monsters. I felt a twinge of pity for him. Was it truly worth it for a trivial sheepskin scroll? It was surprising that the old rogue, who had been nearly beaten to a pulp underground, could emerge so fiercely in the end. Gongsun Li was exceedingly cautious, not only in his demeanor but also in his speech, which had become significantly more measured. He must have suffered greatly to adopt such a demeanor. The thought of it filled me with an inexplicable joy. Gongsun Li remained silent, seemingly surveying the surroundings. After a while, he slowly addressed the monsters, stating, "I demand the cowhide log. You have undoubtedly never encountered it. That artifact has descended into the abyss at the bottom of the island along with the skeletal ship." Gongsun Li snorted derisively, clearly skeptical. I found it odd that he was so resolutely disbelieving. He must possess knowledge that we were unaware of regarding that log. "I demand the cowhide log. I will exchange it for your brother's life," Gongsun Li declared fiercely, though his bravado seemed to mask a considerable weakness, as if he had sustained injuries and lacked conviction. "I shall grant you one more day. If you fail to retrieve that item by then, prepare to meet your brother, but only his head shall you see, not his body." After uttering these words, Gongsun Li slowly began to retreat. Indeed, he faced the monsters while stepping back. I could not comprehend what he feared. Just as my confusion peaked, I suddenly felt my back collide with Gongsun Li. Why had he halted his retreat? The surroundings were almost completely hushed. I discerned Gongsun Li gulping audibly behind me, followed by a distinct snapping sound. Almost instantaneously, the robust cadaverous ghouls around us were propelled outward with immense force. In the ensuing moment, I felt a powerful thrust against my lumbar region, sending me hurtling forward, fortuitously in the direction of the bonfire. Tabar, with a thunderous stomp, braced himself to receive me. I swiftly turned to observe Gongsun Li, whose head had been gruesomely twisted backward. Behind him stood a towering, robust elder, none other than the old scoundrel. Utterly disregarding the encroaching army of ghouls, the old reprobate grinned at us, exclaiming, "I've repaid my debt to you. Farewell." With that, he crouched low and leaped skyward with astonishing force, ascending into the heavens and vanishing from sight. Could it be that the world's first superhuman was indeed the old scoundrel? The notion struck me as utterly preposterous. Though he was gone, the ghouls persisted, advancing upon us like an inexorable tide. The beast tugged at me, urging me to flee, but I was utterly drained from our previous endeavors and could barely muster the strength to move. Tabar swiftly seized me, hoisting me onto his back and sprinting toward the uninfested side. As we were not far from the sea, we soon reached the beach. The beast rummaged in the dense thicket and produced a rudimentary, but sufficiently large wooden raft. We pushed the raft into the water and paddled out to sea with crude oars. The ghoul army pursued us relentlessly until the encroaching waves consumed them. Chapter 87. Vestiges. So, Gongsun Li was entirely unaware of the old scoundrel's existence and merely believed the beast possessed extraordinary martial prowess? Perched upon the raft, I listened to the behemoth recount the events that transpired after our subterranean separation, a narrative that struck me as somewhat fantastical. Yet, such were the facts. By a twist of fate, Gongsun Li had never once encountered the old scoundrel face to face, yet he had been repeatedly manipulated by the old scoundrel lurking in the shadows, engendering a psychological trauma that would later manifest as extreme caution. As I listened to the behemoth's somewhat garbled account, supplemented by my own mental reconstructions, the situation at the time seemed to unfold thus. After I plunged into the pool, the behemoth and his companions lingered on the shore for an extended period. Even when Sima Zhao succumbed to hunger and fainted, there was still no sign of my emergence from beneath the surface. Subsequently, they witnessed a vast expanse of crimson light emanating from the depths, produced by the dark red minnows coming into contact with the extensive remains of corpses, leading them to believe that I had fallen victim to the venomous dark red minnows. The behemoth even wept for a considerable duration. Ultimately, They resolved to leave behind the torches and depart. At this juncture, the behemoth lowered his head in remorse, still feeling a sense of guilt towards me to this day. Good brother. Then the behemoth stabbed Lu Wu. Lu Wu instantly transformed into a wretched state, the precise extent of which the behemoth could not adequately describe, only stating that he was on the verge of madness and collapse. As a result, the old scoundrel was safe. The old scoundrel took a liking to the behemoth and gifted him the spiral bow and arrow. However, Lu Wu's martial prowess was extraordinary, and the old scoundrel sustained severe injuries. He had no choice but to accompany the behemoth and his party to the surface. Upon reaching the surface, they encountered Gongsun Li, who was in search of the rawhide journal. Gongsun Li, being a person of wicked intentions, coupled with his guilty conscience, was terrified by the old scoundrel's prank to the point of fleeing in utter terror. I felt as though my journey on the island resembled a dreadful nightmare. Now that the nightmare has finally come to an end, it doesn't seem as terrifying as I initially believed. Perhaps it is due to my inherent penchant for recklessness, which explains my uncanny camaraderie with the monsters. I shared the experiences I endured underground with them, and they were genuinely astonished. When we spoke of the zombie, Liang Bei, he appeared somewhat uneasy. Upon inquiring about his discomfort, he merely stated that the zombie Liang Bei was not him, before lapsing into silence, his visage tinged with melancholy. Humph. Had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't have bothered to inquire. You once fed me leaves in my childhood. I have no intention of granting you any favor in the future. We drifted upon the sea, directionless. The compass had inexplicably gone missing when I fell overboard, leaving us to navigate by the sun's position, steering towards the approximate west. As dusk approached, we stumbled upon the first remnants of a shipwreck. The monsters' faces turned ashen, and I surmised mine mirrored their expressions. We pondered whether our father had encountered misfortune. After enduring so much, could it be that we wouldn't be able to rescue him? Our paddling intensified as we advanced towards the fragments of the ship, each piece appearing as if it had succumbed to an explosion. Just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, we discovered the final remnants of the shipwreck. Before us lay nothingness. How could this be? The light had dimmed significantly, impairing our vision. I strained to look ahead, yet saw no further wreckage, but instead, something entirely different. Not far from us loomed a pirate ship, entirely cloaked in darkness. I found it hard to comprehend how a vessel could emerge from an otherwise empty expanse of ocean. Xie solemnly explained, "Indeed, it is late. Given the circumstances, it seems to be the work of the pirates from White Whale Bay. Legend has it that their ships are blessed by the sea god, enabling them to roam the seas for vast distances. While this tale may be mere superstition, they undoubtedly possess clandestine skills that render their vessels nearly invisible until one approaches closely. However, these pirates typically operate far from the coast, targeting foreign ships and never assaulting coastal regions, which allows the authorities to turn a blind eye. As the pirate ship drew nearer, we could almost discern the faces of the pirates aboard, their visages adorned with various intricate patterns painted in white, reminiscent of Native Americans. It was only later, through the explanation of Master Liang Ba, that I learned these were special sunblock paints, as the pirates' vessels were rudimentary and prone to prolonged exposure to sunlight. To avoid becoming parched as desiccated husks, they had to devise methods of protection against the sun's harsh rays. Soon, the pirate ship arrived alongside our raft. It was a vessel of considerable simplicity, even dilapidation, resembling little more than a patched-up frame, its hull having undergone countless repairs. The 10 or so pirates aboard appeared gaunt and emaciated, their appearance pitiful. I struggled to reconcile this with the notion of pirates as wealthy figures. After all, Captain Xiao from Cliff Bay was reputedly a prosperous pirate, with tales of his having established his own enterprises within the grand city of Qingzhou. How could these sea-bound brigands be in such dire straits? It would be better to seek a livelihood in the Central Plains than to endure such an uncertain existence. Do you think they desire to live this way? Master Liang disdainfully remarked to me, stating that these individuals are either notorious criminals of the court or those driven to desperation, compelled to venture onto the seas. White Whale Bay is nothing but a den of sinners. Upon hearing this, Xie Yan furrowed his brow. They were wrongfully accused, forced to flee into the green woods. They are not sinners, so how can one speak of sin? Master Liang merely curled his lip and muttered under his breath, "I shall not argue with you." These pirates appeared almost skeletal, yet exuded an aura of desperate recklessness. Each brandished genuine weapons, and we dared not resist. Merely observing as they secured the front of our raft, towing it behind their pirate ship, seemingly regarding us as spoils of war. I quietly inquired of Xie Yan, "Where do they intend to take us?" Xie Yin frowned at my question and then glanced at Master Liang, whose expression mirrored his concern as he nodded in response. I lowered my voice further, asking them both, "Who is that person? Is he formidable?" A cold and commanding voice replied, "I am Fang Jingming, the second in command at White Whale Bay." Damn, how can he hear everything? Yet Master Liang no longer concealed his disdain, sneering, "The formidable presence of Master Fang is hardly impressive. Scaring a child is no great feat." Chapter 88. White Whale Bay. As we continued on our journey, Fang Zhengming bound Master Liang and the pirate ship together with ropes meant for securing whales. One end of the rope was tied to the pirate ship, while the other was fastened to Master Liang, who had been cast into the sea. "Whoever dares to pull him down shall feed the sharks in the sea," Fang Zhengming remarked coldly. Before reaching White Whale Bay, Master Liang had been immersed in the water. Though he was loquacious, his resolve was unwavering. Even after a day and night in the sea, he did not plead for mercy. The sharks made several attempts to approach, but we managed to drive them away each time. The pirate ship, being relatively small and agile, moved swiftly across the waters, leaving Master Liang suspended in the sea, to struggle for balance and avoid swallowing too much salt water. Upon comparing the strengths of both sides, I realized that if it came to hand-to-hand combat, we would stand a significant chance against the pirates. However, such a confrontation was impossible. Each of them wielded a weapon, and we would likely be reduced to mere pulp within moments. With only 2 spiral arrows left from the monstrous creature, their utility was minimal. I lay upon the wooden raft, watching the moon rise and fall, until the dawn's early light began to illuminate the eastern horizon. Not long after, the sun ascended. The sun over the ocean was particularly fierce and blinding, causing a dizzying sensation. Even on a clear day, the heat was oppressive, as if the sunlight would ignite the skin. Exposed to its rays, my skin soon began to itch, akin to being besieged by a multitude of ants. Each tiny bite was mild yet maddeningly persistent. The urge to scratch was overwhelming, yet I knew that doing so would only lead to deeper irritation. This region of the sea was perilous, with an increasing number of sharks lurking about, compelling us to refrain from plunging into the water recklessly. Instead, we could only splash seawater upon ourselves to alleviate the unbearable heat. I surmised that we were likely near the equator, for nowhere else could it be so oppressively warm. Devoid of fresh water and tools aboard our raft, we were unable to catch fish to satiate our hunger, reduced instead to curling up in an effort to shield our bodies from the relentless sun. Time became an abstract concept as we languished there, until at last, the sun began its descent, heralding our arrival at White Whale Bay. I had initially imagined White Whale Bay to be a gulf connecting the mainland, only to discover upon arrival that it was situated on a crescent-shaped island. Gazing eastward from this vantage, I could just make out the distant coastline of the continent. The water here was astonishingly clear, with the ocean floor adorned in coral reefs. Even in the dimmest light, the azure water allowed for a crystal-clear view of the seabed, confirming my hypothesis that only waters near the equator possess such clarity, largely due to the absence of sediment. Likely due to its proximity to the mainland, the water was quite shallow, perhaps no more than 20 meters deep. There lay an enormous white skeleton beneath the surface, the origin of which remained a mystery. The entrance to White Whale Bay marked the crescent's indentation, and it was here that the white skeleton first came into view. The creature cast a furtive glance at Fang Jingming aboard the pirate ship and cautiously lowered his voice to say to me, "That skeletal structure beneath the waves must be the white whale, right?" I shook my head, feeling it was improbable. The size of the skeleton rivaled that of the dragon I had encountered previously. How could a whale be so immense? Suddenly, a thought struck me, sending a shiver down my spine. Indeed, there existed creatures of such magnitude. Was this not the legendary Kuin? Before I could further examine the scene, the pirate ship had already anchored at the shore. This is an immense dock, nearly as expansive as the one in Seihai City. The exterior of the dock is covered with wooden planks, forming a network of boardwalks that meander haphazardly in all directions, stretching far into the distance. Clusters of wooden cabins, mostly 2 stories high and seemingly sturdy, are situated amidst these boardwalks. In the heart of the bay, I even observed several grand wooden structures of 4 or 5 stories, leading me to question whether these fragile boardwalks could genuinely bear the weight of such substantial dwellings. More importantly, I wondered if these pirates were truly fearless, as their city, with its foundations submerged in seawater and supported by such precarious structures, seemed destined for destruction with even a moderate storm. Upon docking, several pirates roughly approached and bound our hands, escorting us toward the center of this small city. White Whale Bay lacks traditional roads, instead relying on a labyrinth of boardwalks. These boardwalks are narrow and straight, resembling mere footpaths. Given the density of the dwellings, I couldn't help but ponder the potential devastation a fire could cause. I was puzzled, as Master Leong had described this place as a den of iniquity, yet it appeared to be a legitimate, small town. As we proceeded, I even encountered a bustling marketplace. The market was replete with a variety of goods, including fish, produce, pottery, toys, and even rare items not commonly found in Seihai City shops, such as bronze artifacts. Before I could even fully grasp the situation, I was suddenly doused with a cold reality. I observed that their transactions were not conducted through barter, but rather with currency. And to my astonishment, this currency was the infamous golden serpent coin. Zhang Gunzi had once remarked that each of these coins was tainted with blood, yet here in this marketplace, there seemed to be an abundance of them. I even witnessed an individual exchanging an entire string of golden serpent coins for several slaves. Both male and female, shackled and utterly bare, their bodies cleansed to a pristine state. A chill ran down my spine as I regarded these slaves, my disdain for their captors deepening. After all, they were pirates, viewing others as mere commodities. As I traversed the marketplace, I sensed numerous eyes scrutinizing us, not with furtive glances, but with overt and hostile glares, akin to being observed by a horde of venomous serpents. By the time I exited the marketplace, I was nearly drenched in cold sweat. We were ushered into a 4-story wooden dwelling, and upon entering, I was greeted by a rotund individual. He was of short stature, donned in the attire of a foreign merchant, complete with a comical Arab headdress, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile as he welcomed us. It all felt so contrived. I found his demeanor both peculiar and amusing, sensing the absurdity of his performance. However, his next words compelled me to stifle any laughter. Now that you are here, let us discuss your father's affairs. This statement immediately captured my attention. He stood behind us, and as I turned to look, I realized that his words were not directed at me, but rather at the beast beside me. The behemoth fixed its gaze upon him, awaiting his utterance. You've been at sea for quite some time now. We are cognizant of your endeavors, observing your progress, for the place you venture is one we dare not tread, yet yearn to visit. For over 3 decades, we have pined for that realm, to the point of near madness. With these words, he dismissed his corsairs and sealed the door. My heart pounded vehemently. Should we seize him now, using him as leverage, escape could be within our grasp. At that moment, Xiaoyan glanced at me and shook his head. His disapproval vexed me. Why do you shake your head so? Do you presume to know my thoughts? Yet, deep down, I understood his caution against rash action. Sun Wang, having secured the door, turned leisurely and ignited the lantern suspended at the room's center, its faint light filtering through the eaves. It was then that I discerned a large round table dominating the room, encircled by merely 3 seats. Behind the table, an enormous iron anchor adorned the wall. A peculiar fragrance emanated from the lantern, revealing it to be fueled by whale oil. In this era, whale oil was almost as precious as gold, due to the nascent technology for whale capture, where the cost of a single whale often equated to human lives. The Red Pearl's use of whale oil did not surprise me, but the pirates' access to it was perplexing. Could they be hunting whales themselves, with their dilapidated vessels? Increasingly intriguing. The seemingly dilapidated pirates possess a thriving marketplace and can afford the luxury of whale oil lamps. As the elder concluded his previous statement, he tantalizingly left us eager for more revelations. Approaching the round table, he pulled out a chair and settled himself into it, his corpulent form occupying the entire seat. A creaking lament of the wood echoed beneath him, eliciting a sense of discomfort in me. With a feigned smile, he addressed us. Come now. It is a rare occasion of joy today, and I wish to share some enlightening tales with you. Once the room was illuminated, I approached the round table and was astonished to discover a meticulously carved nautical map of the nearby seas. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared strikingly similar to satellite imagery from millennia hence. I marveled at the means by which they had charted such a creation. The craftsmanship was exquisite, rendering even the coastline with exquisite precision, as if wrought by divine hands. The elder caressed the ornate table and, in a measured tone, recounted. When the officials first arrived in the city of the 4 seas, we promptly received word. The esteemed lords believed they had sealed off the entire coastline, preventing any news from escaping. How utterly ludicrous. Our men swiftly infiltrated the government fleet and ultimately managed to sail alongside them. However, to our dismay, the authorities soon discovered our covert operatives aboard the ship. Shortly after setting sail, a thorough purge was conducted. Not only our people, but anyone aboard who was not aligned with the traitorous Chow was ruthlessly eliminated. With a mocking smile, the elder continued, "The authorities do not concern themselves with human lives, but rather with their own interests. When those butchers find their actions detrimental to their own gains, they will cease. Ultimately, we still have eyes on the ground, surviving." He gazed at the monster and calmly remarked, "The one who survived is none other than your father." A tempest of disbelief surged within me. How could this be? Zhang Gunzi rarely ventured beyond the inner seas, let alone to the distant White Whale Bay. The monster fixed its gaze on the elder, enunciating each word with precision. "My father is not a pirate." The elder maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I never claimed he is a pirate now." After uttering this, he pointed through the window at a 5-story wooden building. The sun had set, illuminating White Whale Bay with countless lanterns that brightened the night sky, and the market seemed to buzz with even more liveliness. Yet, that 5-story structure stood like a mute colossus, silently looming without a single light to pierce the darkness, appearing all the more menacing. He gestured towards the wooden edifice, addressing the monster. "This building was constructed for your father." My mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. The elder stated that Zhang Gunzi is not a pirate now, but he did not assert that he was never one. The monster must have been in immense distress, grappling with the unbearable truth of its father's past as a pirate. In this era, becoming a pirate is akin to being branded a ruthless villain. Once labeled as such, one can no longer find a place in normal society, much like a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. If one cannot sustain oneself, it is unfortunate, yet, to drag one's family into suffering is even more lamentable. Should the news of Zhang Ganzi's past as a pirate reach the city of the Four Seas, the entire Zhang clan would face dire consequences. The beast clenched his fists, and I sensed that he was on the brink of an explosive outburst. Sun Wang, seemingly oblivious to the beast's escalating emotions, continued his discourse. "It has been 30 years since the White Whale Bay has had a true leader. Why is that? Because no one submits to me or Fang Jingming, and thus neither of us can ascend to that position. Others may not surpass us, leaving no one capable of taking on the mantle of leadership. The pirates of White Whale Bay have thrived on bloodshed for countless years, fearing neither tempest nor turmoil, nor do they regard heaven and earth with reverence. Save for one individual. That individual is your father. We obtained intelligence from him, discovering that they too cannot access the Flower Sea Islands, nor can they penetrate that mysterious fog." At that moment, I realized something was amiss, although the nature of the problem eluded me. I listened in silence, aware that his words were laced with ulterior motives, yet I pondered what we possessed that warranted his interest. All our failures are tied to the Red Pearl. With the Red Pearl in our grasp, we would not be confined to the meager expanse of White Whale Bay. With it, we could even dominate the entire inner sea, perhaps even the waters of the world. His eyes shimmered with an insatiable fire of ambition and desire. I thought to myself, he surely does not comprehend that the Red Pearl cannot be wielded indefinitely. It was only when you appeared on that island that I realized I had been deceived by your father from the very beginning. He had actually bestowed upon you the genuine scrolls. He sent you to seek the treasures hidden within the Floral Sea Islands, in his stead. Sun Wen gazed at the monster, his voice icy as he remarked, "Is your father not afraid that I will publicize his early deeds throughout the city of Four Seas? By heavens, this rotund fellow is truly malevolent." Chapter 90. The death of Sun Wang. As Sun Wang's words echoed, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving only the labored breaths of the monster. I observed the veins on the monster's forehead bulging as he fixed his intense gaze upon Sun Wang, resembling a cornered beast preparing for a final struggle. Had he not been restrained by Tabala, he would likely have lunged at Sun Wang in a fit of fury. Sun Wang, maintaining his focus on the enraged creature, chuckled softly and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Why would I do such a thing? He is our esteemed leader, though he may be a former one. I cannot expose his identity. Should I do so, that crowd outside would surely tear me to shreds. In the current situation, explanations bore no value. I realized that I must not allow him to discover that we lacked even the scrolls. If we lost our utility, we would most likely meet a grim fate at his hands. Furthermore, I sensed keenly that he seemed hesitant to act excessively against us, for he could easily search us. Yet he refrained from doing so. He must have been wary of something. Suddenly, that unsettling sensation of being watched returned, sending a chill down my spine. It seemed that we were not alone in this room. Other presences lingered in the shadows. Sun Wang continued his earnest attempts to persuade the monster, under the impression that the sheepskin scroll resided within it. However, I could not focus on his words, as the feeling of being scrutinized intensified. Since my last venture into the second layer of dreams, I had become acutely sensitive to my surroundings, and I was certain my instincts were not mistaken. A gust of wind swept through the room, causing the whale oil lamp to flicker, and our shadows danced restlessly beneath its light. As I inadvertently cast a glance towards the floor, I caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be an additional shadow. Rubbing my eyes, I scrutinized the ground, only to find that the extra shadow had vanished. Could it have been an illusion? Suddenly, it occurred to me that the whale oil lamp was positioned directly above the center of the round table. Perhaps the shadow had not disappeared, but had merely concealed itself behind someone. I abruptly lifted my gaze and scanned the surroundings swiftly, only to spot a hand clutching a dagger emerging from the darkness, where the light of the lamp did not reach, poised dangerously behind Sun Wang. The others had grown weary of Sun Wang's incessant chatter and had turned their heads away, oblivious to the imminent threat lurking behind him. In a moment of urgency, I shouted, "Get down!" My companions, already seasoned by past experiences, swiftly ducked, but Sun Wang froze momentarily. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, the dagger's tip lunged toward his head. I lunged forward, but it was already too late. Sun Wang stood motionless, devoid of consciousness, the dagger having fallen to the ground, while that hand seemed to have vanished. The moment Taba caught sight of that hand, he seized a chair and hurled it. Yet it was still unable to match the speed at which the dagger was thrust. Sun Wang's lifeless body lay cold on the ground, silent and still. Suddenly, the guards outside forcefully pushed the door open, only to behold Sun Wang's fallen form. Clearly, this was an abnormal occurrence. My cries had been so loud. They should have rushed in immediately upon hearing them. Had they entered at that moment, they would have witnessed the dagger piercing Sun Wang's head. A singular thought struck me. These guards had deliberately delayed their entrance. They intended to witness Sun Wang's demise unfold before our eyes. A chill swept through me. If what Sun Wang had said was true, we might have been ensnared in a struggle for power. Guards continued to pour in, as if following a preordained script. Fang Zhengming entered last, not even glancing at Sun Wang's corpse, and addressed us with disdain. "You possess extraordinary audacity. How dare you commit murder here?" I scoffed internally, silently thinking, was this not part of your meticulously crafted plan? He offered us no opportunity for explanation, turning instead to the guards, commanding, "Seize these individuals and bind them to the execution posts on the mountain behind. They shall be executed tomorrow at noon." The guards wielded real weapons, leaving us with no chance for resistance, and we were once again bound and escorted to the mountains of Crescent Island, where the White Whale Bay lay. We found ourselves bound to a stout stone pillar, the guards having secured us tightly with oil-soaked hemp ropes, even binding our fingers with an unusual, resilient seaweed, leaving us with no chance of escape. From this vantage point, gazing upon White Whale Bay was akin to surveying the entirety of the city from the ramparts of the Four Seas City. The bay shimmered with lights, rivaling the grandeur of Four Seas City itself. Such a bustling harbor appeared to be an immaculate paradise, yet it could not evade the entanglements of worldly power. Where there is power, there are schemes and innumerable plots. This sentiment rings undeniably true. I shared my thoughts with my companions. Sun Wang once mentioned that he and Fang Zhengming were vying for the position of the chief. Now it seemed evident that Sun Wang's recent demise was orchestrated by Fang Zhengming, who had deftly framed us for the act, extricating himself from the fray while simultaneously eliminating his rival. The beast grunted in agreement, clearly in accord with my musings, while the others remained silent, save for Xie Yan, who spoke up, saying, "Do not utter a word, just wait." What? I could scarcely believe my ears. Xie Yan, typically a man of action, was now asking us to wait? To wait for him to extricate himself first, and then rescue us? Clearly, that was implausible. Just moments ago, while we were bound to the pillar, Xie Yan had received special treatment. It seemed the guard who had restrained him had lost his senses, wrapping him in so much hemp rope that he resembled a tightly bound ball, utterly immobilized. We were all unable to move. Thus we placed our trust in Xie Yan, enduring the wait until the latter half of the night when a rustling sound emerged from the thicket before the stone pillar. I gazed intently at the thicket, and before long, a shadowy figure emerged, bent low as it slipped from the underbrush. The figure glanced furtively about, as if wary of some unseen threat. It was not until he approached us closely that I discerned his true identity. It was Fang Zhengming, bound to a stone pillar and facing the direction of White Whale Bay. I could only watch as Fang Zhengming approached. He brandished a dagger before me, and I was overwhelmed with despair. Was this to be my end? Having weathered countless storms, I found myself ensnared by one of my own kind. Fang Zhengming pressed the blade against my chest, severing the vines that held me captive. Chapter 91. Returned. My limbs were numb from being bound, and I stood in stunned silence as I observed Fang Zhengming methodically unravel the ropes binding the others. He ultimately freed Xie Yan, then knelt before him. I was utterly astonished. After all the commotion, it turned out that he had been one of us all along. Fang Zhengming hesitated, casting a glance back at us. Observing his demeanor, I began to formulate a theory. When we set sail, the person sent by my great-uncle appeared distinctly different from Sima Zhao. Upon arriving at the harbor, he had promptly dispatched Sima Zhao to me and the creature, as if entrusting us with a task, or perhaps, more accurately, assigning us to keep watch over him. Xie Yan was dispatched by Sima Zhao's father, suggesting that Sima Zhao's father and my great-uncle were not allies, or more precisely, not of the same faction. Fang Zhengming was on guard against me and the creature, and more specifically, he was wary of my great-uncle. This matter, entangled in the web of official power, led me to believe that Xie Yan would choose to distance himself from us. However, to my surprise, Xie Yan dispelled his doubts, assuring us that we were allies, and thus, it was permissible to speak. Fang Zhengming cast a curious glance in our direction before addressing Xie Yan, stating that the items in question were tightly sealed off, leaving outsiders oblivious to their existence. Many presumed that this voyage would yield no rewards. In a hushed tone, Fang Zhengming shared a plethora of information, much of it steeped in the cryptic lingo of the underworld, leaving me with only a vague comprehension. Eventually, I deciphered his intent. The item would be highly coveted by Cao Cao, thereby intensifying the scrutiny towards my great-uncle's faction and placing the Sima family at a disadvantage. Fang Zhengming culminated his revelations with a staggering announcement. The capital would be established in Xuchang. A jolt of shock coursed through me. It was not yet the year 220. Yet Xuchang was on the verge of becoming the capital? The implication was clear. Historical records indicated that Cao Cao passed away in 220, shortly after the establishment of the capital. Thus, if he were indeed nearing death, any discovery related to immortality would undoubtedly drive him to ecstasy, akin to a drowning man finding a glimmer of hope. This thought weighed heavily on my heart, for according to history, my great-uncle Cheng Yu also perished in the very year Xuchang became the capital. Did this premature establishment signify that my great-uncle would meet his demise sooner as well? In parting, Fang Zhengming embraced Xie Yan, adopting a tone of farewell as he remarked, "The ship lies beyond this mountain. The compass and nautical charts are prepared. Depart swiftly and take care on your journey." Xie Yan nodded and departed with us. The moonlight on this night was dim, and we searched along the cliff for quite some time before we finally discovered the small boat prepared for us by Fang Zhengming. This was a modest vessel, cleverly concealed beneath the rocky ledge to avoid detection. Once aboard, armed with the compass and nautical charts, we dared not linger any longer in that spot and began to row towards the direction of Sihai City. Throughout the journey, Xie Yan recounted tales about Fang Zhengming. He and I had joined the Sima family's dark guard since childhood, but subsequent upheavals within the organization led to his assignment as an undercover agent in Baijing Bay, a role he has fulfilled for 2 decades. With the death of Sun Wang, there were no longer any obstacles in his path, and it seemed he would soon ascend to the position of the chief in Baijing Bay. Perhaps this was the Dark Guard's way of compensating him. He turned to us and insisted, "This matter must remain confidential." After a glance at Elder Liang, he added, "You are the one I trust the least. Which side do you truly belong to?" Elder Liang, with a resigned expression, tapped his nose and replied, "I am a free man." Xie Yan fell silent and continued rowing. Before long, the monster could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Xie Yan, "Did my father truly engage in piracy?" Xie Yan paused for a considerable time before setting down the oar and placing a reassuring hand on the monster's shoulder, saying, "Your father was an extraordinary man." Upon hearing this, the monster's face fell, for Xie Yan's words had effectively confirmed the truth of Zhang Gunzi's past as a pirate. Xie Yan grasped the oars and continued to paddle, recounting, "Whale Bay was once merely a den of pirates, inhabited solely by ruthless marauders. However, ever since your father arrived, he transformed them. The pirates lacked any semblance of order, yet your father established a system among them. Prior to his arrival, the pirates of Whale Bay were frequently plundered by outsiders, but after your father came, He led that ragtag group to raid all external marauders. Your father guided the pirates of Whale Bay westward along the eastern sea's boundary river, slaying and suppressing all who dared to oppose them. And he subdued countless pirates along the way. 3 dilapidated ships ventured out to sea, and in the end, they returned with a multitude of vessels. He became known among the pirates as the King of Corpses, a name akin to Sea King, due to the excessive bloodshed. And to avoid the ominous connotation of the word sea, he was dubbed Corpses. Xia Yin continued. Your father single-handedly established the miraculous Whale Bay, accomplishing this feat in less than a decade. The beast, upon hearing this, became lost in thought, seemingly unaware of its own musings. I could only marvel at Zhang Gunzi's extraordinary prowess. In an era when maritime endeavors were so underdeveloped, to navigate the equator with but a few battered ships was nothing short of miraculous, particularly considering they had not been devoured by the capricious sea. We took turns rowing, and the ship was well equipped with tools. When hunger struck, we fished for sustenance. And when thirst arose, we drank the blood of fish. Thus, we paddled for over 10 days. On a dawn more than 10 days later, just as we suspected something was amiss with the compass, we finally glimpsed the coastline, along with the grand city of Sihai upon it. I was overwhelmed with joy, almost to the point of collapse. From the moment of my birth until now, I have never felt such affection for this city. Chapter 92, The Snake Charmer. Just as I collapsed onto the bed, I felt a sudden cramp in my abdomen, likely due to not having eaten for an extended period. With great discomfort, I struggled to rise, determined to find something to satisfy my hunger. I circled the house, yet found not a morsel to eat. My father was absent from the room, and the group of Xia Yin in the guest room had vanished as well. Just as confusion began to settle in, I was startled by a commotion emanating from the hall. How shameless, displaying her belly in such a public setting. Just a mere seductress, enticing men with her charms. Indeed, my man has also gone to partake in the spectacle. None of these men are virtuous. They lose their wits at the sight of a beautiful woman. With a grim expression, I entered the hall, where I found my mother and Aunt San from next door, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in a rather lackluster conversation. Their demeanor far from pleasant. I was unsure of the subject matter, as Aunt San was quite the chatterbox, unable to cease her prattle once she began. Approaching my mother, I seized a pastry from the table and began to devour it hungrily. I ate so quickly that I soon found myself choking, prompting my mother to hurriedly pass me a cup of tea. After sipping the tea, I felt somewhat relieved, and as I resumed eating, I inquired, "Mother, what are you discussing? Where have father and my friends gone?" After listening to her response, I was left momentarily speechless. Snake charmers? From India? My mind felt somewhat disoriented, perhaps due to my lack of sufficient rest. I had yet to encounter a snake charmer in this era, and an overwhelming curiosity about this profession began to blossom within me. The bustling trade of the Four Seas city attracts countless vessels and a myriad of individuals. Yet I had never encountered a snake dancer until now. After finishing my meal, I hastened out, eager to join the monster in witnessing the enchanting dance of the Serpent Queen. Upon arriving at the central square of Four Seas City, I was met with a throng of spectators gathered around the center, where I noticed a peculiar expression on the monster's face, though I refrained from inquiring, as my attention was wholly captivated by the spectacle ahead. However, I could discern nothing of interest. Just as confusion began to envelop me, a colossal triangular serpent head surged forth from the waters of the central fountain, its tail erect and poised within the pool, standing nearly 3 stories high. Its robust body seemed as formidable as an ancient tree. The moment I laid eyes on that serpent's head, a chill coursed through me. Was that not the venomous giant snake from the isolated island? What was it doing here? Had it not been for the eruption of cheers and whistles from the crowd, I might have turned and fled. Positioned too far from the action and lacking a vantage point, I had to ascend a cypress tree to gain a clearer view. The movements of the dancers mirrored those of the serpent, swaying in perfect harmony. As the dancers leaped, the serpent undulated, its immense form displaying remarkable agility as it struck various peculiar poses, almost as if it were possessed. The performance concluded swiftly, with the snake dancer bowing to the crowd before departing the square, the great serpent following suit. Just as the audience began to disperse, the serpent, stirred by some unseen impulse, suddenly reared up and charged towards me, inciting a wave of screams from the crowd. Yet I found myself still perched precariously in the tree. The great serpent swiftly approached the tree, rearing its body and flicking its tongue in my direction. Cold sweat drenched my face as the creature's head loomed perilously close. its forked tongue almost grazing my skin, its sickly yellow eyes locking onto mine with an expression devoid of any emotion. The snake charmer arrived, standing beside the tree, shouting at the serpent in a language that was not Mandarin. The serpent hissed twice before finally diverting its gaze away from me, as if it were reluctant to do so. I descended from the tree and spotted the snake charmer, who had not yet departed. Veiled in white, her features remained obscured, yet she exuded the seductive allure that my mother and aunt had described. She offered me a slight bow and apology before lifting her gaze to meet mine. It was then that I noticed her exquisite figure, embodying a near-perfect S-curve, her bodice tightly laced, as though it might burst forth. To my astonishment, her glance seemed to ensnare my very soul. In that fleeting moment, I perceived her as the most beautiful woman in existence, for whom I would willingly sacrifice my life. Yet, this overwhelming sensation dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a chilling aura emanating from the crimson pearl at my chest, which extinguished the flames of fervor coursing through my body. The snake charmer regarded me with calm detachment before turning away with the serpent. I was left in a state of bewilderment. My mother, irate, ignored my father, leaving us all abandoned in the hall. The beast stared at my father, its expression one of confusion. Since I had learned of Zhang Gunzi's youthful escapades, my curiosity about him had grown immensely, prompting me to listen intently as my father continued his tale. The monster exhaled a breath of relief, and I too felt a sense of ease. As long as it wasn't he dead, that was enough. Father patted the monster's shoulder and said, "Your father is quite strong, so do not worry about him." The monster inquired, "Where has my father gone?" "He has gone in search of the red pearl, but not in the sea. He is seeking it on land. He requires that object for his survival." I said to father, "Do we not have one at home? Why not let him use that one?" Father tapped my head, "Silly child. A single red pearl can only be used by one person. If he were to use someone else's red pearl, it would lead to grave consequences." Upon hearing this, I sensed something amiss. The pearl that Yang Qingyan had given me was one that he had already used. However, he was deceased. Did that mean I had indeed used someone else's red pearl? Just as I was about to ask father, a gentle knock echoed at the door. I rose to open it, only to be met by the sight of the snake dancer. What could she possibly want? Chapter 93, The Item. Goodness, I truly felt like a beast, thinking of the beautiful woman while craving bubble tea. She seemed utterly unconcerned by my gaze, extending her hand towards me. "Pleased to meet you. Just call me Chris." "Miss, are you certain you wish to shake my hand? Are you not aware that the handshake is a custom that originated in the Middle Ages? Could it be that you two have traversed time?" Yet I could not pose such questions to her. Would I dare to say in front of father, "Miss, I hail from the 21st century. May I inquire from which country in medieval Europe you have come?" Certainly not. Father would surely think me a fool and beat me soundly. I reluctantly let the tips of my fingers graze her hand. "Chung Feng, a pleasure to meet you." I had already noticed the monster sitting beside me, his eyes fixated, nearly drooling in fascination. Chris glanced at him, a fleeting expression of mild disgust crossing his face. My father, in a tone of resignation, remarked, "Your great-uncle's envoy insists that this is indeed the person the Chancellor is seeking. However, recent military movements from the south have severed the official routes between Qingzhou and Yuzhou. The alternative paths are too perilous to traverse. Thus, she shall temporarily reside in our home until the main road is reopened, after which we shall proceed to Shudu together." A mischievous chuckle escaped my lips as I contemplated my mother's fury. It dawned on me that my father had been in close proximity to this stunning beauty. Oh, but in my mother's eyes, she was merely a seductress, not a beauty at all. Unfazed by her presence, my father continued, "The Chancellor's health has been deteriorating, his brain ailments frequently afflicting him, causing him to awaken in agony at night. He desperately needs her to prolong his life." Upon hearing those words, my mood soured significantly, and I retorted, "Father, this notion is akin to seeking an elixir of immortality. When life has reached its end, it is final. There is no such thing as extending life." My father, wearing a look of helplessness, replied, "Throughout history, rulers have succumbed to the allure of eternal life, as did Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, not to mention Chancellor Chao. Ever since that ship appeared on Weishan Lake, he has made up his mind to pursue this course of action. We have no say in the matter." I could already envision the so-called process of prolonging life. Chao Chao had truly lost his senses. How could he possibly believe in such a fallacy? Who conveyed this notion to him? Father undoubtedly had a multitude of matters to impart to us, yet with Chris present, it was not prudent to elaborate. so we dispersed. I escorted Chris to the guest room, ensuring her comfort. As I was about to leave her chamber, an inexplicable impulse compelled me to inquire, "Miss, how do you intend to prolong Prime Minister Chow's life?" Just as I was about to turn away, I suddenly felt two soft forms press against my back, a sensation so intense that it sent a shiver down my spine. This method cannot be articulated, but it can be executed. Would you care to give it a try? If I were to attempt it, Father would surely be furious and likely punish me severely. I managed to extricate myself from her embrace and fled, leaving only the sound of her tinkling laughter echoing in my ears, lingering long after. In the following days, we bid farewell to Xie Yin and Sima Zhao. According to Xie Yin, they were bound for Qingzhou to attend to certain matters, and Sima Zhao cheerfully waved goodbye to me. I, however, was reluctant to bid him farewell, for upon our next encounter, he would no longer be Sima Zhao, but Sima Zhen, his ambitions having become widely recognized. Liang Bei did not accompany us. After disembarking, he seemed to vanish without a trace. I had initially intended to invite him to my home, to ascertain whether he was indeed the reanimated Liang Bei, but alas, that opportunity has vanished as well. Tabar has taken up residence in my home. Such a rare specimen of the Indian race is truly astonishing, even causing my father to express his amazement. Only recently have I come to realize that Tabar possesses not only a remarkable aptitude for language acquisition, but also an extraordinary gift for learning to read and write, almost to the extent of photographic memory. Since receiving my father's approval, he has been frequenting the study every few days, often spending entire days there. My father has commented on Tabar, saying that a diligent and talented individual like him could easily pursue a career in civil service with just another decade of study. What troubles me most, however, is Chris. She follows me wherever I go, which has resulted in the men regarding me with a gaze sharper than daggers. I cannot even enjoy a visit to the tavern to listen to stories. As soon as I sit down, she nestles beside me, acting as if nothing is amiss, until my face burns with embarrassment and she finally departs with a smile. About a week has passed since my last venture at sea, and the fear from that experience has nearly faded from my memory. During a casual conversation with the monster, I inadvertently mentioned Liang Bei, only to find the creature completely bewildered by the name. Liang Bei? Who is that? I explained. He is the one who constantly opposes Xie Yin. The monster looked at me in confusion. Isn't that you? Zhang Yushu, don't jest with me. When the monster sensed my disbelief, he grew agitated. When have I ever deceived you? There truly is no such person. Are you out of your mind? While at sea, it was always just you, me, Tabar, Sima Zhao, and Xie Yin. Observing the sincerity in the monster's expression, my heart gradually sank. Chen Qianwen once remarked that memories of shadow beings would eventually fade away. Is Master Liang truly a being of shadows? Yet, how can I still retain memories of him? The enigma surrounding Master Liang seems to unfold in layers, and I find myself utterly perplexed by the true nature of his identity. Furthermore, the long-standing feud between Qin Zhong and Liang Bo has sunk into obscurity with his departure, leaving no one the wiser. At this moment, Master Liang is absent from my side, rendering me unable to glean any insights from him. A few days later, I received fresh news from my father. The official road to Yuzhou has been reopened. Chapter 94. A frightening journey on the official road. We set off with minimal preparation. To my astonishment, it was not my father nor the man sent by my great-uncle who would present Chris to Chow Chow, but rather myself. Do you comprehend the extent of effort I exerted to offer that Eastern woman to the Chancellor? The threshold of the man dispatched by my great-uncle has been worn down over these days, all in a bid to secure a place to escort her to Xuchang. The price I paid to seize this opportunity was monumental. I have aged, and pursuing an official career holds little appeal for me now. Yet you, my dear, are still in your youth. Once you arrive in Xuchang and attain an official position, with the assistance of your uncles, ascending the ranks will merely be a matter of time. My father gazed at me with a look of disappointment, saying, "You ungrateful wretch, this time you must go." As I observed the white strands in my father's hair, a wave of discomfort washed over me. I have never been one to chase fame or fortune, but for my father's sake, I find myself compelled to embark on this journey. Father's idea was commendable, yet it ultimately came to naught, as the Sima clan emerged victorious, with my younger brother Sima Zhao orchestrating the downfall of my granduncle's influence. The procession was quite grand, comprising around 500 individuals, all clad in standardized armored attire. Lining both sides of Zhuke Street, traversing the cobblestone pathway from the south of the city to the north. Scouts led the way, while light cavalry brought up the rear, with Chris's carriage positioned in the midst. This outing felt rather hasty, as even the maidservants were unable to be summoned in time. Officials, both high and low, from all corners of the city gathered to bid farewell, their smiles laden with insincerity. According to my father, this display was meant to deter any lurking malefactors. For the more ostentatious the event, the greater the security it afforded. Accompanying me were Taba and the Beast, with these two by my side. I at least felt assured of not being bullied in a scuffle. Our carriage trailed directly behind Chris's, and I must admit, it is rather shameful that after all these years in this realm, I have yet to learn how to ride a horse. The outskirts of the city were enveloped in woodlands, and the roads were quite rugged. The official paths were marginally better, allowing the carriage to traverse with only slight jolting. A man dispatched by my granduncle occasionally approached Chris's carriage, feigning concern for her well-being, his expression a mask of contrived gentleness that sent shivers down my spine. Such insincere attentiveness is indicative of ulterior motives. I almost forgot to introduce this individual, who first appeared at the beginning of the tale. His name is Wei Ming, the youngest son of my granduncle's comrade, and it is through this familial connection that he has garnered my granduncle's trust. At least, that is my interpretation. He is probably only a few years older than us, possessing a face reminiscent of a rabbit, a tall and slender physique, exceptional horsemanship, and a commendable military rank. Seemingly a lieutenant of sorts. This brings to mind a saying from my past life. A man who sings beautifully, acts well in films, stands tall, and possesses striking good looks is undoubtedly of questionable character. Upon seeing us, Wei Ming would often adopt a stern demeanor and impart a lesson. This journey is not as simple as you might think. The Sima family may strike at any moment, and during critical times, I must take to the front lines. You must protect Miss Chris at all costs. I perceived him as a harbinger of misfortune, for shortly after we departed the city, we encountered a considerable dilemma. The wheel of Chris's carriage had broken, and due to our hasty departure, we had not brought a spare wheel, forcing us to relinquish our carriage to her while the three of us took to horseback. Prolonged riding began to cause discomfort on the inner thighs, and I had heard that those who ride for extended periods develop calluses in that area. It appears to be true. I endured the painful friction against my thighs as we galloped onward, finally arriving at our first stop, Huiliang Station, before sunset. I inquired with Wei Ming, and we would need to pass through 13 stations to reach Xuchang. Fortunately, the southern forces had been repelled, and the official roads remained quite safe. Our entourage was too large for the station to accommodate us, so the soldiers set up tents around the station. I helped Chris dismount from her carriage, and under Wei Ming's hostile gaze, I entered the station. As I passed the large locust tree at the entrance, Chris suddenly whispered to me, "This station is suspicious." Her voice was astonishingly soft, akin to the delicate sound of a bee's wings, leading me to believe I was experiencing an illusion. Momentarily taken aback, I continued to support her as we made our way to the second floor of the relay station. Wei Ming trailed closely behind, and it was inappropriate for me to inquire about her troubles, so I withdrew from the room and entered the lobby. The Beast and Taba were already seated at a square table, awaiting my arrival. Only after I took my seat did I sense an unsettling atmosphere enveloping us. At that moment, Wei Ming approached and settled into the empty side of the table, lifting a wine cup to sip while casting glances my way. His peach blossom eyes seemingly frosted over. The surrounding soldiers remained silent, and the station owner dared not utter a word, creating a stifling ambience. Those permitted within the relay station were, at the very least, squad leaders. Their demeanor largely reflected Wei Ming's sentiments. After a prolonged moment of suppression, it dawned on me that this was his way of asserting dominance. Wei Ming's disgruntled expression resembled that of a gangster owed money. As he set down his wine cup and, with a disdainful countenance, remarked, "Kid, you can't ride a horse, can you?" Suddenly, there was a drastic change in Wei Ming's expression as he dashed up the stairs with a speed surpassing even Taba's. I followed closely behind, soon witnessing the scene within Chris's room. Chris was slumped on the floor, clutching her large snake, which encircled her protectively. The serpent was riddled with numerous wounds, resembling the aftermath of a shotgun blast, its thick, dark blood pooling around them, and it seemed that it was on the brink of death. My initial reaction upon seeing the enormous serpent was not to wonder if Chris had sustained any injuries, but rather to ponder how this colossal creature had managed to follow us unnoticed for an entire day. What could have possibly slain it? Chris cradled the serpent, weeping profusely, leaving me at a loss for words on how to console her. Naturally, the monster and Tabar were equally uncertain about how to provide comfort. Wei Chi Weiming, in a fit of fright, staggered back 3 steps, his face etched with terror, nearly turning to flee. To my astonishment, this fellow was afraid of snakes. The serpent's size was so immense that it nearly filled the room, and I could not fathom how it had evaded the guards stationed beneath the windowsill. I cautiously maneuvered around the serpent's body to reach Chris and helped her to her feet, inquiring, "What transpired just now?" Chapter 95, The Mysterious and I Do Not Know. She replied, her voice choked with sobs. As I was packing my belongings, a sudden noise startled me, and when I turned around, I saw it in this state. At this moment, Chris was inconsolable, and I could only speculate what the serpent meant to her. The window was closed, and upon inspection, I discovered it had been locked from the inside, rendering it impossible to open from the outside. I checked the adjacent room, only to find it unoccupied and the walls separating it from Chris's chamber alarmingly thin, making it nearly impossible for any hidden compartments to exist. During our last voyage, the concealed passages within the ship had terrified me, and my unease prompted me to request Wei Chi Weiming to break through the walls on either side, only to find that they indeed harbored no secret spaces. Just as I was about to investigate the upper and lower rooms, Wei Chi Weiming suddenly exclaimed, "Are you mocking me?" I turned my head to observe the flush on his cheeks, realizing that the task I had assigned him earlier had seemingly wounded his pride. It was indeed inappropriate to have a captain-level general striking the wall. However, why did he not delegate this task to his subordinates? In his eagerness to curry favor with Chris, he had committed a foolish act, and now, wounded in his self-esteem, he sought to blame me. My dear brother, must your intellect be so lacking? We are engaged in serious matters, at the very least, as a figure of integrity on my side. Do not present yourself like a dim-witted villain. I shook my head and said to him, "We must inspect this relay station and leave this floor. Chris is not safe inside. Have her don armor and sit among the soldiers downstairs." Wei Chi Weiming shot me a resentful glance. Within this entourage, he served as my bodyguard, while I was the one calling the shots. He could only act according to my directives. With Wei Chi Weiming guarding the second floor, I felt considerably more at ease. Accompanied by the creature Tabar, I descended to the room beneath Chris's quarters. After a thorough inspection, I found no issues, no hidden compartments, no interconnected mechanisms. What had assailed that enormous serpent? As I pondered this, a shadow suddenly swept across the window above, startling me. I hurried to the window and opened it, only to find that it was not a concealed assailant, but rather Chris's great serpent. Just moments ago, it had appeared near death. How could it have revived so swiftly? The serpent darted into the dense forest behind the relay station, vanishing from sight in no time. I stepped out of the room and locked the door behind me, a sense of unease gnawing at my heart. It was evident that someone intended harm to Chris. Yet the assailant lurked in the shadows. How could I draw this person out? Upon exiting the inn, I noticed that its ceiling seemed slightly higher than that of Chris's room. Given the era, the buildings were predominantly tiled houses. Although our inspection of Chris's room revealed no hidden mechanisms in the beams, a thorough examination was nonetheless imperative. I hurried to inquire with the innkeeper, who, having just been startled by recent events, was visibly shaken. Trembling, he assured me that the beams were undoubtedly sound, as the inn had been designed to accommodate distinguished guests on the second floor, hence the greater height, which imparted a sense of spaciousness. The structure appeared secure. Could it truly be that we had encountered a ghost? I stood beneath the locust tree at the inn's entrance, pondering for an extended period. Yet I could not fathom what had so thoroughly incapacitated the serpent. Raising my gaze, I noticed the moon had already ascended. We had likely arrived at the inn during twilight, and amidst all this commotion, night had fallen. In such a fortified locale, could there truly be a breach? Even I found it hard to believe that such robust defenses could fail. As I scanned my surroundings, I suddenly observed that the branches of the large locust tree reached up to the eaves of the building. What if I could ascend from the tree and traverse the roof to reach Chris's room? Yet, a troubling thought struck me. The window of Chris's room was securely locked. It was impossible to enter from the outside. Where then lay the problem? Suddenly, it dawned on me, good heavens, if entry from the outside was impossible, then the issue must reside within. I dashed back into the inn, intent on finding Wei Chi Weiming. The enemy lurks within our ranks. Chris has been placed among the soldiers, and my intentions to protect her have inadvertently become the most fatal vulnerability. When I found her, clad in military uniform, she lay in the arms of Wei Ming, a dagger protruding from her abdomen, her brow furrowed and her complexion pallid. Beside her lay a soldier foaming at the mouth, presumably the perpetrator. Wei Ming urgently called for the accompanying physician, while Taba and the creature vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, preventing anyone from approaching. I hastened over, and the creature, with a look of distress, pointed at the foaming soldier, exclaiming. He withdrew the dagger in an instant. We hardly had time to react. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. He took a moment to collect himself before continuing. After you left, we concealed Chris among the soldiers, but unexpectedly, one of them suddenly attacked her with a knife. Just as we were about to apprehend him, he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Assassins, I pondered, gazing at the corpse on the ground, my expression darkening. It was likely a death warrior sent by the Sima family, and if it were indeed their agent, it would probably be one of Xie Yan's subordinates. The accompanying physician soon arrived, meticulously examining the wound before informing us. It is a non-fatal knife wound. However, the blood has turned green, indicating poisoning. I lack sufficient medicinal herbs and can only procure an antidote in the nearest city. As I listened to his words, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The deadly poison carried by the assassin should have caused instantaneous death, yet the toxin used on Chris appeared to be of a slower-acting nature. Wei Ming's face turned ashen, and he resolutely declared, "I'll go." With that, he lifted Chris, intending to exit. The military physician, until his last breath, wore an expression of disbelief. Even Wei Ming, no matter how dim-witted, sensed that something was amiss. He shouted for the guards, yet they did not respond to his call, leaving the surroundings eerily silent, permeated by a faint metallic scent of blood. What transpired outside? Yet I had no time to investigate, as the sentry retreated indoors, locking the door behind him. Following that was an incessant cacophony of cold, lethal blade unsheathing. The soldiers, armed with knives, stood on the second-floor steps or beside us, their gazes icy as they regarded us seated in the center of the hall, akin to observing lifeless corpses. Chapter 96. Betrayal. This situation was markedly different from that at sea. We were fully equipped. My father had insisted I don a double-layered fire-resistant armor, anticipating unforeseen circumstances along the way. Taba and the beast were similarly armed to the teeth. Taba had little regard for swords or similar weapons, deeming them too lightweight. Thus, my father procured for him a 200-pound spiked club from the armory, which he wielded with a menacing presence, causing the treacherous soldiers to hesitate in their advance. Wei Ming admonished them in a low voice. "What are you doing? Do you intend to rebel?" It was evident that they harbored rebellious intentions. I noticed something amiss with these soldiers. Their grip on the knives trembled, and their eyes were bloodshot, presenting a terrifying visage, as if afflicted by some plague. Just as I was about to warn Wei Ming, I realized the beast had succumbed to a similar transformation. Yet, he appeared to be restraining himself, looking exceedingly distressed. At this moment, I finally recalled Chris's warning before entering the station. There was something amiss with this establishment. A sudden realization struck me. It was not the soldiers who posed a threat, but something within the inn itself. If there was trouble inside, the proprietor must be implicated. I turned my gaze and, indeed, spotted the innkeeper standing beside the liquor cabinet, a sinister expression etched upon his face as he regarded us. At this juncture, Wei Ming, who was tasked with protecting Chris, had yet to transform into one of those soldiers. I must seize this opportunity to apprehend the innkeeper. Perhaps I could even procure the antidote. The soldiers loomed around us, yet they refrained from advancing, undoubtedly biding their time until we too succumbed to their fate. They circled us within the hall, and though Chris's bleeding had ceased, it was evident that her lips had turned from crimson to a foreboding shade of black. There was no time to waste. I shouted to Taba. "Now?" Taba echoed my command with a fierce roar, brandishing his mace as he charged forward. The sound of the blunt weapon striking flesh resonated as the soldiers in front of me were sent sprawling, blood spraying in all directions. The splatter of blood ignited the ferocity of the other soldiers, who shrieked and rushed at us, resembling anything but well-trained fighters. They were more akin to wild savages. Taba, who naturally embodied the essence of a savage, donned his battle attire, appearing more like a soldier. I followed Taba as we advanced toward the innkeeper, who, in that moment, resembled an unstoppable warrior, his mace sweeping through the throng, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The innkeeper appeared utterly unprepared for the presence of such a formidable individual among us, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He extended his hand and struck the wine cabinet 3 times, causing it to slowly creak open like a door. With a sly grin directed at me, he slipped inside. I hastened to follow, taking 3 steps in one, when suddenly a glimmer of cold light caught my eye. Instinctively, I recoiled, only to witness a long blade piercing through the space where my head had just been, embedding itself into the opposite wall. I had no time to discern the identity of the thrower as I charged directly into the opening of the wine cabinet. Upon entering, just as I began to feel a sense of relief at my timely arrival, a sharp pain shot through my arm. The cabinet had closed, catching me in its final narrow gap. The agony in my arm was intense, yet I could not allow my focus to waver, for the innkeeper had vanished before my very eyes. Before me lay a sloping passage, seemingly hastily excavated, flanked by earthen walls and illuminated by several oil lamps that flickered above. I dashed down the corridor, but after only a couple of strides, I felt the ground beneath me give way, and with a splash, I plunged into the water. This was a cleverly devised water trap. The water was shallow, only rising to my waist. However, before I could climb out, a large net descended from above. Not just any net, but one adorned with small iron barbs, each point sharp enough to inflict excruciating pain. I found myself immobilized beneath the water, too terrified to move. A den of thieves. The dragon gate in. Tears welled up in my eyes, yet I found no solace in weeping. Could it be that the proprietor of this inn harbored an appetite for human flesh? The innkeeper, who had seemingly vanished, reappeared before me, wearing a smug grin as he taunted, "Why don't you pursue me anymore? Hee hee. That girl outside caught my eye long ago. I never fail to acquire what I desire." With that, he cast an object to the ground and kicked it aside, then placed an oil lamp, stripped of its base, next to the item. He declared, "This is the antidote. When the oil in the lamp is consumed, the flame will reach the antidote. Time is fleeting. If you wish to save her, you must retrieve it." He turned away, no longer glancing in my direction, and made his way toward the corridor, leaving me to ponder the fate of the girl he claimed to cherish. The clamor of battle from the liquor cabinet had ceased, replaced only by the persistent sound of someone striking it. I cast a glance at the oil lamp, noting that the flames had nearly consumed the edge of the antidote. If I did not seize it soon, Chris would be lost. I struggled to rise from the water, the sharp barbs of the iron bramble piercing my flesh. A surge of pain coursed through my back, as if a multitude of tiny thorns were embedded within. I steadied myself with my hands, which quickly became drenched in blood. As crimson droplets trickled down my elevated arms, I took 2 determined steps and finally climbed ashore. The net, inexplicably, sagged wherever it was not supported by my arms. With immense effort, I managed to cast the cumbersome net aside and grasp the antidote. I feared that my upper body bore no unscathed skin, yet I was relieved that the wretch had not cast anything into the water, preserving my lower half. Clutching the antidote, I struggled to rise to my feet. Just as I navigated around the fountain, I heard a resounding crack of splintering wood ahead. Instantly, splinters flew through the air, some embedding themselves in my skin. A sensation both excruciating and oddly invigorating. Tabar supported me as we exited, and once more I found myself in the grand hall. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I handed the antidote to Wei Ming, informing him of its purpose. He paused momentarily, then hastily shoved the remedy into his mouth. After consuming it, he took a while before administering the remaining antidote to Chris. Observing his actions, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Such thoughts had never crossed my mind, and even if they had, I would not have had the courage to act upon them. We remained vigil at Chris's side until her lips regained their normal hue, signaling her awakening. By this point, it was the dead of night, yet sleep eluded me, as the wounds inflicted by the iron thorns burned with a fierce, itching pain. When I finally prepared myself, the dawn was already casting a gray light outside. Morning was imminent. Chapter 97. The horse market I had endured an entire night, and thankfully, the bleeding had subsided. With no physician available, Tabar tore his clothing into strips, using them as makeshift bandages to tend to my wounds. Though the injuries from the iron thorns were not severe, they were numerous. Consequently, I was unable to ride a horse, thereby earning the privilege of sharing a cart with Chris. At this juncture, Wei Ming had no time to nurse jealousy. He released a carrier pigeon to summon reinforcements and rallied the remaining soldiers, reprimanding them for their negligence. Through various inquiries, he uncovered the reasons behind last night's betrayal. It turned out that the minds of those within the station had indeed been ensnared, and their treachery was all too real. It is rather absurd that the individuals who intended to betray us last night were initially waiting for a more opportune moment, only for that moment to be disrupted by another party, namely the owner of the relay station. It appears his appearance was aimed directly at Chris, which explains the remarks he left behind during his hasty escape. Weiqi Weiming was quite displeased, realizing that his own team had been infiltrated to such an extent without his awareness. It was only at this juncture that we discovered the team responsible for transporting the gifts had been hastily assembled in a state of panic. Bureaucrats and local warlords from various regions sought to take advantage of this opportunity to enter Xuchang, as this team was ultimately destined to remain there. I felt an immense pressure, for our safety was entirely compromised. We could only hope to replace our ranks with a formal militia upon reaching the next major city. However, even then, there was no guarantee against further infiltration. We were merely playing a perilous game of subterfuge in the shadows. I maliciously pondered the reasons behind Sima Zhao's eventual success. Firstly, his family was sufficiently ruthless, and secondly, the state of Wei under Cao Cao had decayed to such an extent. Weiqi Weiming was also under considerable strain, as Chris had ceased all communication with him after realizing the unreliability of this group. During the Han Dynasty, there existed a practice known as joint punishment, whereby soldiers associated with traitors were executed on the spot, thus reducing our numbers by a quarter. We dared not linger and quickly resumed our journey. Seated in the carriage, both Chris and I remained silent, not only due to a lack of words, but also because of the wounds on my face, which rendered conversation difficult. Silence signifies awkwardness. A solitary man and woman confined within the same room. Should I take any action, I would be deemed a brute. Yet, if I remain idle, am I not worse than a beast? Ahem. Of course, these are merely my thoughts. I am but a normal person. As I indulged in this train of thought, I noticed her leaning closer to me. For the first time, the distance between us was so diminished that my heart raced uncontrollably, rendering me motionless with anxiety. The softness pressed against my right arm almost dulled my sense of pain, leaving it numb, devoid of any sensation beyond that gentle touch. Chris rested her head upon my shoulder. The ache in my shoulder was intense. Yet I found myself unable to push her away, nor did I wish to. Thus, I endured the discomfort, remaining still in my seat. In an unguarded moment, she wrapped her arms tightly around my arm, resting against my shoulder, and at that instant, I became acutely aware of her presence in a manner that is not suitable for younger audiences. I imagined my blood pressure soaring to 200. Soon after, the wound on my shoulder throbbed painfully. I braved the agony, convinced my face had turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Just as I felt I could no longer bear it, Weiqi Weiming's voice broke the tension. Miss Chris, we are approaching a bustling marketplace ahead. It will be quite noisy, so please remain calm. Chris, like a startled kitten, swiftly withdrew from my arm. I dared not turn to see the expression on her face, fearing that to make a young lady feel bashful is not a favorable outcome. I cast a resentful glance outside, muttering to myself, Weiqi Weiming, you scoundrel. Today we shall settle this score. Slowly, I raised my hand and cracked open the carriage window just a fraction, peering out. To my surprise, the official road ahead inclined steeply. We were traversing an ascending mountain path. This struck me as peculiar. Was it not customary for ancient official roads to be constructed on level ground? Why then was there a slope before me? I nodded slightly, preparing to lower the window and resume my rest, when suddenly I felt the caravan come to a halt. Weiqi Weiming furrowed his brow and rode to the front, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding commotion. The clamor of voices grew increasingly loud as a crowd gathered, primarily comprised of merchants from the bustling market. Speaking of which, this marketplace was particularly vibrant, with vendors crowding both sides of the road, hawking their wares to a multitude of customers, rendering the thoroughfare nearly impassable, necessitating scouts to clear the way ahead. I instructed Taba to assist me down from the carriage, while I ordered the beast to remain by Chris's side, preparing to investigate the source of the disturbance. Approaching the scene, I beheld an elderly woman collapsed on the ground, weeping as she lamented, "Oh dear, the officials are bullying me. At my age, they have overturned my goods without compensation, and I fear they shall beat this poor old woman to death." I nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. It appeared she had encountered a case of extortion. How audacious of her to attempt such a ruse against the officials. I had anticipated that Weiqi Weiming would disdainfully dismiss the old woman, yet to my astonishment, He wore a grave expression and instructed his subordinate to produce a sum of money to compensate her. He knelt on one knee, attempting to assist the elderly woman, while murmuring, "It is our fault. We have delayed your business." Before he could finish his sentence, a grotesque and twisted expression suddenly contorted the woman's face, and a glimmering green dagger materialized in her hand. Fortunately, I was right beside him, and even more fortuitously, I emerged unscathed, enabling me to retaliate. With a swift kick, I struck the elderly woman squarely in the face, the force of my blow propelling her backwards. In that fleeting moment, the dagger was a mere millimeter from Wei Ming's face, a measurement I estimated. Nearby, an unknown soldier shouted, "Assassin!" The bustling market erupted into chaos. With people scattering in all directions, the scene descending further into pandemonium. I was taken aback. This was indeed a recipe for disaster. Such disorder would only provide fertile ground for misinterpretation. The soldier's shout could only belong to a fool or someone in league with the assassin. At that moment, another voice cried out, "The soldiers are killing." I grimaced against the pain in my neck and turned abruptly, only to discover a lifeless body on the ground, a long knife embedded within it, identical to the standard long knives carried by the soldiers. Amidst the throng, the riot had fully erupted. Chapter 98. The Ghost Market. Yet none of the soldiers in the ranks had drawn their blades. That knife must have been thrust into the body by another party. I was just about to urge Wei Ming to restore order when I heard the collective sound of blades being unsheathed. It was over. There would be no clearing my name, even if I plunged into the Yellow River. The agitated crowd surged towards our ranks, wielding pots, pans, and even the more aggressive among them brandishing butcher knives. How could such meager armament stand against our fully armed soldiers? It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Before long, casualties began to emerge within our ranks. Even the most sophisticated equipment could not withstand the sheer tide of humanity. Each wave of attackers fell, only to be replaced by another, and despite our superior numbers, we sustained some injuries. I even witnessed more individuals rushing toward us. The soldiers, consumed by a frenzy of bloodlust, executed their actions with ruthless precision, sparing no one. Wei Ming shouted loudly to restrain the soldiers from continuing their slaughter. Yet they paid no heed to his commands. Something was clearly amiss. How could the soldiers disregard the general's orders? I recalled the events of the previous night. Could this horrific tragedy be yet another scheme orchestrated by that flower thief? I directed the soldiers beside me to safeguard Chris's carriage as we retreated, while Taba stood guard, fending off the advancing crowd. Yet, they were far too numerous. The onslaught seemed endless. At this moment, the marketplace was nearly overflowing with people, and around us stood a sea of individuals with bloodshot eyes, clutching crude weapons, their gazes fixed upon us, poised to charge at any moment. In my earlier state of anxiety, I had failed to grasp the gravity of our situation. How could there be so many? Though the marketplace was bustling, even with merchants and travelers combined, there were at most 500 or 600 people. Now, it appeared to be teeming with at least 4 or 5 times that number. Where had all these people come from? Suddenly, I heard Chris whispering behind me, "Use fire." I was taken aback. The young girl appeared so delicate, yet her scheme was exceedingly ruthless. In such a densely packed crowd, there was no refuge to be found. If a fire were to ignite, it would surely become an inferno. However, there seemed to be no other recourse, and I resolved to give it a try, as attempting it would not consume much time. The commotion outside was overwhelming, and I called out to Tabar from the window, "What you cherish most has arrived. Set it ablaze." Tabar paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the meaning of my words. He fumbled in his pocket and surprisingly produced 2 flint stones. "You carry flint stones to ignite a fire at any moment?" I exclaimed. He swiftly discarded his silk outer garment, and with a spark from the flint, flames erupted instantly. The crowd, upon witnessing the fire, was engulfed in sheer terror, retreating hastily. Yet Tabar was not one to grant them the luxury of escape. With a fierce throw, he cast the burning silk garment into the throng. The moment the flames met the first individual, a deafening explosion of searing light ensued, reducing the person to mere ashes. However, this was merely the beginning. The flames danced through the crowd, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The density of the throng allowed the fire to spread rapidly, and in no time, the entire marketplace was ablaze. I scarcely had time to marvel at the unfolding chaos before the surrounding masses disappeared, leaving only a carpet of ashes in their wake. Wei Ming approached, and upon seeing that Chris was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He walked toward the ashes, crouched down, and picked up an object. Making his way back to me, he handed me an object, and I was startled to discover it was a piece of yellow paper, half consumed by flames, with the faint outline of a human head depicted upon it. With a grim countenance, he remarked, "It appears we have encountered a formidable adversary. The entire market seems to be plagued by these yellow papers." I gazed at the yellow paper in silence, pondering its origin. Was it crafted by a wandering Taoist priest? Suddenly, I recalled that Chris seemed to possess some knowledge about this. She had just advised me to burn it, implying she was aware that these items were, in fact, paper effigies. As I shifted the yellow paper from my right hand to my left, I was taken aback when it disintegrated into minute particles upon contact, vanishing into thin air. I glanced at the fleeting, distorted Sanskrit on my left arm, pondering its significance. It appeared that the essence of this object lingered on my skin, contrary to my previous belief that it had disappeared. Now was not the time for such musings. I inquired of Chris, who revealed, "I have seen this before. But it was a long time ago." After her statement, she fell silent, and I refrained from pressing her further, allowing the carriage to descend into an unsettling quiet. A sense of oppression weighed heavily upon me. Although those creatures were not human, the visceral nature of their bloodshed was so realistic that it left me in a state of discomfort. Wei Chi Weiming assessed the casualties, discovering that only 2 had perished. Yet everyone bore some degree of injury. At this juncture, the sun was at its zenith, and we had initially planned to prepare a meal. But the discovery made by a scout extinguished any semblance of appetite we had left. The multitude of past tribulations has rendered it so that no one has perceived the true whereabouts of the residents of Ganmaji. Following the scout, we arrived at the outskirts of Ganmaji, where a ravine lay before us, filled with a grim accumulation of corpses. The stream within the ravine flowed away from the mountains, and upon our arrival at Ganmaji, we had noticed nothing amiss with the brook. Wei Chi Weiming seized the scout, inquiring, "This place is so close to Ganmaji. How is it that you did not notice anything earlier? There is but one main road. Do not suggest a detour." He regarded me with an expression that hinted at his awareness, stating, "There is no other choice. We cannot afford to linger on the road. We must arrive in Shuchong within half a month. If we are late, ciao." He trailed off abruptly, realizing the inappropriateness of his words, and fell silent, awaiting my decision. The unfinished sentence struck me with a jolt. Was Chow Chow truly on the brink of collapse? It had been less than 3 months since our departure by sea, and was he not in fine form on the shores of Weishan Lake? How could he have deteriorated so swiftly? Historical accounts of sovereigns suggest that their desire for life peaks in the moments preceding death. If we fail to present Chris before him, given Chow Chow's temperament, it is conceivable that he might leave behind words of disdain for the Chung family. This thought stirred a sense of agitation within me. Even if I were to deliver Chris into his presence, could it truly grant him immortality? It is imperative that I find the time to inquire of Chris earnestly. Chapter 99. Longevity. Wei Chi Weiming enlisted several soldiers to take our place in the troop, allowing us to discreetly depart through a hidden path in the woods. Of course, this guise would not endure for long, but it sufficed to lead us to the next city. This city, known as Salt City, was a stronghold of Wei Chi Weiming's uncle, and reaching it would grant us a greater sense of safety. According to Wei Chi Weiming, the road we now traversed was once an official route from the Han Dynasty. Yet in recent years, it had suffered devastation from warfare and had been ravaged by bandits. Consequently, the road had become almost devoid of inhabitants, save for the outlaws who had claimed dominion over the hills. The most perilous places are often the safest, Wei Chi Weiming solemnly declared to me. Upon our departure from the main troop, he confidently assured me that this alternate route would pose no issues. Only after we had embarked upon it did he reveal the presence of mountain bandits along the way. Alas, it is not the formidable foes that instill fear, but rather the inept companions. Having been betrayed in a past life, I found myself ensnared once more. What astonished me further was Wei Chi Weiming's decision to present Chris with a dagger. "I shall protect you with my life. But should I perish and you fall into the hands of bandits, use this dagger." I was utterly speechless at his juvenile mindset. Could he not withstand the bandits long enough for me to lead her to safety? Fortunately, with Taba and the creature by my side, I summoned a measure of courage to traverse this treacherous path. We hastened along the former official road, and as dusk approached, I was astonished to find ourselves at the outskirts of Salt City. Could it be that my fortune had soared to such heights? One would expect to encounter highwaymen demanding tolls, or perhaps a clandestine figure emerging to sow discord, only to be vanquished by my hand. Yet, none of this transpired. Instead, We were graciously ushered into the heart of Yinqing, where we were met with great honor by my uncle, Wei Qi Weiming. It was only at this moment that I experienced the privileges of an envoy, the city lord, a governor, a veritable sovereign of this territory. Could do naught but greet us with a facade of cordiality. Master Chang, you must be weary from your travels. Allow me to host a banquet this evening in your honor, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. The lord, named Wei Qi Jinkai, was a rotund man with a bulbous head and ears. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into mere slits, exuding an aura that was less than genial, laced with an undercurrent of malice. Despite being my uncle, his appearance was a stark contrast to that of Wei Qi Weiming. Having grown up shadowing my father in the world of politics, I was well acquainted with its intricacies. This demeanor suggested he sought something from me, although it was difficult to discern his true intentions. Surely, a figure of such stature as a governor would possess more than mere superficial charm. Thus, I smiled in acknowledgement, choosing not to linger on the matter. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, I expressed my desire to retire and was subsequently escorted to my quarters. We occupied a separate courtyard, with Chris residing just next door, easily accessible by a mere wall. Even so, I remained uneasy, resolving that someone must stand guard through the night. Chris appeared utterly drained. Ever since the serpent attack, she had grown taciturn, devoid of her usual whimsical spirit, which tugged at my heartstrings. Since the moment I first encountered her, I never inquired about her origins or her purpose in meeting Cao Cao. Firstly, my father undoubtedly knows, and his silence must be for a reason. Secondly, I felt a certain hesitation to directly question her, as it is not the hallmark of a gentleman to interrogate a lady. Subsequently, my curiosity regarding her took root in my heart, sprouting into an obsession. I must be afflicted by some form of compulsive disorder. Upon reflection, it seems that both in this life and the last, I am indeed a Virgo. Interestingly, during the banquet, Wei Qi Jinkai voiced this very question on my behalf. Miss Chris, he began, a name that the Wei Qi family seems to relish. To the point of my weariness, as you journey to Suchong, should you have the opportunity to meet Chancellor Cao, please do convey a few kind words on my behalf. The rotund gentleman's demeanor was earnest, yet Chris merely acknowledged him with a noncommittal sound, refusing to meet his gaze, which caused a fleeting moment of embarrassment to cross his face. Unfazed, and having indulged in a few cups of wine, he casually remarked, I have heard that Miss Chris hails from across the sea. I have always held a keen interest in maritime affairs. Yet my advancing years prevent me from venturing out to sea, which is indeed a lamentable circumstance. Might I inquire, what wonders lie beyond the ocean? Upon hearing this, I perked up my ears. Judging by her complexion and hair color, Chris appeared to be a blend of European and Asian heritage, though I could not ascertain her precise origins. The gentleman appeared slightly crestfallen, yet he adeptly concealed his momentary disappointment and continued to ask, Pray tell, where is your homeland? Dear lady? The plump man began to inquire about others' backgrounds, yet his questions were merely those exchanged during casual greetings, lacking any overt awkwardness. Chris fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating something profound. My hometown. It must be on the ship, she spoke with a hint of uncertainty. I have no father. My mother gave birth to me aboard the vessel. I silently cursed that man, thinking him a beast, seeing how beautiful Chris was. Her mother must have been a stunning woman as well. How could that man be so blind as to abandon such a woman? The plump fellow, possessing a keen sensitivity, immediately sensed the sorrow he had evoked and swiftly shifted the topic. On our way to Xuchong, a future filled with endless riches and glory awaits. I have heard that you, fair maiden, possess the ability to extend life for the esteemed Prime Minister Cao. Might you share a glimpse of this method? Chris furrowed her brow and replied, The matter of extending life is not something I can divulge. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge and shall certainly do my utmost for Prime Minister Cao upon meeting him. The plump man chuckled, saying, You are being modest. My lady. It was evident he did not believe her words. Yet within me, tumultuous waves surged. It was only now I comprehended that everyone held the belief that Chris could grant longevity, but that was merely their interpretation, or perhaps just Cao Cao's notion. In truth, Chris could not bestow immortality. She merely happened to be positioned at the terminus of the parchment map. No one had ever inquired why she was there. They simply clung to the naive hope that whatever appeared at the end of the parchment must equate to eternal life. Longevity is merely a personal wish of Cao Cao. Was it solely to please him? I cannot bring myself to believe that. The early establishment of the Wei capital in Xuchong, the actions of my great uncle, the lingering presence of the Sima family around me, and the inexplicable appearance of that flower thief named Yang Yu. All of these events intertwine like a vast web. I sense that a tremendous conspiracy is unfolding before us. Chapter 100. Heritage. The banquet concluded without Yu Qi Jinkai managing to extract any useful information, leaving us with no choice but to retire for the night. As we departed, Yu Qi Weiming mentioned that his uncle would assign us an additional 1,000 well-acquainted guards, ensuring our next journey would be remarkably safe, provided no internal issues arose. Yu Qi Weiming was called away by the plump fellow, leaving me curious about their conversation. Taba, the monster, and I took turns keeping watch. I allowed them to rest during the first half of the night, only to find them snoring within a short time. Likely due to the exhaustion of the day, I extinguished the light and idly gazed at the moon from the window. Earlier, I had placed a line leading directly from Chris's side to our room, with a bell attached at one end. A gentle tug from her would cause the bell to ring, alerting us to rush over. So many peculiar occurrences had transpired in these past days. If not for the inappropriate nature of a man and woman sharing a room in this era, I would have considered laying a mat in her chamber. As I yawned and prepared to close the window, I suddenly noticed a peculiar sound emanating from the courtyard. I hurried to the bedside, attempting to rouse the monster and Taba, but found them utterly unresponsive. Could it be that they had been drugged? Why am I still awake? However, I could not ignore the commotion in the yard. I opened the door and stepped outside, only to find the yard completely empty. How strange. The shadowy figure appeared so suddenly that I instinctively opened my mouth to scream, but the figure was quicker than my voice, swiftly covering my mouth. The distance between us shrank instantly, allowing me to discern his true identity. I could hardly believe my eyes. It was Zhang Gunzi. How did he come to be here? Was he concerned about the monster's safety and come to check? It was evident that this was not the case. Zhang Gunzi realized that I had recognized him, flashed me a smile, and beckoned for me to follow. He approached the wall and, with a gentle leap, ascended it. Uncertain of his intentions, I could only follow in his wake. We reached the rooftop, circling around the house until we arrived at the opposite side of Chris's room. From this vantage point, I could see inside Chris's room clearly, illuminated by the bright moonlight of the night. Goodness, could this old fellow actually have such a penchant? Alas, I was compelled to accompany him in such activities. I truly had no choice. Well, since you insist on showing me, I suppose I must comply. I turned to gaze into Chris's room, but just then, Zhang Gunzi delivered a swift rap to my head. What the hell? Wasn't I supposed to be looking at a beauty? Why drag me here? Zhang Gunzi silently grinned at me, producing a bronze mirror, its edges adorned with bronze, resembling two ears, with a reflective surface that was also bronze. He adjusted the angle towards Chris's room, then gestured for me to look in the mirror. Oh, that's quite a peculiar perspective you have. Ignoring the actual person, you insist on gazing into the mirror. What kind of odd predilection is this? I had no choice but to peer into the mirror. It would have been better if I hadn't looked, for what I saw nearly stunned me into shouting. Chris in the mirror had no legs. Her lower body, in the reflection, was a fishtail. I swallowed hard, hardly daring to believe what I suspected. Chris had mentioned being born on a ship and having no father, and that she appeared at the edge of the mist, with the red pearl always within the fog. Could Zhang Gunzi be the scoundrel who abandoned her mother? I was thunderstruck by this melodramatic revelation and could only nod mechanically. Monster, you have a sister. Forgive me for saying I would violate your sister whenever I was angry. Zhang Gunzi turned his head to leave, and I immediately became anxious. How could I, in my feeble state, protect her? At least bestow some kind of divine artifact upon me. That black mist staff you wielded in your youth would be perfect. Zhang Gunzi indeed halted. He seemed to recall something, then rummaged in his cloak and handed me an object. The sight of it filled me with dread, as it was nearly the last thing I wanted to see. He had given me a parchment scroll, a yellowed, almost decaying parchment scroll. I truly did not want to receive this item, but I couldn't discard it, so I haphazardly stuffed it into my coat. Zhang Gunzi smiled at me, pulled up the hood of his black cloak, and turned to depart. At the very moment he turned, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air echoed from a nearby distance. An object hurtled down from above, yet Zhang Gunzi did not even cast a glance. With a slight elevation of his right hand, he deftly deflected the projectile. Before I could even utter a silent cheer in my mind, the object erupted with a thunderous explosion, its force so tremendous that even Zhang Gunzi dared not confront its fierce edge, sending him careening sideways. As he collided with the wall, he executed a swift turn to dissipate the impact and, with a light leap, vanished from my sight. Who is it? My immediate reaction was one of alarm, suspecting an ambush. However, upon turning to look, I was utterly astonished to discover that the figure concealed in the shadows, launching the concealed weapon, was none other than the long-missing Liang Bei. Just as I was about to call out to him for a conversation, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and sprinted towards Zhang Gunzi's direction, his speed rivaling that of Zhang Gunzi himself. Before departing, he even flashed me a thumbs up. What a ridiculous gesture. Lacking their agility, I could only watch as the two of them engaged in combat, disappearing from my view. As I turned, I caught sight of Chris, clad only in a thin veil, standing by the window with an enigmatic expression that suggested both amusement and curiosity. My heart sank. Curse that monster. I did not come here to spy on you. It was your father who instructed me to observe you. The night passed without incident. The following morning, we rose early, and it seemed that Zhang Gunzi's potion had worked wonders, as the monster and Taba appeared to be sleeping soundly, their spirits invigorated. Now, every time I laid eyes on Chris, an awkwardness enveloped me. Chris, too, refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night, yet standing beside her. I couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere was decidedly off. Yuchi Weiming emerged from his uncle's chamber, his countenance shrouded in the shadows of two dark circles beneath his eyes, and an expression heavy with concern. Chapter 101 Shudu. With a grave demeanor, he confided in me. The situation of Prime Minister Chao has deteriorated significantly. We must hasten our journey to Xuchang. What a calamity! Why not suffer a tad more? Let him perish swiftly. The earlier Cao Cao departs this world, the sooner the monstrous forces shall release their grip on the realm. Yet, a sudden realization struck me. Was I being overly simplistic? Even if Cao Cao were to pass before our arrival in Xuchang, the power of Wei might not relinquish their hold on Chris. This thought plunged my spirits into a deeper melancholy. My only desire was to whisk her away to a sanctuary beyond the reach of the Cao Wei influence. Not out of romantic inclination, but from a sense of justice for a young lady. Why should a virtuous maiden pay an exorbitant price to save a wretched old man? Most importantly, Cao Cao ought to have perished long ago. If he were to live on, wouldn't history descend into chaos? To my astonishment, Yuchi Jingsai's speed was remarkable. We had only just arrived in Yinqing yesterday, and by this morning, local militia and government troops had been summoned, assembling a formidable force of 1,000 men. Young Master Cheng, here is the roster, ensuring each individual is well known. He beamed, handing me a thick tome of documents. That rotund fellow, he is not at risk of retribution, so he remains untroubled. Such a favor comes at a price. I also offered him a standard bureaucratic smile, saying, I appreciate your concern, Sir Wei Qi. Should we discuss merits and rewards upon our arrival in Xuchang, your contributions will undoubtedly be recognized. Sir Wei Qi Jinkai burst into hearty laughter before escorting us to the city gate. Once we embarked on our journey, we traveled swiftly, marching by day and camping by night. In less than 10 days, we found ourselves nearing Xuchang, a pace rivaling that of a fully rigged ship. Whenever I encountered Chris, a wave of embarrassment washed over me, prompting me to avoid her company altogether. Alas, I was burdened by my own guilt, fearful of the specter of my conscience. Thus, I remained hidden within the carriage, engrossed in studying the sheepskin scroll, where I uncovered several intriguing revelations. This particular scroll was distinct from those I had previously encountered. It lacked the elusive gray mist and prominently displayed a vivid image. At first glance, it resembled a grand imperial city, yet upon closer inspection, it diverged from the characteristics of a conventional royal palace. The construction of Han Dynasty imperial cities adhered to a principal ideology that revered solemnity and theology. Some might even call it superstition. The further one ventured into the palace, the higher the terrain rose, symbolizing the emperor's supreme authority. However, this image presented a stark contrast. It was evident that the palace sat at a notably lower elevation, while the residential areas were positioned at a height that surpassed even the city walls. This intriguing aspect was further complemented by meticulous annotations detailing the dimensions of various structures, accompanied by proportional indicators, resembling a comprehensive urban planning outline. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Based on my understanding, the ancient parchments were primarily treasure maps. The fragments belonging to Chao Song and Chen Qianwen, when pieced together, revealed a land-based map, while those associated with my grandfather and Cao Cao unveiled a maritime route. However, overall, they were crafted as guides for treasure hunting. Yet, the map before me is decidedly an architectural blueprint for urban planning. Could it imply that the treasure is concealed within the city of Xuchang? This notion intrigues me. Perhaps a visit to the capital of Xuchang will unveil the truth. Oh, no, It should no longer be referred to as Xuchang, but rather as Shudu. I raised my gaze to the imposing city that had emerged within my line of sight, my heart swelling with excitement. Historical records have not adequately described the magnitude of Shudu, as it was later set ablaze by the Northern Wei General Zhou Ji, reducing the magnificent city to ashes and rendering historical documents mere remnants of a bygone era. Consequently, later generations have been deprived of insight into the former splendor of Xuchang. Nevertheless, while official histories remain silent, unofficial accounts abound. For instance, Chao Pai's cousin, Bian Lan, once penned the Rhapsody of Xuchang Palace, and He Yan composed the Rhapsody of the Jingfu Hall. These two pieces suggest that Shudu was, at that time, remarkably opulent. How could one not be stirred by the opportunity to witness a history that has eluded future generations? Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Had we arrived? I concealed the parchment within my boot, opened the window, and peered outside. Indeed, we had reached the base of the city walls, where the guards at the gate were vigilant in their duties. Our group then proceeded to enter with great ceremony. As dusk approached, the city remained vibrant with activity. Perhaps buoyed by the imminent establishment of the capital, the populace exuded an air of festivity. Indeed, it seemed that the citizens of Su were imbued with a profound sense of happiness, starkly contrasting with the shadowy intrigues of the upper echelons of the Chao Wei. I alighted from the carriage, stretching languidly, only to inadvertently notice an elderly woman, burdened with a basket, approaching Chris's carriage. Surely not again. Even in assassination attempts, must there be such a lack of creativity? Always resorting to the same old tactics, how could they ever hope to succeed? I hastened forward, calling out to deter the old woman. Startled, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her basket toppling over, scattering radishes everywhere. Uncertain of her intentions, I cautiously halted my advance. The onlookers whispered among themselves, and I caught snippets of reproachful remarks. After a moment, the elderly woman slowly rose, seemingly oblivious to the vigilant soldiers who had drawn their blades. Clad in tattered gray linen, she appeared to be in her 70s or 80s. Her movements sluggish as she scrambled to retrieve the rolling radishes, yet failing to grasp any of them. The passers-by, wary of the soldiers, refrained from offering assistance. And for a moment, the entire street was captivated by the sight of the woman struggling to collect her fallen produce, occasionally stumbling, evoking a profound sense of helplessness. If you feel pity for the old woman, then you have already lost. Just as the onlookers began to feel compelled to intervene, the radishes suddenly erupted. To my astonishment, they resembled devices akin to timed explosives. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion, I distinctly observed a look of discomfiture etched upon the old woman's countenance. It was evident that the timing of the improvised explosive device had been miscalculated, detonating prematurely before our arrival, hence the awkwardness. The force of the turnip bomb was considerable, reducing the elderly woman to smithereens. I found myself contemplating the propriety of laughter at such a moment. It must be acknowledged that the efficiency of the Chao Wei administration at this juncture was rather commendable. Before long, an emissary arrived to escort us. A man of considerable rank, a military tribune at the very least, and seemingly acquainted with Yuqi Weiming. Yuqi Weiming was assiduously signaling me, and after a moment's hesitation, I comprehended his intent. He was one of us. The man identified himself as Wang Xiang, a general promoted from the ranks of civil officials under my great-grandfather's command, essentially a direct subordinate. It is inherently challenging for civil officials to thrive within the military hierarchy, and those who do cultivate their own cadre are invariably individuals of exceptional reliability. Those who dwell at the apex of power are masters of discernment, and they would scarcely tolerate potential threats to their authority. Wang Xiang's trustworthiness was beyond reproach. Chapter 102. Cheng Yu Chris was accommodated in a lavish post house, purportedly a family holding according to Wang Xiang. The staff consisted of seasoned veterans, retired after years of combat, ensuring impeccable security. Only after entrusting the care of the monsters and Tabitha to her did I find myself completely at ease. The reason for this entrustment was my impending departure from her side. A sleek, ebony carriage awaited me, occupied by a slender youth with a pallid complexion, as if enervated by excessive indulgence. If I am not mistaken, this individual is my uncle's second son, Cheng Wan. My father had previously provided me with a detailed description of my great-uncle's family members, as they are few in number, with only 5 or 6 direct descendants. Cheng Wan clasped his fists towards me and smiled, saying, "You must be Cheng Feng from the second branch of the family. It is truly wonderful that you have safely arrived in Xuchang. The old gentleman has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." After exchanging a few pleasantries, I boarded the carriage, which galloped swiftly, soon halting before a grand estate. At that moment, I felt a sense of trepidation, for in the historical accounts I had encountered, my great-uncle Cheng Yu had garnered quite a dismal reputation. Upon disembarking, Cheng Wen guided me directly through the main hall towards the backyard of the estate. As we traversed the hall, a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over me. The residence was rather desolate, with scarcely any servants in sight. As I walked from the main gate to the backyard, I spotted an elderly man tending to a flower bed. The empty courtyard echoed with the occasional chirp of birds. If one were to disregard the profound silence surrounding it, it would indeed serve as a serene retreat for my great-uncle in his twilight years. Cheng Wen led me to a small building nearby and gestured for me to enter. The door was ajar, and as I approached, I gently knocked twice, only to be met with a warm voice from within. "Come in." This voice was gentle, evoking a sense of calm akin to an autumn breeze in October. Steady and graceful. Upon entering, I beheld an elderly man seated in a wrought-tan chair, who was curiously observing me. His head, adorned with a crown of white hair, was meticulously groomed. Dressed in a gray long robe, he held a scroll of the art of war in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his face as he gazed at me, reminiscent of a kind-hearted elder. Indeed, it was merely an appearance. I recognized that labeling him so simplistically was quite unjust, particularly as he is my great-uncle, the elder brother of my grandfather. History, after all, remains merely history, yet I could not resist viewing him through the lens of the three kingdoms. He looked at me, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. "When I first met you, you were but this small." He gestured with his hands to indicate a size. I found myself at a loss for words, clasping my hands behind my back and quietly standing there to listen to him speak. He seemed unperturbed, continuing on his own. "My second brother. Your grandfather has been wandering these past 2 years, gallivanting about at his age, without a thought to settle down." After a lengthy pause, he turned to face me. I furrowed my brow slightly. According to historical accounts, Cheng Yu's demise was supposed to occur 3 years hence, coinciding with the establishment of Xuchang as the capital. Yet now, the founding had been advanced, leaving me uncertain of how much longer he might endure. Another perplexing matter was his utter silence regarding Chris. "Your uncle is off fighting, while your second uncle is preoccupied with preparations for the capital's establishment. It seems you shan't see them for a few days. Fortunately, your brother Cheng Wen is a quintessential local, and during these few days of the national celebration, he can take you out to explore. Xuchang holds many intriguing sights." Is this an attempt to dissuade me? "You still have not mentioned anything about Chris." "I care not for anything else." The old gentleman's gaze momentarily flickered, as if recalling something, and he addressed me. "Ah, about the woman you brought." Instantly, my attention was captured by his words. Chao Zihuan expressed a desire to meet this woman, suggesting that we could do so tomorrow. He remarked that since you all had endured a long journey, it would be wise to rest tonight, and that Cheng Wen would guide you tomorrow. There was no need for undue anxiety. Zihuan's people are quite amiable and respectful. Upon hearing this, I was filled with perplexity. Chao Zihuan is none other than Chao Pai. His father wishes to see Chris, so what is his purpose in this matter? Chao Chao, after all, is still alive. Does Chao Pai not fear his father's suspicions that could lead to his own downfall as heir? Surely, he must have ulterior motives. Individuals of his stature do not engage in frivolous actions, particularly when the matter at hand could pose a threat to themselves. What exactly is he scheming? I acknowledged him and took my leave. Just as I stepped out the door, I was seized by Cheng Wen, who had been waiting nearby. He wrapped his arm around my neck and, with a playful glint in his eye, exclaimed, "Grandfather has indeed permitted me to take you out. Since this is your first visit to Xuchang, you simply must explore the Wanhalu in the eastern part of the city. There is also the largest casino in Yuzhou, named Jin Baiwan, which, if missed this time, may never present another opportunity." However, I found myself devoid of any enthusiasm, merely offering vague responses to placate him. He mistakenly assumed my distraction stemmed from the fatigue of our journey, and he comforted me, saying, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow's affairs are of little consequence." Zihuan is a wonderful person, easy to converse with. Despite his high status, he treats others with the same amiability as before, enjoying considerable popularity among the gentry. Upon hearing his words, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over me. Only now do I realize the extent of Chao Pai's hypocrisy. To claim that he is virtuous is something I cannot accept, even under duress. I concur that he may be regarded as a notable ruler of his time. Yet I am far more inclined to agree with the notion that he is a psychologically distorted aberration. I bitterly contemplate that tomorrow's meeting will most likely resemble a banquet of treachery.